Yes, that's right, Dongzi said. His mother tugged at his sleeve from behind and added, we did see him running toward Nailing Mountain, but we don't know if he went to Lin's house. Nailing Mountain only has Lin's yard. If he didn't go to his own home, where else could he go? The dog's mother said. Lee had regained some strength and scolded the dog's mother. Nonsense. Nailing Mountain is a big area. How can you say he went to Maisie's house just because of that? Exactly. It's late at night. Going into the mountains to find a dog isn't easy. With such a big kid, if he can't find a wife, he might as well look for a dog, Xiaowei said, causing a burst of laughter. Rude woman, and all these village women using slang. Get out, the village elder's wife scolded Xiaowei angrily. It seemed the Jiang family members could still stand together in serious matters, thanks to the head of the family. Jiang Yumei silently praised old Master Jiang in her heart. Although Xiaowei was usually annoying and disliked, today she performed quite well. The old lady turned to old Master Jiang and said, now, everyone has their own opinion, and it's hard to decide who's right. But that place only has Maisie's family living there. Ergo's was also pierced with 2 blood holes, so it's unlikely he did it himself. Maisie is the main suspect, and her reputation is ruined. Maybe it's better to turn this into a good story. Zhao Lijing didn't understand why her mother suggested such a foolish idea, but since she said it, she couldn't oppose her. She said to old Master Jiang, Sir Jiang, this is the best solution. My daughter's marriage isn't up to you 2 mothers to decide, old Master Jiang said sternly. Do you think our Jiang family is easy to control? Let me tell you, you're mistaken. If your Zhao family tries to force my daughter to marry, even if she's already married out, it's not allowed. The old lady had never been spoken to like this before. She frowned but remembered that the other person was the well-respected Lord Jiang of Shihe village, so she calmed down. Maisie's reputation is already ruined. Who would dare marry her? Once Guzi recovers, he's a good young man. Marrying Maisie wouldn't be a loss for her. My reputation is ruined because this family is corrupt, not because of my words or actions. If you blindly blame me without knowing the facts, I won't accept it. If a man runs toward someone's house, it's the woman's fault. If you say that, then all the women of the Dakong dynasty are at fault, Jiang Yumei said. Her words left the old lady speechless. She thought sadly that this young widow was Lord Jiang's granddaughter. If it were another family, they would say whatever they wanted without such trouble or kind advice. This family really was asking for trouble, causing problems for others. She glared at the widow's mother. The widow's mother shrank her neck, but suddenly raised her voice. I have proof. This young widow deliberately placed some large stones in her backyard, so that our heir Guzi could sneak in at night. If everyone doesn't believe me, you can go see for yourselves. As she finished, she happily watched Jiang Yomei's surprised and nervous face. Jiang Dafu and Li Shi also exchanged worried glances. They looked panicked. She continued proudly, I wouldn't lie. Everyone can check for themselves. Our heir Guzi and this young widow have been close for a long time. You're talking nonsense, old Master Jiang scolded angrily. Our Jiang family girl would never do such shameless things. Just see if I did or not, the village chief said, not missing the anxious expressions of Jiang Dafu's family. He thought to himself that Maisie's tears didn't look genuine. Why would she fall for someone like heir Guzi? What a pity. Many onlookers shared his thoughts. Seeing how panicked this family was, some wondered if what the widow's mother said was true, that they had a secret affair. A few men even thought, if they had known she couldn't keep her vows, they might have gone after her. Maybe it could have been a good thing. Now they just got heir Guzi, the coward. They were much stronger than him. Looking at the innocent, delicate young widow and then at the rough woman beside her, they felt regret and frustration. Come on, everyone, let's go see for ourselves. Let's be witnesses. Don't say we Zhao family forced him to marry Zhang's daughter, the old lady said confidently. She had already seen the expressions on Jiang family's faces. As she spoke, she stepped outside. The village head's wife, quickly, went to support her. She didn't agree with her mother-in-law's actions at all. Not only because Maisie was earning money for her family, but also because, as a person, Marrying Erguzi seemed like putting flowers in cow dung. However, she had already gotten used to her mother-in-law's bossiness and strong personality, so she could only follow quietly and obediently. Guzi's mother led the village head's wife and about 100 people in a grand march toward Namling Mountain. After passing the yard of Sun Daqiang's house at the village entrance, they went around a large pond filled with ducks and geese, then up a dirt. Their eyes opened wide as the view expanded. On the gradually rising land, there was dry grass and broken stones, with occasional shallow streams jumping and flowing toward the village. In the distance, the mysterious Namling Mountain appeared lush and green. An old, ruined earthen wall stood on this vast land, looking small and lonely. This group hurriedly rushed toward the isolated earthen wall yard, making the usually peaceful area, where only bird songs could be heard, suddenly noisy. They approached the yard and circled around it again, but couldn't find a large stone suitable for climbing. Guzi's mother was stunned, and the village head's mother and son were also shocked. "What's going on? You need to give us an explanation," Old Master Jiang said loudly. "It must have been moved away during the night." "Yes, that's it. She caused my second son to go crazy, feeling guilty, so she took the stone away at night," Guzi's mother stammered. Old Master Jiang sneered and said to the village head's wife, "What do you think? Do you still believe her words? Or are you just trying to do whatever you want and scheme for the Zhao family's wealth?" This accusation was very serious. The village head's wife was stunned into speechlessness by the situation. She quickly forced a smile and said, "Old Jiang, you can't say that. My mother-in-law only did that to protect Maisie's reputation. It was for Maisie's good." At this moment, Dr. He arrived, supported by Sun Daqiang. "You must not wrong Maisie. I examined the 2 holes on Erguzi's body. They were caused by wild animals' sharp teeth, and there are some shallow bite marks nearby that are hard to see without careful inspection." He shook his head in confusion. I have limited knowledge. I've only seen injuries caused by wild boars and wolves, but I really don't know what kind of wild animal bit Erguzi." "Humph, I told you so. Erguzi must have gone into Namling Mountain to look for something. I don't know what he encountered, but he got scared and came back, and now he's trying to frame my Maisie," Xiao Wei's wife loudly shouted. Jiang Yumei cried sadly and said, "My De Wang sacrificed himself to protect everyone, but you are tarnishing my reputation like this. Just now, someone tried to force me to remarry a madman. I am a son of De Lang, and if I die, I will become De Lang's ghost. I will jump into Bishui Creek to show my resolve." Then I turned around and bowed 3 times to Old Man Jiang and his wife, and to Jiang Dafu and his wife. "Maisie no longer has the face to live. I will repay your kindness in my next life. I entrust my son to you now." She stood up and rushed toward Bishui Creek, but was forcefully pulled back by Aunt Zhao. Mrs. Wei and Mrs. Li came over, crying and holding on to Jiang Yumei. The old lady was stunned, not knowing what to do. She knew this young widow was just acting, but she still felt that Erguzi's injury was somehow her fault. Still, she couldn't explain why, and she just stared angrily. "Maisie, you don't need to jump into the river. I want to see who dares to force my granddaughter to remarry." Old Man Jiang also glared. "This West River village is full of bullies, and we have no way to argue with them. But the territory of the Great Kong dynasty is still very large. The new emperor is kind and just, so if we can't live here, we can go to Beijing to complain." "Dad, why go so far? We can just go straight to the county seat and find the Chun family. Their young lady is the wife of a general from the provincial capital. We can ask her to help us," Jiang Dafu said, supporting his father. "Yes, Dad. The young master of the Chun family even stayed at Maisie's house for a few days and ate with us. We're sure to get help from them. No need to travel all the way to Beijing," Jiang Dafu added. "Humph, no need for such a big fuss," Old Man Jiang snorted. The village chief was really frightened. It turned out that the wealthy, fat young master was related to a high official in the provincial capital. They couldn't let him go complain, or who knew how he would end up. He quickly signaled to his wife. The village chief's wife understood immediately and went over to talk to Maisie sincerely. Maisie, my mother-in-law means well and isn't forcing you. If you don't want to marry, that's fine. Erguzi is just a troublemaker. He's not suitable for you. My mother-in-law was just asking. It's all because of that dog's mother talking nonsense. She's kind-hearted and soft, so it's understandable she was fooled. Everyone was surprised to learn that the young master who used to run around during farming season was actually of such high status. Although they didn't know exactly how high the general's rank was, anyone who was a general must be a big official. Seeing the village chief's attitude change, they all quickly condemned the dog's family as heartless. They believed Erguzi had provoked some wild beast himself and had nothing to do with Jiang Yumei. Seeing the situation turn, Erguzi's mother was frightened and quickly slipped away quietly. The elderly lady saw that the situation was hopeless and that her hope of finding a capable daughter-in-law for Zhao Shifang's family had vanished. She didn't expect the Jiang family to have such extensive connections and felt a bit regretful. But seeing the young widow's pretentious act made her very angry. Others might not notice, but she could see through it clearly. The widow spoke little but said important things, very sharp, yet she pretended to be pitiful, which was truly hateful. The elderly lady saw the village chief and his wife busy handling the aftermath, so she held her granddaughter-in-law's hand and angrily returned home. Jiang Yumei noticed the elderly lady's look of hatred in her eyes and thought, this feud is now settled. When others are kind, she will be kind too. But when others push her too far, even though she is the most domineering woman in Shiha village, she is not afraid. This farce ended when the village chief personally defended Jiang Yumei's reputation. As for the dog family, although they did terrible things, the Jiang family had already broken things and fought people. Perhaps Dogo would go mad for the rest of his life. The village chief pleaded for mercy, making Zhao Shifang kneel and apologize to old Master Jiang. Dogo's mother was not allowed to leave her yard for a year, and the Jiang family agreed not to pursue their case further. Grandma Zhao and the village chief's mother were so angry they wanted to send the troublemaker woman back to her family, but this broken-down house, along with a paralyzed person and a simple-minded one, really needed a woman. If she left, who would come again? A virtuous wife often brings trouble to her husband, as the old saying goes. The village chief was proud of this bitter phrase. After the noisy crowd dispersed, Jiang Yumei originally wanted to invite the entire Jiang family, along with the Sun family, Hong family, Tan family, and Zhao Tiejin's family, to her house for a meal. But Jiang Dafu said their house didn't have enough tables, chairs, or bowls. Borrowing would mean going far, so it was better to go to the old Jiang residence. It was already noon, so there was no time to prepare a feast. They decided to invite everyone in the evening. Old Master Jiang led a group to leave first. Before leaving, Jiang Yumei quietly told Mrs. Wei that they didn't need to buy more meat. They still had a roe deer and wild rabbits caught in the trap, enough for the feast. Mrs. Wei had been worried about how much money the second family would spend to host so many people, but hearing about the roe deer and wild rabbits, she was very happy and nodded. Jiang Dafu stayed behind to process the roe deer and then took the meat back to the old Jiang residence. Jiang Yumei cleaned the entrails and cooked the rabbit at home, then brought it back to Jiang's house. She also gave 100 coins for Jiang Yuzhao to buy wine from the bookstore. The eldest aunt was very happy. Not only did the bookshop earn enough for the wine, but tonight they could also feast on meat. She saw the whole roe deer, including the entrails. Moreover, Jiang Yumei also brought a large red silk cloth for Zhaozi. The silk looked valuable and would be perfect for making a wedding dress for Zhaozi. Jiang Yumei did not stay for dinner, saying she was exhausted and heartbroken, with no mood to eat. She took enough food for herself and little Baozi and went home. That night, little Baozi came back and heard about what happened. He wanted to rush into the kitchen with a knife to fight, but Jiang Yumei caught him. She wondered if she had set a bad example for the little kid, making him think it was okay to threaten others with a knife. That didn't seem like a good sign. You said before that it's wrong for mom to threaten with a knife. Why are you now so angry and holding a knife? Jiang Yumei asked while holding little Baozi. Mom, I feel really upset and angry when I hear them bullying you, little Baozi said sadly. It's because I'm not strong enough to protect you and let you suffer so much. If Tiger Mom hadn't been home last night, I don't know what might have happened. He then hugged Jiang Yumei's neck and started to cry. Jiang Yumei rubbed his tear-stained face with her cheek. Silly boy, you're still young and can't protect yourself. Mom is an adult and needs to find ways to keep herself and you safe.
So don't be sad.
When I get stronger and healthier, I'll be ready to protect you. When I get old, I'll be waiting for you to take care of me. Hearing this, little Baozi felt a little better. This trouble was caused by money. Our house is so big, but just the two of us living here isn't very safe. Tiger Mom isn't home every day either. When we dig a fish pond and build a new house, there might be more bad people trying to steal from us. We might not be so lucky then, Jiang Yumei said, hesitating for a moment. Maybe we should buy some servants. Little Baozi was shocked and raised his voice. Mom, are you crazy? We're so poor. There's no way we can buy servants. Our family isn't poor now. I dare say even Zhao's family might not be richer than us, Jiang Yumei confidently said, feeling proud. That's impossible. Mom, you're probably still confused from being upset, little Baozi worried. He didn't want his mother to fall ill and start talking nonsense again. He looked at her anxiously, pouting and almost crying. Jiang Yumei gently patted his back to comfort him, then took his hand and led him to the bedroom. She opened a big box, took out a cloth bag and opened it. Inside were 2 ginseng roots, one large and one small. Perhaps because it was soaked in clear spring water, the ginseng still looks fresh and plump, just like when it was first brought back. Little Baozi had never seen ginseng before and asked curiously, "What is this?" "It looks like a radish, just a bit longer." "Son, you've never seen it before, right? This is ginseng, worth a lot of money. We brought it back the night Mother Tiger was injured," Jiang Yumei said. "In a few days, Mother will go to the provincial city to sell it. I'm not sure exactly how much it will sell for, but we'll definitely get a few hundred taels of silver." Baozi was so surprised he opened his mouth wide and couldn't close it for a while. "This thing is so valuable? Are you sure, Mother?" "Of course I'm sure." Jiang Yumei carefully wrapped the ginseng again and locked it in the box. Ginseng is a very precious medicine. Sometimes it can save lives and is the best tonic for the body. Wealthy families like to eat it. We'll sell the big one this time and keep the smaller ones for now. Baozi still felt unsure. "Are you joking, Mother? Can something that looks like a radish really be worth so much silver?" "I wasn't joking today," Jiang Yumei said. "Old ginseng is indeed worth a lot. The older it is, the more valuable. The big one is at least several hundred years old, maybe even 1,000, so it's worth a lot. But some roots are broken, so it might not sell for 1,000 taels." She looked a bit regretful. When Baozi was convinced that his mother wasn't joking and that their family might soon have a few hundred more taels of silver, he felt a strange sense of being suddenly rich. He took a few steps and tugged at Jiang Yumei's sleeve happily, saying, "Mother, I feel like I'm floating when I walk." Jiang Yumei smiled and picked him up. "When I first saw this ginseng, I felt the same way. But it got better over time." Then, the mother and son started eating and discussing their next plans. Mother already checked. It costs 10 taels of silver to buy a strong worker. A girl or young woman who can do farm work costs about 5 taels. "I think it would be best to buy a family men to take care of the fish pond, do rough work, and drive the cart or guard the yard. Women can feed the pigs and chickens and help with chores. Our family will grow bigger, and I really can't do everything alone." Baozi listened happily and felt inspired by the bright future his mother described. But he also felt conflicted. Deep down, he didn't want to buy people. Not only does buying someone cost money, but they also need to be fed and taken care of. How much would that cost? If the family had more money, they could save it and use it slowly. Why spend so much all at once? Jiang Yumei saw the inner conflict in little Baozi's heart and said, "They come to our house not to eat for free. The money from fishing in the pond, selling pigs and chickens, and doing embroidery can all make money. Plus, they can keep us company and prevent outsiders from bullying us. Isn't that a good deal?" When little Baozi heard this, he realized that besides spending some money when buying people, he wouldn't need extra money to support them. They could also work and earn money, which didn't seem to put them at a disadvantage. He nodded and said, "Mother is right. But, people fear fame and pigs fear getting fat. If we buy land, someone might have bad ideas. If we even buy servants, outsiders might get jealous. We should be careful to avoid more trouble." "You're thoughtful, son." "I've also thought about this. The reason I want to buy a family is to keep it secret. We won't say it's our family buying them. We'll just say they rent our yard and are our tenants, helping us sometimes." After convincing little Baozi, Jiang Yumei felt relieved. Little Baozi ate a lot for dinner and kept burping. Jiang Yumei patted his stomach, worried he might overeat and hurt himself, so she didn't let him have more. "Mother, let me have one more bowl. If I eat more, I can grow taller and stronger, and Dogo and the others won't dare to bully you," little Baozi begged. Jiang Yumei had to give him some health advice, explaining that growing tall takes time and requires eating well and exercising regularly. Hunyang and the others didn't come back for 3 nights. Jiang Yumei didn't sleep well at night either. She was worried about Hunyang, thinking she might need to get up in the middle of the night to open the door for them. Since last night, when she and Hunyang moved the stones away, she didn't dare to leave stones outside the yard anymore. It made things easier for Hunyang and also for thieves. She was also a little scared. It was okay when Hunyang was around, but if something happened when she wasn't there, it would be very difficult to handle. The next day was the day to go to Chen's house to pick up fish. After sending little Baozi off, Jiang Yumei went to wash clothes and fetch water to water the vegetable garden. Soon, Zhang Dafu and his wife arrived. They talked about the feast they prepared last night, which was very rich. The men drank happily, and the women and children ate happily. They also mentioned that after dinner, the couple from the neighboring village came, bringing gifts. Old Jiang didn't see them because he was sick, but Jiang Dashue and Jiang Dafu received them. Now, he didn't dare to take much, as the 2 brothers teased and mocked him. Also, Jiang Yushan learned about Dogo's family and the village chief's mother bullying others. He was so angry that he almost got sick. As the eldest brother, he felt helpless because he couldn't help his younger sister, who often helped him. He felt very sad inside. "I happen to have some business in the provincial city these days. If my older brother can handle it, I will go with him. Traveling by boat is not tiring, and Dr. Zhang can check my pulse to make the medicine more accurate," Jiang Yumei said. "Are you going to the provincial city again? That's a long trip, and it's not convenient for a woman to go alone. Bringing your older brother along might be even less convenient. Maybe your father should go with you all, too." Li Shi also thought Jiang Yushan should go to the city to see the doctor. Maybe he can find a real cure. "Yes, I think so too. As long as father isn't busy, it would be best if he could come along. All the urgent work is done, and the farm chores are almost finished. The 3 of us will go together," Jiang Yofu nodded. Jiang Yumei also talked about her idea to buy some servants. Jiang Dafu didn't know exactly how much money his daughter had, but he knew she had a lot, and she earned quite a bit each month. He thought buying a few servants would make life safer for a single mother and orphan girl, and he wouldn't have to worry so much. He agreed and said, "All right, let's go to the city and see if we find anyone suitable. If not, we can buy from the county or town." Li Shi was used to being frugal and thought buying servants wasn't worth it. It wasn't something families like theirs could afford. But her daughter was very determined, and she didn't listen easily, so she didn't say much. Later, she talked with Jiang Dafu for a while, but after a few scoldings, she didn't dare to speak again. This time, Chen Er brought people to help. They loaded the fish onto the carriage, and Jiang Yumei told him she wanted to go to the city to see Dr. Jiang Yushan and also look for Cui Qingzheng to buy some jewelry. She wondered if he was in the city. "Young Master Cui is in the city. A few days ago, I went to my aunt's house to deliver fish and ran into him," Chen Er said. Jiang Yumei asked Chen Er and the coachman to stay for lunch at her home, with Jiang Dafu accompanying them. Of course, every time they returned, they brought a big box of cakes and a large basket of vegetables. This time, they also brought a small jar of freshly made spicy cabbage, a letter for little Fatty, a special purse he wanted, and a multi-legged cloth doll. They also brought a jar of rice wine, which old Master Chin specifically asked for. Old Master Chin wanted more things than little Fatty. Now that he's learned to be clever, he didn't let Jiang Yumei teach the cook to make food anymore because he had already noticed that the cook's dishes were much worse than Jiang Yumei's. Of course, the Chin family also gave many gifts. Besides the letter and osmanthus sugar for little Fatty, they also gave 10 jin of dates, 10 jin of glutinous rice, and 10 jin of oranges. When Jiang Dafu and his wife returned home, they carried many packages. They brought 5 jin of dates, 8 jin of oranges, 2 jin of osmanthus sugar, and a small jar of spicy cabbage. After the couple returned home happily, they each brought some gifts for old Master Jiang and the main household. As soon as Li Shi came out, she heard Xiao Wei's loud voice drifting from the window, saying, "This pickled vegetable is too proud to be given away. The richer they are, the more stingy they get." Li Shi was so angry, she pounded her chest. Jiang Yushu said to Xiao Wei, "Mother, what are you saying? Can't you see the red tangerines and candies they brought? You're only talking about the pickled vegetables. Plum preserves are dried, and she might be giving us the pickled vegetables because they taste good. Big brother is right. They are really delicious. Mother, try some," Zhang Yozhao said in surprise. "They really are tasty," Xiao Wei said, licking her lips. Li Shi thought to herself, "If only I could make you all shut up," and she went into the west wing with a cold huff. Meanwhile, the elderly couple in the main house was smiling happily as they tasted the red tangerines. Wei Shi said contentedly, "We've also benefited a lot from the plum preserves. We used to only buy a few for ancestor offerings during the new year. Look, they brought so many now, enough for 2 jin. And these big red dates, they look expensive just by their appearance. There's over a jin here too." Old Master Jiang nodded in agreement. Rich families like the Chun estate value these things. We don't usually get such good stuff. Instead, they seem to prefer cheap, fresh vegetables and rice wine from the countryside, which they don't consider worth much. The day before heading to the provincial city, Jiang Yumei hid some good things away. She also took sheep, chicken cages, and a basket of supplies to Jiang's house with Jiang Dafu and his wife. They walked proudly through the village, feeling that all the valuable items had been moved to Jiang's old house. That evening, Hunyang and her family returned. Hunyang was dragging a wild boar, Hua was carrying a sheep, and their dog was pulling a wild chicken. Jiang Yumei couldn't handle so many animals alone. Since they had to leave early the next morning for the provincial city, she went again to find Jiang Dafu to see how to handle the animals. Jiang Dafu said, "Coincidentally, Li Yuanwei just returned from the town to his old house in Donghe village today. Wealthy people love wild game, so I'll ask him if he wants any." He quickly left. Now that there was Bishui Bridge, going to Donghe village was easier. About 15 minutes later, Jiang Dafu and 2 men with an ox cart took away the wild boar and sheep from outside the door. The wild boar was very big, and they paid 3 taels of silver for it. Jiang Yumei took the silver and told Jiang Dafu to take the chickens as well. It seems buying people is inevitable, otherwise, they'd keep running to Jiang Dafu for everything, which would be quite troublesome. 2 little cubs have grown stronger. Now, Tiger Baby probably weighs about the same as Lil Bun. Lil Bun can't hold it, so it can only squat down and play wildly with them. The 3 little ones, who hadn't seen each other for a few days, played and argued for a long time, making the yard lively again. Relaxing under the tree, Mother Tiger watched the playful children with a gentle gaze like moonlight pouring down. Jiang Yumei thought about how those eyes, so full of kindness now, could have scared Air Guzzi into madness that night. It really proved a saying from a past life, even a sharp gaze can hurt someone. She went over and told Mother Tiger that she hadn't been home these days. They would go up the mountain to play for a few days, and then return. Then she went to the bedroom, brought out the little ginseng and boiled some soup with a few roots, using clear spring water and red dates, to give to Jiang Yushan the next day. His body was weaker, so he needed something nourishing to boost his energy. The next morning, just before dawn, after breakfast, the mother and son sent Mother Tiger's 3 children away and headed to Jiang's house. Little Bun started acting spoiled again, hugging Jiang Yumei's neck and refusing to walk on his own. At Jiang's house, Jiang Yumei handed the crying Little Bun to Li Shi. Old Zhao's ox cart was already waiting at the door. They planned to take the ox cart over Bishui Bridge to the dock. It was late autumn now, and the morning wind was quite cold. Jiang Yushan was dressed in a thick cotton-padded coat, with a scarf wrapped around his head, carried out of the house by Jiang Yushu. The group left Jiang's house on the ox cart, and Little Bun's crying gradually faded away. They arrived at the dock, boarded the boat, and waved goodbye to Jiang Yushu. When the boat reached Qinghua County, Jiang Yushan's conditions still looked good, so they switched to a boat heading directly to Jinzhou Prefecture. To ensure Jiang Yushan could rest well at night, Jiang Yumei insisted on buying 6 tickets. Although Jiang Dafu was heartbroken to see her spend 600 coins on this, he could only accept it when he saw his tired son's pale face. Jiang Yumei took out soft cakes, and the 3 of them ate a few pieces. She also gave Jiang Yushan some ginseng and red date soup. Jiang Yushan lay down, curled up and fell asleep. Jiang Dafu and his daughter sat nearby, taking short naps. When the boat arrived at Jinzhou Prefecture, Jiang Dafu helped Jiang Yushan down and found a carriage to go straight to Wangkaiyan, where they had stayed before. They rested until noon, then ordered a carriage to Huichun Hall. Outside Dr. Zhang's clinic, a long line still waited. Jiang Dafu and Jiang Yushan stayed there while Jiang Yumei went to find the manager of Huichun Hall. She thought that since the reputation of Huichun Hall was very good, if the price was fair, she might just sell the ginseng directly. She first spoke to her young apprentice, explaining that she had rare medicinal herbs and wanted the manager to take a look. If the price was reasonable, she would sell them. The young apprentice immediately took Jiang Yumei to the backyard and found a man in his 30s. He said, "This is shopkeeper Wang." They went into a room, and Jiang Yumei took out the ginseng. Shopkeeper Wang's eyes lit up with excitement, and his hands trembled a little. He hurried to the door and loudly called for Master Liao. When there was no response, he called again several times. A thin, elderly man in his 50s slowly came in. "Shopkeeper Wang, why are you so anxious?" The old man said unhappily. "I'm making medicine. What if I miss the right moment?" Shopkeeper Wang quickly pulled the old man aside and said, "Master Liao, take a look at this ginseng. I think it might be a rare treasure." Master Liao looked at the ginseng in Jiang Yumei's hand and was very excited. After a long pause, he finally said, "This ginseng looks really fine." Worried that Master Liao was talking like an amateur, Shopkeeper Wang frowned and said, "This isn't about how pretty it looks. I want to know about its quality." "Of course it's good. This ginseng is white, plump, juicy, full, and shiny, as if just dug out from the soil, looking like a tender little ginseng child." "Do you mean this ginseng isn't very old?" Shopkeeper Wang asked, a bit disappointed. Master Liao shook his head quickly and said, "No, although it looks fresh, the roots are dense and long. Smell it, aromatic, sweet, slightly bitter, and lasting. It's a rare top-quality piece." He paused and added regretfully, "It's a pity some roots are broken." "Master Liao, how old do you think this ginseng is?" Shopkeeper Wang was most concerned about this. Judging from the main root and roots, at least 800 years old, maybe more. What's interesting is that this ginseng seems different from other 1,000-year-old ones. It might be due to the region. It seems to have absorbed more nutrients. Master Liao looked thoughtful. Shopkeeper Wang then asked Jiang Yumei, "Young lady, how much do you want to sell it for?" Jiang Yumei replied, "I heard that Huichun Hall is honest and fair. I came directly here. Shopkeeper Wang, please give me a price. If it's reasonable, I will sell it." Shopkeeper Wang signaled to Master Liao, and they went out to discuss for a while before coming back. Shopkeeper Wang said, "We discussed it and think this ginseng looks good, but we're not sure if full, plump ginseng like this sells better than those with more wrinkles. So, we offer you 800 taels of silver. What do you think?" Seeing Jiang Yumei standing there without a response, he quickly added, "There are risks in buying this kind of ginseng. If the roots are intact, we might consider adding 500 more taels." Unfortunately, the appearance of the item is not good. Although its usefulness remains the same, it is incomplete, so I can only offer this price. Seeing Jiang Yumei still not reacting, I grit my teeth and say, at most, I can add another 150 taels, but no more. The young lady also needs us to make some profit. Actually, Jiang Yumei was not really bargaining. She simply didn't expect so much money. She originally thought she could sell for at most 500 taels, or at least 300 taels if necessary. Sometimes, a big surprise can make people feel momentarily dizzy, and Jiang Yumei was like that, ending up earning an extra 150 taels. Once her mind settled, she quickly nodded to agree to the deal. Manager Wang asked Jiang Yumei whether she wanted silver coins directly or exchange them for banknotes. Jiang Yumei chose banknotes of 500, 300, and 100 taels, and the remaining 50 taels in silver coins. Manager Wang called the accountant in, handed over the banknotes and silver, and Jiang Yumei gave the ginseng to Master Liao. Master Liao carefully held the ginseng and ran to an empty room to admire it. He had lived so long, and this was the first time he saw such beautiful ginseng. Manager Wang and Jiang Yumei discussed that in the future, they would bring good-looking ginseng or other medicinal herbs here to sell, as their prices were the fairest. Jiang Yumei nodded in agreement. Carrying a large sum of money in her arms, Jiang Yumei nervously went to Dr. Zhang's clinic. Jiang Yushan had just finished his consultation. Seeing that Jiang Dafu's family were villagers from the countryside, Dr. Zhang said, if we use effective medicine, it can be expensive. It costs at least 2 taels of silver for a month's treatment, and you might not be able to afford it. I will replace some expensive herbs with common ones. The effectiveness will be slightly reduced, but if you take it for a longer period, it will still work. Jiang Yumei said, thank you, Dr. Zhang, for considering us, but I still want the best medicine. Jiang Yushan quickly said, Maisie, we've already spent quite a bit on me. I can't burden the family anymore. Besides, ordinary medicine can also cure it. It just takes more time. Don't worry, brother. I will pay for your medicine, Jiang Yumei said. Actually, the medicine she bought earlier in the provincial capital was paid for by her. That's not right. Dad will pay for it. A daughter shouldn't have to pay every time she gets married, Jiang Dafu said. Dr. Zhang, please prescribe some common medicine. Let my son take it for a while longer. Dad, I can afford this. The sooner I get better, the less suffering my brother will have, Jiang Yumei insisted. As long as it was something her daughter insisted on, Jiang Dafu would listen. So he said no more. Dr. Zhang prescribed 10 sets of medicine, enough for a month. After arriving at the front hall, they calculated that they owed 2 taels and 8 qian of silver. The Jiang father and son looked distressed, their faces twitching with worry. Manager Wang happened to come out and offered them a 20% discount. The family of 3 gratefully accepted and expressed their thanks. Jiang Yumei happily handed over the silver, and the group took the medicine and left for Huichun Hall. I won't mention how excited and restless Jiang Yumei was that night. The next day, Jiang Yumei took a carriage to Lanyun Pavilion. Manager Wan was at the shop. Seeing her, he quickly invited her inside. Jiang Yumei wanted to see Cui Qingzheng and Li Huayan to discuss important matters. Madam Lin, please wait a moment. I'll send someone to call them, said Manager Wan. He told Jiang Yumei that Cui Qingzheng had only returned from Wuching half a month ago. His shop there was already open and doing very well. Now, girls from nearby cities and wealthy families in Jiangnan liked Lanyun Pavilion's jewelry, and even merchants from Beijing came here to buy. Then, why doesn't young Master Cui think about opening a branch in Beijing? Jiang Yumei asked. I've heard his family has some influence there, and it's easier to establish himself. Plus, Beijing is more fashionable for clothing. Well, our young master's family is a bit complicated. Lanyun Pavilion is actually the dowry shop of Our Lady, that is, the young master's mother. Manager Wan explained evasively. Jiang Yumei couldn't press further. Business in the shop was booming. Although the items were expensive, they completed several sales in just 15 minutes. Jiang Yumei thought that Cui Qingzheng had probably earned back many times what he paid her for the designs. Suddenly, a clear, cheerful voice rang out. Sister, why did you take so long to come find me? Li Huayan entered, followed by Cui Qingzheng. Cui Qingzheng also greeted her warmly. Jiang family sister, you're here. Her words made Jiang Yumei pause briefly. They exchanged polite greetings. Jiang Yumei then took a set of women's autumn clothes from her bag and handed it to Li Huayan. This is for you, Yin Mei. Try it on and see if it fits. If not, I can adjust it quickly. Thank you, sister. I knew you'd be the best to me, Li Huayan said happily as she took the clothes and went to the second-floor fitting room. Every time I give you something, you say I'm the best, Cui Qingzheng muttered, then stared intently at Jiang Yumei's bag. Seeing that she didn't react, he couldn't help but say, hee hee, Jiang family sister hasn't forgotten me, right? I built a bridge for your village and gave you so many jobs. Young Master Cui, why are you in such a hurry? Can't we take things one step at a time? I also brought a few styles for you to see. Let's wait until Yin Mei tries on her clothes, Jiang Yumei said calmly. Cui Qing was so anxious she was about to jump but had no way to act. Zheng Qi Jiang and Mei were holding their heads high. Suddenly, there was noise upstairs, and then a few figures ran downstairs. Leading the group, Li Huayan happily pulled Jiang Yumei's arm and said, Sister, your dress is so beautiful. I like it very much. She was wearing a deep purple silk dress decorated with colorful chrysanthemum patterns. The collar and front opening were made of apricot yellow silk embroidered with water-green insect and grass patterns. She paired it with a pink skirt and 4 small yellow fabric daisies, along with a slightly larger pink layered peony flower, matching her outfit. Her charming and sweet look was even more lively and elegant. Jiang Yumei had made the dress with a slightly higher waist and gathered the cuffs a bit, making it look much better than traditional styles. The dress was just a little bit long. Turns out my cousin is so beautiful, Cui Qing was almost speechless. When am I not pretty? Li Huayan pouted and replied to Cui Qing, then giggled and said to Jiang Yumei, Sister, what a coincidence. The clothes from Suiyun Pavilion in the capital aren't as pretty as yours. Thank you so much. These fabrics were given to me by you all, so there's no need to thank me, Jiang Yumei said with a smile. Next time you wear it to a more formal occasion, just add a red gemstone hairpin on your head. It shouldn't be too fancy. She adjusted her slightly longer sleeves and said, I thought it was starting to get cold, so I made this outfit a bit longer for you to wear in spring next year. You're still growing taller. Thank you, sister, for thinking so carefully, the girl said, then went upstairs again. This time, I should see what you're going to sell me. Cui Qing deliberately emphasized the word sell, thinking that this foolish woman wouldn't take out the money first. It was more urgent to give gifts. Jiang Yumei took out 2 pairs of men's boots and 2 pairs of women's shoes from her bag. Cui Qing was very surprised. She didn't know shoes could be made like this. Although they looked different from what they wore now, they were very eye-catching. Try on these cotton boots first, Jiang Yumei said, holding a pair of dark brown boots. She untied the laces and explained how to put them on and tie them properly. Cui Qingzheng eagerly tried on the shoes. In this era, men taking off their shoes in front of unrelated women was considered inappropriate. Cui Qingzheng was so excited he didn't think much about this. Jiang Yumei, however, had little awareness of such etiquette and didn't feel she was at a disadvantage. At the same time, Manager 1 was just as excited and impatient, thinking this might be their big chance to succeed. These boots are similar to modern high-top sneakers with laces and a tongue. The shoes are brown and black, with brown laces threaded through black eyelets and white soles. To make walking and running easier, Jiang Yumei borrowed from modern sneaker designs, making the front of the sole slightly thinner and curved upward. Cui Qingzheng put on the shoes, stood up, and took a few steps. They felt comfortable and fitting. More importantly, they were easier to walk in and looked very good. He remembered that he used to be one of the top 8 wealthy young men in the capital, always dressed flashy and showing off his horses. Now, he had quietly left the city and come to his grandmother's house outside Jinzhou. Wearing these unique shoes, he felt like he was once again leading fashion trends. Li Huayan came downstairs and saw Cui Qingzheng's boots. She gasped in surprise and said, Wow, these boots are so beautiful. I've never seen this style before. She then tugged Jiang Yumei's arm and coquettishly said, "Sister, can you make me a pair of shoes like these? Hey, cousin, can you stop causing trouble? Sister and I are busy with important work. Your trivial matters can wait," Cui Qingjing said unhappily to Li Huayun. Li Huayun was about to argue but was pulled back by Jiang Yumei.
Cui Gongzi is right.
Let's focus on the important matter first. Jiang Yumei then picked up another pair of similar but more colorful boots and showed them to Cui Qingjing. "How about these?" Cui Qingjing took the boots and said, "No need to try them. I know they'll look great." She then brought out 2 pairs of women's shoes. One was a light purple embroidered cotton boot with small flowers and purple frog buttons on the side. The other was a green open-toe lace-up shoe with a small pine green butterfly bow at the toe and a 1 centimeter wide pine green silk ribbon for laces. Li Huayun loved them and wanted to ask for them, but Jiang Yumei stopped her. "These 2 pairs are too small for Yun Yun." Jiang Yumei then got to the main point. She proposed that the 3 of them form a partnership to create a workshop dedicated to making high-end shoes. She would contribute her skills, Li Yinhua would provide the funds, and Cui Qingjing would invest money and take charge of management. Seeing that the other 2 were interested, I briefly explained some simple rules about the joint stock company related to their past lives. "Sounds good. I don't have much silver, but I will mortgage this Lanyan pavilion to take the largest share," said Cui Qingjing, the most talented businessman among them. "I am willing to invest money. Tell me how much you need, and I will ask my mother for it," said Li Huayun, actively participating. The 3 discussed for a long time, even abandoning the traditional rules of eating in silence and resting quietly to focus on the details. In the end, they decided that Cui Qingjing and Li Huayun would each initially invest 200 taels of silver. Jiang Yumei would contribute her ideas and skills, making shoes that would be sold for free at Lanyan Pavilion. Cui Qingjing would hold 4 shares, Jiang Yumei and Li Huayun would each hold 2.5 shares, and the remaining share would be given to a benefactor who was most helpful to them in the future. Once the shares were decided, they needed to assign positions to the shareholders and key managers. This was always a very important issue in any era and needed to be solved first. Only after the hierarchy was clear could everyone do their job properly. Cui Qingjing naturally became the boss. Jiang Yumei was appointed as the head of creativity and technology, and Li Huayun was responsible for marketing. She was only a figurehead. Someone else would handle the actual work. Other important positions were also assigned. Wan Zhonggui as the chief manager, a steward from Li Huayun's family as the production supervisor, Huang Jinyang as the sales supervisor, and Jiang Yumei suggested her 3rd uncle as the chief accountant. There was also a technical supervisor to be chosen, preferably an experienced embroidery artist. Other positions would be managed by Cui Qingjing himself. Except for Huang Jinyang and Zhang Deche, everyone else was in the provincial capital. This team needed to start working within 10 days. Cui Qingjing issued the first order. Huang Jinyang and Zhang Deche must start within 10 days. If they didn't show up, others would be hired. Jiang Yumei also recommended Jiang Yushu to replace Huang Jinyang as shopkeeper at Zi Pavilion in the county seat, which Cui Qingjing approved. With personnel issues settled, they began discussing business matters. The workshop was named Qi Ji Yun Workshop. Jiang Yumei didn't dare suggest calling it a company. Ancient people wouldn't understand what a company was. The workshop was located in the provincial capital, mainly staffed by those who originally made clothes and accessories for Lanyan Pavilion, with some expansion. The workshop's male shoes were called Qi brand, and women's shoes were called Yun brand. The designs were created by Jiang Yumei, and each pair of shoes had to feature the brand's pattern. Once made, the shoes would be launched by Lanyan Pavilion. All discussions were finished by dusk. Jiang Yumei was about to return to her inn, but there were still some matters to discuss another day. Before leaving, Jiang Yumei said she wanted to buy people, preferably a whole family. She asked shopkeeper Wan which pawn shop in the provincial city had the best reputation. Shopkeeper Wan was already a clever man, recently promoted, and Jiang Yumei had become his superior. Naturally, he was eager to help. He introduced her to several pawnshops in Jianzhou Prefecture and said he would accompany her there the next morning. This was perfect, and Jiang Yumei happily accepted his offer. After returning to the inn, Jiang Yumei told Jiang Dafu and Jiang Yushan about her partnership with Cui Qing to open a workshop. She also mentioned that she had recommended Jiang Dach to be the chief accountant of the workshop, and Yushan to be the shopkeeper of Zi Pavilion in Qinghua County. Jiang Dafu was so happy, he kept rubbing his hands and nodded repeatedly, saying that life would be better for their family now. Seeing Jiang Yushan silent and thoughtful, Jiang Yumei guessed he was worried about his health and felt helpless to support the family. She said to him, "Big brother, focus on recovering from your illness. In the future, with your knowledge, you can still take the imperial exams if you want. If not, there are more important things for you to do." Jiang Yushan felt a little better and sighed, "It's all my fault for being useless, making our parents worry, and even my sister has to worry about me. When I get better, I will study hard and support you all, so those people won't bully you anymore." The next day, after breakfast, shopkeeper Wan came to visit. Jiang Dafu, Jiang Yumei, and shopkeeper Wan went to the pawn shop. Because Jiang Yumei's situation was quite special, they didn't find a suitable match at the first two pawn shops. The second pawn shop's lady advised her, "Young lady, your requirements are different from others. Most don't want to buy a whole family, thinking that servants who stay together might have their own thoughts and may not be loyal. If you really want to buy a family, you can buy one man and one woman, and let them get married. By tomorrow, they will be a proper family." Her words made Jiang Yumei think of a past incident where colleagues wanted to breed her family's dog and arranged for a male and female dog to be together. Buying a man and woman to form a family and having them marry quickly seemed similar to what was described above. It was a world without rights, and although she couldn't change it, she simply couldn't bring herself to do such a thing. They then went to a third pawn shop. There, they really found what they wanted: two families. One family was a couple with a son and a daughter. The couple was around 30, with a 10-year-old son and a 12-year-old daughter. The other family consisted of a couple, their elderly father, a second son, and a daughter. The couple is around 30 years old, the father about 50, the eldest son 14, the younger son 6, and the daughter 12. Jiang Yumei truly considered this family because they had fewer members and could work. Another family had an old person and a young child. She wasn't a saint and didn't want to support idle people for free. Manager 1 asked about these two families. The broker explained that both families were servants of a noble family from a neighboring province. The master had been exiled and his household confiscated, so the servants were sold. Since such servants were cheaper, the broker bought dozens of them, but the others had been sold elsewhere. Only these two families wanted to be sold together, and they hadn't been sold yet. "I just wanted to do a good deed and didn't want their family to be separated," the broker said. "But if I can't find a suitable buyer, I'll have to sell them separately." "Are you talking about the original household of Governor Song Chuanxiong from Mian City?" Wan asked. "Yes, that's the one." Song Chuanxiong's family was also affected by the Jingcheng Song family's downfall. He was executed, and the rest of his family was exiled. The broker sighed. One quietly told Jiang Yumei that the Jingcheng Song family was once a noble family too. Because of a power struggle, they lost their position. The new Emperor Jianren, Emperor Renei, didn't kill them all but removed their titles. However, earlier this year, they were accused of plotting to assassinate Emperor Jianren, which was a serious crime. As a result, the family was destroyed. Song Chuanxiong was a branch member of the Jingcheng Song family and was also affected. His reputation was still good. Jiang Yumei thought that these families, once servants of wealthy households, had lived better than ordinary people, like the servants in the Jia family from Dream of the Red Chamber. They might not want to go to the countryside with her, and they were quite cautious. She didn't really want to take them. She told the broker, "My family isn't wealthy either, and we live in the countryside. They might not be willing to follow us to such hard times. Let's go see other families." Just as she finished speaking, the man from the larger family knelt and said to Jiang Yumei, "As long as the lady is willing, our whole family doesn't want to be separated. We're willing to go to the countryside with you. We can all work. I can do physical labor and count money. My wife is good at cooking and embroidery. My father can drive a cart and do carpentry. The 3 children, except the youngest, can work. The older 2 already work in the household. The little boy, hearing his father, quickly knelt and said clearly, "Madam, I can work too. When I was in the household, I helped deliver messages and pass things. I don't eat for free, and I don't eat much either." When Jiang Yumei heard the man's self-introduction, she felt a little moved. The family skills were exactly what she wanted, and the little boy was clever like a small bun. She felt a strange pain in her heart. She asked, "Are you willing to follow me to the countryside to live a hard life? After this trouble, we've seen things clearly. As long as the wife doesn't dislike us, we are willing to follow you." The old man knelt down and said. The others also knelt down together. Jiang Yumei was not used to people kneeling so easily, especially since her status was already quite low. She quickly said, "Please get up. If you are willing, I will buy all of you." In the end, this family of 6 was bought for 30 taels of silver. Jiang Yumei paid the money and went to the government office to reissue the contract. These 6 people now belong to Jiang Yumei's private property. The 6 people knelt again to acknowledge her as their master. The family's surname was Song. The old man was called Old Song, the man was Song Wankai, the woman was Zhou Shi, the eldest son was Song Dachuan, the second son was Song Kun, and the daughter was Song Xiaxia. They asked Jiang Yumei to give them new names. Jiang Yumei was not very interested in naming them, so she said they could keep their original names. For lunch, they ate outside. Jiang Dafu, his daughter, and manager once sat at one table, and they ordered another table for the Song family. Zhou Shi and her daughter wanted to serve them, but Jiang Yumei told them to go eat first. They would plan after finishing their work in the evening. After the meal, Jiang Yumei parted ways with manager Wan. Jiang Dafu and his daughter took the 6 people back to the inn. They asked for 2 rooms and had the waiter bring water for bath. After they washed up and freshened themselves, Song Wankai and Zhou Shi came to listen to Jiang Yumei's instructions. They called Jiang Dafu Old Lord and Jiang Yushan Grandpa. The 2 men blushed, and Jiang Dafu quickly waved his hands, saying, "I'm just a simple man. No need to call me Old Lord." "That's funny." Jiang Yumei explained her family situation to Song Wankai. She said that after returning home, she wouldn't reveal their servant status but would live as a guest and help with some chores. However, their new house was not finished yet, so the family had to live in 2 places. Zhou Shi and her daughter, along with Kun, stayed at her house, while the other 3 temporarily stayed at Jiang's old house. They would move into the new house once it was finished. Right now, Song Wankai and Zhou Shi mainly ran errands. Song Dachuan mainly served Jiang Yushan, preparing medicine and helping carry things upstairs and downstairs. The others could rest for now, and they would discuss more after returning. Jiang Yumei also took out 2 taels of silver to ask Zhou to buy some rough cotton cloth for making clothes for her family, as well as ready-made clothes for Song Wankai, Zhou, Song Dachuan, and others. The family's clothes were dirty and torn. Song Wankai and Zhou had to run errands, and Song Dachuan needed to take care of Jiang Yushan. These 3 needed to wear clean, presentable clothes. The clothes for the other 3 were made by Zhou and Xiaoxia in their spare time. Dinner was requested by Song Wankai. Jiang Yumei told him to ask for a few dishes for her family and also some of the same dishes for the Song family with larger portions so they could eat in their room. Song Wankai nervously said, "How can we servants eat more than the master's family?" Jiang Yumei replied, "Since you have more people, you should eat more. Besides, you've probably been hungry for several days. Eat your fill and rest well." Zhou and her daughter came to serve the hosts at dinner, and Jiang Yumei told them to go back. While the family was eating, Old Song said, "This master's family looks kind and just. They're not rich, but much better than those greedy, dishonest families. After we survived that disaster, we're still together and haven't lost any family members. We should thank the master's family for their kindness and serve them well in the future." Everyone nodded in agreement. After dinner, a maid from the Li estate came to see Jiang Yumei and handed her a notice. It was an invitation from Chun, the mother of Li Huayun, asking Jiang Yumei to visit Li's house the next day. After the maid left, Jiang Yumei called Zhou over and asked about the customs of noble families. She was most afraid of meeting these ladies-in-waiting, not because she was shy, but because she didn't want to bow to them. She didn't want to bow to strangers, as it hurt her pride. Zhou told her that usually, a simple greeting was enough when meeting these ladies. No need for bows unless it was a special occasion like a birthday. Jiang Yumei felt relieved and decided that Zhou would go with her the next day. That night, Jiang Dafu asked when they could return home. Jiang Yumei said to wait a bit. There were still some matters at the workshop to discuss, and the cooperation agreement needed to be finalized before they could leave. The next day, Jiang Yumei changed into a light-colored blouse and a green horseface skirt, with embroidered white plum blossoms around the collar and hem. She also wore 3 small cherry-colored flowers in her hair, which suited her widow's status, but added a touch of elegance. Jiang Yushan knew that they had only invited him casually and didn't expect anyone with serious illness to come, so he didn't want to go. Jiang Yumei and her daughter took a carriage with Song Wangkai and Zhou to Li's house. Jiang Dafu strongly disliked riding in carriages. He asked Xiao airily about walking for over half an hour to the Li residence and questioned why they should spend money on a carriage. Even if his daughter paid, he was unwilling. Jiang Yumei didn't want to walk either. Seeing her father's stern face and his annoyed mood, she quietly told him that she had sold some ginseng to Cui Qing and earned a little money, so she didn't mind small expenses. Jiang Dafu's expression softened a bit. Jiang Yumei didn't mention the sale of the ginseng. Some things were better kept between her and her little brother. When they arrived at the Li residence, the gatekeeper already knew they were coming. The steward Li, who was about to become the production manager, was responsible for greeting Jiang Dafu and took him to the outer courtyard. Jiang Yumei rode in a sedan chair to the inner courtyard. This was her first time riding in a sedan chair in this life, and she found it very interesting. After a short walk, the sedan stopped. A maid helped her and Mrs. Zhou out of the sedan. They crossed the main courtyard filled with various chrysanthemums and entered a hall. There, a well-dressed woman in her 40s sat at the head, and Li Huayan sat beside her. That woman was likely Li Huayan's mother and Aunt Qinjihong. When Li Huayan saw Jiang Yumei, she smiled and ran over. Sister has arrived. Jiang Yumei smiled at her and bowed to Mrs. Li, saying, the common woman Jiang sure greets the lady. Mrs. Li smiled warmly, just call me auntie. Yunu, Hanger, and Jing often talk about you in my ears. Jiang Yumei turned slightly and took 2 small bags from Mrs. Zhou. These are specially designed and sewn for the lady and the matriarch. I hope you don't mind. These bags were made at home, prepared as gifts for such visits. The design was inspired by wallets from her previous life, using thin bamboo strips fixed into a flat rectangle. The fabric was a reddish silk embroidered with gold and dark blue patterns. One corner had a triangular flap secured with a button covered in pink fabric, shaped like a plum blossom. A maid took the bags and handed them to Mrs. Li. She opened one and looked at it, nodding happily. Yuner and Jinger both say you're clever and skillful. This purse looks so charming. Hee, I wasn't wrong, right? Li Huayan said. Jiang Yumei sat down. Mrs. Li first talked about family matters, learning that her family was originally a farming and scholarly household. Her brother was a scholar, and her son was studying at a school, which made her feel somewhat satisfied. Yuner was innocent and lively, and she was worried her daughter might be led astray by bad friends. Looking at this woman now, although she is a rural widow, her dress is simple and elegant, with a unique charm. She speaks politely and is well-educated, which is impressive. Then she started talking about some factory matters. Madame Li comes from a merchant family and knows a lot about business, speaking like an expert. At this moment, Cui Qing also arrived. The group discussed how to run the factory behind the scenes, and Madame Li offered some advice. Jiang Yumei shared some strategies from her previous life that could work in this era for company management and marketing, which made Madame Li see her in a new light. She thought to herself that this young woman was truly rare and clever, with at least 10,000 ideas. Her words could be used not only for business but also for managing the household, or even in official circles. Unfortunately, she was from a low background and had a difficult fate. While admiring Jiang Yumei, her eyes drifted to her daughter, who was looking around absent-mindedly. At this moment, Li Huayan was no longer as excited about pretty clothes and jewelry as she was earlier. Madame Li shook her head, thinking she needed to train a few more loyal household helpers and experienced merchants. She also needed to find a way for Yin'er to spend more time with Jiang Yumei. The saying "you become like those you associate with" was true. Yin'er should learn more from her to become clever. In the afternoon, Wan Zhonggui brought back the contract stamped with a big red seal from the government. The partnership of 3 shareholders in the factory was officially approved and protected by law. Once the contract was settled, Jiang Yumei decided to return to her hometown. She had been missing her little bun terribly these days. Some matters she didn't want to get involved in, so she left Cui Qingzheng to handle them. She decided that she would only contribute initial ideas for the factory's operation and then focus on designing and sharing the profits. She wouldn't work herself to exhaustion like in her past life. This time, she wanted to enjoy life and stay away from hard work. With her third uncle Jiang Dach in a key position, she wasn't worried about being cheated. Before leaving, she told Cui Qingzheng she would regularly send him her sample designs, and other than that, she wouldn't interfere much. When she was leaving, she took out a stack of papers from her bag and handed them to Cui Qingzheng. She said these were her suggestions, which might help him. Madame Li also gave her many gifts, including 2 brocade boxes from the old madam, who said, "I know you are capable. Focus on doing your best for Zheng'er. I will remember your kindness." On the way back, Jiang Yumei told Jiang Dafu that everything was almost settled and they could return to their hometown tomorrow. Returning to the inn to organize my belongings, I found 2 bolts of cloth for packs of snacks, for packs of sugar, 2 sheets of fine rice paper, and surprisingly, 2 silver hairpins from Taihe Tower. My old lady also gave me a string of glass beads and a pair of gold earrings with emerald drops. That evening, Jiang Yumei took Zhou and went to the night market to buy some items, some for our family, some as gifts. She even spent 2 taels and 8 qian of silver to buy a brass pipe with a jade mouth for old Master Jiang. Since they took the early boat back, we arrived at West River Village right at noon. After landing, we took a ox cart across Bishui Bridge to the village. After crossing the bridge, Jiang Yumei got off, and Song Wankai and Zhou took the items to go home first. Jiang Dafu and his son led a few people in the ox cart back to the old Jiang family house. At home, Jiang Yumei sorted out the things for the old house and then took Song and his wife to the Jiang family. She directly went to the main room with the items. Everyone was there except Wang and Jiang Yushan, who were out. Wang was at the shop helping Jiang Yoshua prepare dinner, and Jiang Yushan was resting after feeling tired. Jiang Yumei first shared the items with them because she saw that Xiaowei's eyes were already fixed on her basket. This time, she gave them a dark blue silk cloth bought at the night market, a pack of snacks, and a silver hairpin with a plum blossom design. When she took out the hairpin, it dazzled everyone. Wei's family had a silver hairpin given as a dowry when she married into the Jiang family, but it was much simpler and smaller than this one. Wei's hands trembled slightly as she held the silver hairpin. "Maisie, how much did you spend on this? Grandma is old, and wearing this is such a waste." "Grandma, I didn't buy this. I made a set of clothes for a young lady from the general's mansion, and she liked to give me gifts," Jiang Yumei explained. Old Master Jiang smiled and took the hairpin to look at it. "No wonder it's so delicate. It's from Taihe Tower. Of course, it looks fine." After Old Master Jiang explained, Jiang Yumei understood that Taihe Tower was a famous silver shop in the Great Kong Dynasty, similar to Zhou Dashing in the previous life. She then handed the jade-mouthed brass pipe to Old Master Jiang. "This was bought especially for you by my granddaughter. See if it's good to use." Old Master Jiang happily took the pipe, playing with it fondly. "I've seen Lord Zhao use one, but this one is better. Good granddaughter, Grandpa is blessed. But in the future, don't buy such expensive things again." Xiaowei was already eager to ask for her share, and Li saw how anxious Xiaowei looked and couldn't help but feel disappointed in her. Jiang Yumei quickly took out the gifts for the eldest household, including 8 chi of silk cloth similar to that in the upper house, brighter silk satin of the same length, 1 jean of sugar, and a piece of silk scarf. Little Wei sure asked disappointedly, Didn't they also bring us a silver hairpin? As soon as she said this, everyone in the big house blushed deeply. Jiang Dashue was so angry she wanted to go up and smear glue on her mouth, scolding, "You greedy woman, no matter how many things you get, they won't fill your mouth. Stop talking and go back. I was just asking if there's none, then forget it. Why get so angry?" Little Wei Shi said with a smile, not feeling she had done anything wrong. Jiang Yumei could only explain, "Li's family only sent me two. I thought I'd give one to my grandmother and one to my maternal grandmother. Even my mother didn't get one." Originally, Jiang Yumei wanted to give one to Mrs. Li, but thinking she probably wouldn't want to wear it to show respect to her mother, she decided to give it herself. Later, she could buy more for Mrs. Li and herself. Jiang Dashue blushed and said, "Mei Zi, don't mind your eldest aunt. She's just a foolish woman who can't keep her dignity." Little Wei Shi nonchalantly pursed her lips. Jiang Yumei remembered a saying from her previous life, "The thick-skinned are invincible in the world." Jiang Yumei then mentioned she had recommended Jiang Dach to work as a chief accountant at a workshop in the provincial capital, and Jiang Yushu had gone to Qinghua County Z Pavilion to be a shopkeeper. Jiang Yushu was so excited she stammered, "Mei Zi, I've never been a shopkeeper before. Do you think I can do it? Brother Shu has studied for many years and run a shop for a few years. He's smart and quick. He'll get the hang of it," Jiang Yumei said. "You should go to Qinghua County early, meet with manager Huang to hand over things, and learn a bit. It's best to leave in the next day or two." Jiang Yushu nodded in agreement. The eldest aunt happily said, "Then my Shu will be a city person from now on." Old Master Jiang nodded and told Jiang Dashue after lunch, "Go to the town to find the big cart and tell him about this. Have him quickly hand over the affairs of the tavern to the provincial capital. This shoemaking workshop is run by the general's office. Doing well there could lead to a bright future." Jiang Yumei also said, "Third uncle should leave for the provincial capital soon. Cui Gongzi said if he doesn't go within 10 days, he'll lose his position." Wei Shi hurriedly told Li Shi and little Wei Shi, "Hurry and bring the food to the table." After eating, the eldest should go to the town to find the third. Little Wei Shi, almost a city girl now, ran so fast she seemed to be flying, even her steps full of wind. After dinner, Jiang Yumei left the three men from the Song family to stay temporarily at the old Jiang residence. During this time, Jiang Dafu could take them to work in the fields. She also gave Li a silver coin or two, making it clear that until the house was repaired, these men would stay and eat here. She also brought gifts for her second and third wives and her grandmother's family to her. Before leaving the Jiang family gate, Mrs. Wei called Jiang Yumei aside. She hesitated and said that Jiang Daegu was her niece. She had just visited her parents yesterday and learned that her father and sister had gone to the provincial city. Since everyone had gifts, but she didn't, it might seem a bit unfair. She asked if she could also be given something. As long as Mrs. Wei didn't mention Jiang Daegu, Jiang Yumei would pretend not to hear. But once she did, Jiang Yumei couldn't refuse, so she turned back to the west wing. She tore off 8 feet of fabric from the cloth she bought for Li and handed it to Mrs. Wei. Seeing that Mrs. Wei wanted to say more, Jiang Yumei said, "That's all I have. These fabrics are enough for my aunt and uncle to make each a new outfit. I also spent quite a bit of money on the shopping trip." Yes, and the medicine for the children was also paid for by Maisie. "It costs more than 2 taels of silver a month," Li said painfully beside her. Mrs. Wei had to swallow her words. Jiang Yumei took her mother-in-law Zhou and her daughter Chun, along with chickens, sheep, and a basket of things stored at Zhang's house, and returned home. On the way, she made a detour to the North Village entrance to buy 2 pork ribs and a set of pork intestines. Back home, Jiang Yumei first explained the household rules and divisions of labor. Zhou mainly fetched water, watered the backyard vegetable garden, and cooked. Xiao Xiao was responsible for laundry, tidying the house, and feeding the chickens. Chun took care of the sheep and played. There weren't many chores at home right now. She emphasized that they were not allowed to enter the bedroom casually. She also briefly explained about the other family members who had been in the mountains for several days. She reassured them that they didn't need to be afraid. They wouldn't bite family members. The family of 3 would sleep on the floor in the main hall tonight. Since it was cold now, the ground was chilly. They took out some wooden boards from the storage room to put under the bedding at night and added some straw. This was just a temporary solution. They hurried to finish the bedding so Zhou and her daughter could sleep comfortably. They had bought cotton and coarse cloth in the provincial city. Jiang Yumei then tidied up the house. Zhou fetched water and watered the vegetable garden. Xiao Xia chopped vegetables, mixed feed with bran to feed the chickens, and washed the pig intestines. Chun led the sheep to graze near the yard. With so many people, the chores were finished quickly. Zhou then took Xiao Chun to the kitchen to boil the pig intestines and started making clothes and bedding in the main hall. Jiang Yumei went to her bedroom, closed the door, and organized her belongings. Now, the family has over 1,000 taels of silver, which is worth over 1,000,000 yuan. Becoming rich suddenly feels a bit overwhelming. Tomorrow, I will go to town to buy a cow, a cart, and 2 piglets that little Baozi keeps thinking about. I will also look for a good blacksmith and buy more land if I find any. In a few days, I will start building a house and digging a pond. After organizing the savings, I will sort out the things I brought back from the provincial capital. Once everything is arranged, I will ask Zhou to continue making bedding and invite little Xia to help in the kitchen with cooking. Today, she will cook a nice meal herself to thank little Baozi. Chun, looking dirty, came back. He led the sheep into the backyard shed and then asked Jiang Yumei, "Madam, the sheep have finished eating. What else should I do?" Jiang Yumei smiled and told little Xia to fetch water for Chun to wash his hands and face. This clever boy is always worried about being idle, so he keeps looking for things to do. She gently pinched his little black face and said, "From now on, don't call me madam.
Just call me Aunt Lin."
There's nothing else to do now. Go play in the yard and wait for tonight's meat feast." Seeing this scene, little Baozi almost cried. She never expected the master's family to treat their servants so kindly. Jiang Yumei cooked all little Baozi's favorite dishes: stir-fried pork intestines with green peppers, sweet and sour ribs, chive scrambled eggs, fish-flavored eggplant, pickled white radish and pork rib soup. When everything was almost ready, she went to wait at the gate. The autumn wind lifted her hair and brushed her face, bringing a slight chill. Southern late autumn is not as bleak as in the north. The green mountains and setting sun remain, and the trees are still lush, only with fewer leaves. The sparse withered grass on the barren land and the few yellow leaves hanging on the willow branches tell people that winter is coming. It's been 6 days since she last saw little Baozi, and it felt like a long time. Suddenly, she thought, if one day her little Baozi's wings grow strong enough to fly into a wider sky, how could she bear to let go? When she finally has to release him to spread his wings and fly away, tears welled up in her eyes. Just as she wiped her tears, she saw a small figure approaching rapidly, shining with golden light, running toward her. "Mother, mother, mother." Little Baozi called out as he ran, his voice full of excitement and a hint of crying. Jiang Yumei also ran forward, muttering, "Slow down, son. Be careful not to fall." Little Baozi hugged his mother's neck, his legs wrapped around her waist, and couldn't help crying again. "Mother, I miss you so much. I think about you all the time, even in my dreams." "Good boy, I miss you too. I'm back now, aren't I?" Jiang Yumei held her son, gently kissing his little face while rocking him back and forth like a cradle. The movement made the little bundle feel even more comfortable. The 2 women had been at the gate of the courtyard for a long time, and only then did Jiang Yumei carry her little one inside. Jiang Yumei saw Chun looking at them with big, round eyes. She said to the baby, "Look, someone has come to visit us." Hearing this, the baby looked up with big, teary eyes. When he saw a small black boy watching him, he curiously asked, "Who is he?" Before Jiang Yumei could answer, Zhou Shi came out from the main room and quickly said to Chun, "Hurry, bow to the young master." The little Xia and Chun followed Zhou Shi and knelt down, saying, "Greetings, young master." Jiang Yumei gently set the baby down, who stood there, unsure of what to do. She smiled and said, "Everyone get up. No need to kneel all the time now." She also told them not to call him young master anymore, but Nian Gur instead. Then she introduced the others to the baby. Call her Sister Song. This is Sister Xia, and this is Heir Chunzi. The baby politely greeted them. He then remembered his valuable ginseng and wondered if it had been sold yet, and for how much. He wanted to ask his mother, but seeing the family of 3 next door holding back their words, he kept quiet. Jiang Yumei smiled, patted his head softly to comfort him, and silently said, "We'll talk about it tonight." Having visitors at home made things uncomfortable, and Jiang Yumei was not used to this situation where she couldn't speak freely in her own house. She thought about fixing the house soon so they could have some privacy. In the kitchen, Jiang Yumei divided each dish into 2 portions. She and the baby ate at the big table, while Zhou Shi's family ate at a small table. Zhou Shi's family was nervous and didn't dare to sit and eat. They said they would serve the master first and then eat afterward. Jiang Yumei disagreed, saying, "We don't need anyone to serve us. Just eat your meal. Finish quickly and tidy up the house, so we can prepare the bedding." After dinner, Zhou Shi's family went to the kitchen to clean up. Jiang Yumei took the baby into the bedroom, closed the door, and whispered to him that the ginseng had been sold for 950 taels of silver. She showed him the banknotes and silver coins. The baby was surprised to hear they sold so much and hugged his mother happily, giving her a big kiss. "Mother, we've made a lot of money. Even Lord Zhao's family probably doesn't have this much silver," he said with a big smile. Just after speaking, he quickly covered his mouth with one chubby hand, glanced at the door, and then, with a small, fat hand, he pressed the silver notes and quietly giggled for a while. Her expression became serious again as she softly said, "Mother, although we have some money now, we should save it. The days ahead are long, and we can't spend all of it now." "Mother isn't thinking of spending it all," Jiang Yumei replied unhappily, emphasizing the word all. "Does she think I can't save money?" Seeing her child satisfied nod, she continued, "But we should spend what needs to be spent. Last time you said you wanted to buy some land, right? Let's buy some more land." Xiao Baozi nodded, "Yes, I want to buy land. Having land and crops makes me feel more secure." "Do you still want to buy 2 piglets? Now that our family has grown, they can be fed," Jiang Yumei asked. "Mother is right. We should buy piglets. With so many of us, 2 isn't enough. We need at least 4. We can raise 3 and sell them when they grow fat, and keep 1 for ourselves," Xiao Baozi said happily, thinking about raising pigs. He's very excited because he heard they can finally buy piglets. "All right, let's buy 4 piglets," Jiang Yumei agreed. Then she tentatively asked, "Son, what do you think about us buying a cow?" "Why buy a cow? Cows are precious treasures and very expensive. Our land is rented out, so we don't need a cow to plow. Buying one would just be a waste of money," the little boy said loudly, then quickly covered his mouth, worried someone might hear. "A cow costs at least 8 or 9 taels of silver. We might as well buy a piece of land with that money. Mother, we can just ride Grandpa Zhao's cart whenever we go out. It only costs a few coins, and it's very convenient. Riding in a cart in our village is already impressive. Other women would definitely envy you and be jealous." He looked like he was saying, "You really don't know how to be satisfied." Whenever money was mentioned, the little boy became less likable, and Jiang Yumei felt helpless. She thought for a moment and then said, "Son, I didn't buy a cow just for us to ride. This time I bought 6 people. 1 is Grandpa Song, who can drive the cart. Since he's at home with nothing to do, I thought he could go out and earn some money to help the family." Xiao Baozi was surprised. "Mother, why did you buy so many people? There are only 2 of us. Do we really need so many? How much food would that take every day?" The clever little boy was suddenly at a loss for words. "These 6 people are a family. If I only bought 2 or 3, wouldn't they be separated from their families? Think about it, if our mother and I were separated, it would be very sad. So I bought them all," Jiang Yumei explained. "It's not right to let them be separated." Little Baozi nodded in agreement, then sighed and said, "But how much food would so many people need? It seems our granary might run out in less than half a year."
Sigh.
He looked serious, like an old man. "That's why Mother wants to buy a cart. It will be convenient for us, and Grandpa Song can go out driving the cart to earn money. Also, Uncle Song and Big Brother Song can take care of the fish pond and tend the fruit trees. The money they earn will be enough to support them. Only heir Chunzi cannot support himself. If you really don't want him, you can sell him, Jiang Yumei said on purpose. No, I can't, little Baozi said anxiously, raising his voice without meaning to. He looked outside the door and lowered his voice. It's so sad to let him leave his mother. His father and mother are working hard, and that's enough to support him. Maybe we can buy a few ducks or geese for him to take care of. Mother also thinks so. When he's a bit older, we can send him to school to learn to read, so he can be your book boy. My son wants to pass the imperial exam and become a scholar. How can he not have a book boy?
Jiang Yumei said.
Little Baozi nodded in agreement, but his sighs and groans showed his inner pain and confusion. Jiang Yumei then told him about going to the town tomorrow. Tomorrow, the school is on holiday, so you can go to town with mother and have some fun. When little Baozi heard they would go to town, he finally felt a bit happier. Then let's bring heir Chunzi too. He probably hasn't been to Qinghe town before. It'll be good for him to see more. The next day, Jiang Yumei told Zhou and Xia at home that she would take little Baozi and heir Chun to Zhang's house. Heir Chun was so excited when he heard he could go to town that he didn't sleep all night. Zhou quietly told him, the better the master treats us, the more we should remember we are servants. We must serve brother Nian well. Heir Chun nodded and said he understood. Originally, Jiang Yumei wanted to take a boat from the dock, but seeing that little Baozi didn't agree, they only took Xiao Lao's cart to the village entrance. When passing Bishui Bridge, they saw Xiao Lao's ox cart waiting at the bridgehead. Jiang Yumei asked him to wait a moment. Usually, Xiao Lao's cart waits at the northern village entrance, but now it was at the southern entrance, crossing Bishui Bridge and going through Donghe Village to Shengguan Road, which was much easier. But the fare had increased to 3 cents. At Zhang's house, Old Song was waiting at home, and Song Wangkai and his son had gone to the fields with Jiang Dafu. When they arrived in town, they said goodbye to Grandpa Zhao and told him they wouldn't need him to wait for them. Today was market day, and the streets were busy with people shopping. Jiang Yumei asked 2 children to hold the adults' hands tightly so they wouldn't get lost. She also bought 2 strings of candied hawthorn for them to eat. They first went to the cattle market. Old Song used to drive a horse-drawn cart and was quite experienced in taking care of horses. Although now they had replaced the horses with cattle, there were many similarities. He chose a strong-looking bull, checked its teeth, and nodded to Jiang Yumei. The seller asked for 9 taels and 5 qian of silver, but they finally agreed on 8 taels and 5 qian. They also bought a cart and put it on. The family happily sat in the cart, finally becoming a family with a cart. When Jiang Yumei paid, little Baozi felt sad seeing the money go, but after sitting in the cart, his excitement took over, and he stopped thinking about the 8 taels of silver. They then bought 4 piglets, and seeing some geese for sale, they bought 4 geese as well. After buying some daily necessities and cooking spices, the group ate a bowl of noodle soup at a street stall. Originally, Baozi only agreed to eat plain noodles because he had already spent so much money. Jiang Yumei quietly told him, look at how much you've been eating lately. You're growing taller. Heir Chunzi, who is a year older than you, is the same height now. Hearing this, the often discouraged Baozi suddenly felt proud and said happily with a big smile, all right, let's just eat hearty, eat noodle soup. No matter what, we can't skimp on food. After the meal, they went to a dental shop. Uncle Wang, the dentist, heard they wanted to buy more land and introduced them to a 100-mu water field in Hongkou Village, south of the town. The owner wanted to sell it because he planned to go to another province to join his son. The price was fair, 8 taels of silver per mu. But since there was so much land, no one could afford to buy it all at once. People who wanted to buy only 1 or 2 mu found it too troublesome and refused to buy. Hearing this, Jiang Yumei was interested and said she wanted to see it. So, everyone took a bullock cart to Hongkou Village. The field had already been planted with winter wheat. It was indeed good land, with rich soil, not far from the town, about half an hour on foot. It was located between Qinghe town and Shihe village, slightly west, about an hour's walk to Shihe village from here. Jiang Yumei was very pleased but kept a calm face. The landlord, Mr. Fong, said through gritted teeth, "If the young lady buys it, I will also give you the seeds from the field." They returned to the town. Jiang Yumei went to Qinghe restaurant to find Jiang Dach. At that moment, Jiang Dach had just finished settling accounts with a new accountant and was about to go home to pack. He was very grateful to his niece. When she said she wanted to buy the land, he naturally agreed to act as a middleman and sign the contract. Buying so much land would cost a lot of silver, and he admired his niece's skill. They went to invite Zhang, the shopkeeper from Qinghe restaurant, to be a witness. Everyone signed the contract, and Jiang Yumei also took a silver coin to ask Uncle Wang to help handle the red deed at the county office. After signing the contract, the landlord told Jiang Yumei that the tenants farming their land were experienced farmers. He planned to take one family to his son's place, but wanted to keep the remaining 6 families. If they worked well, Jiang Yumei was happy to continue using them. She agreed and said she would visit the fields again tomorrow. They had almost spent all the money from selling ginseng. Including building the house and buying things for Old Song's family, they probably had no money left. The money was really hard to spend. When signing the contract, Jiang Yumei told Xiao Baozi and Heir Chunzi to stay outside and play with Jiang Yuqin. If Xiao Baozi saw so many banknotes at once, he would definitely cry. When the ox cart passed through Donghe village, the sun was already setting. The meat seller, Zhang the butcher man, called out to Xiao Baozi, "Kid, I only have 2 jin of lean meat and 2 bones left. If you want them, I'll give you a good price." People in this era didn't like eating lean meat, but Jiang Yumei liked it. Seeing the meat looked good, she bought it all. Back home, she gave the meat to Mrs. Zhou to cook dinner. She took Old Song to the backyard to lead the ox. There was an old ox shed, but it was damaged from age, so Old Song repaired it. Xiao Baozi and Heir Chunzi led the sheep and geese outside to feed them. Although it was late, they still ate a little. When Jiang Yumei passed by the chicken coop in the front yard, she heard the hens clucking loudly, flapping wildly. They seemed much more frantic than usual. The hens looked like they were going crazy, very excited. As soon as she entered the kitchen, Xia Xia happily took out a dozen small eggs and told Jiang Yumei, "The hens laid eggs. There are 16 eggs at once." She said that in the afternoon, the hens suddenly started squawking loudly and evenly. She didn't think these half-grown chickens could lay eggs, so she didn't pay attention. But the more they squawked, the more excited they seemed, almost flipping the coop. When she looked carefully, she found they had laid eggs. Jiang Yumei suddenly understood. No wonder the hens were acting so strangely. They were showing off. She didn't know how clever her hens were. When Heir Guzi came that night, they all loudly warned the others. Sometimes, when she let them out, they wouldn't peck at the vegetables in the backyard. Instead, they would quickly run to the vegetable garden to do their business. She had been afraid to kill them earlier, so she didn't give them clean water. But they still became very clever. Maybe because her vegetable garden was occasionally watered with clean water and they ate a lot of vegetables, they indirectly drank the water and became smarter. It seems these chickens can't be killed anymore. They can only lay eggs and then retire with honor. They also have to be responsible for their care in old age, which is not very cost-effective. It looks like in the future, I will have to buy chicken meat from outside if I want to eat it. Thinking about the 4 piglets I bought during the day, I am determined not to feed them my own vegetables anymore, or it would be a waste to raise them for nothing. Chickens and geese can still lay eggs, but pigs only gain weight and can't do much else. They can't be like the heroic pig from my past life, Pig Strong, who was so fat he couldn't move, nor can they be slaughtered to serve the people. Jiang Yumei took a basket and packed the eggs inside, telling Mrs. Zhou and her daughter that these eggs were especially for little Baozi and Jiang Dashan. The others should still buy eggs to eat. Later, she saw that the little chickens laid at least 15 eggs every day, so she started eating some herself. She also took some to old Jiang and Jiang Dafu, and occasionally gave some to old man Chen and little Fatty. Of course, that's a story for another time. That evening, she cooked shredded pork, bitter melon stir-fried with pork slices, stir-fried bamboo shoots, radish and bone soup, and pancakes made from white flour and millet flour mixed together. Each dish was divided into 2 portions. Jiang Yumei and her daughter shared one table, and the Song family of 4 shared another. Needless to say, Old Man Song ate very carefully and was deeply touched. After dinner, Old Man Song suggested that since he was now free at home and had a cart, he wanted to go out and earn some money by pulling the cart. Jiang Yumei nodded in agreement and told him to sleep at Jiang's house tonight, then come early in the morning to pull the cart and have breakfast here. However, for the next couple of days, he should not go out to earn money, because she planned to take someone to Hongkou village tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, she would ask Old Man Song to go to the town's dental shop to check if Uncle Wang had completed the red deed. If so, he could bring it back. The next day, after sending little Baozi to school, Jiang Yumei carried a bucket to the backyard by Bihu Creek. There were some large rocks blocking the view, so even if Mrs. Zhou and her daughter came out, they wouldn't see how she caught the fish. She released the spring water, and fish lined up to drink from it. She caught some to keep in a tank. Mrs. Zhou and her son were very clever and wouldn't say much. Jiang Yumei took a bullock cart to visit old Tan's house. At this time, Tan's sons were working in the fields. She was warmly invited into the main room, where Grandma Tan served her sugar water to entertain a distinguished guest. Jiang Yumei told old Tan that she had bought another 100 acres of land. The area was a bit far, about an hour's walk, and she wanted to lease 20 acres to his family, asking if they could farm it. Old Tan was very happy to hear this and nodded repeatedly, saying they could farm it as long as the land was good. Even if they had to travel 2 hours back and forth each day, it would be worth it. Jiang Yumei led Old Man Tan by an ox cart to Hongkou village. They took a shorter path through the small dirt road from Shihe village. The cart jostled for about half an hour before arriving. At this time, Farmer Fong was already waiting with 6 other tenant farmers by the field. After greeting them, Old Man Tan looked at the soil and wheat seeds he had dug up, turned them over, and nodded, saying not bad. The other 6 tenants also expressed their willingness to continue renting and agreed to the original 4-6 rent agreement. This time, all 6 were tenants, so the Tan family was also considered tenants. They would change the rental arrangement next year. They found the village head of Hongkou village to witness and signed the rental agreement. After signing, Old Man Song gave Jiang Yumei 2 pork cuts and a pack of snacks that she asked him to buy, then returned to the village. On the way, Jiang Yumei said that the Tan family was busy now, and with Song family's support, they didn't need to send firewood anymore. Old Man Tan nodded in agreement. That night, after little Baozi finished his homework, Jiang Yumei asked Zhou to pour hot water from the kitchen to give little Baozi a bath. Suddenly, they heard a banging sound at the gate. Zhou from the kitchen came out and asked, "Who could it be so late?" Jiang Yumei thought it might be Tiger Mother and her children returning, so she asked through the door, "Who is it?" The door was hit even harder, and they could hear Tiger Boy's roar and the excited barking of puppies. Jiang Yumei happily opened the door, and Tiger Mother and her children entered with their loot. Tiger Mother carried a deer, Tiger Boy carried a fox, and the puppies carried a badger. After they set down their things, the 2 puppies rushed to Jiang Yumei, one wanting a hug and the other a kiss. Jiang Yumei smiled and said, "Dirty, dirty, wait until you're washed." When little Baozi heard that Tiger Mother and the others were back, he ran out quickly, looking full of resentment. He said, "Why just came back? You don't miss me at all, and you're playing wild. Humph, I won't talk to you anymore." He turned his head to the side, puffed out his neck, and pouted, ignoring them. The 2 puppies jumped onto him again. Jiang Yumei quickly grabbed one by the ear and said, "Your mouth is full of blood. Wait until you're washed." She then told Zhou to hurry and pour water into a big basin to wash them. Zhou's 3rd wife was so scared she was trembling all over, unable to move her legs, her teeth chattering loudly. Jiang Yumei comforted them briefly, then scooped a large basin of water. The 2 puppies obediently went in by themselves. Now that they had grown a bit, the basin was filled to the brim. Jiang Yumei used soap nuts to make bubbles for them. Having not played with bubbles for a long time, the puppies went crazy. She then rinsed them with several more basins of water until they were clean. These 2 little ones are quite lively, but Jiang Yumei got soaked all over while playing with them. She then used a dry cloth to wipe their fur, while Zhou, who had just recovered, came over to help. The puppies cooperated, but Tiger Baby was different. He saw Zhou was afraid, so he opened his big mouth and barked at her repeatedly, frightening Zhou so much that she could barely stand. After changing clothes, Jiang Yumei came over and pinched Tiger Baby's ear, saying, "If you're naughty again and don't let Aunt Zhou dry your fur, you won't be allowed to play with Brother Nian later." Tiger Baby finally calmed down. Meanwhile, Jiang Yumei also bathed little Baozi and put on new clothes for him. It was usually time to sleep, but tonight, the three little ones would be allowed to play for a while. Tiger Mother, who had gone out for a bath, also returned. The little ones started to run around wildly on the bed in the bedroom, while Tiger Mother watched them kindly. Jiang Yumei and Zhou took the deer, fox, and badger under the eaves outside. Jiang Yumei then went alone to the kitchen, scooped fresh spring water into a basin, and brought it back to the bedroom for the mother and her babies to drink. The next day, Old Man Song came. Seeing this family, he was so frightened that his legs went weak. Chun proudly said, "Grandpa isn't afraid. Look, they're very well behaved." He then squatted down and petted Tiger Baby's yellow fur. Tiger Baby looked annoyed and didn't pay attention, even showing his teeth at Old Man Song. Old Man Song was so scared he almost wobbled. Little Baozi smiled and said, "Grandpa Song, don't be afraid. He's just playing with you." He then squatted down and played a game of Top the Cow with Tiger Baby, and the puppies happily joined in. Chun watched jealously, but didn't go over. Jiang Yumei pointed to the three dead animals under the eaves and said, "Old Man Song, today you should take the cart to the town and sell them all. These are good things. The town probably won't pay much for them. I might as well go to the county town, where there are more wealthy people," Song said, flipping through the wild animals. "Oh, these two deer antlers are worth some money." Jiang Yumei had heard before that deer antlers are valuable, but she didn't know how to handle them. "Then just cut them off and take them to the pharmacy to sell," she suggested. Old Man Song nodded and said, "It's a pity to sell the whole thing. The skins and fur are good, and most of the injuries are on the neck. The skins on the body are fine." Then he looked nervously at Tiger Mother, who was resting with her eyes closed.
"I only know how to skin rabbits."
"I don't know how to do this," Jiang Yumei said. "I can try," Old Man Song offered. "When I was young, I used to serve in my family's house in Beijing. I often went hunting with the young masters in the mountains. I've done plenty of these jobs," he said confidently. Jiang Yumei was very happy when she heard this. She kept saying yes and agreed, "Once we peel these skins, we will take the meat to Jixiang restaurant in the county to sell, and save the skins to sell in the provincial city another day. The fox meat might not sell for a high price, but whatever we get is fine." Now, most of the money at home has been spent. Not only is little Baozi worried, but Jiang Yumei also feels uneasy. She wishes she could exchange all the dirt at home for silver. Recently, the Qijian workshop has been investing money, so there's no chance of making a profit. Jiang Yumei is exhausted trying to think of ways to earn money. During breakfast, another problem arose. There were only 2 chairs and 4 stools at home. Now, everyone was sitting on one. The 2 little ones couldn't sit on the old chairs anymore. The puppies were better. They used their front paws to tug at Jiang Yumei's pants, begging her. Tiger Baby was furious. He stretched out his body and lay on the ground, loudly grumbling to show his strong discontent. Tiger Mother was unhappy too. Since yesterday, she had felt annoyed whenever she saw extra people at home. Wild animals have a strong sense of territory, and Tiger Mother's family believed that the Zhou family had taken over their space, disturbing their lives. So, they were very hostile toward them. Last night, Jiang Yumei repeatedly told them that this family was now part of their home and would live with them forever. They had to accept the family, not scare them, and definitely not hurt them. Only then did Tiger Mother reluctantly lower her hostility. But this morning, she was upset because her son had nowhere to sit. Her anger flared up, her eyes widened, her beard bristled, and her large nostrils flared even more. Jiang Yumei quickly got up to comfort Tiger Mother, patting her back gently. She bent down and picked up the whining Tiger Baby, then used one hand to hold the puppy as well. "There, Mama Jiang says you can sit now." You're so big, but still throwing a tantrum. The ground is so dirty. If you want a chair, just like your brother, then sit on it. Why lie on the ground? Little Bowsy hurriedly got up to let his mother sit. Chunzi also stood up and moved her stool next to little Bowsy. The two little ones finally had chairs and jumped onto them to watch the meal. But they had grown quite a bit, so only two of them could sit at once, and the chairs were packed full. To impress the Song family, Jiang Yumei comforted the two little ones, saying Grandpa Song can do woodworking. Tomorrow, I'll ask him to make you two the nicest big chairs. The puppy happily wagged its tail and flicked it at Old Man Song. Tiger Baby looked cool and expressionless, ignoring Old Song completely. Old Man Song stood up nervously and nodded repeatedly. The word okay was stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say it. The Song family didn't enjoy their meal. They all felt weak and hurriedly finished eating before rushing out. Because their wealth suddenly decreased, Jiang Yumei and her son often pretended to be poor in front of Hunyang. Hunyang wisely took her children out hunting, and they caught something every day. However, they no longer found large ginseng, which made Jiang Yumei very disappointed. Seeing her disappointment, Hunyang felt disdainful. She thought greedy women believed ginseng was as common as radishes and could be found everywhere. One day, she did bring back a large reishi mushroom, which made Jiang Yumei and her son very happy. Recently, Hunyang and her family took the goods they found to the county to sell. They earned over 70 taels of silver, which eased Jiang Yumei's worries. The Chun family still came to fish every 6 days, but now that it was colder, there were fewer fish than before. The catch was about 1/3 less, but because fish became more valuable, the price didn't change much. Little Bowsy and Little Pang Dun kept sending letters to each other, and their friendship grew stronger each day. With Little Bowsy's encouragement, Little Pang Dun's schoolwork improved a lot. Old Master Chin was very happy and gave more gifts: food, clothes, school supplies, and daily necessities. Jiang Yumei still sent soft, sticky treats and limited supplies of dried meat for Little Pang Dun. Sometimes she also sent vegetables, eggs, and other rural specialties, along with a set of winter clothes for Little Pang Dun. Though the gifts were not equal in value, the love in her heart was priceless. Finally, the day to build the house arrived. Jiang Yumei discussed everything with Jiang Dafu and Song Wankai. She only paid for the house and designed the plans. They helped with the rest. Jiang Dafu bought the materials, Old Man Song handled transportation, and Song Wankai supervised and explained everything. Since Jiang Yumei shared her full design ideas with him, Song Dachin ran errands for them. The new land was next to the old courtyard, level on the south side, about 300 meters from Niling Mountain. Jiang Yumei also bought the land in front of the old courtyard, which was over 2 acres. The new land connected to the old courtyard and formed a long rectangle running east to west. They divided the land into 2 parts in the design. The eastern part, excluding the old courtyard, was about 7 acres. They dug a pond in the 2-acre southern area, not only for fish but also for growing lotus roots. The seeds were already bought. When the lotus flowers bloom, they will be beautiful, and the roots can be sold for money. The remaining land was left empty for now, to plant fruit trees later. Jiang Yumei hadn't decided what kind yet. The land on the west side is over 5 acres. A courtyard was built on the north side. Although the space is large enough, Jiang Yumei didn't have the ambition to build an outer courtyard, nor did she like the dullness of deep courtyards. She didn't build a back porch either. In front of the main house is a blue brick wall. Entering through the main gate leads to a large yard. Between the gate and the main house, a blue stone path was laid, with plans to plant trees, create a lawn, and place potted plants on both sides. The main house has 3 rooms plus 2 side rooms. The main house includes a main hall, 2 bedrooms for the mother and son, and another bedroom for Mother Tiger and her 3 children. If they dared to send them to side rooms, Jiang Yumei could imagine how angry Mother Tiger would be. She might even overturn the roof. To the west of the side rooms is Xiao Baozi's study, and to the east is a clean room with a bathroom. The east wing has 4 rooms, originally for Xiao Baozi, now locked for future use. The west wing has 4 rooms, one as a dining room, two as guest rooms, and the outermost room where old Song sleeps at night to watch the door. Behind the main house is a small garden, with a pond on the east side. Behind the garden is the back pavilion, used as a kitchen, grain storage, and miscellaneous storage. On the far west is a small shed for a toilet. The small house near the back door is where Song Da-chun sleeps at night to watch the back entrance. In the future, both the front and back doors will be guarded. In the old courtyard nearby, a few other members of the Song family live, so it should be safe now. Besides the main and back doors, there's a small gate connecting to the old courtyard, right next to the fish pond. This world also favors Sahyuan courtyard houses and has east and west wings, but there's no rule that the main house must face north or be oriented south with the back to the north. So Jiang Yu may design the main gate to face north, making the terrain downward and offering a broader view. The front gate faces the West River Village and East River Village, with a wide view of distant green mountains. The back gate faces South Ling Mountain, lush and green, full of vibrant greenery. The builder was Zhao Lianfa from their village. He often organized people to build houses and had about a dozen workers. He is well known for his good reputation, and even outsiders come to find him. When Zhao Lianfa looked at the blueprint, he couldn't help but praise how beautiful the courtyard was, but the money was even more attractive. For some unclear parts, Song Wankai explained everything to him. Jiang Dafu and Zhao Lianfa discussed ordering a large batch of blue bricks from a brick seller in Dawan village, enough for the wall around 10+ acres and the house. They also ordered tiles from a tile seller in East River Village. Wood was easy to buy, they purchased some, and if more was needed, they would ask some young men to cut down big trees. This time, they paid the workers more daily wages, but did not provide meals. Their home was far from the village, so preparing meals for many people and borrowing many tables, chairs, and bowls was inconvenient. Jiang Yumei gave Jiang Dafu 100 taels of silver, clearly saying she would add more if needed. Jiang Dafu trembled holding such a large amount of silver. Maisie really is crazy. He heard she also bought some land and is now spending so much on building a big house, plus furniture later. All these costs add up. But even though he thought about it, he still had to follow his daughter's wishes. Over time, Jiang Dafu had become used to her way of thinking. She always insisted on doing things her way. Jiang Yumei handed over the building project completely and became a hands-off manager. She closed her door and lived her small life, seemingly unaffected by the busy construction happening nearby. Little Baozi is not as carefree as his mother. Every day after school, he takes Air Chun to walk around the new yard. The workers are still busy building, working enthusiastically. Since they are from the same village, they are very friendly with little Baozi. When they see him, they greet him loudly. Little Baozi is naturally charming, and since they are working for his family, he talks to them sweetly. His words are like honey, much sweeter than usual. Although he is usually stingy, he is good at giving small gifts to win people over. Sometimes he takes some candies his chubby friend gives him, giving 2 pieces to each worker to take home for their children, so they have something to remember. A few days later, he also brings some scallion pancakes his mother made, giving each person one to enjoy. When he has nothing else, he sometimes asks Xia to carry a jar of sugar water, offering it to them and apologizing shyly, saying he's a bit short on money lately and asking them to bear with him. When these workers finish their work and head home, little Baozi sees them off outside the yard, still calling take care even after they walk far away. His polite and considerate manners, as well as his ability to get along with everyone, earn him praise from these workers. Jiang Yumei, in the old yard, heard the noise from the neighboring yard and couldn't help but praise little Baozi. She lacks much skill in social interactions, as it was like that in her previous life, so she has few friends. Deep down, she isn't as cold and distant as she appears. Sometimes she longs for friendship and lively company, but she's not good at getting along with others. She often seems aloof, making it hard for people to get close. After the wall of the new yard was built, the main gate of the old yard was moved inside the new yard. Jiang Yumei asked Song Wankai to build a gate on the east side of the old yard, so now they enter and leave from there. In the future, The old yard will be used for growing vegetables and raising livestock, while the house will be repaired for the Song family to live in. This way, both families will have their own private space. Recently, because many people are building houses nearby, Jiang Yumei has started catching fish earlier. She wants to bring the fish back to the old yard before these people arrive. Mother Tiger and her children also leave early in the morning and only return when it's very dark. Sometimes they go deep into the mountains and don't come back for several days. Now it's winter, and it's harder to catch prey. They also need to take care of their own food, so they haven't brought back any game for a while. During this time, Jiang Yushu, representing the Purple Clothes Pavilion, came to find Jiang Yumei with fabric and orders. Jiang Yumei called the women from the old Jiang house and assigned them tasks. This time, the village woman and Lanner were also there. The village woman was as natural and friendly as before, chatting happily and not noticing any issues between her family and Jiang's family. Lanner blushed and quietly apologized to Jiang Yumei for her family's earlier pressure on her, feeling a bit embarrassed. Jiang Yumei smiled and said it wasn't her fault. They're still good friends. This time, Little Wei's family was very proud. She kept saying that her son found the work for everyone and that everyone could earn this much money daily because she raised such a capable son. Jiang Yuzhao blushed and glared at her mother. Wei Xiaoshu didn't understand what her daughter meant and asked, Zaozi, what's wrong? Your face is so red. Could you have caught cold fever? Go rest in the room. I'll help you with the work. Now, no one dares to cheat us out of our work. Old Lady Zhao whispered to Granny Sun. That silly girl's head must have been kicked by a donkey. She keeps making a fool of herself. Granny Sun nodded and smiled in agreement. This time, Wei's family wanted to get a bigger share for her own family. Jiang Yumei pretended not to hear. Wei's family still wanted to say more, but her son, who came out of the room, gave her a stern look, so she didn't dare speak. Everyone took their fabric and went home. Jiang Yumei also went back to the West Wing to see Jiang Yushan. His illness had improved a lot. The medicine he took was bought at the Buyuan Hall in the provincial capital by the person who delivered fish for Chen's family. In previous winters, Jiang Yushan's illness would worsen, and he could hardly get out of bed. But now, he could wear a thick cotton coat and walk a few steps. His cheeks were also rosier. When he saw his sister arrive, he happily got up and showed her his wrist, which had gained some flesh. Jiang Yumei brought 20 eggs for them. Many chickens stopped laying eggs in this season, but their own chickens still lay happily, about 10 eggs a day. Mrs. Li also came over and said, the eggs from your hens with chicks are really nice. They're smaller and rounder than others, and the yolks are bright red. They look very special. That egg is really tastier than the usual ones we eat. Jiang Yushan nodded and said, Sister, don't give any more to your brother. Save some for Nian Xiao to eat. He's still growing. Nianer has enough, Jiang Yumei said. Eating these eggs is good for him. Brother needs to make sure he gets 2 every day. Meanwhile, the family was harmonious, brother and sister respectful, mother kind, and children filial. The atmosphere in the East Wing was not so happy. Xiao Wei's wife kept blaming her son for elbowing his way out and wondered why he didn't share the chores with her. Jiang Yushu was angry and told his mother, please give your son some face. Don't say everything that makes others laugh at us. Who would laugh at us? Anyone who does will not get chores from us, Xiao Wei's wife said bravely. Then she curiously asked, Shu, how much money does Mei get from her chores? It must be more than us, right? Jiang Yushu shook his head and ignored his mother, knowing she wouldn't understand. Seeing her son silent, Xiao Wei's wife thought Jiang Yumei probably earned much more than her, which made her feel a bit jealous. Look, everyone favors their own family first. You're so foolish having easy work and earning money, but you don't think of your own mother and sister first. Instead, you give chores to the cousin living next door. Jiang Yushu was angry and explained, Mother, stop talking. If second aunt hears you, it won't be good. Besides, I didn't find Mei to help me with chores. Do you think it's easy to decide how much fabric to cut, how many bracelets, shoes, or how to match the cloth? Even if I wanted to, I couldn't do it well. As soon as he finished, Jiang Deshui entered and said, Ignore your mother's chatter. If you don't have the skills, don't try to take on those fancy jobs. He then scolded Xiao Wei's wife. Your voice is louder than a rooster crowing. I could hear you clearly as soon as I entered. You're offending everyone. If you're bored, go help Mei at her new house lifting bricks so you won't waste your energy here. Jiang Deshui now often visits Jiang Yumei's new home with old Master Jiang helping out. Seeing Jiang Deshui angry, Xiao Wei's wife shut her mouth and went to the kitchen to prepare food for her son. Now, Wang's family, with Xiu'er, was in Qinghua County with Jiang Yushu. Xiao Wei's wife didn't want Wang to go at first. Who would serve her if her daughter-in-law left? But when Jiang Deshui asked, "Do you still want to hold a grandson?" she had no choice but to let Wang go. Jiang Yushu's family lived behind the purple-clothes pavilion in a yard that was originally a storeroom. Since there were only 3 people in his family, they could still fit in one room comfortably. The shop at the village entrance was no longer open. At first, Xiao Wei wanted to keep it and sell things herself, but Jiang University thought about her sharp tongue and didn't agree. Instead, they leased the shop to the Hong family. Jiang University's business in the provincial capital was doing very well, and Cui Qingzeng and Wanda's shopkeeper both valued him highly. Occasionally, Jiang University would write a letter to Jiang Yumei to update her on the factory's situation. In fact, Jiang Yumei was already very clear about the factory's affairs, and Cui Qingzeng and Li Huayan often sent her letters with updates. Jiang Yumei was quite satisfied with Jiang University's timely actions. On the day before the roof was repaired, Jiang Yumei prepared half a pig, 5 chickens, 5 ducks, caught more than 10 fish, made 5 blocks of tofu, prepared 100 eggs, and some vegetables. Aunt Zhang, along with Xingzi, also returned. Jiang Yushu brought back a letter saying Wang's wife was pregnant and couldn't come back, so he couldn't return either. He asked someone to bring back a gift. With Jiang Yumei's permission, Xiao Baozi also wrote a formal notice to Mr. Wang, just like a wealthy family would, though he didn't expect Mr. Wang to come. After all, classes still needed to be held. Surprisingly, Mr. Wang kindly took a day off from school and nodded, saying he would definitely come for a drink tomorrow. Xiao Baozi was thrilled, and old Master Jiang was so proud that his beard curled up high. During dinner, he happily told his son to join him for a small drink. That morning, everyone from the Jiang family's old house went to the new courtyard early. Soon after, the women from the Tan family, along with Feng Shi and the Iron Hammer woman, Huang Shi, also arrived early. The women, along with Jiang Yumei and the Zhou mother and daughter, found that even the large kitchen in the new courtyard couldn't hold so many people. So, Feng Shi, Zhaozi, and Xiao were responsible for serving tea and water outside. Xiao Wei wanted to do a noble, relaxed job like that, but Zhang pulled her to the stove to light the fire, so she couldn't go anywhere else. Xiao Baozi, as the head of the Lin family's young men, dressed in a fine red brocade jacket and stood at the door to greet guests. Song Dachuan was nearby recording the gifts from the villagers. Many families gave 10 eggs, 5 jean of flour, or a piece of pork, but even small gifts showed respect, and they planned to return the favor later. Old Master Jiang and Jiang Dafu were inside welcoming guests. Wei's wife and Li's wife helped Jiang Yumei entertain the women. Seeing the noisy crowd, Jiang Yumei felt a headache. She found it hard to talk honestly with these rural women, especially since they were from a different world. Still, she couldn't find an excuse to slip away on such an occasion. Besides close relatives and a few good families, all the other villagers sent representatives. Jiang Da's family also arrived, bringing a gift worth 100 won. This was considered quite generous in the countryside, and surprised Jiang Yumei very much. Mrs. Wei pulled her daughter aside and warned her, "Your son-in-law knows how to behave better than you. Although the gift of 100 won is quite a lot, Mei will not let you all suffer in the future. Be good today and don't say too much. If you cause trouble, don't come back to your mother's house anymore." "Mother, what trouble could I possibly cause? I really don't understand. You and everyone else keep saying that. Before my son-in-law came, he scolded me first," Jiang Da said unhappily. "After being scolded at home, and then again here, does this girl think she's untouchable? But when she saw the man glaring at her, she dared not cause trouble anymore. Jiang Yomei's grandfather, grandmother, 3 uncles, 3 aunts, and 8 cousins also arrived. So far, Jiang Yumei still couldn't tell which uncle each of the 8 cousins belonged to. The village head and his wife also came. They truly regretted closing the door and regretted offending others because of their mother's meddling. The Jiang family was not ordinary villagers. They had a scholar and a student in the family. Now, their son and grandson were doing respectable work in the provincial and county capitals. Maintaining good relations might lead to future opportunities, but conflicts could become deadlocks. So, they tried every chance to ease tensions between the families. This time, they even sent a porcelain vase about half a meter high. Although not a precious item, it was considered decent in the countryside. Little Baozi also kindly invited them inside with a smile. When they entered the courtyard and looked around, they gasped in surprise. It was more than 10 times better than his home, even more grand than the Zhao landlord's house. Jiang Yomei's wife was truly impressive. The village head's wife went over, took Jiang Yomei's hand, and exaggeratedly smiled, saying, "Mei, you're becoming more capable. This courtyard is even better than Zhao landlord's." Jiang Yumei kept her distance from her family's attitude, politely inviting her inside, where Mrs. Wei chatted casually about family matters. At this moment, Liangzi and Sanzuzi, along with a few boys, ran over loudly shouting, "2 big carriages are coming this way, looking very grand." Few people in the area had seen carriages, so everyone found it quite strange. As soon as they finished speaking, 2 carriages appeared from afar and arrived at the courtyard gate. It was the shopkeeper Tong from Jifu Liquor in Qinghua County and Chen Er and Laishi from the Chen family. The Jifu Liquor sent a set of white ceramic bowls, plates, and basins with red flowers, practical and beautiful. The Chen family sent a blue-flowered glazed maping vase from Jingdezhen, which looked very valuable. After a while, a few young men loudly shouted, "Another carriage is coming, even more grand than the last one." It was Master Wan leading a large carriage to celebrate. Little Baozi didn't recognize who this person was. After Jiang Che introduced him as Master Wan, Little Baozi quickly bowed and saluted, "Good day, Master Wan. I often hear my mother mention you. Thank you for your care, and thank you for coming all this way to visit us." Master Wan smiled warmly and said, "You're welcome, you're welcome. Young Master Lin, congratulations." He thought to himself that the young lady of the Lin family was clever enough, but her son was even more brilliant. Building a good relationship with them would be wise. Master Wan presented a potted money tree plant as a gift, along with a large red envelope from Cui Qingzheng and a silk embroidery 6-panel screen from the general's residence. Ignoring the gifts, just considering their identities made everyone present turn to look. No one expected that these orphan mother and son had such wide connections. It seemed important to find ways to strengthen relationships with them in the future. These guests were invited into the upper room, accompanied by Old Master Jiang, Mr. Wang, the village head, Dr. He, and Old Master Li, Jiang Yomei's maternal grandfather. Then, an even more surprising guest arrived, Zhao landlord. Zhao landlord had never interacted with Jiang Yumei and her son before, yet he was also sitting with the steward in a bullock cart. Although Zhao landlord was from Shiha village, he mostly lived in the town. He rarely visited the village, only occasionally meeting with the Li family. Today, hearing that distinguished guests from the provincial capital had arrived, he hurriedly prepared gifts and rushed over. Little Baozi was curious, but politely and graciously invited him into the upper room. Having so many important guests suddenly visit Shiha village caused quite a stir among the villagers. The sacrificial beam ceremony began. Zhao Lianxi led people to carry the main beam wrapped in red silk into the new house, placing offerings such as pig, fish, chicken, goose, eggs, tofu, and incense on the altar, while speaking good words and offering drinks. After the ceremony, the main beam was lifted onto the roof, firecrackers were set off, and amidst loud explosions, the master builder sang the traditional beam-raising song. Once the beam was in place, everyone returned to the house to prepare for the feast. Today's banquet featured 10 dishes and 6 vegetarian options, a variety never seen before in Shiha village. Since the weather was getting colder, they didn't set up tables in the yard but arranged over 10 tables inside the main hall and side rooms. Later, because there were so many guests, even the back chamber was set with 5 tables, with women and children sitting there. Before dinner, Zhao Tieshue and Dizuzi rushed over from the town and were pulled by Sun Daqiang to join him for drinks. Little Baozi, as the only son of the Lin family, went to the main house to dine with the distinguished guests. After a while, little Baozi used water instead of wine, politely thanking everyone for their care of him and his mother. Then, he took a bowl of water with Liangzi accompanying him to the side rooms, thanking each table. When he reached an emotional moment, he shed tears, which made some older women also tear up. After little Baozi left, Zhao Tieshue's mother held Jiang Yumei's hand and said, "Maisie is capable. She raised a good son and built such a big family. She will enjoy happiness in the future." "That's right. You can see a child's future from when they are 3, added Grandma Sunday. Finally, after the meal, they packed leftover meat and vegetables into bowls to give to others. The women had prepared several large pots of cakes the day before, and each person received a bag. The men who were close friends helped return the borrowed tables and chairs to the village. The women helped clean the new courtyard. When leaving, Jiang Yumei and each family received a small piece of leftover meat. The Song family moved in together. Although some finishing touches on the house were still incomplete, it didn't prevent them from living there. They temporarily stayed in the new courtyard. Jiang Yumei and her son would only move in after all the furniture was ready, which would take more time. Before the courtyard was enclosed, the pond had already been filled with water from the clear water creek. After the new year, they could start planting lotus roots. Old Master Song had been buying wood everywhere and was almost ready. He used to make delicate cabinets and tables in the main house, but couldn't handle larger pieces alone. So, he hired Master Ling, a carpenter, along with 2 apprentices. The 4 of them started making furniture in the new courtyard. The Song family was responsible for cooking and eating together. The old house was left with just the 2 women, feeling very free. That day, Jiang Yumei went to the old Jiang residence to bring 20 eggs to Jiang Yuyu and 20 eggs to the old master. Jiang Dao was also at the Jiang house. Seeing Jiang Yumei, he unusually smiled happily, saying, "Maisie is such a filial child, even thinking of giving eggs to honor the grandparents." Old Master Jiang nodded, and as he smoked his brass pipe, his lips made a loud clicking sound. That pipe had earned him respect in the village. Even landlord Zhao praised him on the day of the house's completion. Jiang Yumei's scalp tingled. Could it be that Jiang Da had changed and was no longer a troublemaker? She caught a glimpse of Jiang Dao exchanging looks with Mrs. Wei. Wei Shi came over to pull Jiang Yumei aside and said, "Maisie, your mother wants to talk to you." If there was indeed something, her smile wasn't fake. Jiang Yumei and Wei Shi went to another room. Wei Shi said, "Your family should be making furniture now, right? Since it's better to keep the good work in the family, let your uncle do it. Your uncle and cousins are very skilled." Jiang Yumei awkwardly replied, "Why didn't my mother remind me earlier? I've already hired someone." Jiang Dao, who was listening nearby, perked up his ears. When he heard Jiang Yumei had already hired someone, he got angry and shouted sharply, "You're really good at pretending to be crazy. Did you need your mother to remind you? Don't you know your uncle and cousins are carpenters?" Wei Shi pulled him back and he realized he was begging, so he softened his tone, forced a smile, and said, "Now you remember your uncle is a carpenter, right? Then dismiss those people and let your uncle do the work." "But that's not possible. I've already invited people." Jiang Yumei shook her head. Jiang Da said, "Silly niece, if you invite them and then send them away, they'll just stay at your house and refuse to leave. People must keep their promises."
How can I do such a thing?
Besides, they haven't done anything wrong, and I have no reason to send them away. Jiang Yumei still disagreed. "Mother, look, she clearly doesn't want to give us the work. She invited people early and is pretending to forget," Jiang Dao loudly complained. Wei Shi also felt awkward. Deep down, she wanted her daughter to earn some money, especially since her son-in-law's skills were quite good. She had to softly discuss with Jiang Yumei, would it be okay if we don't dismiss the carpenters who are already here? Just cut the work in half and leave the other half for your uncle. But that won't work. Old Song has already told them what to make, and they've already prepared the wood materials, Jiang Yumei said, feeling very troubled. She truly didn't want Li the carpenter to come to her house to make furniture. Jiang Dao was unpredictable. There was nothing he couldn't do if she could think of it. If Li the carpenter came to her house, Jiang Dao would keep bothering him every day, which was very annoying. Seeing Jiang Yumei's attitude, Jiang Dao thought, I've already compromised, and this girl still acts stubborn. He was so angry, he grabbed Wei Shi's sleeve and said, Mother, see?
See?
This is how she treats us. Afterward, he went over and pointed at Jiang Yumei, almost touching her face with his finger, and said, Is this how you show respect to elders? I have long said that this rebellious girl is not a good person. She prefers men over her parents, and she has no shame or face. Yet she still dares to talk about honesty and trust.
Bah, just fooling around.
Jiang Yumei stepped back 2 steps, sneered, and said, I never rejected my parents, nor do I disrespect elders. If I have a good thing, I save half of it to bring to my grandparents and parents. I've never taken a single cent from my family. I don't steal food from my parents' mouths. Are you saying I steal from my family? Is that how you treat your real aunt? Jiang Dao was furious because Jiang Yumei had taken most of the gifts sent by Mrs. Wei for herself. What's wrong with my attitude? Jiang Yumei still spoke gently. I come and go as needed. I bring clothes and food when I visit. I've done that, right? Even when my aunt spoke harsh words to me several times, I never argued back. I've done that, right? You haven't argued back? You've said so much and still call it not arguing? If that's not arguing, then what is? Jiang Dao stomped her feet. Seeing Jiang Yumei turn her head and ignore her made her even angrier and dizzy. When elders ask you questions, you just ignore them. Jiang Yumei said, If I speak, you say I'm arguing. If I don't speak, you say I'm ignoring you. Auntie, you're really hard to please. Tell me, should I speak or stay silent? Jiang Dao was so angry she couldn't speak for a long time. Mrs. Wei also felt a bit unhappy about Jiang Yumei's attitude toward Jiang Dao, but this granddaughter was now clever and capable of earning money. She found good jobs for her son and grandson, and her family had benefited from her filial piety. Although she was a little upset, she didn't want to upset her granddaughter. While she was struggling with how to help her daughter get more work, old Master Jiang came in. He shouted at Jiang Dao, What kind of person are you? The way you jump around doesn't look like Jiang family's daughter at all.
Humph.
I've always taught you to be kind and gentle, to be modest and elegant. Why have you become so rude now? Then he pointed at Mrs. Wei and scolded, It's all because you spoil her. She's grown up to be so unruly. Even though she's a young lady, she still acts like a troublemaker. After scolding Jiang Dao, he turned to Jiang Yumei and said sincerely, Maisie, your uncle is a carpenter. Everyone in the nearby villages knows that. Your family makes furniture without using your own people, but you go so far away to find an outsider. What will others say? They'll think your uncle's craftsmanship or reputation isn't good, so even his own niece doesn't trust him. In the future, your uncle-in-law might not be good at doing things, and he may even struggle to find work. Hee. Maybe you should think of a way to give him some tasks so others won't gossip and your uncle-in-law can also be a decent person. My granddaughter has a broad view. She can see through these issues. This old fox, Jiang Yumei, really can't refuse this kind of talk. After thinking for a moment, she said, Auntie, you're too anxious. I said I would find someone else to do the work in my yard, but I didn't say there are no other tasks for uncle-in-law. Jiang Dao was happy to hear this. He said, Maisie, Auntie is just a bit impatient. Don't be mad at her. Jiang Yumei replied, Tomorrow, let uncle-in-law come here. I will show him a few designs. If these tasks are done well, it could be a long-term job. Jiang Dao was very happy and nodded repeatedly. He said he would have her husband come the next day. Actually, Jiang Yumei asked Li Carpenter and his son to make shoe boxes. High-quality shoes need good packaging, and in this world, there are no paper boxes, only wooden or bamboo boxes made in creative ways. She had already asked Old Song to make a few samples, carved some patterns, and painted them. She originally planned to find someone to take them to the provincial city for Chui Qingzheng to find a maker, but now she could only let her uncle-in-law do it. She decided to make 50 boxes first and send them to the city. If the shareholders liked them and wanted to use them, then they would decide how many to make each time. Honestly, Lee Carpenter and his son are not bad craftsmen. Their skills are quite good. It's a pity they were spoiled by Zhang's girl. After lunch at Zhang's house, Yumei went back home. She saw Old Song moving a large wooden frame from the side door into the old yard. A group of little hens were chirping happily around the frame. It turned out the new chicken coop was finished. Thinking that she had built a new house herself, Yumei decided to improve the living conditions for the animals. She asked Old Song to use leftover wood from making furniture to build a big chicken coop, and also repaired the shelters for the sheep, geese, and cattle. When the chicks hurried inside, Yumei chopped some vegetables, mixed them with bran, and fed them to the chicks. She also scooped 2 bowls of clear spring water to reward them for laying eggs recently. At this moment, Second Chun led 3 sheep and herded 4 geese back. The sheep and geese, smelling something special, ran over to drink water. The mother hens were not happy and clucked loudly, arguing and jumping around, which gave Yumei a headache. She had to scoop 2 more bowls of spring water for the sheep and geese. Seeing the hens settle down and start drinking peacefully, Yumei couldn't help but smile. Their earlier squawking and jumping looked a lot like Jiang Dao. On the other side, the 4 little pigs refused to work and kept squealing as they pushed their way out. Jiang Yumei could only silently apologize. Don't blame her for being practical. The situation is stronger than people. She provided milk, chickens and geese lay eggs, and as for the pigs, she really didn't want to raise 4 more white-eating stubborn pigs. The next day was the usual day for the Chin family to come and pick up fish. The fishmonger Hong Yen and courier were there. This time, they even acted as carrier pigeons, bringing letters from Jiang Yuyu from afar, and happily told stories of the Northern Expedition Army winning a great victory led by Marshal Lin, which greatly boosted morale. They also regretfully said that Chen Jihong probably wouldn't return before the Spring Festival because heavy snow blocked the roads, making travel very difficult. Young Master Chenji was so upset that he ate half a bowl less rice, which was rare in their household. Jiang Yumei didn't care much about the victories, morale, or the fact that he might not return. She was excited about the letter from far away and almost shed tears. The fragile 15-year-old high school student had suffered so much on the brutal battlefield, endured so much hardship, and she wondered how he was now. Jiang Yumei told Song Wang to help load the fish onto the cart, entertain Yoshi, and take out the things for the Jiang family. Then she hurried to the old Jiang residence. As soon as Jiang Yumei entered the Jiang house, she loudly exclaimed, "Father, Mother, there's a letter from Zijuan. There's a letter from Zijuan." It was noon, and everyone was eating in the room. Jiang Dafu and his wife heard her and hurriedly put down their bowls and rushed out.
What did you say?
A letter from Zijuan? The old master, Mrs. Wei, and Jiang University also came out. Is it really a letter from Zijuan? Yes, it was just sent from the Chen residence. Jiang Yumei held up the letter and said. Jiang Dafu snatched the letter excitedly and loudly said, "It's Zijuan's handwriting, his letter." Old Master Jiang anxiously said, "Quick, quick, read it inside." Everyone rushed into the West Wing room. Jiang Yushan also moved over. Jiang Dafu tremblingly took the letter from the envelope and began to read aloud. The letter started with greetings to grandparents and family, then reported his recent situation. Now he had been promoted to be the secretary for Li Huajing, helping with copying documents and handling personal affairs. The work was decent and relaxed, and sometimes he even had the chance to secretly observe the top military leader nearby. He only wrote half a page about these important matters. The remaining half page was about his idle stories, especially about the handsome and wealthy Lin Dashuai, describing how he strategized, was clever, and fought bravely, making the enemies tremble in fear. Next, He went on at length about his second idol, the legendary young general in the army, for outstanding, brave, handsome, charming young men who are loved by everyone. He described how they fought bravely, their high martial skills, and their bold promises like, "We won't shave until we beat the enemy back home." He even clearly mentioned their full names and ages, including two old acquaintances of Jiang Yumei, Fan Jian and Li Huajin, who is Jiang Yumei's top boss. The other two were General Lin and General Huang. They didn't care about Jiang family's affairs. This simple high school student really knew how to avoid the main point. Jiang Yumei was furious. Li also said, "Why don't you talk more about yourself? Why all these stories about others? It has nothing to do with our family." When everyone felt a bit disappointed, Jiang Yushan squeezed the envelope and said, "There seems to be another page inside." He then took out a sheet of paper and started reading aloud. It seemed like these words were meant specifically for Jiang Yumei. He told her very sadly that she should never write everything in her letters, especially not things that teach him how to play dead or be sneaky. It was embarrassing because their family letters were shared openly. Everyone could read them, and they often passed the letters around. Last time, Jiang Yumei's words made him the target of teasing by his comrades for days. Now, whenever the war drum sounded, someone would shout, "Yuzi, quickly pretend to be dead," or "I'm bigger, hide behind me," and so on, making him feel like crying. Even his commanding officer, Li Huajin, was affected. He blushed and hid in his room for days, too angry to see anyone. He kicked Jiang Yushan several times. If it weren't for connections, he would have been kicked out already. But he also praised his sister a little, saying her leather gloves were very useful. Besides Fan Jian and Li Huajin, the other two generals, Lin and Huang, each wanted a pair. The dried meat was also delicious and was taken by those four people. He managed to hide some for himself, but had to eat it secretly. Finally, he mentioned that the 46 villagers who went to join the army were not all in the same camp. Only he, Sun Sanqiang, and Zhao Sanhua were in one camp. Luckily, they were all still alive. Zhao Sanhua had injured his leg once, but now he was fine. He also heard that Zhao Yinzhen from another camp was killed in the first battle. The village hadn't received official news of Zhao Yinzhen's death yet. Probably, the official message would come a bit later. Thinking about that lively young man who went out and never returned, everyone feels quite sad. Jiang Yumei stayed in the West Wing to eat, and the meal was full of mixed feelings. She was happy that her son was still alive, but worried about the dangers he might face at any time. Especially the death of Zhao Yinzhen made Li and Wei cry many times. After the meal, old Master Jiang scolded Jiang Yumei harshly for being too emotional. "Women's thoughts are too narrow. Can you even write such things in a letter?" He paused, realizing he said it wrong, and quickly corrected himself. "You shouldn't even think that way. Such thoughts are not right. Playing dead and pretending to be helpless. How could you come up with such ideas? Because of these, you've delayed Yomei's future. You are a sinner of the Jiang family. Usually, you seem smart, but when you act foolish, you're even worse than He Hanzi from the village east."
Humph.
No one dared to stop old Master Jiang when he was angry and scolding. Everyone lowered their heads to listen. Jiang Yumei also kept her head down, listening to his words. She thought of He Hanzi, who always drooled and chased after his young wife everywhere. Jiang Yumei felt very unfair. Even if she was foolish, she couldn't compare to He Hanzi. The old master was being too harsh, insulting his own granddaughter like that. Wei's wife, who was upset because her second daughter was scolded, was so excited that her breathing became quick. A smile couldn't be hidden from her face, and she held back her laughter for a long time before finally suppressing it. Seeing her expression, Li was so angry that her chest hurt, and Wei's wife and Jiang University both wished they could kick her out of the house. That foolish woman, she had never been so stupid before. At this moment, Wei's wife felt very sorry for her eldest son. Because of her selfishness, she had married him to such a useless mother-in-law. After old Master Jiang finished scolding, everyone tried to comfort each other. Jiang Dafu went to Sun's house to send a message, informing them that Jiang Yoha and Sun Sanqiang were still alive. When they heard that Sun Sanqiang was healthy, The Sun family was very happy and mourned Zhao Yinzhen for a long time. No one thought of sending a message to heir Guzi's family, and having San Guzi alive was not good news for them. In the evening, Jiang Yumei told Xiao Baozi about Jiang Yoha's recent situation. Xiao Baozi was naturally happy one moment and worried the next. Recently, Hu Nyang and the others went back to the mountains. The Song family was in the new courtyard, so the house was very quiet. They lit oil lamps, Jiang Yumei sewed clothes, and Xiao Baozi practiced writing big characters. The family's money was a bit tight these days. Jiang Yumei was sewing and thinking of ways to earn more money. Now, the shoemaking workshop had grown quite large. Cui Qing and Li Huayan were still investing money into it and made it clear that the profits they earned initially would not be shared but reinvested. So, it would still take some time before they could make money from this workshop. After thinking for a long time, she finally came up with an idea, making sausage. This was her favorite food in her previous life because it was tasty and easy to make. Plus, in this world, there was no such thing as sausage. Most importantly, this method was widely used by predecessors who traveled through time, and countless facts proved that practices tested in reality could become true. People earned a lot of money using this method, so she believed she could too. She chuckled softly when she saw the little bun frowning and working very carefully. She couldn't help but tilt her head and kiss his face. The little bun looked up and said disapprovingly, "Mom, you scared me. If this paper gets ruined, I'll have to rewrite it."
Ah, sorry, son.
I'm just so happy. I finally thought of a way to make money again, Jiang Yumei said. Hearing this, the little bun happily put down his brush and hugged his mother, saying, "So we can earn some money again? That's great. These days, I've noticed our family savings are getting lower, and I don't sleep well. What's your plan? Let's do it together." He started rubbing his fists excitedly.
You don't need to help right now.
"I'll tell you when it's time," Jiang Yumei replied. The next morning, Jiang Yumei asked Song Wankai to buy a slaughtered pig and several sets of pig intestines. Since everyone in the village was slaughtering pigs for the new year, pork was easy to buy and not too expensive. She also asked Old Song to cut a small bamboo tube about 3 centimeters in diameter and 5 centimeters long. When they got the pig home, Song Wankai was responsible for scraping the bones, Zhou Shi went to wash water, and Jiang Yumei led Xiao Xia to wash the meat, dry it, and cut it into small pieces about the size of broad beans. She added seasonings like sugar, salt, chili powder, wine, and juice, ingredients available in this world, and mixed everything evenly. She prepared 2 flavors, spicy and sweet. Zhou Shi soaked the sausage casings in warm water and washed them clean. Then the sausage-making process officially began. Jiang Yumei first tied one end of the casing with white thread, then inserted the bamboo tube into the other end. She filled the tube with seasoned meat, slowly stuffing it into the casing. Zhou Shi gently pressed the meat from the opening toward the bottom of the casing to make it tight. Xiao Xia used a heated needle to poke small holes in the stuffed sausage and press the meat inside to make it firm. Then, they tied the sausages into sections about 15 centimeters long with clean thin thread. They made a total of 186 sections, which were then hung under the eaves to dry. The pig's head and ribs were also coated with seasonings and hung in the kitchen to be smoked over the stove fire. Smoked ribs and pig heads were especially delicious. After 10 days, it was already the winter solstice. The sausages were half-dried, and Jiang Yumei gave 6 sections to the old house. She cut a few sections, steamed them, sliced them, and brought a plate to the Song family and the carpenter to eat. 1 plate of her own sausages was mostly eaten, leaving her mouth oily and saying, "Delicious, so delicious. I've never had such tasty pork before." The next day, Xiaobazi had a day off. His mother discussed taking the sausages to Qinghua County to sell. Jiang Yumei thought the city had wealthier people, so she planned to sell at a high price before the new year. They set the price at 100 coins per section. Xiaobazi was surprised and asked, "Mom, isn't that too expensive? 100 coins is more than 5 pounds of meat." "Son, I'm not just selling meat," Jiang Yumei replied. After saying this, she felt something was wrong. In her previous life, this wasn't a good sign. She added, "We're selling processed meat, with some creativity." Before dawn the next day, Jiang Yumei, her son, Song Wang, Zhou, and heir Chun took a boat to the county. The ox cart was too slow, and there was no wind protection, so they traveled in a covered boat instead. Before leaving, Jiang Yumei cut 2 sausages into small pieces and put them in a bowl, saying they should be tasted first. If the food was good, people would be willing to pay. Xiaobazi was reluctant and worried. "Mom, isn't 100 coins too expensive? That's more than 5 pounds of meat. This is called sacrificing small profits for big gains." "I believe it's right, son. Just watch," Jiang Yumei said confidently. In the city, they went to the South Market again. It was almost New Year, so it was crowded everywhere. They searched for a long time and finally found a small corner, but the space was too tiny, only enough for 1 basket. Jiang Yumei didn't want it and kept walking. Near the street exit, they found an unnoticed spot with a large open area. They stopped, set up a simple wooden table, arranged the sausages, and took out a few pretty small wooden boxes her old friend Song had made a few days ago. They filled the boxes with sausages, left the lids off, and placed a small bowl with diced cooked sausages. Zhou looked around at the few sparse people browsing, shook her head, and said, "Lady Lin, this place is too remote. It might be hard to sell things here. We'd be better off at a busier spot, even if it's crowded. As long as people see the sausages, that's enough." "No worries, the aroma of good wine doesn't fear a deep alley," Jiang Yumei replied. She organized everything, then nodded to Xiaobazi and heir Chun, encouraging them. "Whether these sausages sell well depends on your few words." 2 young children, upon hearing how important their responsibility was, immediately started shouting loudly with full enthusiasm. Today, both of them wore the same blue rough cloth short jackets and pants. Their words were based on a famous advertisement slogan from their past life, processed by Jiang Yumei. Little Baozi shouted the first line. "In dreams, I search for hundreds of strands, take as many as you want. Searching among thousands, take as many meatballs as you like." Heir Chun shouted the next line. Little Baozi held a box and continued shouting, "A box of sausages for you. All my filial piety." A box of sausages for him. All my heartfelt sincerity. Heir Chun also held a box and shouted. Little Baozi put down the box, raised 2 sausages, and passionately shouted, "Same pork, different ways to eat. Same rich flavor, different tastes." Heir Chun also picked up a sausage and shouted. Suddenly, Little Baozi's loud voice turned deep and serious. "When you're troubled by uniform meat flavor, your spicy sausage is here. When you seek a unique taste but can't find it, your honey-flavored sausage arrives." Heir Chun's voice also grew deep. Their fresh words and exaggerated expressions almost made the nearby vendors laugh out loud. "Hee hee ha, are these 2 kids sick?" The 2 children ignored the teasing from others, working perfectly together. Their clear, loud voices made their words sound very interesting, even if they had never heard such phrases before. Soon, they attracted some people from far away. Seeing 2 5- or 6-year-old kids singing and talking, clever and funny, everyone burst into laughter and gathered around to watch. "Hey, what's that long thing? It looks weird, kinda like blood sausage, but it's obviously not filled with blood. Is it really as good as they say?" Some people doubted. When the children saw the crowd growing, they stopped and pointed at the bowls on the table, inviting people to taste the sausages. "Can I eat it for free without paying?" Someone asked suspiciously. "Yes, you can try a piece. If you like it, buy some. If not, no need to pay," Little Baozi said. When an older woman tried a piece with a bamboo skewer, her eyes widened. "Delicious, super delicious. I've never had such good meat before," she exclaimed, with an exaggerated expression, thinking she was paying someone Jiang Yumei hired. Everyone nearby reached out to grab the skewers and eat. Some even panicked and directly used their hands to put the meat in their mouths. "Delicious, very delicious. How much does it cost?" Some began asking for the price. Zhou said, 100 coins per piece. This sentence caused a lot of trouble.
"What?
Stealing people. That's so expensive." "Exactly. The soy-flavored pork knuckles at Gifu Grand Restaurant only cost 100 coins per plate, but your small piece costs 100 coins. Are you joking? They're both pork, so why is yours so expensive? Little Bowsy scoffed. Sir, we're not selling pork, we're selling sausage. Unique and special sausage. In Dakong Dynasty, any restaurant sells soy-flavored pork knuckles, but our sausage is one of a kind. Plus, the pork knuckles must be eaten right after cooking, but our sausage can stay fresh and tasty even if kept until next year. Some people liked to buy it but thought it was too expensive, so they bargained a little. Can you lower the price a bit? It's a bit too high, they asked. No, I can't lower it anymore. This recipe is a secret, and making it is very hard, Jiang Yumei replied. People who didn't want to spend money just shook their heads and left reluctantly. Others bought 2 or 4 pieces. After the first group left, 12 pieces were sold. 2 young kids saw fewer customers and started shouting loudly again. Soon another group of people came and they bought over 20 pieces. By noon, they had sold more than 50 pieces, totaling 140. But more than half remained unsold. Jiang Yumei asked Song Wankai to buy about 10 meat buns, and everyone stood around eating. Suddenly, a few people hurried over. Little Baozi was about to give the unfinished buns to his mother, and called Chunzi to shout a bit more, but when he saw one of the visitors was Xiao Tong, the shopkeeper from Jifu Liquor Store, he recognized him. Xiao Tong also saw them and chuckled. Oh, it's you. When you come to Qinghua County, you don't visit my Jifu Liquor Store, but stand here eating buns. Do I look like I can't afford a meal? Little Baozi quickly stepped forward and bowed, saying, Uncle Tong, you're too kind. We're just selling sausage here. We really can't leave right now. We came specifically for the sausage, Uncle Tong said, pointing to a few people nearby. These guests are from the capital. They bought some sausage here, and after cooking, they found it very delicious. I heard it can be stored for a long time without spoiling, so they came to buy more to take back to the capital. Yes, Jiang Yumei said, this sausage is like cured meat. Even in such cold weather, it can last 1 or 2 months without going bad. In the capital, where it's even colder, it could last even longer. One middle-aged man said, That's great. How much do you have? We'll buy it all. Song Wankai took out the remaining sausages and counted them. There were 86 links left. The others then paid him 86 taels of silver. Jiang Yumei looked at their clothes and guessed they were managers from a wealthy family. She said, Gentlemen, look at these boxes. They are perfect for sending New Year gifts, pretty and impressive. The men saw that the boxes were small with carved designs, and the sausages inside looked delicate and attractive. They thought it was a good gift to give. They nodded and asked, How much for each box? 50 coins each. Only 4 left, the man replied. He then handed Jiang Yumei 200 coins. The group hurried away with the boxes. Little Tong, the shopkeeper, didn't move. After they left, he said to Jiang Yumei, Madam Lin, these sausages are really tasty. But if you sell them in the town, the price might be too high. If you sell them in the county, it's far and difficult.
How about selling the recipe to me?
You make money, save trouble, and we get a new dish. We think. He used the old trick of selling recipes. Jiang Yumei thought to herself that although this trick was old, it still made money. She smiled and said, Honestly, we folks from the countryside work hard. We have strength, so we're not afraid of long trips. You saw our business is good. Even at this high price, they sell out. But if the price you offer is fair, I might consider selling this secret recipe. Although these sausages are delicious and new, people will get used to them over time. After a while, they'll figure out how to make them. The high price might only last this year. Next year, it might not be the same, Little Tong said, seeming to haggle. Sometimes, dealing with familiar people is tricky. Bargaining is easy with strangers, but with friends, lowering the price might offend them and raising it might make you feel you're losing out. Jiang Yumei agreed with him a little. She thought that since the process was simple, people could figure it out if they thought about it carefully. She said, even if they figure it out, the taste won't be exactly the same. Just like the signature dish at Gifu restaurant, others might learn to cook it, but never match your restaurant's authentic flavor. People will still come to you for the real taste. Now is a good time to sell sausages. It's cool, and they keep well. Plus, the new year is coming, and people will buy them for themselves or as gifts. Soon, it will be too late to sell, until next year. Jiang Yumei was subtly negotiating. Master Tong nodded and said, "All right, I will pay 60 taels of silver. You sell me this recipe." Jiang Yumei replied, "Add 10 more taels, and I will give you the selling words for the sausages." Master Tong chuckled happily. "Little Miss Lin, we are old friends. Selling me just a few words for 10 taels doesn't seem fair. Because we are friends, I will give them to you. If someone else offers 10 taels, I wouldn't sell. Our sausages sell so fast because of these words," Jiang Yumei said. She then turned to the two kids and said, "Tell Uncle Tong." The two kids immediately got into character and recited the sausage advertisement lines perfectly. Master Tong was amused and laughed loudly. Such fresh words. It's impressive that Lady Lin thought of them. He thought to himself, this woman truly is rare, hardly seen in 100 years. The deal was made, and they all went to Jifu restaurant. They arranged for sausage casings and bamboo tubes, then told the chef to prepare the meat and seasonings. Soaking the casings took some time. Master Tong, who was good at dealing with people, invited them to a meal. Although it was just simple home-cooked dishes, Jiang Yumei and her son appreciated his kindness. Once the casing softened, they began teaching the chef how to stuff the sausages. The process was simple. After demonstrating and explaining a few key points, it was easy. Next was signing the contract and receiving the money. The contract included an important and classic clause. The secret recipe could not be sold to others. Jiang Yumei nodded in agreement. However, there was an additional clause. This year, Jiang Yumei could not make or gift the sausages at home. This was an unfair clause. She had planned to make some as New Year gifts for the Qin family and the Li family in the provincial capital, so she argued strongly to remove this clause. Master Tong was quite clever. He anticipated her move. He first sent the sausages out to others, which made it clear that Jifu restaurant was the first. So he insisted on this clause. In the end, Jiang Yumei reluctantly agreed and signed the deal for 70 silver taels. Despite her dissatisfaction with Master Tong's cunning, Jiang Yumei was quite business savvy. She explained how to use the advertisement lines effectively, which lines to use in different situations for the best effect. At first, Master Tong didn't think much of it, but later, it proved these words worked very well. He truly admired and appreciated Jiang Yumei from the bottom of his heart, once again marveling at how extraordinary she was. But that was a story for another time. Everyone happily headed home, carrying their shining silver. On the street, Jiang Yumei bought a package of sesame-filled pastries for two little kids' family as a reward for their good shouting. For the first time, Chunzi earned a package of pastries with his own effort. He was so happy that he jumped around, insisting on holding it himself and refusing help from his parents. But his joy turned to sadness when he fell and accidentally crushed the pastries underneath him. When he got up and opened the oil paper, he saw the pastries had been smashed into crumbs. He opened his mouth wide and cried loudly, unable to be comforted. Song Wang was angry and scolded him, spanking his bottom a few times. "You made yourself fall and ruin it. Who's to blame? Stop crying and be quiet." But the more he was hit, the louder he cried. Zhou Shi, feeling sorry for him, gently comforted, "Don't be angry, dear. He's so young, he doesn't understand. Just soothe him a little." She then squatted down to comfort Chun. Little Baozi also stepped forward to say that after they went home, he would share half of his own pastries with him. Only then did Chun stop crying, though he still sniffled and hiccuped, with tears and snot bubbling out. Jiang Yumei couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. She turned around and bought another package for him. Only then did Chun smile, through his tears. This time, he didn't dare to take the pastries himself and handed them over to his mother Zhou Shi for safekeeping. When they returned home, Jiang Yumei gave Song Wang 190 silver coins. They had already agreed to pay him 200 coins monthly, but since they also helped with making and selling sausages today, they gave him an extra 100. The Song family was very happy. In the countryside, 200 coins was a good amount. The family's income increased by over 80 taels of silver, greatly easing Jiang Yumei and her son's worries. They thought they could finally sleep well tonight. In the middle of the night, the mother and son of Hun Yan returned after many days. Jiang Yumei got up and opened the door. Hun Yan dragged back a huge creature, a black bear. She struggled to squeeze this mountain-sized black bear through the door. Jiang Yumei refused to let the two little ones get close and went to the kitchen to boil water to give them a bath. It wasn't that the cubs needed hot water, but Jiang Yumei wanted to use hot water for their bath. In winter, cold water would be too cold. She bathed them with bubbles, and Hun Yan also came back and dried them with a cloth before going to sleep again. Despite all the noise at home, the little Baozi didn't wake up. When the two cubs tried to disturb the little master in the bedroom, Jiang Yumei pulled their ears to stop them. Recently, Xiao Baozi hadn't been sleeping well. She felt sorry that they had spent so much money. Today, they earned over 80 taels of silver, so he slept peacefully, smiling in his dreams. After winter began, dawn was late. It was still very dark at the hour of Mao, and the brightest star in the sky was twinkling and blinking. Jiang Yumei got up in the dark to make breakfast. Because she was kept awake all night by the noisy mother and her 3 children, she was still a bit sleepy and forgot to warn Xiao Baozi about the large creature outside. Her mother went out for a while, and Xiao Baozi, half asleep, crawled out of bed and put on his clothes. Seeing the mother and her children sleeping under the bed, he wandered around them groggily and headed to the yard to wash his face. Just as he was about to step over the threshold of the main hall, he saw a small mountain in the yard and was startled. He fell down suddenly, with his stomach pressing on the door sill. Feeling both pain and fear, he burst into loud crying. Jiang Yumei, busy in the kitchen making breakfast, heard her son's cry and hurried outside. She saw Xiao Baozi crying sadly on the door sill and felt heartbroken. She quickly went to pick him up, saying, "Son, did you fall and hurt yourself? Let me rub it." She scolded herself for being careless and not warning him first. Xiao Baozi cried while pointing at the small mountain, unable to speak. Jiang Yumei said, "That's a bear. Last night, Mother Tiger brought it back. Don't be afraid, it's already dead." She then held him and gently rubbed his stomach until he calmed down. After comforting Xiao Baozi, she washed his face, had breakfast with him, and then sent him out. After finishing her own meal and washing the dishes, she entered the new yard through the side door. She asked Zhou Shi to call the 3 men from the Song family to the old yard for another task. The 3 men from the Song family hurried over and immediately saw the large creature standing like a small mountain in the yard. They were also startled, thinking it must be Mother Tiger's catch. Song Wang muttered, "This black bear looks to weigh over 300 pounds. Mother Tiger, don't say she fought it, just dragging it back would be hard enough." Old Song went to check the bear's wound and showed them. "See? It was bitten on the neck again. Only this spot has a wound." "Mother Tiger is really amazing," he said, shaking his head. Song Dachuan had only seen Mother Tiger from afar half a month ago. Now, seeing this mountain-like bear killed so neatly, he looked at the window where Mother Tiger was sleeping, and his legs started to tremble unconsciously. "Sir, do you think Mother Tiger might bite our necks if she gets angry?" Cough, "No, she won't. Mother Tiger is sensible. I think some people are even worse than her. Haven't you seen? Little Nian often climbs all over her, and she doesn't get angry," Old Song said. Currently, Mother Tiger was not giving Old Song any trouble, so he admired her greatly. Old Song, who used to be a horseman, believed animals shared common traits, and he seemed to know how to earn their favor. They 3 worked very hard to prepare the black bear, skinning it, breaking the carcass, and removing the bones. Besides selling the meat that wasn't worth much, they decided to sell the entire bear. The black bear's body is full of valuable parts, and since it's almost New Year, many families want to eat rare wild animals, so it should sell well. To get a good price, Song Wang and his son Song Dachuan ate lunch and then took a boat to the provincial city. They sold the bear's fur at a fur shop, the bear's gallbladder and bones at a pharmacy, and the meat at a restaurant. This way, they could earn more money. They also had a few good skins at home. Except for the deer skin, which they kept, they sold everything else. Jiang Yume kept the deerskin to make a leather vest and boots. In the past, Jiang Yume wouldn't be so careful with money, but now, since funds are tight, she tries to earn more. After sending off Song Wang and his son, Jiang Yume and Mrs. Zhou went outside to wash the remaining water off the parts. Then they boiled them in a pot, making the flavor stronger. These parts still taste good. They spent the whole afternoon boiling 3 large pots. However, they didn't dare to sell all the boiled parts outside because only Jiang Dafu and his wife knew about the tiger mother and her children. The excuse for selling the bear's parts wasn't easy to find, so they kept some for themselves and planned to sell most of it in the town tomorrow. That evening, Mrs. Zhou and her children went back to the old courtyard to eat. The fragrant aroma of the seasoned meat made the 2 little kids and Xiao Xia lick their lips happily. Usually, the Song family ate with the carpenters in the new courtyard, but since they had these rare items, they didn't dare to share them with the workers. So Jiang Yume told the mother and children to eat in the old courtyard. Only old Song stayed there to keep them company, and later that night, she brought a small dish for him to try. Tiger Boy and Puppy still sat on chairs. These were new, large pinewood chairs that old Song made, with beautiful designs and painted decorations. The 2 little ones loved them, and often refused to get down once they sat on them. Tiger Mother seemed to have accepted this, no longer giving him cold looks. Puppy also liked old Song very much. Every time he saw him, he wagged his tail vigorously. Only Tiger Boy, the handsome little guy, still looked at him coolly with his nose up and ignored him. At the dinner table, little Bowsy listened to his mother talk about how she decided to send the Song father and son to the city to sell the black bear so they could earn more money. He nodded happily and then started talking about the old days. Mother, what you did was right. Not starving for food or clothes, and you can't plan for a lifetime of poverty. If I had known earlier, we wouldn't have expanded the new courtyard so much, and our family wouldn't have spent money so quickly. Then, the little kid gave his mother a traditional lesson on frugal living and took the opportunity to let a family of 3 at another table listen in on how to manage daily life. The more listeners, the more excited the speaker became. Today, the little boy had 4 listeners instead of just 1, so he spoke more enthusiastically than usual. Jiang Yume clearly showed her disapproval by looking around and ignoring him. One ear listened, the other let it go, feeling that the kid's nagging was even more annoying than her grandmother's. Just saving money isn't enough. Earning more is the key. The little boy kept stressing these small details, but after thousands of years, these differences in thinking aren't just a generation gap, they are a huge divide. The little boy was very happy to see the listeners nodding along, feeling like he had found like-minded people. He also clearly saw his mother's impatience. She shook her head and said, "Mom doesn't want to think you're too talkative. Old sayings are true. Be careful with money. Always watch your spending. In the future, life should be planned carefully. Why spend everything at once? You can't just build a new yard like before, spending so much silver, causing the family to face hunger." Jiang Yume watched her son talk confidently and wondered if her own clear spring water had made him too confident. This kid used to be in the youth class at a top university like a young Einstein or Hawking. But while those geniuses used their brains for science, this boy's cleverness was used for managing daily life. Maybe she should reduce the amount of spring water he drinks? That's a question worth thinking about. Seeing her mother still acting indifferent, the boy felt helpless and thought, "Everyone says my mother is clever, but where is her cleverness? I don't see it. Sometimes, she's not clever at all. Maybe even a bit naive. Look at her. She doesn't even remember what her own surname is with just 2 coins. She spends money recklessly, more generous than a man. She earned so much silver, but lost it all in less than 2 months." Thinking of this, he felt ashamed and thought it was wrong to think badly of his mother. All parents are good, and having such thoughts is very unfilial. So, he moved closer and kissed her, making her face turn dark with oil. Jiang Yume didn't realize her son was secretly criticizing her and only thought he was showing affection out of impulse. She believed he couldn't help himself, so she relaxed her dislike of his stinginess, turned her head happily, and kissed him back. Then she giggled and watched her son happily smile. Mother Tiger was lying nearby, watching Jiang Yumei with a dark face as she looked at her son's happy expression. She rolled her eyes and turned away, looking foolish and very ugly. Soon it was the 12th lunar month. The carpenters finished their work and went home for the new year. They would come back after the first month to continue working. Most of the carpentry work was done, with only some painting left. Old Mr. Song started working as a wild cart driver, traveling between the village and the town. Sometimes, people hired him to go to the county seat. Business was pretty good, earning about 60 or 70 coins a day. Jiang Yumei would give him 10 coins as a bonus, and the rest was taken by the authorities. As the new year approached, it was necessary to give gifts to elders. A set of clothes for each person was essential. Jiang Yumei and her mother Zhou had already made clothes and shoes for Old Master Jiang, Mrs. Wei, Jiang Dafu, Mrs. Li, Jiang Yushan, and their grandparents. Most of these were almost finished. After finishing these, they still needed to find time to make a set for Little Chubby and Old Master Chen. They had to be careful with money. Little Chubby had enjoyed many good things from others, and Jiang Yumei had borrowed a lot of fabric from others. Apart from the Chen family, making clothes for these people was simple and not time-consuming. The good fabrics used for these clothes looked very decent when worn in the countryside. They didn't need embroidery or fancy decorations. Fortunately, the family had plenty of fabric sent by the Chen and Li families, which saved Jiang Yumei a lot of money. She noticed that Little Chubby's clothes and shoes were getting noticeably smaller. The boy had grown a lot in the past 2 months. The 2 sets of clothes for the new year were already finished, and more spring clothes would be needed after the new year. She also planned to make a set for herself, because she wanted to wear new clothes for the holiday. She gave some fabric to the Song family, encouraging them to make new clothes for everyone. She also needed to prepare small gifts for the women of the Li family in the provincial capital, old, middle-aged, and young. Since she didn't have much money to buy expensive gifts, she decided to make some delicate presents instead. So, Jiang Yumei was very busy, feeling like her head was about to fall off, but she kept working without stopping. That morning, Jiang Yumei went to the Jiang residence. The work at Ze Pavilion was finished. This was the last job of the year. The next work would have to wait until after the first month of the new year. Yesterday, the items from each family had been delivered to Mrs. Li in the west wing of the Jiang house. Today, Jiang Yushu would come to pick up the items and settle the bill. Jiang Yumei carried 2 carp, one for the main house and one for Yushan. She carefully checked the work. It was done very well. No one wanted to lose this hard-earned job. Before noon, Jiang Yushu arrived home, bringing Wang and Xiu'er with him this time. Now that the Wang family is pregnant again, they don't plan to return to Qinghua County. Jiang Yushu finished lunch and took his work alone, as business is good right now. He won't come back until after the new year. At noon, the whole family was eating in the main room. Old Master Jiang was happy because his granddaughter-in-law is pregnant again. Hopefully, this time she will have a boy. The 4th generation of the Jiang family might still have a son. He specifically told Wei to kill a chicken. During the meal, besides his own chicken drumstick, he asked Wei to scoop the other drumstick into Wang's bowl. Wang was surprised and said she couldn't dare to do that. The chicken should be for the grandparents. "I want you to eat it," Old Master Jiang said kindly, smiling broadly. "Eat well, and maybe you'll give me a big, healthy great-grandson." This was the first time the people of the main household received such special treatment. Xiao Wei was so excited she almost cried. It turns out that Old Master Jiang's rule was that the chicken drumstick was for the person who could read. Usually, the remaining chicken was shared between the 2 sons of the second household. This time, the main household finally saw some hope. In the afternoon, the women who were working came one after another. Jiang Yumei distributed the money she had calculated. But neither the village head's wife nor Zhao's wife came to collect their money, even though they usually come on time. Fong said, "They probably won't come today. Did you hear? Big Dog died last night. It's a tragedy. I heard he froze to death. His bedding and blankets were soaked with and feces, so they grew mold. His whole body was rotting, with no good parts left. Dog's mother is no good either. How could she be so heartless?" That's his own son. If she had just cleaned him up and dried his blankets, he wouldn't have ended up like this, Tan said, shaking her head. I think it's actually a good thing Big Dog died. Living like that is worse. Better to die early and be reborn, Granny Hong said loudly nearby. Hopefully, in the next life, he'll have better luck, be born into a good family, and not end up inside some lazy woman's belly, Wei sighed. Fong added, when the Zhao family saw how badly Big Dog died, they got really angry. The village head's wife and some women from Zhao's family beat Big Dog's mother hard this morning. She cried out loudly, and her screams could be heard from far away. Now she can't even get out of bed. Yes, she deserved it. Why didn't they just kill her? Li said angrily. That wicked woman should be taken away by heaven, so she won't harm anyone else. Right now, Big Dog's family is so poor they can't even afford a simple coffin. The Zhao family's relatives pooled some money to buy a coffin for him, Fong said. His family owns several acres of land, and now they also control a few acres from the Three Dogs family. If they take good care of it, life will be much better than ours. But that lazy wife doesn't work, and whenever she has some spare money, she spends it on meat. Before Guzzi went crazy, he often drank and played cards, so he couldn't save any money, the way he used to. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. Outside, Zhang Yushan quietly returned to his room after hearing this. He used to be paralyzed too, and doctors said he wouldn't live past 2 years. But he was lucky to marry into a good family. His parents saved money for his medicine and treatment, and a capable sister bought him good medicine. They also brought rare fish from Nanling Mountain and small eggs to help him recover. Now his illness is almost gone. He clenched his fists secretly and vowed that once he recovered, he would work hard to build a better future for his family and sister. Before Jiang Yumei left, Mrs. Wei came to say that tomorrow they will slaughter a pig at their house, and invited her family and some members of the Song family to come and enjoy the pig's meat. That night, the first snow of winter fell. The next morning, a thin layer of snow covered the ground. Today, Xiao Baozi had a holiday from school. After breakfast, Jiang Yumei and her son took the 5 members of the Song family to the old Jiang family house. Old Song also planned to go pull the cart and promised to come back in time for lunch. The 2 fat pigs at Zhang's house had been raised for a whole year, and each weighed nearly 200 jin. They planned to slaughter both today, sell one, and keep one for their own use. Now, except for Jiang Yushan and the young men, who were away, most of the work was done by Song Wangkai and Song Dachuan, since Jiang Yushan was in poor health. Jiang Yumei had never seen a pig slaughter before and didn't dare to get close. She only helped in the kitchen by lighting the fire. Xiao Baozi, along with Chunzi, Liangzi, and Sanjuzi, who arrived later, went to the backyard to watch the fun. In previous years, they could go eat pig dishes at Uncle Zhao's and Uncle Sun's houses, but this year, they were in school and couldn't see it, so they were especially excited. From the backyard, there were loud screams of pigs and excited shouts from the men. After a while, Sun Daqiang and Dachuan carried a basin of pig blood, followed by a basin of pig innards. The women started busy washing the innards and stuffing the blood into intestines. After slaughtering the 2 pigs, Butcher Zhang and his son used a handcart to take 1 pig away. The pig was large, and they sold it for 2 taels of silver. After everyone finished eating the pig dishes enthusiastically, the guests took home a piece of meat given by Zhang's family. Life at Zhang's house was now better. The remaining meat was not sold, but divided among several families. Even Jiang Yumei received 10 jin of meat. Jiang Da Wu was unhappy holding the 5 jin of meat given by Wei's family. He said, all the girls in the Jiang family, I am the oldest. Why did Maisie get more than I did? Wei's wife was a bit angry. It's best you don't let your father hear that. Otherwise, you won't even get the 5 jin of meat. How much has Maisie given us these months? Not just fish, eggs, and fabric, but also that silver hairpin and your father's pipe. Do you know how much they're worth? Think about what you've given us. Not only have you not given anything, but you've also taken a lot from me. Some things she didn't use money for. Others were gifts from others, Jiang Dawu insisted. Even gifts from others require her to repay favors. Don't think I don't know your family made quite a bit of money through her connections. People should remember kindness, Wei's wife said. Recently, Zhang Dowu's family earned nearly 2 taels of silver from shoeboxes. Li the carpenter was very happy and kept telling his wife to watch her words carefully. If she said anything inappropriate, she should be more careful. When she heard her mother mention that they earned money, she didn't dare to gossip and said generously, "We only made a little money. It's not worth making a fuss over." All right, 5 Jean is 5 Jean. A little loss won't hurt. Did she really suffer a loss? She only had one daughter, and Wei's wife was angry but couldn't do anything. She didn't dare tell the old master, or she would be scolded too. So, every time her daughter made her angry, she had to endure it silently. The mother and daughter whispered in the upper room. Though not very harmonious, it was still relatively peaceful. Meanwhile, in the East Wing, things were getting lively, almost turning into a fight. Little Wei's wife was so angry she was trembling all over, ready to cause trouble in the upper room. She was being held back and scolded softly by Zhang Dewu, while Zhang Yutao, Zhang Yuli, and Zhang Yuzhao were quietly persuading her at the door. Wang's wife didn't dare to step forward. She blushed and stood aside, staring blankly. Xiao Er was so frightened she ran into another room and crouched in the corner, not daring to come out. It turned out that old Master Zhang only gave Zhang Yutao and Zhang Yuli 2.5 Jean of pork each. Wei's wife was furious. "I advise you not to cause trouble," Zhang Dawu whispered. In previous years, married girls only got 1 Jean of meat each. This time, they gave more. And this division was discussed with me, and I agreed. Are you stupid? They're all granddaughters who married out. Why do the granddaughters in the second house get 10 Jean, while ours only get 2? It shows the old master favors the second house. He's always biased toward them. Are they bullying you for being honest? I won't accept this. I won't, Wei's wife said, her mouth covered by Zhang Dewu, her voice muffled. Is it wrong for you to say these words? How much has Maisie shown respect to her parents? How much have Peach and Lazy done? Without Maisie's help, your son would still be just a farmer in the countryside. Now, he is a respectable shopkeeper in the town. Who in our village doesn't respect him? We all benefit from this. Why are you causing trouble over such small matters? What does Maisie think? You've hurt her feelings, so don't expect her to help you anymore. My son being a shopkeeper shows he has talent and ability. She wants Shanzi to take the job, but can Shanzi handle it? We benefit from this, but it's because of my son. What does Maisie have to do with it? Peach and Lizzie are a bit poorer, but they work hard at home every day. They don't even have time to rest. Is Maisie so capable? She only knows how to light a fire, maybe cook some braised meat. Why doesn't the old man open his eyes and see? He only cares about money, Xiao Weisher shouted, pushing Jiang Deshui's hand. If you dare say that about my father again, I swear I will hit you, Jiang Deshui said angrily, clenching his fists. Mother, please stop. Don't let our father and Maisie hear this. Besides, the work Maisie gave us has earned us a lot of money. We're not losing out at all, Zhang Yutao tried to calm her mother. That work was given to you by your brother, so why is it all blamed on her? Xiao Weisher couldn't understand why her family was so foolish. Clearly, it was their own effort, but they kept blaming others. Only you would say something so shameless. I warn you, if you go upstairs and cause trouble and offend everyone, just pack your things and go home, Jiang Deshui said sternly, glaring. When Xiao Weisher heard she might be sent back to her parents' house, she didn't dare to cause trouble anymore. She sat on the bed, wiping tears. She skipped dinner, pretending to be sick, and stayed in her room waiting. Jiang Yuzhao, with a thick face, brought back a big bowl of meat. After eating, she still wanted more. Her 3 daughters were too shy to serve her again. Because of the meat-sharing incident, Xiao Weisher felt angry for a long time. She kept talking sour words to Li Shi, making her very upset. Old Master Jiang understood that his eldest daughter-in-law was upset about the meat-sharing. He thought she was short-sighted. She got such a big watermelon but was worried over tiny things. He regretted not listening to the old lady and marrying such a foolish woman. Looking at his honest and straightforward eldest son, he thought that although Shuzi hadn't become a scholar, he was lively and clever. His daughter-in-law, Wang Shi, was also decent and knew her place. With Mei Zi's help, the third generation of the big family would still rise. Jiang Yumei was unaware of these events. She led little Baozi and the 6 members of the Song family back to Nanshan residence. Now, Jiang Yumei named the new courtyard Nanshan residence, and from then on, people called this land by that name. A few days later, Chen heir from the Chen family came to deliver fish. Besides the letters from little Fatty to little Baozi, he also brought the New Year gifts from the Chen family. This time, they sent 4 bolts of cloth, 20 jin of walnuts, 10 jin of oranges, 10 jin of glutinous rice, 10 jin of beef, and a jar of honey. The beef was a rare delicacy of this time. Jiang Yumei immediately cooked 2 jin of it with braised radishes. After cooking, she sent 2 bowls to the Jiang family, kept 1 for herself, and gave 1 to the Song family. The remaining beef was made into beef jerky. In the afternoon, she also had little Xia all the walnuts, as she needed them. After dinner, she asked Zhou Shi to come and help. They used the walnut kernels to make amber walnuts. Although this world also had walnut candies, none were as delicious as the amber walnuts from her previous life, especially those made with honey, which were sweet and fragrant. First, they lightly roasted the walnut kernels over low heat until fragrant, being careful not to burn them. Then, they slowly boiled honey in a pot. Zhou Shi was reluctant to use all the honey, so she added some red sugar and stirred. When the syrup turned amber, they added the walnuts and stir-fried until the syrup evenly coated the nuts. Then they took them out and let them cool. The most important part was controlling the heat during this process. They finished making all 20 jin of walnuts, filling 6 small jars. Afterward, Jiang Yumei packed half a bowl of the amber walnuts for Zhou Shi to take home for the children, and another half bowl for her 2 daughters. The next day, Jiang Yumei asked Old Song and Song Wankai to deliver the New Year gifts to the Chen family in the county Tan and the Li family in the provincial city. To the Chen family, she gave each of the old master and little Fatty a set of clothes and a pair of shoes, 10 jin of cakes, a jar of rice wine, a small jar of amber walnuts, and some vegetables. To the Li family, she gave 5-finger gloves made for the old Madam Li, and Li Huayan. The gloves were in shades of deep purple, jujube red, and silver red, embroidered with small flowers, leaves, and other patterns, making them festive and fresh for the holidays. She also gave 10 jin of cakes, a small jar of amber walnuts, and an additional small jar to Cui Qingzheng. Song Wankai returned from the provincial city with the gifts from the Li family. They included 2 bolts of cloth, 10 packs of candies, 10 jin of red dates, and 10 jin of apples. Song Wankai said that everyone liked the 3 pairs of gloves very much, especially the food gifts. The old Madam and Madam liked the cakes, and Miss Li loved the amber walnuts. Lady Li specifically asked the steward of the Li family to give Song Wankai 4 small silver coins as a reward. Song Wankai still needed to hand in some of it. Jiang Yumei smiled and said he could keep the reward himself, since he had worked hard. Young Master Cui also liked eating walnuts and asked Jiang Yumei to make him a pair of gloves. He also gave a small bag and a jade pen holder as a gift. Now Jiang Yumei was very busy, so she could only wait until after the New Year to do anything. The rare fruits sent by the Chen and Li families were also given to the Jiang family, the Li family, Zhao Tiekui's family, and Sun Dacheng's family. A small bag was specially sent to Mr. Wang. Fruits were rare in this time, mostly wild and sour or astringent. Better fruits were very expensive, and most families only bought a few during festivals or ancestor worship. On the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, little Baozi's school had winter break, lasting a whole month. He asked his mother to wash and put away the satin long coat he wore to school, then find the rough cloth jacket for him to wear. He went out with Chunzi to herd sheep and geese, and also gather firewood. Chunzi was very happy. He used to herd sheep and geese alone, but now they were both outside playing loudly, their laughter echoing far away. That day, they saw a lot of dry firewood sticks on the other side of Bisui Creek. Because the grass was overgrown, Some green grass that hadn't fully dried was still visible in the middle. The sheep's mother and the others hadn't eaten green grass for a long time, so they decided to go to the east end of the creek. They didn't want to go around a big circle and cross at Bishui Bridge. Since the water level in Bishui Creek had dropped, some large stones were exposed, and crossing over them was no problem. The sheep were a bit timid and unsure if they dared to walk over the stones. They tried leading the sheep onto the stones, and it worked. They crossed safely. The geese didn't care and just fell into the creek, then got out on their own. This land in Dongha village was larger and more wild than the land across the creek. Few people came here, and some of the dried grass was as tall as their waists. The noise of the 2 boys, 3 sheep, and 4 geese immediately broke the silence. Not far away was a small ruin, the house of an old lonely man from Dongha village who had fallen ill with a strange disease decades ago. After his death, no one came here anymore. Over the years, the house had been battered by wind and rain, leaving only 3 broken mud walls and half a pit. Near the ruin was a pond, not very deep, but enough for the 4 geese to swim. The geese happily jumped into the pond to play. The sheep's mother led her 2 daughters to eat grass nearby, watching over the 4 little geese. This was little Baozi's task to give to the sheep's mother, and he also reminded the little geese to obey the sheep's mother unconditionally. They also threatened that if they didn't obey, they would lock them outside and not let them go home. The 4 little geese are quite naughty, but they understand human speech. They honk to show they understand. When they are happy playing, they can't help but want to run farther away. As soon as mother sheep bass a few times, they obediently turn back and continue playing in the pond. Even if they see a bigger swimming pool in the distance, they don't dare to be reckless. So, the 2 boys focus on gathering firewood. They pile the dry sticks together and tie them with a rope once the pile gets big enough. It hasn't rained or snowed for nearly half a month, and the sun is bright, so the firewood is very good quality. Seeing so much good firewood, little Baozi decides to gather more. After tying the firewood, they drag the bundle to the clear water creek. Since they are too small to cross easily, they shout loudly for Little Xia. Little Xia is responsible for carrying the firewood across the creek and bringing it back home. Suddenly, Chun sees something in the dry grass pile beside the ruins. He picks it up and finds it's a red purse. He quickly calls little Baozi, "Brother Nian, come here. Look at this, what do you think it is?" Little Baozi runs over. Chun hands him the paper inside the purse. "Look at this. It shows 2 shiny people fighting. Isn't that embarrassing? Such big people still fight without clothes. It's worse than us." Chun finishes and makes a face of disgust. Little Baozi glances at the paper and throws it away. "Just throw it away.
Who knows whose thing this is?"
It's so dirty. Besides, they don't even wear clothes, so ugly." His mother taught him not to pick up things from outside because they are dirty. Chun isn't as cautious. He bends down and picks up the paper again. Why throw it away? Even if the people in the drawing aren't wearing clothes, it's still a pretty good picture. He looks carefully again. "Brother Nian, look. Why do those 2 buns hang on the person's belly? That's strange. I didn't see any string tying the buns. Why aren't they falling off?" Little Baozi looks at the paper closely and nods in confusion. "Yeah. Why aren't they falling? But these don't look like buns, they look like steamed buns. See the 2 little dots on top?" Chun takes the paper back and examines it again. They don't look like steamed buns either. They don't have folds. He's never been so persistent before. "I say they're buns, and you say they're steamed buns. Let's make a bet. When we go home, I'll ask my mother. Whoever is wrong has to run around the big yard once." Boys are naturally competitive. Little Baozi nods. "Okay. Whoever loses has to run around the yard. No cheating." When Little Bun said this, Chun's face turned red. He really underestimated him and boldly said, "Whoever cheats is a scoundrel." After saying that, he put the paper into his pocket. Thinking there might be more inside, he took it out again. It was a handkerchief. He looked at it and didn't find anything special, so he put it back into his pocket and kept it close to his chest. The 2 boys forgot about time while gathering firewood. It was Little Xia who called from across the creek, "Dinner is ready. It's time to come back." The two little kids then led the sheep and geese home. Chun still went to the new yard to eat. Little Bun washed his hands and saw his mother bring out 2 big bowls of noodles. Each bowl had 4 pieces of preserved pork and some white pine nuts. His own bowl also had a fried egg. Jiang Yumei saw Little Bun was about to speak, so she hurriedly said, "My son is growing strong. Eating this small egg is good for you. As a grown-up, I only need 1 in the morning. But you need to eat more nutritious food to grow tall quickly." Hearing that he should grow tall quickly, Little Bun stopped bothering his mother and simply said, "Thank you, Mom." When he saw his mother start eating, he picked up his chopsticks and ate heartily. After dinner, Little Bun took a nap. Jiang Yumei then started busying herself with making clothes. The winter afternoon sun was warm and gentle. Sitting at the door of the main hall, Jiang Yumei felt a little sleepy too. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached from the side door, growing closer. She looked up and saw Zhou Shi rushing over. Zhou Shi's face looked quite worried. She glanced around and, not seeing Little Bun, softly asked, "Is Nian Xiaozi not here?" Jiang Yumei pointed to the bedroom and whispered, "He's sleeping." Zhou Shi then pulled Jiang Yumei outside to the yard. She thought that since their conversation was quiet, Little Bun wouldn't hear it even if he woke up. She then said, Chun, that dead boy, gave me something at noon today," and her face turned red. Zhou Shi was a straightforward person. Jiang Yumei had never seen her like this before, so she hurriedly asked, "What thing? You're so anxious. Kids can be mischievous sometimes." Zhou Shi shook her head and sighed. She took out a red purse from her hand to show Jiang Yumei. It was a pinkish-red purse, embroidered with a few green lotus leaves floating on water, a bright pink lotus flower blooming beautifully, and a smaller flower bud. 2 branches with tiny yellow flowers hung down from the top left corner. "What's wrong with this purse?" Jiang Yumei asked, puzzled. Zhou Shi opened the purse and took out a piece of paper to show Jiang Yumei. "Look at this. What do you think it is?" "It's so embarrassing." Jiang Yumei picked up the paper and saw it was a picture of a palace scene.
She was also surprised.
Where did this come from? "This was picked up by Chun and Nian Gur from the grassland at the east end of the creek," said Zhou with anger. Chun, that foolish boy, even made a bet with Nian Gur. One bet that these 2 were steamed buns, and the other bet that they were buns filled with meat. She added, "That place isn't far from our yard. It's not good for such shameful things to happen nearby." That's true. As a widow, if someone else nearby found this, she would never be able to clear her name, no matter what she did. Jiang Yumei looked at the purse and the paper, both very new and clean, probably dropped there recently. Also, such fine satin is rare in the countryside, and the style of this forging tool looks very familiar to her. This purse's fabric is very similar to the brocade fabric Lee's family sent me. I only made a gift for my eldest uncle's house, and haven't used it otherwise, Jiang Yumei said, puzzled. She had never used such bright brocade before. I think so, too. That satin was cut from the fabric Lin's wife, and I worked on together the day I returned from the provincial city. Such fabric is almost impossible to find in the countryside. Jiang Yumei went to her bedroom, opened the wardrobe, and took out a piece of pink brocade. Under the sunlight, it looked exactly the same. She placed the brocade back and pointed at the purse, asking, "Look at this small flower. What kind of flower is it?" Zhou examined it carefully. "It looks like a jujube flower." Jujube flower? Jiang Yumei's heart skipped a beat. She looked more closely at the embroidery, and it really looked like the work of Jiang Yojiao. She turned the purse over and examined it again, noticing on the edge of the other side a yellow embroidered character Zao, meaning jujube. There's also a piece of handkerchief inside. Zhou took out a handkerchief. Its quality was quite poor, plain, light cotton fabric typical of rural women, embroidered with 2 water-playing mandarin ducks, and on one corner, a yen character was embroidered. Jiang Yumei and Zhou looked at each other, both understanding something. "Nobody should say anything about this," Jiang Yumei warned Zhou. "I know Zhao well. She's a good girl and wouldn't do something so embarrassing. The handkerchief is the key. I need to think carefully about what to do." Zhou nodded and said, "Yes, I understand." We also can't let those two boys talk nonsense, and during this time, they shouldn't go to the east end of the creek, Jiang Yumei added. Zhou nodded and returned to the new yard. Jiang Yumei sat down and thought for a while. Jiang Yujiao was completely different from Xiao Weishi. Xiao Weishi, in her previous life, was just a fool, but not an ordinary fool. She was so foolish, she could rival the infamous murderous monk. Unlike Jiang University and Jiang Dafu are honest and shy, not good at talking. Jiang Yujiao is lively, cheerful, smart, and skilled at embroidery. Some of the embroidery on Li Huayun's clothes was done by her. Jiang Yumei deliberately did not charge her extra for the work, and when she returned from the provincial city, she didn't bring her any gifts either, just to see her personality. In the end, Jiang Yujiao didn't mind much. When she saw her still smiling brightly, she happily and carefully embroidered flowers, and she was very clever about never telling Xiao Wei. When Li was busy, she would also help take care of Jiang Yushan, and Jiang Yushan liked her very much. Jiang Yumei believes that such a smart girl wouldn't do something silly, and she also doesn't want to believe that such a considerate girl would do anything bad. Lost in thought, the little bundle of joy came out and asked, "Mommy, what are you thinking?" Then he squeezed into Jiang Yumei's arms and climbed onto her lap. When he was sleepy, he acted like a normal child, loving to be spoiled, sometimes even having a morning temper. Jiang Yumei hugged him and kissed his red little face. "Son, are you awake?" Seeing him nod, she said, "Mommy wants to visit Grandpa's house. You can go to the new yard and play with Cunning, okay?" The little boy hugged his mother's neck and pouted. "I want to go to Grandpa's house too. I miss Grandpa, Grandma, and Uncle. My big characters are getting better. I want to write a letter for Uncle. I also want to eat Grandma's fried tofu." "Good boy. Mommy has important things to do at Grandpa's house. But how about you take a few candies that Brother Ji brought you and take Kun to the village to play with Senjuzi and Liangzi?" Jiang Yumei suggested. Thinking that he hadn't seen them for a couple of days since the school holiday, the little boy nodded and said, "Okay." Jiang Yumei kissed him. "My good boy." She then stood up, took some candies, and put them in his pocket. Her expression turned serious. "You and Akun shouldn't go to Zidongta for now. There are bad people there. And don't tell anyone about finding the pocket today. That's not a good thing. If others find out, it might cause trouble, and you could get into trouble." The little boy asked why. "The person on the pocket is so embarrassing, he doesn't even know how to dress. The two round things hanging on his belly, I bet with Akun that they are steamed buns, but he says they're dumplings. Does Mommy know what they are?" Jiang Yumei almost burst out laughing inside. The way ancient and modern people describe that part of the body is surprisingly similar. Trying hard not to laugh, she pretended to be upset and said, "That's neither a steamed bun nor a baozi. Could it be a bean bun?" Little Baozi thought of another possibility. "I already said it's not a good thing, so why ask? It's also not a bean bun. Mother doesn't know what it is," Jiang Yumei replied, looking annoyed. Originally, little Baozi wanted to ask, since Mother didn't know what it was, how she could be sure it wasn't a steamed bun, baozi, or bean bun. But seeing that Mother was very upset, he held back his questions. "Okay, I won't ask anymore," little Baozi said, always honest and practical. He added, "And I won't tell others, or I'll get scolded." The second spring in the other courtyard wasn't as clever. Second Spring kept asking Zhou whether it was a steamed bun or a baozi, but Zhou told him not to say anything or ask anymore. Usually, he was not persistent, but this time he was very determined. He wouldn't stop until he knew the answer. He had made a bet, convinced that those two things were steamed buns. Normally, he thought Brother Nian was better than him at everything, but this time he was sure he would win. He really wanted to see Brother Nian running around the yard looking defeated. This made Zhou anxious and scolded him harshly. When little Baozi went to find him, he was still crying loudly, stomping his feet. Seeing little Baozi crying even more sadly, Second Spring felt a little guilty. He had finally had a chance to win, but why wouldn't his mother let them talk about it? Little Baozi stepped forward and pulled Second Spring, giving him 2 pieces of candy. "This is your favorite pine nut candy. Let's go to the village and play with Brother Liang and Sanju. Okay?" Second Spring saw the candy and the chance to go to the village, so he wiped his tears and pouted. I like the sweet, fragrant, and slightly charred roasted sweet potatoes Brother Liang makes. Okay, then we'll ask Brother Liang to roast a few more sweet potatoes, little Baozi nodded. His family didn't grow sweet potatoes, so he had to buy them outside. Jiang Yume returned to the Jiang family's old house and went straight to the east wing to find Jiang Yozhao. That morning, Jiang's brothers and Little Wei's family took old Head Song's ox cart to town to sell some homegrown vegetables and buy New Year supplies. They hadn't come back yet. Jiang Yozhao was embroidering. When she saw Jiang Yume, she quickly stood up and smiled. Sister May, you're here.
Come, sit.
Jiang Yume sat down and looked around. Seeing no one else, she quietly took out her purse and asked, "Is this your purse?" Jiang Yozhao saw it and immediately blushed, surprised, and asked, "How did this purse end up with you?" Jiang Yume seriously said, "Date, I believe Sister May won't hurt you. Be honest with me. Is this pouch yours? Who did you give it to?" Jiang Yozhao whispered while clutching her collar, "This pouch is mine. Last month, Brother Chuanzi came to our house and said he liked it, so I gave it to him. But how did it end up in your hands?" Li Hechuan is Jiang Yozhao's fiancé, living in Donghe village. Jiang Yume has only met Li Hechuan twice and doesn't think very highly of him. She feels his gaze on people is too clingy and uncomfortable. But it's said his family is well off, with over 100 acres of land, and he's a distant cousin of Li Yuanwei. Little Wei's family is very proud because she married such a son-in-law. She boasts to everyone and tells everyone that Li Yuanwei is related to her by marriage. Li Hechuan was engaged to Jiang Yozhao when they were young, planning to marry in May after she turned 16, and the wedding would be in June. Jiang Yume thought for a moment. If Li Hechuan really has issues, she should cut ties now before Jiang Yozhao marries him. She took out a handkerchief from inside and asked, "Do you recognize this handkerchief?" Jiang Yozhao shook her head. "This handkerchief isn't mine." Jiang Yume put the handkerchief back into the pouch and said, "Sister May can't return this pouch to you yet. You're still young and don't understand some things. I'll tell you why later." Jiang Yozhao stared blankly as Jiang Yume put the pouch away and left. The smartest person in the Jiang family is the old master, who is also the head of the family. He should decide how to handle this matter. But she can't give it directly to him. It should be handed over by Wei's family. Jiang Yume returned to the west wing. Li was boiling Christian carp soup for Jiang Yushan. Jiang Yushan was feeling much better and could walk around the yard. He, with some flesh on his face, wore a bright green long cotton robe, truly fitting the phrase gentle as jade. "Brother looks much better." Jiang Yume sat down and said, "Yes, now I have some strength, and my chest doesn't feel as tight as before. I just took a couple of turns in the yard," Jiang Yushan said with a smile. He picked up an old, yellowed book from the table. "This is a book I used in previous years, with some notes inside. You can give it to Nian Xiao. He's really in need of it now." Li came in carrying the fish soup. "Eat the soup while it's hot, Shanzi." Seeing her son with a rosy face finish the soup, Li's face lit up with a smile, like a blooming chrysanthemum. She then asked Jiang Yume, "Why didn't you bring Nian Xiao today?" "I haven't seen him in several days. I came to see my mother today for something, so I didn't bring her." Jiang Yume stood up and took Li's hand, leading her out of Jiang Yushan's room to Li's chamber. There, Jiang Yume took out her purse and told Li about that matter. Li was shocked and said, "Chuanzi doesn't seem like a good person. Your grandfather didn't agree to tell him about Zhaozi at first, saying he was suspicious and unclear in his intentions. Taizi also went back to her parents' house to oppose this marriage, saying he has a bad reputation and likes to stick close to young women. Although he has some money, many good families' daughters don't want to marry him. But your eldest aunt was determined, refusing to let your grandfather interfere with her daughter's marriage. She even said Taizi was jealous because her sister married better than her, and that's why she spoke badly about Chuanzi. When your third aunt and I advised her, we said we couldn't bear to see her have a good son-in-law, and that we were jealous too. Your grandfather got angry and stopped caring about it." It seemed that Li Hechuan truly had issues. Li's wife went to the main room and called Wei to come over. Jiang Yume handed the purse to Wei, who looked at the paper inside and was startled. Blushing, she cursed that shameless, wicked thing. Such disgraceful stuff. Why isn't he struck down by heaven? Jiang Yumei said, that paper is just something he looks at sometimes. Whether he truly did something shameful, we can't say for sure now. The key point is there's also a handkerchief inside. That handkerchief isn't Zhaozi's, so it's hard to explain. Plus, how did it end up so far away? Wei examined the handkerchief and said, no need to guess. It must be that beast, and some shameless woman went to that remote place to do something bad. I have to tell your grandfather and see what he says. Wei took the purse and went back to the main room. Soon, they heard the old master shouting and smashing cups. Wei went to the west wing and said the old master wanted to see Jiang Yumei. Jiang Yumei and Li went to the main room and explained again to the angry old master how Chun and little Baozi found the item. It sounds like something that beast could do, the old master said. Right now, we can only say it looks like him, but we can't say he definitely did it, Jiang Yumei replied. We need to investigate thoroughly before making any conclusions. We can't wrongly accuse him, but if he really did something bad, we shouldn't push Zhaozi into a dangerous situation. The old master nodded. When your father and your eldest uncle return, we'll discuss what to do. If that beast really did something shameful, we'll cancel Zhaozi's marriage with him. Luckily, she hasn't married him yet. A few people were talking when suddenly there was a noise outside the window. Jiang Yumei went to look and saw Jiang Yozhao, with red eyes, standing below the window. Sister Mei, what did Li Hechuan do wrong? Jiang Yozhao was still a 14-year-old girl, and some things were hard for her to say. Jiang Yumei was stunned, not knowing what to say. Wei Shi came out and said to Jiang Yozhao, good granddaughter, some things are not easy to talk about now. Be good, go back to your room. Grandpa and Grandma won't let you get hurt. What's so hard to say? What can I know? Jiang Yozhao stubbornly asked, tears finally spilling over after holding them in for a long time. Jiang Yumei sighed and helped Jiang Yozhao walk eastward. Zhaozi, trust Grandpa and Grandma, and trust Sister Mei. Whatever we do, it's to protect you and keep you safe. There's something not very good, maybe related to Chuanzi, or maybe not. We need to find out first. Did Li Hechuan do something shameful? Jiang Yozhao asked. Seeing Jiang Yumei not answering, she added, it must be. I actually heard some bad rumors about Li Hechuan before, but my mother said it was just jealousy because his family was rich, and people spread lies to blacken him. She told me not to listen to gossip. Now it seems. Jiang Yozhao covered her face and cried loudly. Jiang Yumei hugged her shoulder and said, we can't say for sure yet. Maybe he's innocent after all. While they were talking, they heard the front door open. Xiao Weishi's loud voice rang out. Oh, finally home. What's with that broken ox cart? It jostled my waist nearly to breaking. It only saved 12 coins, and we had such a big trip. Shut your mouth. No one will think you're mute if you don't talk. Second brother, don't take it to heart. Your sister-in-law's mouth has always been so sharp, Jiang Dashue scolded Xiao Weishi, then explained kindly to Jiang Dafu. When they entered the yard, they saw Weishi standing at the door of the main house with a stern face. Just as they were about to greet her, she said, eldest and second sons, come here. Your father has something to tell you. Jiang Dashue and Jiang Dafu agreed, each putting their things at their room doors before heading to the main house. Xiao Weishi pouted and muttered softly, why does he have to hide things from us? Then she carried her things into the house. Seeing Jiang Yumei at her home, this niece was quite proud, so she smiled and said, Maisie, why are you coming to our East Wing today? You're really a rare guest. After saying that, she saw Jiang Yozhao wiping her tears and quickly went over to ask, Zhaozi, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Looking at Jiang Yuzhao turn away and ignore her, she asked Jiang Yumei, Maisie, what did you say to Zhaozi that made her so sad? Jiang Yumei didn't answer, and her voice grew louder. Maisie, you're the older sister. You can't bully your younger sister. Even though you can now earn money and have some strength, earning money doesn't mean you can bully others. Jiang Yuzhao was so angry she stood up and stomped her feet. shouting at her mother, "Mom, it's all your fault. You killed your daughter, and then blame others." After saying this, she stood up crying and went back to her room. "What are you talking about? You brat, what did I do to harm you?" Xiao Weisher shouted loudly at Jiang Youzhao's back. Jiang Yumei ignored Weisher. She got up and left the East Wing room. She heard the sound of a chair being thrown behind her. She returned to the West Wing room, where Li Shi was talking with Jiang Yu about this matter in the hall. "Li Hechuan isn't a decent person," Jiang Yushan said. "We were classmates for a few years. When he got money, he would go to drink and have fun. I also told your grandfather that this person is not trustworthy. If Zaozi follows him, she'll suffer." "That's right. At that time, Shanzi was not feeling well, and I asked your grandfather to come and talk to him. But your eldest aunt scolded Shanzi so badly that he fell ill again. She has bad intentions and wants to harm people. I was so angry I didn't let Shanzi get involved anymore. Anyway, she's the daughter of the main family. She is willing to throw her daughter into a fire, and we can't stop her," Li Shi said. "Fortunately, Zaozi hasn't married him yet," Jiang Yumei said. After chatting for a while, Weisher came to call Jiang Yumei and her brother to the main room to discuss. When they entered, they saw Jiang De coming out to Donghe village to find Jiang Yutao. The old master said Taozi is from the same village as Li Hechuan. "Call her back, so we can ask her." While they were talking, they heard Xiao Weisher cursing loudly in the yard. "Jiang Yumei, don't do anything too immoral. Your husband is dead, and you're a widow. How can you not want our Zaozi to marry a good man and live a good life? Zaozi is young, and was tricked by you. My eyes are sharp." Li Shi was so angry she was about to go out and argue with her. Old Master Jiang spoke up, "Second daughter-in-law, don't waste your time on that foolish woman. Our family shouldn't lose its composure now." Then he said to Wei Shi, "Go tell that foolish woman to stop spouting nonsense and go back to her family. I will settle her account after we finish dealing with Zaozi." Before Wei Shi could go out, Xiao Weisher rushed in, saying, "Dad, you have to stand up for Zaozi. How can Maisie slander our Chuanzi like that? What's her real intention? She's just jealous that Zaozi found a good young man. She wants to harm us, Zaozi. Your eyes are just covered with dirt. The one who harmed Zaozi is you. Shut your mouth, or if you keep crying, go back to your mother's house." The old man scolded. Xiao Weisher saw the old man was angry and dared not cry anymore. "Women, go prepare dinner. Maisie, stay here," the old man ordered. Xiao Weisher wanted to make a fuss, but seeing the old man's stern look, she obediently closed her mouth and went to cook with Wei Shi and Li Shi. The old man, Zhang Dafu, and Jiang Yumei discussed whether they could have the Song family men guard nearby. Jiang Yumei thought that waiting passively was the simplest but least clever plan, and it was the best option they had now. But in this cold weather, they didn't know which time to guard. They couldn't stay all day and night. "I think it's not late at night because the mountain and forest are much closer then, so they wouldn't go far. They'd probably go far to avoid people, which means it's most likely during the daytime," Zhang Leoi analyzed. They discussed roughly what time to guard, where to guard, and what to do if they caught someone. Just then, Jiang Daxue and Jiang Yutao hurried in. "I knew that Chuanzi wasn't a good person. My mother kept saying I couldn't see my own sister as well as I see myself," Jiang Yutao said angrily, blushing. The old man asked, "Have you heard any rumors about Chuanzi recently?" "I haven't paid much attention to rumors. But Li Hechuan has been coming to my house often, asking his third uncle about farming. I was thinking he might be getting married soon, focusing on his life, and I was happy for Zaozi. Not knowing this beast had bad intentions," Jiang Yumei said, taking out a small bag and revealing an embroidered handkerchief. "Look at this handkerchief, Sister Tao. It's embroidered with the character Yen. Does anyone in your village have that name or a close relation to Li Hechuan?" Jiang Yutao picked up the handkerchief, eyes wide with shock, and cursed, "That wicked woman. Uncle C only just returned from the army less than half a year ago, and he couldn't hold his ground. I've wondered why she's been putting on makeup every day. Turns out she's been involved with that beast." Li Si Mai, the younger brother of Li Er Mai, Zhang Yu's husband, went north to fight in the war. What do you mean? Taozi, explain clearly, Jiang Dashua said. Jiang Yutao held up the handkerchief and said, "This is the handkerchief of Uncle C's wife, Xing Yenyang. I saw her embroider it a few days ago, and I never thought she'd give it to that beast." After thinking for a moment, she said, "No wonder." After Li Hichuan left with third uncle, it wasn't long before Sister Yen said she wanted to visit her mother. It seems she always does this. Jiang Yumei also knew about Sister Yen, but she wasn't very familiar with her. Her family lived in Shiha village, next door to Old Tan's house. That's quite a coincidence. It's like finding a pillow when you're sleepy.
Peach, keep an eye out.
As soon as you see those two walking east side by side, come back and call us. We'll catch that person on the spot, and this marriage will be settled. Old Master Jiang said, then turned to Jiang Dashua and said, "You also watch your foolish wife. Don't let her go around spreading rumors. If she does, it will be hard for us to catch them. Dad, don't listen to Peach's nonsense. Chuanzi isn't that kind of person. Why would he want to break off the engagement? You just don't want my Zao to have a good life." Xiao Weisher took the opportunity while Weisher wasn't paying attention to eavesdrop outside the window. She just overheard the last few sentences. When she heard the old master say they might break off the engagement, she got anxious. She ran in loudly protesting, pointing at Peach and scolding, "You're her real sister. How can you conspire with outsiders against your own sister? You little brat, you've been married out for years, and now you've turned into a heartless person." Jiang Dashua was so angry, he slapped her. "You foolish wife. Your daughter has been ruined because of you, and you still dare to talk back? If you don't go back to your room and behave, just wait and see how I deal with you." This was the first time Xiao Weisher was beaten in public since she married in. She felt humiliated and was about to cause trouble, trying to grab Jiang Dashua. But she saw his eyes turn red and his fists clenched tightly. Her husband had never been this angry before, and she was a little scared. She didn't dare to fight anymore and started crying loudly. "Your Jiang family claims to be a family of farmers and scholars, but do scholars beat their wives like this? Dad, you have to stand up for me." Weisher hurried in to scold. "Good job, it was long overdue. You foolish wife, blinded by greed. If you keep causing trouble, go back to your family. At most, I won't visit your relatives anymore." Seeing no one in the room was on her side, and even Weisher was about to send her back to her family, Xiao Weisher held back her tears and muttered about her bad luck before going back to the East Wing. The noodles were ready, and everyone ate a little casually. Jiang Yumei then returned to Nanshan residence. She had done what she needed to do. Some matters didn't require her as a widow to interfere. She first went to the new courtyard to pick up little Baozi, and also told Zhou Shi about what had happened. Little Baozi had already eaten at the Song family's place and was playing with Chun in the backyard. Old Man Song said, "I vaguely saw a figure at the east end of the creek yesterday. I was wondering why someone would go there so close to dark. Maybe that brave hunter dares to go hunting alone on Nailing Mountain." "Oh, what time was that?" Jiang Yumei asked. This was a valuable clue. "It was yesterday before dinner. I wanted to get some hay to feed the cattle and saw a shadow moving there. But it was getting dark, so I couldn't see clearly," Old Man Song replied. Jiang Yumei nodded. "When you go to pull the cart tomorrow, please also tell my grandfather at the old house. From now on, at this time every day, keep an eye on the east end of the creek. If you see anyone again, we'll notify someone to catch them." Old Man Song nodded in agreement. Jiang Yumei asked him to buy 2 chickens, 2 ducks, some peanuts, sunflower seeds, and seasonings today. She didn't buy anything else. The family's New Year supplies are pretty complete. They still have over 20 sausages, cured ribs, and cured pig's head. They also have sugar, fruit, and new clothes. In the countryside, only the landlord's family would have such full New Year supplies. They just need to buy some meat before the New Year. At this time, Song Wangkai and his son returned from the county town. Since they had nothing urgent to do lately, they couldn't just let the 2 grown men stay home idly. They felt uncomfortable, and Jiang Yumei couldn't support them either. So, some time ago, Jiang Yumei taught them how to make lanterns with bamboo strips and red paper. Modern red lanterns come in many styles, and Jiang Yumei had learned a few during her craft lessons. Song Wonkai grinned happily. I didn't expect these lanterns to sell so well. We brought 100 this time, and they're all sold out. Some people came late and couldn't buy one, so they asked us to come again tomorrow. He then took out a bag of large bills and silver coins and handed it to Jiang Yumei. Here, over 4,000 big coins and some small silver coins. Jiang Yumei took the money and quickly counted out 100 coins for them. You've worked hard.
Take this.
Song Wonkai happily took the money. We still have dozens of lanterns at home. Tonight, the three of us will stay up late to make more, and tomorrow we'll go sell again. This is a detailed job, so we must do it well, Jiang Yumei said. She always wanted to say quality comes first, but these people didn't really understand what quality meant. Yes, if we do a good job, more people will buy. I know that, said Song Wonkai. We still have plenty of bamboo strips. We just need to cover them with red paper. Tonight, Dad and Dachuan will glue the paper, and I'll carve some more bamboo strips. If it sells so well, we should make more. I'll also take some to sell in town. Old man Song nodded. Zhou's wife brought in the meal, and Song Wonkai and Dachuan started eating greedily. Now, Old Song's family is living a happier life. Although they live in the countryside, the master is kind and never loses his temper. They eat and stay just like the family members, and if they work hard, they get extra money. Life is more comfortable than when they lived at Song's house. Jiang Yumei also looked at the clothes made by Zhou's mother and daughter. Now, only the shoes for old Master Li and his wife are unfinished. She took the finished clothes and shoes and led little Baozi back to the old yard. They just happened to see little Xia still taking care of the chicken coop. Despite her young age, she works very hard. Because the daytime light is good, she mainly helps her mother make clothes, shoes, and socks. She leaves chores like cleaning the chicken coop and sheep pen for later in the evening. In her previous life, this young girl was still in 6th grade at elementary school, but she manages her work well and tries to do as much as possible. The Jiang family members, especially Jiang Yumei, truly like the family from the bottom of their hearts. Aunt Lin, today the hens laid 20 eggs, little Xia happily said. Today, all the chickens laid 1 egg each. I added 2 handfuls of corn flour to their vegetables. This girl has now learned to use rewards cleverly. She applies what she learns quickly and is very smart. Jiang Yumei smiled and nodded in approval. When the hens heard they were praised, they clucked happily and flapped around excitedly. Little Baozi squatted down, touching a hen's head, and said, "Good girl. Since you laid more eggs, Mama won't be like at noon, only giving me what she can't bear to eat." Then he tilted his head and looked at Jiang Yumei, asking, "Is that right, Mama?" Because he ate an extra egg at noon and felt uncomfortable ever since, Jiang Yumei felt warm inside. After finishing her chores, little Xia returned to the new yard. The old yard was left with only her mother and herself. Huma and her son hadn't come back for 5 or 6 days. Without them, Jiang Yumei found things much easier. That night, Jiang Yumei didn't want to do sewing. She and her son just made an account. After all, the year was almost over. They should review how much money came in and went out. Before the new year, they still had about 10 taels from selling fish. Selling lanterns earned 5 taels, and they might earn another 5 taels in the next few days. There were no other income sources, and the money for Old Song's cart riding was ignored. In the past few months, they bought 100 acres of land for 800 taels of silver. That was a big expense and hurt the family's finances, but both mother and son thought it was worth it and had no regrets. Building a house and digging a pond cost another 100 taels, and later, they spent 35 more taels to finish. The furniture cost no less than 100 taels. Besides, Old Song bought some beechwood first, and Master Ling brought pine and fragrant camphor wood. This time, the furniture turned out very well. Jiang Yumei designed some pieces, Song Laotu designed others, and Master Ling also contributed. It was a perfect blend of old and new styles. They also decorated with carved railings and painted columns, just like wealthy families. Additionally, they made a tatami mat especially for Mother Tiger and her children. All these decorations cost over 200 taels of silver. These 3 items already cost over 1,000 taels, Xiao Baozi said, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. It really hurt, and on a cold day, his nose was sweating profusely. He continued to calculate. Soon, they would give red envelopes to the staff. Jiang Yume remembered that in her past life, during the new year, companies always gave red envelopes and performance bonuses. She discussed with Xiao Baozi about giving some bonuses to the employees of the Song and Tan families, since both had worked diligently that year. To motivate them to work even harder next year, she wanted to show her appreciation. Throughout the year, even if the red envelope only has a penny, it still shows good intentions, Jiang Yume said, worried that Xiao Baozi might refuse, so she suggested giving him a 1-cent red envelope. 1 cent? How can that be worth anything? Xiao Baozi said. After thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth and generously said, if not, we can give each family a red envelope with 10 cents. He could really do that. Jiang Yume shook her head. This boy was really stingy. Okay, 10 cents is enough. Grandpa Tan will be very happy to go back and tell his son and grandson that Xiaozi is doing well and that he still remembers them during the new year. Then, he can give each of his 3 grandchildren 1 cent. 1 cent is not much. They can buy a steamed bun, and sharing it among 3 people, they can each have a bite. While eating, they will think of Xiaozi's kindness. During the new year, they will share a bunch of steamed buns, Jiang Yume said. Xiao Baozi was a bit stingy, but he was also shy. When he heard his mother's words, his face turned red. He awkwardly said, what should we do then? Maybe add another 10 cents? That's fine. They can split 1 cent between 2 people, half a bun each, Jiang Yume replied. Mother, your words are really hard to hear. Why are you so eager to buy buns? Xiao Baozi muttered unhappily. If we buy buns, 5 people have to share one. The Tan family's people have big mouths. How can 5 of them eat 1 bun? They just stuff their mouths without opening them, Jiang Yume said. Xiao Baozi thought about it and agreed. The Tan family's people were not only tall, but also had big mouths. He asked, then, how much do you think is appropriate? Son, forcing people to work hard isn't real skill. True skill is inspiring their enthusiasm so they want to do a good job from their heart, Jiang Yume said, taking the opportunity to give Xiao Baozi a lesson on how to motivate employees. The little kid nodded repeatedly. Look at the Song family now. When they do their work well, Mother always gives them some rewards. The money isn't much, but they are happy. This is our way of showing kindness. Now, they seem to work just as well and as willingly as if they were working for their own family. Many things don't need Mother and me to arrange. They think ahead and act on their own. The money they earn for our family is much more than what we give them as rewards. Jiang Yume said, so during the new year, we give them a red envelope to show we care. But if we give too little, it feels unkind, and it's better not to give at all. Since we want to give, we should be generous. 1 or 2 silver coins for each family, once a year. We can afford this. Little Baozi thought his mother was right and nodded. But when he saw her casually give away 2 taels of silver, he felt upset and almost couldn't breathe from the pain. Jiang Yume then talked about another expense. There is also the money for showing respect to the elders. Everyone knows that Jiang Yume and her son built such a big house, so whether it's gifts or red envelopes, they can't be too small. Tan's family and Song's family each gave 1 or 2 silver coins. Shouldn't we give something to my grandparents, maternal grandparents, and parents? And my uncles and aunts, too? Little Baozi's had hurt at the thought. Mother, we need to give silver to all those people? We don't have that much money. We won't give silver to everyone, his mother said. My grandparents, maternal grandparents, and parents will get 2 taels of silver, plus a set of clothes and shoes. Uncle Sean will get a set of clothes and a pair of shoes. The rest, we can give small red envelopes, maybe 100 or a few dozen coins, depending on how many children there are. For families with many children, give more. For fewer children, give less. Girls can also get some small jewelry. And they will give you red envelopes too, so it balances out and we won't spend too much. Little Baozi could only nod painfully. He felt the pain of giving all these gifts, but he knew it was necessary. They also talked about plans after the new year. After the new year, they will spend money on planting trees and making the land greener. That will cost a lot. They have a large piece of land that needs many fruit tree saplings, which will require a big investment. All these expenses will add up to about 150 taels of silver. The family currently has over 300 taels of silver. Spending more than 150 taels will leave about 200 taels. To Jiang Yumei, this is enough. If they want more, they can earn it later. After calculating everything, Jiang Yumei felt proud. With such a big home and so much money saved, she was happy. Little Baozi, however, kept sighing. Everything costs money. Recently, it feels like every penny is split in two just to spend. Son, our family is already doing pretty well, and we still have so much money left, Jiang Yumei said. I'm not worried about how little money we have left. I'm worried that you spend money too quickly, Little Baozi pouted. With your way of spending, even sitting on a mountain of gold wouldn't be enough. After washing up and getting into bed, the two mothers lay down. Little Baozi kept shifting positions in his mother's arms. What's wrong? Can't sleep? Jiang Yumei asked softly. Are you annoyed with me? Little Baozi stopped moving. After a moment, he couldn't help but move again. This little kid clearly has worries. Jiang Yumei became alert. With so much savings at home, why does this kid feel so stressed? Mom, I still think we shouldn't spend so much on the house. We can't avoid spending on social visits, but we can save some money ourselves, Little Baozi said quietly. Why spend freely on others, but be so strict with ourselves? Jiang Yumei never did such foolish things. Plus, building and decorating the house should be done all at once. It costs more upfront, but it saves trouble later. In the past, some people borrowed a lot to buy a good house or decorate it better. Our family savings are just a bit thinner now, but we're not at the point of giving everything away. Why can't this kid understand? Jiang Yumei didn't want to argue with him about this. They just didn't see eye to eye on the matter. She only comforted him. Don't worry, I'll find a way to earn money. What good way? I've told you. You can't expect a pie to fall from the sky. Mom, our new yard is too big. I wish we hadn't built such a nice house. Little Baozi turned over and propped himself up on his elbows, speaking softly to his mother. I still think I was right before. Building a few more simple houses would be better. That way, we have a new home and wouldn't worry about money. Now, we haven't even moved in, and the house is almost empty. It's not empty. We still have over 200 taels of silver, Jiang Yumei replied inwardly. And living in such a nice house is more comfortable. Comfortable? More like uncomfortable. Do you think sitting in a brick house makes you a fairy? Building a clean house without smell costs money and effort. Who cares about the smell? If it's not smelly, is it still called? Other families worry that less smell means poorer crops, so they pour water into the manure and stir it up. Only you, Mom, are so particular about being poor, the little kid said, showing some resentment toward his mother lately. Why bother with gardens, lawns, and potted plants? Only wealthy families do that. From now on, we should grow vegetables and sell them for extra income. Listen to me, except for planting fruit trees, the rest of the land should be used for vegetables or raising pigs. Our family has many people. Even 10 more pigs wouldn't be a problem. Hearing this, Jiang Yumei felt a little upset. If the new yard was turned into vegetable plots or pig pens both in the front and back, then why was she working so hard? How could she enjoy a noble life? Such a tasteless brat. Jiang Yumei was furious. The soft moonlight outside shone on Little Baozi's chubby face. His small, red, cute mouth made Jiang Yumei want to kiss him. But now, she was so angry she wished she could glue his mouth shut, so he wouldn't say anything that made her anxious and upset. He could think of such a plan, turning the beautiful yard into pig pens for profit. Impossible. But Jiang Yumei didn't want to argue with him now. If she did, she might not have a good year. She thought, let's wait until after the new year. When the time comes, we'll see what happens. Mother and daughter talked late into the night. Little Baozi was so tired he finally fell asleep. Jiang Yumei couldn't sleep for a long time. the world still celebrated the Spring Festival. In her past life, every family ate reunion dinner, but she was alone in a cold, empty house, feeling lonely and sad. That night, she really wanted to find a man and have a child. But once she started working again, she threw herself into her job and forgot her pain for a while. In this life, she didn't need a man. She still had a son. Though he was a bit stingy, he was caring and sensible. She also had family who truly cared about her. This year, she wouldn't be lonely during the Spring Festival. She turned to look at little Bowsy. The little kid's eyebrows were furrowed, probably dreaming about money problems. Just as she was about to fall asleep, she heard a noise at the gate. It was probably Mother Hu and her son returning. How could she forget them? This family had those three, mother and son, and they wouldn't be lonely anymore. Jiang Yume got up, put on her coat, and asked through the gate, "Who is it?" Soon, she heard the dog barking and the sound of someone knocking. She opened the door. The two little ones rushed in first, each dropping their catch, a wild chicken and a rabbit, and ran toward her. Jiang Yume held their ears and said, "Don't dirty my clothes. I'll boil water and give you a bath." Mother, who was the last to enter the yard. She put down the deer she was holding and went out again to wash herself. Jiang Yume always thought that the tiger mother was a person with a serious cleanliness obsession among the tigers, but it was good for her own family. She dared to dislike the dirt on the two cubs and would wash them before bed, but she would never dare to dislike the tiger mother's dirt and tell her to take a bath. After washing the cubs, the tiger mother also took a bath and came back. Then the three of them drank from the clear spring and went back to sleep. When Jiang Yume closed the door, she glanced at the deer and the antler on its head, thinking she could earn some money for the family. In the morning, the family of five woke up naturally. Little Bowsy saw that their mother and the others had returned and happily slid off the bed to roll around with the two cubs. Jiang Yume quickly put on her clothes and went to the kitchen to cook. When she stepped outside, she saw Old Song already tidying up the deer in the yard. Zhou had prepared their breakfast and even cooked pig feed. Xiaoxia had let the chickens out of the coop to play outside and find some food. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Jiang Yume said, "Last night, the tiger mother and the cubs made noise until late, so I only just woke up now." Old Song happily said, "The tiger mother and her three babies are really capable, catching so much good food. With the new year coming soon, these deer and the fat rabbit can be sold for a good price. The wild chicken is a bit leaner, but better than nothing. After selling the deer and rabbit, we'll salt the chicken and hang it to eat during the new year," Jiang Yume said. "Actually, I plan to take the deer and rabbit to the county town today to sell. The price might be better, and the deer antler can be kept to sell at the provincial city's spring hall later," Old Song said. It's a pity that Dazhong left early. He didn't know about these good things. If he had known, he could have sold them in the county town when they were fresher. "All right, sell the meat, but keep the deer skin. I have use for it." Jiang Yume nodded and added, "We'll also stew the offal for eating." Little Bowsy led the two cubs outside. After their mothers washed up in the yard, they started eating. After breakfast, Bowsy took the tiger cub and the puppy to find Chun, who was already out herding sheep and geese. Jiang Yume did some final sewing work. Old Song went to the county town to sell the deer meat. Xiaoxia went to feed the pigs, and Zhou washed some water outside. The family each went to their tasks to start a new day. After lunch, Jiang Yume put the offal into a pot to stew. Deer offal is a rare item. After it was cooked, she sliced a plate and asked Bowsy to deliver it to the Jiang family's old residence. The deer was easy to catch, just luck, as it got caught in a trap set in a small pit. Chun wanted to go see it, so Bowsy took him along. The four little geese always followed Commander Goose Chun, so they went together. Two young children and Mother Tiger went into the mountains again. She carried a water bucket to the clear water creek to catch fish. Now, the small fish caught there would no longer be released back into the creek, but taken home to put in the pond. Suddenly, on the 28th, Jiang Yume and little Bowsy were about to eat dinner when they heard a loud noise outside. Zhou Shi ran over from the old courtyard. "Shopkeeper Jiang came to call my father-in-law and my husband to catch someone." It seems those two went to the east end of the creek, and the Jiang family found out. Now they're going to catch them, Zhou Shi said before going out through the east gate to watch the commotion. Jiang Yume also got up and looked outside from the door. She saw faint flames and moving shadows at the east end of the creek. She then closed the door and told little Baozi, who was also looking out, "They are catching them. We should keep eating." Such matters of catching someone in an affair were better left alone for a widow like her. The two women went back to the main hall to continue their meal. "Mother, what's going on? Why are there so many people at the east end of the creek?" Little Baozi asked. "It seems there are bad people over there," Jiang Yume replied. "Bad people? What did they do wrong?" Little Baozi asked again. "I didn't see, so I don't know. Hurry up and eat. Afterward, we'll go to the new courtyard to play with Chun," Jiang Yume urged. Little Baozi wanted to ask more, but seeing that his mother clearly didn't want to talk about it, he kept quiet. Not long after, Zhou Shi returned alone. The Song father and son had gone to Donghe village. She then told them about the affair of catching someone. It turned out that earlier that afternoon, Li Hechuan went to find Li Sanmai. After Li Hechuan left, after a while, Xianyani told her mother-in-law that her mother hadn't been feeling well these days and wanted to go back to check on her. She also planned to have dinner at her mother's house. The Li family was now more tolerant of Xianyani. They had 5 sons, but her husband, Lao Li, had quietly joined the army, and they had only been married for a year without children. When Li Simai left, Xianyani had cried and caused a fuss. So, Lao Li's family usually turned a blind eye as long as she didn't do anything too much. Zhang Yutao saw Xianyani leave and quietly followed her. She didn't go east but crossed Qinghe Bridge to West River Village. At first, Zhang Yutao thought she might be mistaken and she was about to go home, but then she saw her cross Qinghe Bridge heading east. Their home was in the north, so she should be heading north. Jiang Yutao hurried back to tell the old master at the Jiang family. The old master then called Jiang Dashue, Jiang Dafu, and recently returned from the provincial and county cities, Jiang Dach, Jiang Yushu, along with Li Shi and Zhang Shi to catch the person. They didn't dare to call Xiao Weishi, fearing she might mess things up. Let Jiang Yutao go back to her husband's house to report the news. Whether she goes or not is up to her family. When they reach Bishui Bridge, the old man tells Jiang Dashue and his 2 brothers, along with Li Shi, to cross the bridge from the East River side, while he takes people from the West River side. That way, even if the 2 people know someone is after them, they can't escape. The old man then arrives at Nanshan residence and asks Jiang Yushu to call Song's father and son. With more people, it's easier to handle the situation. Both sides, along with Li Sima's family who arrived later, surround the small ruins. Li Hechuan and Xingyani are inside, caught in the act. The men tie up Li Hechuan, and the women tie up Xingyani. They are all dragged back to Donghe village to the village head. Shameful. Xingyani's clothes weren't even on properly when she was dragged out. Her mother-in-law went up and scolded and hit her. If it weren't for others stopping her, she might have been pushed into Bishui Creek, Zhou Shi said, shaking her head. Such things happening in both villages made this a lively year. The next morning, Jiang Yume hears from Zhou Shi that the Song father and son only returned late at night. After Li Hechuan and Xingyani were taken back, the village head from Donghe village questioned them publicly about what happened, then locked them up and assigned guards. They planned to deal with it after the Lunar New Year. Today is the 29th, the second day of the new year, and doing such troublesome things during the holiday is considered unlucky. After breakfast, Jiang Yume takes Sayabazi to the Jiang family. At the west wing of the Jiang house, Li Dafu's family is having breakfast. Besides Jiang Yushan, the other 2 are still crying. Yesterday's fuss lasted until midnight. "We only just got back at dawn and I only had a little rest," Li Shi said. After eating, Jiang Yushu takes Sayabazi to his room to study, while Li Shi talks about what happened. Li Hechuan, trembling with fear, is crying and shouting for his mother, saying Xingyani seduced him and he wants to get out. Xingyani looks like a broken gourd. She can only cry and can't speak. Li Hechuan's father discusses with Li Sima's father, hoping to give Li Sima's family 10 acres of good land, so they might forgive Li Hichuan. Although Li Sima's father is still stubborn now, he will agree eventually. Li Sima might come back alive, and those 10 acres of land are enough for him to find a wife. If he doesn't come back, his brothers will split the land. Either way, it's a good deal. Also, Li Hichuan's family is related to the village head's family, who will speak for them. It seems that the animal won't be punished much, probably just a few beatings, Li Shi sighed. All the trouble is caused by that shameless woman. This kind of matter is definitely more the man's responsibility. Li Hichuan only gave a few hits, so Qin Yenyang probably shouldn't face harsh punishment. Who says that? Once Li Hichuan was caught, someone has to take the blame. Also, that shameless woman needs to be properly dealt with. It's really embarrassing for us women. How can a man just go around seducing other men? Li Shi said angrily. You must not go around talking nonsense. If outsiders hear what you just said, they'll say you're not clear about right and wrong, defending a shameless woman. Your own conduct isn't good either. Sigh. Why do women make things difficult for other women? This was a common saying in the previous life, but it doesn't work in this era. Here, both men and women love to make things hard for women. Although this woman is shameless, men are even more shameless. Still, people mostly scold shameless women, not shameless men. What will happen to Qin Yenyang if she bears the blame alone? Jiang Yumei was more concerned about this. After hearing Li Shi's words, Jiang Yumei thought Qin Yenyang was at least brave enough to take responsibility, much better than that coward Li Hichuan who keeps shirking. The most likely punishment is being drowned in the pond. Decades ago, something like this happened in our village. Women caught seducing men were drowned. Of course, if Qin Yenyang's family is willing to stand up for her and can gather enough money to ask the Li Sima family for help, maybe her life can be saved, Li Shi said. Jiang Yumei's heart suddenly sank. Although Qin Yenyang's behavior was a bit reckless, it wasn't enough to cost her her life. If she really was drowned in the pond, wouldn't she have done a good deed in vain? Her mood instantly sank into despair. Coming back from the main room, Zhang Dafu said, Dad was tired last night and caught a cold. He's feeling unwell. I'll go find Dr. He to come over and bring some tofu on the way. Maisie and Nian Xiao will have lunch here. Jiang Yumei nodded and went with Li Shi to visit the old master in the upper room. The old master hadn't gotten out of bed yet. As soon as they entered the hall, they could hear his groans and coughs from the bedroom. The eldest son Jiang Daxue and Jiang Yushu from the main house, and Jiang Dach and Jiang Yulu from the third house, had already gone to serve him in the bedroom. Jiang Yumei, Li Shi, and Zhang Shi stayed in the hall, ready to listen and follow orders. Wang Shi came, but was persuaded to leave since it wasn't good for a pregnant woman to be around sick people. Jiang Yushan, Xiao Baozi, Jiang Yuqin, and Jiang Yoxing also came to greet the old master, but Wei Shi didn't let them in. With only 3 young children, they were only allowed to ask from the doorway before being sent back. Xiao Wei Shi was furious about this matter and was still lying in bed, pretending to be dead. Jiang Yuzhao locked herself in her room and refused to see anyone. Naturally, no one dared to disturb her, allowing her to have some quiet time. Mrs. Li and Mrs. Zhang were quietly talking in the main hall about what happened last night. Such a big event hadn't occurred in Shihe Village or Donghe Village for many years. Mrs. Zhang said she had just visited the Hong family's small shop at the village entrance and heard dozens of versions of the story about catching someone in the act. Don't underestimate the gossip skills of ordinary people in ancient times, even without entertainment facilities. Their many varied rumors could fill a book titled The Tale of Catching Someone in the Act. Xingzi kept talking to Jiang Yumei, asking if the beautiful jewelry and strange shoes she wore were designed by her. She wondered how Jiang Yumei came up with such ideas. I saw many wealthy young men from the provincial city wearing those strange shoes. The style is quite odd. At first, I didn't like it, but after looking at it for a while, I thought it was really nice. My older brother even asked my father to buy him a pair. His classmates are already wearing them, but father thought they were too expensive and didn't want to buy them, Xingzi whispered to Jiang Yumei. Mrs. Zhang was grateful from the bottom of her heart to Jiang Yumei, so she was happy that her daughter was close to her. But she was upset when she heard her daughter talking about wealthy young men's shoes and scolded her. How can a girl be so interested in a young man's shoes? It's not proper to say such things. After the new year, you'll be 8 years old and considered a young lady. You must not say such things again, and you shouldn't stare at things you shouldn't see. Do you hear me? Jiang Yoshin's face turned red all the way to her ears, and she looked very aggrieved. Jiang Yume smiled and gently brushed her hair, saying, Our Xingzi is a good girl. Sometimes, she doesn't mean to see certain things. She just noticed them because they were made in her father's workshop.
Right?
Yes, Jiang Yoshin nodded vigorously. I only took a quick look. When I saw that Sister Maisie designed them, I looked a little longer. Sister Maisie, the kind of women's shoes you designed are also pretty. When my father and I went to Lanyan Pavilion, I saw many young ladies in beautiful dresses buying those shoes. Old Doctor He arrived, checked their pulses, and said there was nothing serious. The old master's health was very good. Few elders could match his strength. He had just sweated a lot yesterday and caught a cold wind, so a couple of doses of medicine and some rest would make him fine. The family was very happy to hear this. Wei's family had no appetite to cook today, and the main house was gloomy. Only Mrs. Li, Mrs. Zhang, and Jiang Yume went to the kitchen to prepare food for everyone to eat together. When the two mothers returned home, the Song family had already started cleaning, putting up couplets, and pasting window paper. Jiang Yume called Zhou to come into the kitchen to prepare food for the new year. Only little Baozi and Er Chun, acting as the carefree boss, took 3 sheep and 4 geese and ran to the back of the yard to play. Old Tan and Big Tan carried baskets and arrived. It was payday, and every 29th of the month, the Tan family would come. This time, they brought sweet potatoes and corn for Jiang Yume, and also a pair of small cotton shoes for little Baozi. Old Tan shyly said, These things are not worth much. Lin's wife don't mind. You don't grow these yourself, so eating them occasionally can add some variety. The shoes were made by Big Tan's wife. Her sewing skills are rough, so don't laugh. The small shoes were very delicate, with embroidered flowers on the top, and the stitches were much better than Jiang Yume's. She liked them very much and happily said, Thank you all. These shoes are really beautiful. She took out some money and handed it to Old Tan, then gave him a red envelope, saying, You've all worked hard this year. This is a small token from me and Yan Xiaoji. Old Tan was surprised that Jiang Yume and her son also gave his family a red envelope. When he touched it, it felt like a silver ingot. Their family only earned copper coins and had never seen silver before. He was so excited that his hands trembled. He kept saying, Thank you, Lin's wife. Thank you, Nian Xiaoji, and father and son further expressed their determination. On New Year's Eve, the mother and son went early in the morning to a cemetery at the junction of Xiling Mountain and Nanling Mountain, carrying knives, a whole chicken, wine for tangerines, and a plate of peanuts. Lin Dalong's grave was there, buried with his remaining bones and a pair of shoes. People were already offering sacrifices to the deceased. They arrived at the grave, placed the offerings, and little Baozi first wiped the tombstone and cleaned the grave. Then they knelt down. Jiang Yume also knelt. Little Baozi burned paper and choked with emotion, saying, Dad, your son and mother are here to see you again today. Mother's illness is better now, and life is much better for me. No more worries about starving or being cold, and I'm not afraid that mother might suddenly fall ill without money for treatment. I've grown taller and chubbier, and I've started school. The teacher said if I study hard every day and don't slack off, I will surely bring honor to the Lin family. We also built a new house and bought 100 acres of good land. Life is getting better. Dad, don't hold back over there. Mother, and I will send you more money, so don't be reluctant to spend it. Little Baozi reports to the grave about the family's income, life, and studies over the past year. Jiang Yume silently prays in her heart, Big Brother Lin, although I am not your wife anymore, I will treat little Baozi like my own son. If you are watching from heaven, please bless us with good health and safety, continuous small fortunes, and frequent big blessings. After little Baozi finishes detailing the family situation and expresses his longing, They burn the paper money they brought. The two bow 3 times, then stand up and return to Nanshan residence. Little Baozi feels very sad, and Jiang Yumei silently walks with him, holding a box of offerings in one hand and his hand in the other. Suddenly, little Baozi breaks the silence. Mother, I used to blame Dad in my heart. Am I very unfilial? What did you blame your dad for, son?
Jiang Yumei asks.
When Mother was sick and not getting better, I often went to Dad's grave to talk to him because I had no money or was bullied. I would say things to Dad, but inside I blamed him for being so foolish. He became a hero, but we still couldn't eat enough, and those bad boys like Guzi would beat us. I was young then, thinking that if I only thought it in my heart, Dad wouldn't know, and others wouldn't find out. But now I've read books and know that secretly thinking about elders is also unfilial. What I did before was wrong.
I shouldn't have thought that way about Dad.
As he speaks, he becomes more upset, his voice choking with emotion. It's not wrong for you to think that, Jiang Yumei says softly. Your dad must also regret not taking care of himself and losing his life. He is gone now, but his family suffered. So you don't need to say it, he already regrets it over there. Though she says this, Jiang Yumei secretly curses Lin Dezhong. You fool, you acted like a hero, but in this era, there's no reward for bravery, and martyrs' families are not given special treatment. Your wife was bullied to death. If I hadn't come, your son might have been bullied even worse. When they return home, the lively and joyful atmosphere in the yard quickly lifts little Baozi's sadness. Today, everyone is celebrating the new year in the old yard. The sounds of frying and cooking come from the kitchen, and the delicious aroma fills the entire yard. Brother Nian has come back and all the tasty cakes are on the table, Chun says, drooling. Song Wang, standing nearby, laughs and scolds. All you think about is eating. You're never hungry, and you can't go 3 words without mentioning food. He then laughs and says to little Baozi, today, Auntie Song made your favorite crispy sugar cakes. Look and see if they're as delicious as your mother's. Xiaoxia, very observant, brought a basin of clean water for them to wash their hands. She also casually took the food box from Jiang Yumei's hands. Everyone entered the main room, still sitting at one table as a family. Today's breakfast was very rich, including crispy sugar cakes, scallion pancakes, and fermented rice eggs. They planned to eat 2 meals today, a late breakfast and a combined lunch and dinner, which would last from the afternoon until night. After eating, the 2 idle little kids went out to play as usual. Jiang Yumei, Zhou, and Xiaoxia began preparing for the New Year's feast. Today's feast was quite lavish, with chicken, duck, fish, sausages, cured meats, cured ribs, and cured pig's head. They also fried crispy meat and made braised pork, among other dishes. At night, they planned to make more dumplings, with celery and chives prepared as well. Little Baozi, holding a small firecracker, led Chun Xian to the 3 Pillars house to play for a while. He hadn't seen Uncle Zhao for a long time and thought he'd definitely be home today, so he came over. Zhao Tiekui's father and son had closed their shop and gone home some time ago. Seeing little Baozi, they happily lifted him up and ran around the yard. Little Baozi excitedly shouted. This was his favorite game from before, and he hadn't played it in a long time. After playing Fly High, little Baozi took out a few small firecrackers and set off some with their pillar and the other boys. Grandma Zhao then took out a handful of candies and put some in little Baozi's and Chunxian's pockets. 3 Pillars said, Brother Nian, do you still have any sausages at home? That food is so delicious. My mom only let me try a piece. Oh, it made me so happy. He exaggeratedly licked his lips. I quickly ate and swallowed it, thinking I'd ask for another piece, but my mom wouldn't give me any and hid it. She said there was only a small plate left, and I could only eat it during the New Year's feast this afternoon. Next to him, Pillar said unhappily, You only tried a piece. I haven't even had half a piece. Mom is so biased, she only gives you the tasty stuff.
I don't even get a chance to try.
Little Baozi shyly said, There are about 20 sausages at my house. During the New Year, I also gave some to your family, Brother Liang's family, and my great-grandfather's family. Now, only a few are left. If you like, We can go to my house now, and I'll give you my share. Three Pillars was really fond of the sausage flavor and was tempted to go to Brother Nian's house and eat his share. Just as he hesitated, he received a slap on the head. Zhao Tiekue laughed and scolded, "You're really shameless, so greedy. If you eat someone else's food, what will they eat?" "Nian, don't listen to him. Our family's plate is enough for us. If your big sister-in-law doesn't put it away, he'll have the nerve to eat it all himself." Mrs. Huang listened and felt both angry and amused. She scolded the three boys, shameful kids. "When did I ever starve you? Do you really think you can go to the boys' house to eat their food? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" Then she went to the kitchen and brought out some cured meat. The family shared a large piece, half fat and half lean, looking very tasty. The children happily took pieces and put them in their mouths. After that, they stopped talking about sausages. Later, little Baozi, Chun, and Sanjuzi went to Liangzi's house. Liangzi was busy helping at home, so they went to the Jiang family's old house to visit Jiang Yuqin. At this time, every household was busy preparing New Year's food with joy, but everyone was a bit worried because of a big problem in the Jiang family. Still, the New Year's celebration couldn't be missed. The mother and daughter from the main house were sad, and Mrs. Wang was pregnant, so mainly Li and Zhang were busy in the kitchen. Old Master Zhang, as Dr. He said, was in good health. Yesterday, he took medicine twice and rested all day. Today, he looked much better. He was sitting in the hall listening to Jiang Dach and Jiang Yushu talk about new things from the provincial and county cities. All the men of the Jiang family were there, including Jiang Yushan and Jiang Yuqin. Now, there were two respectable men working in the city, and the men listened proudly as they talked about national news and gossip, which was rare in the countryside. Little Baozi entered the house, bowed to the elders, and greeted them. Jiang Yuqin couldn't sit still and went outside to set off firecrackers with a few older relatives. Mrs. Li was very happy to hear her grandson had arrived. She cut some cured meat and gave each of the children a piece. Zhang then brought out a small bowl of fried pork, smiling happily as she fed pieces to little Baozi, Chun, Sanjuzi, and Qinzi, with little Baozi getting the most. The four boys played and argued happily. Suddenly, Wei's wife ran out, grabbing Chun's ear and scolding him. Where did this wild kid come from? Running to someone else's house to act crazy. Something happened in their family, and you're so happy? If you're happy, go back to your own house. Why are you poking at their hearts? Such a mean kid, I'm so angry. Chun immediately started crying. Seeing him cry, little Baozi also got scared and started crying. Wei's wife was furious, coming to someone else's house to cry and make a fuss during the new year. Are you trying to ruin next year's happiness? She squeezed Chun's ear even harder. Chun's crying grew louder, and he pulled at Wei's wife's clothes, trying to free his ears. Little Baozi also cried, holding Wei's wife's sleeve and begging, "Great-grandma, please don't pull Chun's ears. Let him go, I beg you." Li Shi heard the crying and ran out. "Big sister-in-law, what are you doing? Let go quickly, you scared the children." Soon the men also came out. Xiao Weishi finally let go and sat on the ground, crying loudly while patting her legs. "We can't go on like this. Our family has bad luck, and why is everyone so happy? They even came to set off firecrackers to celebrate. If we're unlucky, what good can their family get? I feel so sorry for helping them, but now we're in trouble, and they're just adding salt to our wounds." Li Shi went over to pick up the crying little boy, and Jiang Yushan went to comfort Chun, helping him rub his red ears. "Why are you causing trouble during the new year? How can you hit the children?" The old man scolded unhappily at Xiao Weishi. "Oh, now even outsiders are better than me, the wife of the main family. My goodness, I've been married into the Jiang family for over 20 years, given birth and raised children, worked hard without praise, but I never thought even outsiders are better than me." Xiao Weishi cried, even more sadly. Zhang Shi and Jiang Yushu hurried to help her. Zhang Shi said, "Look at what big sister-in-law said. Your contributions are not something others can take away. How can they be worse than outsiders?" Jiang Yushu also held his mother's hand and said, "Mom, go inside quickly. It's cold outside, and you might catch a cold during the new year. The old man was so angry that his head hurt. This irresponsible wife, you did something stupid and went to find trouble with others. Is it because you're unhappy that everyone else is celebrating the new year? Jiang Defu angrily shouted at Jiang Yushu, "Go get your mother back inside. Why are you crying during the new year?" Wei Shi was also very angry. "Big sister-in-law, are you upset because our Jiang family is doing better this year? Are you trying to bring bad luck to us?" Seeing that both elders were angry, Xiao Weishi was reluctantly helped inside by Jiang Yushu and Zhang Shi. Jiang Defu came over and took the little boy. "Don't cry, kid. Come on, let's go inside and eat some candy." Third, Grandpa brought some sweets from the provincial city. "They're delicious." The little boy sniffled and shook his head. "I want to go home." Then he slid down from Jiang Defu's arms and pulled the crying Er Chun to go home. The old man sighed and said, "All right, let's go back. Come again on the second day of the new year to eat at Great-Grandpa's house, and Er Chun can come too." After saying that, he turned and walked back into the house with his hands behind his back. Jiang Daiche took 2 handfuls of candy from inside the house. He put one in the little boy's pocket and the other in Er Chun's pocket. Then he said to Jiang Yuqin, "Go see off Kid Nian and Er Chun, and also explain to Sister Mei Zi and Sister Song to apologize for De Bo Nyang." Jiang Yuqin nodded and took each of the 3 children out of the Jiang family's house. Mrs. Li was angry and muttered quietly about Xiao Wei. "Stupid woman. She did something foolish that hurt her own daughter, but she's taking her anger out on others." She accidentally dropped a basin, and when Wei Shi glared at her, she didn't dare to speak. Wei Shi thought to herself, "It's about Er Chun, not about the children. Why is she helping outsiders scold her own family? She really can't tell inside from outside." Jiang Yumei was in the main hall setting out bowls and chopsticks. Today, they needed 3 sets, including Lin Daoyang's. She saw little Baozi and Er Chun, both with red eyes and tear-streaked faces, being led in by Jiang Yuqin. "What's wrong with you two?" Jiang Yumei hurriedly asked as she pulled them closer. As soon as she asked, the 2 children opened their mouths and cried out grievances. Several members of the Song family also came in to ask what happened. Jiang Yuqin shyly explained what had happened. Jiang Yumei looked at Er Chun's ear, which was red and had a small piece of skin scraped off. She was a bit upset. That Wei Shi was too unreasonable. She really needed to be taught a lesson. "Don't cry, Er Chun." Jiang Yumei hugged him. "Aunt Lin will take you to see the lanterns another day, okay?" Hearing that they could go see the lanterns, Er Chun stopped crying and nodded. Little Baozi also tugged at his mother's sleeve, crying, "Mom, I still haven't seen the lanterns yet." He was feeling jealous. Mrs. Zhou quickly hugged Er Chun, and Jiang Yumei picked up little Baozi. "How can I be missing my son? Let's go together." After comforting the 2 children, they invited Jiang Yuqin to have some candies and snacks. Jiang Yuqin and Daju took the 2 children outside to set off firecrackers, playing until dinner time before returning. Before dinner, Jiang Yumei handed out this month's allowance to Song Wang and then gave them a red envelope. The Song family members happily accepted it and expressed their determination to keep working hard next year. Once Daju lit a long string of firecrackers in the yard, the New Year's feast officially began. The 3 Song men started drinking wine, and Jiang Yumei and Mrs. Zhou poured themselves small cups. Little Baozi was so excited to celebrate his first lively new year that he kept giggling from the moment he sat down. They ate until evening without finishing the meal. Little Baozi and Er Chun's family took a chicken leg and went outside to watch Daju set off firecrackers. Daju played for a while before returning to eat, leaving the 2 little kids outside having fun. The yard gate was not closed, and the sounds of their laughter and shouting could be heard clearly inside. Everyone was talking about how to take care of the fish pond next year, and which fruit trees were easy to manage and profitable. Suddenly, there were screams from Air Spring and crying from little Baozi. Everyone was startled and quickly ran outside. They saw a disheveled man chasing little Baozi, shouting, "Eat, eat, give me the food." Little Baozi was crying loudly and ran as fast as he could, but he didn't give the man the chicken leg. Song Das-hun ran over and grabbed little Baozi, while Song Wang kicked the crazy man hard. The crazy man got up and tried to grab little Baozi again, shouting, "Eat, eat, I want to eat the chicken leg." Song Wang pushed him again, knocking him to the ground. Little Baozi, in Dashuan's arms, was less afraid. He looked carefully at the crazy man and shouted, "It's Guzi." Then he told Jiang Yumei, who had just run over, "Mom, it's Guzi." Guzi saw Jiang Yumei and got scared. He cried and shouted, "Monster! Blue-eyed monster!
Don't eat me."
He ran away in fear, just as his father, Guzi, came looking for him. Guzi pulled him back to the village. Everyone went back inside. Little Baozi was still upset. "That stupid kid is crazy and only knows bullying me. He only dares to steal my chicken leg but not Dashuan's. It's so annoying." He looked at his small wrist and said, "Mom, I want to eat well and grow tall. When I grow taller than Guzi, he won't dare to bully us anymore." Jiang Yumei was really tired of this little kid who protected his food. She wiped his face with a cloth and said, "Son, Guzi is already crazy. If someone tries to steal your chicken leg, you should quickly throw it to him. It's very dangerous. In the future, stay far away from that crazy man." Little Baozi looked at the chicken leg in his hand and said, "It's a pity to give him the chicken leg." Then he turned his face and took a big bite from the chicken leg, rescuing his mouth from his mother's cloth. "I know you will come to save me, so I won't give him this good thing. When no one is around, I'll stay far away from him." That night, they started making dumplings again. Although everyone was full and couldn't eat much, eating dumplings on New Year's Eve was a must. Even if it was a little less, they still had to eat. After eating a few more dumplings, the Song family went to the new yard to stay up for the new year. The mother and daughter stayed in the old yard. Not long after, little Baozi fell asleep in Jiang Yumei's arms. She gently laid him on the bed, thinking it was New Year's, and decided to give the animals some good food too. She went outside with a basin and scooped some spring water, giving it to the sheep, cows, geese, and chickens. As soon as they smelled the water, the sleeping animals became excited. The 4 pigs, of course, started causing trouble again, but Jiang Yumei was firm and didn't give in. One person was staring at the wall, feeling bored and sleepy, so Jiang Yumei went back to her room to sleep. Although it was New Year's Eve and she was staying up to celebrate, she couldn't just keep staring at the wall all night. On the first day of the new year, her 2 daughters also slept until they woke naturally. Jiang Yumei turned her head to look at little Baozi, whose face was rosy from sleep. She leaned over and kissed him, saying, "Happy New Year, my son." Little Baozi also kissed Jiang Yumei in return and said, "Happy New Year, mother." Jiang Yumei put on a simple embroidered new dress she kept by the bed, then dressed little Baozi in a bright red satin jacket and matching pants. She also put on small cotton boots in ochre and dark blue colors, which Zhang's family had given her. Standing there, she looked like a beautiful little New Year doll. Unable to help herself, Jiang Yumei gently held little Baozi's small face and kissed it a few times, saying, "My son is so handsome. He will surely be the most handsome boy in the great Kong dynasty in the future." The proud little Baozi grinned happily and said, "Of course, a son born to a beautiful mother is handsome." Joyful, Jiang Yumei also held his face and kissed him several times. The Song family came over. Jiang Yumei gave each of Song Dachuan, Song Kun, and Song Xiaxia a red envelope with 50 coins. Zhou also gave Jiang Yumei and little Baozi a pair of shoes each. After the meal, little Baozi took Kun to visit friends in the village, while Jiang Yumei stayed at home, waiting for others to come pay New Year's visits. Today, Kun also wore a red outfit similar to little Baozi's, just of slightly lower quality. The 2 red-clad children, holding hands, looked especially adorable. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Xiao went to open it and saw the 3 brothers of Dezhu. They bowed to Jiang Yumei, exchanged some good wishes, and she quickly offered them candies and sunflower seeds. They stayed for a while but then left. Jiang Yumei didn't keep them, as they had other visits to make. Next, the younger members of the Sun, Tan, Hong, and Wang families, including a few from the village head's family, came to pay their respects one after another. All of them were children. Since widows' homes were not easy for men to visit, only children could do the visiting. Jiang Yushu led Jiang Yulu and Jiang Yuqin to pay their respects. Jiang Yushu, the older brother, blushed as he and Jiang Yuqin bowed to Jiang Yumei. His gesture was a bit too formal, and Jiang Yumei understood he was probably doing this to apologize on behalf of Xiaowei. She smiled and asked them to sit down. Xia poured tea, and they chatted for a while before leaving. Before they left, Jiang Yushu blushed again and asked Jiang Yumei to forgive Xiaowei's rudeness. Jiang Yumei was quite puzzled. How did such a clever person like Jiang Yushu come from the simple Xiaowei? Earlier, Wang secretly gave Jiang Yumei and little Baozi a new set of clothes and some local snacks. Zhang also gave each of them a set of clothes she made, along with little Baozi's small cotton shoes and school supplies. The gifts were not expensive, but showed that people remembered kindness. Only Xiaowei always took things for granted. Later, some children who didn't know them well came by. They probably heard that the candies at Nanshan residence were tasty, and Jiang Yumei was generous. Every child who visited would bring back a few pieces of candy, unlike other families that only gave 1 or 2 pieces. More and more children came, repeating the same lucky words. Jiang Yumei smiled and gave each child some candy, along with a handful of peanuts or melon seeds in their pockets. Nanshan residence was lively, and during the new year, everyone wanted it to be as lively as possible, hoping for more prosperity next year. On the second day of the second lunar month, it was traditional to visit the husband's family. Jiang Yumei took little Baozi to visit her family, and Heir Chun also wanted to go. Jiang Yumei agreed, but Zhou insisted that Heir Chun stay. Heir Chun was used to being scolded and cried loudly, wanting to go. Zhou slapped him, but little Baozi promised to bring tasty treats from Zhang's house, so he would stay. Li thought Jiang Yumei and her son would return, so she didn't go to her parents' house but planned to go back on the 4th day. Xiaowei, embarrassed by what happened, also didn't go home and was waiting for Taozi and Lizzie to return. Only the 3rd branch of the Jiang family and Jiang Yoshu's couple with their children went to the wife's family home. Jiang Yumei took little Baozi and Heir Chun first to the west wing to pay respects to De Fu and his wife. She gave them a red envelope with 2 tails of silver, a set of silk clothes, and straw shoes. She also gave Jiang Yushan a set of silk clothes and straw shoes. She asked Li to pass on the red envelope and clothes to her grandparents. Li was happy and gave little Baozi a red envelope. Jiang Yushan also gave him one. Little Baozi happily took the red envelope, looked inside, and saw that his grandmother gave him a silver ingot worth 1 tael, and his uncle gave him a red envelope with 200 won. Then the family went to the main house. Jiang Youwu and his wife brought their daughter Li Duoer. Jiang Yutao and his wife brought their 3 children. Jiang Yuli and his wife brought their 2 children, and Jiang Dashue and his wife were already there. Even Jiang Yozhao sat in a corner, daydreaming. Jiang Yumei and her son paid respects to the old master and Mrs. Wei, offering their filial piety. They gave a red envelope with 2 taels of silver, silk clothes, and straw shoes. The 2 elderly people happily held red envelopes, clothes, and shoes, smiling widely. They kept saying, "Good granddaughter, good great-granddaughter. Grandparents are blessed to have you." During the new year, we received so many good things. Mrs. Wei also gave the little boy a red envelope she had prepared earlier. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yumei specially gave Jiang Dao and Jiang a 4-foot piece of colorful printed soft satin. She said, "During the new year, I give these to Annie San and Auntie Gu. Since Annie San isn't here, let my mother help pass it to her." When the soft satin was unfolded, it shimmered brightly and looked very luxurious, dazzling everyone present. Jiang Dao was overjoyed holding the satin. She had never seen such beautiful and elegant fabric before, and most importantly, it belonged to her. "Wow, it's so beautiful. With such fine satin, I can wear it too. I never thought I'd get to wear such material. Only wealthy ladies can wear this kind of fabric, but one day I will too." "Thank you, Maisie." Auntie appreciates your kindness. Jiang Dao spoke excitedly, stumbling over her words. Lee Carpenter also nodded happily in thanks. Little Mrs. Wei was waiting for Jiang Yumei to show her respect as an elder, but Jiang Yumei didn't even glance at her and started giving red envelopes to the younger generation. The children happily bowed and said thank you. Jiang Daxue, Jiang Dafu, Lee Carpenter, Jiang Yutao, and Jiang Yuli also gave red envelopes to the children. Jiang Yumei then handed Jiang Yulu and Jiang Yoqin's envelopes to Li and Jiang Daxue, asking them to pass them on. Sigh, Maisie, what about my respect? I'm also your elder. Little Mrs. Wei waited a long time, seeing that Jiang Yumei had indeed forgotten her, and she asked for her share. As soon as she spoke, the faces of the people in the main house turned bright red with embarrassment. Elder? Jiang Yumei chuckled softly. Big Auntie, although you see us as outsiders, I still follow proper manners. I often show you respect, she said, then started counting on her fingers what she had given to the main house. The things you gave aren't just for me alone, and even if they add up, they're not as good as the satin, Little Mrs. Wei said stubbornly. Jiang Yumei smiled and said, You can't count it like that. Maisie, how can you treat me this way? I'm your big auntie. I also like that fabric. It would make a beautiful dress, Little Mrs. Wei added. Jiang Daxue and Jiang Yutao, the three sisters, had already blushed deeply. They understood clearly why Jiang Yumei publicly embarrassed Little Mrs. Wei. You still have the nerve to say you're my big auntie? How can an elder like you ask for things from younger ones? You'd better go back quickly. Jiang University scolded Xiao Wei and then said to Jiang Yumei, Maisie, don't mind her. She's just joking with you. Who's joking with her? They're elders. Why do they get 2 gifts but I get nothing? Xiao Wei shouted. Sorry, I only have this much soft silk. There's no more, Jiang Yumei said, but her expression showed she didn't mind giving her things to whoever she wanted. Big sister-in-law, you should remember kindness. You got so many good things from Maisie before. You should be satisfied. Now that Maisie says she has nothing left, why make things difficult for her? Besides, who asks for things so openly? Jiang Dao said, trying to speak for Jiang Yumei, but he was reluctant to put down the soft silk. Old Master Jiang spoke up, All right, children, go out and play. Don't stay cooped up inside. You women go to the kitchen and prepare lunch. The children happily ran outside to play. Mrs. Wei also led several women to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Xiao Wei wanted to speak but saw Jiang University glaring at him, so he didn't dare say anything. Mrs. Wei then turned and shouted at Xiao Wei, Why are you standing there not working? Do you think I'm here to serve you? Ignoring Xiao Wei's resentment and Jiang Yozao's sadness, the day was still quite happy. Little Baozi and his cousins played happily. Li Duoer was especially happy because she received a big red envelope worth 100 coins from Jiang Yumei. She was so cheerful that she was much softer with little Baozi than usual. Today, Jiang Dao was very kind and friendly to Jiang Yumei, often praising her. Jiang Yumei was happy to accept his kindness, which made Xiao Wei feel jealous and upset. Before leaving Jiang's house, Old Master Jiang gave Heir Chun a red envelope to pass on to Jiang Yumei. He also said, For the sake of your eldest uncle and Shuzi, don't argue with your eldest aunt. She's just a foolish woman. A harmonious family brings prosperity. Remember the good relationships with relatives. Jiang Yumei nodded in agreement. After returning home, Jiang Yumei handed the red envelope to Heir Chun. Little Baozi also gave Heir Chun a few pieces of marinated duck and pig ears wrapped in oil paper. Then he started counting the money inside the envelope. Mrs. Wei gave 200 coins. Jiang University gave 50 coins. Jiang Yushu asked his father to pass on 50 coins. Jiang Yutao and Jiang Yuli each gave 20 coins. Li Mujiang gave 50 coins, and Jiang's wife asked Li to pass on 100 coins. The red envelopes from Jiang's family this time were quite reasonable. Little Baozi held about 1 tael of silver and 690 copper coins, smiling so much his eyes nearly disappeared. He went to take out the red envelope from under the pillow, which contained 100 coins of New Year money given by Jiang Yumei. He carefully handed it to Jiang Yumei and said, "Mother, I received this red envelope. Please keep it for me and use it when our family needs it most. This boy is quite selfless." Jiang Yumei took it and counted out 20 coins, giving them back to him. "Take these 20 coins for your pocket money. The rest will be saved for your school expenses." The little boy happily accepted the 20 coins, put them into a small pouch, and looked at the locked big box. He said, "Mother, put this pouch in the box. I will take it out when I want to use it." Since 20 coins didn't need to be hidden so deeply, she suggested, "Put the money in your pocket, so you always have some pocket money with you." The boy thought it made sense and took 2 coins from the pouch, putting them inside his inner coat pocket. This coat was specially sewn for him by Jiang Yumei. He then handed the pouch back to her. "I have my pocket money now. Please put the rest of the money in the box." Jiang Yumei nodded and carefully placed the box away, locking it securely. The New Year's celebrations flew by quickly with eating, drinking, and playing. Before long, it was the 16th day of the first lunar month. Everyone else in the family was enjoying the new year, but Jiang Yumei was not at ease. She had once again thought of making military boots. In her past life, she had helped design branded shoes for athletes participating in the World Conference. In this world, there were no professional athletes, but there were professional soldiers. Different jobs, but similar requirements. Before the new year, Jiang Yumei had written a letter suggesting to Cui Qing that if he could find a way to get the job of making shoes for the Imperial Guard, she could design impressive, good-looking, and well-fitting military boots. These boots would be sturdy, help people run faster, and protect their feet. However, Cui Qing replied that it was impossible. Even if he tried to connect with General Fan, it wouldn't help because General Fan, though influential in Jianzhou Prefecture, had little say in the capital. Only if he could connect with Commander Lin, something unlikely, could they succeed. She knew her own strength and limitations. Jiang Yumei came up with an idea. During the new year, she designed a style of military boots suitable for this world. On the 16th day of the lunar month, she asked Song Wankai to bring the design sketches and a few pieces of deer leather to Jianzhou Prefecture. She wanted Cui Qing to secretly find out the shoe sizes of Commander Lin and his generals, as well as the 4 young generals from the legends. The goal was to quickly produce special military boots made from deer leather, cowhide, and pigskin, and send them to the border to comfort the most beloved people in the court. She didn't say more, trusting Cui Qing's intelligence to know what to do next. She also designed shoe styles with decorative elements. Men's shoes featured metal decorations, and for higher-end shoes, gold and silver could be added. Women's shoes had glass decorations. Cunning was responsible for solving the glass, gold, and silver decorations, while Jiang Yumei assigned Zhao Tiekue to handle the metal work. During this era, there was iron, copper, and aluminum. Although modern shoes don't require many decorations, the work involved is still considerable, as even military boots have metal embellishments. These patterns and styles were also brought to Song Wankai. That day, little Baozi didn't go anywhere and stayed at home preparing his homework for school. After having so much fun during the new year, he had fallen behind on his studies and needed to catch up quickly. Last night, he watched the Lantern Festival and was happily continuing his role as Goose Commander and Sheep Political Commissar. The Zhou mother and daughter started their normal routines, watering the vegetable fields, doing laundry, feeding pigs and chickens. Old Song began driving a rural vehicle again, and Chun went to the mountain to cut firewood to solve the family's energy needs. Seeing each family member busy with their tasks, Jiang Yumei, who had just completed a big task, became bored and sat inside, deep in thought about how to make money. With the new year approaching, she didn't want her hard-built countryside garden villa to be turned into a pigsty or vegetable patch. Currently, Jiang Yumei thought the family's finances looked quite optimistic. She was annoyed by her mischievous child, worried that her spendthrift mother might have spent all the family's savings. Linjizi Temple was planning to hold a 3-day temple fair starting from the 18th day of the Lunar New Year. Jiang Yumei thought this might be a good opportunity to earn some extra money. Every bit counts, even small ones. Her little Baozi's appetite had grown because of her nurturing. A few taels of silver in income wouldn't be enough for him. But earning 20 or 30 taels would be amazing, more than she could bear, as if it hurt her more than losing her heart. Thinking of this, Jiang Yumei felt a surge of frustration. Seeing her little troublemaker with his little sticking out as he practiced writing big characters, she really wanted to kick him. What could she sell? Steamed buns with soup, candied hawthorn, fish balls, chive pockets, and many other snacks had long been invented by ancient people. With her current skills, she couldn't compete with the experienced women who had been doing this for years. Selling Western-style pastries was not an option. Mother Yang had no milk, good milk was hard to buy, and she hadn't even set up an oven yet. Compared to well-known local pastry shops, she had little advantage. So she decided to sell cakes, even though it was simple because it was unique. But just selling cakes wasn't enough. She kept thinking and finally came up with an idea: selling handheld skewers. This popular snack from her past was her favorite during college. When she was craving food but short on money, she would buy some from a stall near the school. After some time, I became familiar with the boss's wife. It turned out they were from the same hometown, a small county. Diligent Jiang Yumei often helped out during busy times by threading skewers or passing plates, and she watched the stir-frying process carefully. However, after starting work, as her earnings increased, she stopped going to street stalls and instead accompanied clients to fancy hotels, enjoying various banquets and big meals. Even now, she often remembers the rich aroma of those skewers. This style of skewers comes from Sichuan's spicy skewers, but unlike the usual hot pot style, each table doesn't have a pot for everyone to cook their own. Instead, the seller pre-cooks the dishes, puts them into small bowls with soup, and serves them to customers. This saves on pots and space, and the taste remains good. She decided to do it. She checked the seasonings in the kitchen, which included MSG and other ingredients. She thought about preparing some dishes. For meat, she had fresh pork, cured meat, and offal. For vegetables, she had wood ear mushrooms, chives, turnip greens, potatoes, white radish, and dried tofu. Although winter vegetables were fewer, they were enough. She discussed with Zhou Shi about selling skewers at the temple fair. After lunch, she asked Chun to call Jiang Dafu and his wife to join in. Everyone started preparing together. Jiang Dafu and Dachuan were responsible for peeling bamboo skewers, while Zhou Shi's mother and daughter, along with Jiang Yumei, prepared the soup and dishes. That afternoon, everyone was busy in the yard, working enthusiastically. Even Chun was running around inside and outside. Only little Baozi was quietly studying in the main hall, unaffected by the commotion outside. Jiang Yumei occasionally glanced at the focused little kid, thinking that with his temperament, he might really do something great in the future. In the evening, Mother Tiger and her son, who hadn't been seen for days, returned, bringing a roe deer. The mother and son were adorable. Since the family was short of meat, she brought it back. The meat and offal of this roe deer could be used to make skewers for profit. Not only would it taste good, but it would also save money on buying meat. Jiang Yumei poured clear water for the mother and son to wash and drink to their heart's content. The next day, Old Song prepared the roe deer meat. Jiang Dafu and his wife also arrived, and everyone worked together to cut meat, wash vegetables, and thread skewers. Jiang Yumei focused on steaming cakes and making cream. On the 18th day of the lunar month, before dawn, everyone finished eating. Jiang Dafu and his wife arrived. They left little Xia to handle daily chores, and everyone set out toward Dongling Mountain under the moonlight. Old Song drove a cart loaded with pots, stoves, tables, and food to the mountain. The cart stopped at the foot of the mountain, and everyone carried the items up. Business today was sure to be good, so Old Song went to arrange transportation again. After everyone reached the mountain, the sky was just beginning to brighten. They found an open space, set up a cooking pot, arranged tables and chairs, and started boiling the broth that had been prepared the night before. In the early morning, few people were eating spicy food. Selling skewers might take a little longer to get popular, so they first focused on making the broth flavorful to attract customers. Jiang Dafu and his wife, along with Zhou's mother and son, were in charge of selling skewers. They divided the work. Li was responsible for cooking the dishes, Zhou mainly washed the bowls and chopsticks, Dachin carried the dishes and collected the used utensils, and Jiang Dafu counted the skewers and handled the money. When they had free time, everyone also helped string the skewers. Jiang Yumei was selling cakes with her 2 little kids. Morning was a good time to sell cream fruit cakes. They placed small white and blue porcelain dishes on a small wooden table, filled with white cream cakes, and added a small piece of orange on top. The 2 kids wore red jackets like during the New Year, full of energy and no sign of sleepiness. Everything was ready, the sky was bright, and the crowd began to gather. This time, the 2 kids didn't shout to attract customers. Instead, each held a small porcelain dish and ate the cakes quietly, taking small bites. They even playfully smeared some cream on their faces and noses, looking like little cats, and kept licking their lips. After finishing a small dish of cake, they licked the cream off the plate with their tongues, making their faces look even more adorable. People first saw the 2 little red-faced children eating something interesting, then looked at the delicate, beautiful snacks on the small porcelain dishes, which emitted a sweet aroma. Children and young women were drawn in. "What's this? How much for a piece?" asked a girl interested in the cakes. "This is cream cake, 15 cents each," Jiang Yumei replied. Although the cakes were a bit more expensive than usual, it wasn't unreasonable. The girl bought a piece. Jiang Yumei wrapped it in a small piece of oiled paper and handed her a small bamboo spatula for eating the cake, since she couldn't just bite directly like the kids, to avoid getting her face dirty. The cakes with cream needed to be freshly spread. After selling a few, Jiang Yumei would put the unsold cakes into a dish and spread fresh cream on them, making the sweet aroma even stronger. Seeing this fresh food and the way it was made attracted more buyers. The 3 of them divided the work. Jiang Yumei arranged the cakes and spread the cream, Xiao Baozi collected the money, and Er Chun promoted the products. Before noon, almost all the 100 cakes they brought had been sold. Meanwhile, the skewer business also started. Meat skewers cost 10 cents each, vegetable skewers 1 cent each, so everyone could enjoy them regardless of how much money they had. The delicious aroma of spicy and fragrant food attracts many people, and several tables are gradually filled. Some who really want to eat but have no seats buy bowls of vegetarian noodles from a nearby stall, along with skewers, and eat together. The noodle seller lady is very happy to see this. When she notices Li's family busy and overwhelmed, she even volunteers to help. Jiang Yumei leads her 2 children into the temple to look around, bows to the Buddha, and donates some incense money, hoping for safety for Jiang and happiness for their family. Little Baozi still remembers his mother once saying that doing business and praying to the Buddha come from sincere hearts. So, he first asks how much incense money his mother plans to donate. Jiang Yumei says 50 cents, but Baozi suggests donating a full $1. He feels better about himself, thinking that since they've given so much, their sincerity must be genuine. Then they go to watch the monkey performers, the acrobats, drink some sugar water, eat a few snacks, and buy 2 clay figurines. Jiang Yumei finally leads her 2 happy children back to their stall. The stall is even busier than before. Customers now include people from nearby food stalls who buy some snacks and then sit down to eat skewers. The vendors are happy too. Since one stall sells skewers well, they all help out, making Jiang Dafu and others busy and overwhelmed. Jiang Yumei looks at how fast they are eating. Today, this small stall will sell out, so she needs to buy more pork quickly, or they'll run out of meat for tomorrow. She also needs to buy some vegetables like potatoes and white radish, as their supply won't last long. She gives some money to Dachuan, telling him to quickly buy half a pig from Zhang the butcher and to bring the 2 children back home. The adults are busy, no one is watching the kids, and they're just in the way. Besides, their mission for today is already complete. Of course, the 2 children don't want to go back. They pout and cling to their mother's clothes, not letting go. Especially Kun, who has started crying. Jiang Yumei tells Baozi, "Do you still want to make more money? If you stay here, we have to watch you, and it's much easier if you're not around. If you sell more, we'll earn more money." Hearing that they're delaying their plan to earn money, Baozi agrees without hesitation to go back. As soon as he agrees, Kun obediently follows. Jiang Yumei takes over Dachuan's work, serving dishes and collecting bowls and chopsticks. The skewers they brought from home are already sold out, so they have to find time to prepare more. Everyone is so busy they look like spinning tops, and they still can't keep up with the speed at which customers want food. When they were feeling helpless, Sun Daqiang and the Su family passed by after selling their goods and greeted them. Your business is really good. Are you busy? Do you need our help? Yes, we do. We won't be polite. Come and help us string the skewers. Mrs. Li wiped her sweat and called them over to help. With these two helping, they could barely keep up with the customers ordering food. Dazhong carried a big basket of vegetables and ran over, adding another strong worker. Everyone immediately felt much more relaxed. Apart from Jiang Yumei and Xiaobazi, who bought some snacks while shopping, no one had time for lunch. Jiang Yumei took a moment to buy a dozen buns from a nearby stall for them to eat. They worked until the sun was setting. Other stalls had already closed, but their stall was still bustling with people. After finishing the last skewer, they told the customers who hadn't had enough to come back tomorrow. The next day, Jiang Yumei and the others left even earlier, arriving at Dongling Mountain before dawn. They took a larger space than the day before and set up tables and chairs. They didn't bring the two children today because Xiaobazi's school was starting tomorrow, and there was too much to prepare. Kun continued to be his assistant. They also called Sun Daqiang and his wife again. Business was still very busy today. Many customers were returning, and some came because they heard about it. The third day was the same. At noon, Jiang Yumei thought they could finish perfectly after selling for half a day. They roughly calculated that their gross profit over these 3 days could reach over 40 taels of silver. It was really a profitable business. They didn't expect that the eating habits of the people of the Great Kong Dynasty and the Celestial Empire were so similar. It seemed opening a hot pot restaurant in the future was still feasible. While they were enjoying this, a group of people arrived. The leader directly approached Jiang Dafu. In his view, Jiang Dafu, who is collecting money, should be the boss here. He pointed at Jiang Dafu and said, "Sir, I give you a chance to get rich. Let's go over there to talk." Jiang Dafu was stunned and looked at these fierce-looking people. He obediently followed them. The man didn't bother with small talk and got straight to the point. Our master is interested in this skewer business. He is kind and willing to pay 5 taels of silver to buy the recipe. With this money, you can buy a good acre of land and farm well. You don't need to do this business anymore. Jiang Dafu's heart sank. These people were so aggressive, they must have powerful backing. He smiled and said, "This isn't my recipe. I need to discuss it with my daughter. It's her recipe." "Still need to discuss?" The man snorted and loudly told the others, "This person is bold and reckless, daring to insult the court. Take him to the county office to report to the county officer for further action." The group quickly moved to push Jiang Dafu to the ground, twisting his arm and tying him up with a rope. Jiang Yumei and the others saw that the group seemed to be looking for trouble as soon as they arrived. Seeing that Jiang Dafu was somehow, Li Shi was frightened and started crying, shouting, "Father, what's going on?" Jiang Yumei and Sun Daqiang hurried over. Sun Daqiang bowed politely and said to the leader, "Sir, please stay your anger. If he has offended you, we ask for your mercy and kindness." The man listened to Sun Daqiang and nodded, saying, "It seems you are sensible. This man from Yulin still dares to play tricks on me." Jiang Dafu was already frightened and, seeing Jiang Yumei arrive, quickly said, "Maisie, these gentlemen want to buy the recipe for the string snacks." They had come for the recipe, and Jiang Yumei quickly said, "Sir, please stay your anger. I am the only one who knows this recipe. My father truly doesn't know it. If you like this recipe, it is our honor to share it with you. We won't ask for a single coin and are happy to give it freely. That's more like it. If you had been so honest from the start, we wouldn't have had to act," the man said, waving his hand. The group then pushed Jiang Dafu toward Jiang Yumei. Sun Daqiang helped loosen the ropes binding Jiang Dafu. "Now you need to come with us to the county town," the man said. "Well, the ingredients for the broth are more than 10 kinds. It's not easy to gather them all. Can I gather the ingredients and come tomorrow?" Jiang Yumei hesitated. No, you go now. Does our restaurant lack any ingredients? The man said angrily. Jiang Yumei nodded and asked, May I ask which restaurant your lord owns? I need to tell my family so they won't worry about me going. Even if you tell them, you won't be able to fool us, the man said sharply. Our lord's restaurant is one of the best in Qinghua County, called Hongyun Grand Restaurant. Our lord is the father-in-law of the county officer. As long as we serve him well and make him happy, there will be many benefits for you. Otherwise, humph. Jiang Yumei thought for a moment and nodded, saying, All right, I will go and explain to my family first, then I will come with you. Seeing the man nod, she pulled Jiang Dafu and Sun Daqiang to the side of their stall. She whispered a few words to Jiang Dafu, then asked Zhou Shi and Daxin to accompany her. Sun Daqiang said, Daxin is still a child. I should go with you. Of course, that's better. Look at the Su family. Although Su was worried, he didn't stop them. Jiang Yumei nodded in thanks. Then Jiang Yumei, Zhou, and Sun Daqiang returned to the group and went down the mountain together. At the foot of the mountain, there were a few carriages. They got in and hurried toward Qinghua County. After entering the county gate and riding for another quarter of an hour, they arrived at a restaurant. They got out of the car and were taken into the back hall of the restaurant. Someone told a manager-like person, Manager Zhou, I have brought the people. Manager Zhou nodded and looked at Jiang Yumei and the others. He said, Go to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Jiang Yumei first asked to see the seasonings available at the restaurant. After looking, she said, These seasonings are not complete. A few are missing. A master chef nearby scoffed and said, If our Hongyun restaurant's seasonings aren't complete, then no restaurant's seasonings are complete. It's true that coming from the countryside, it's good enough to recognize all these seasonings. They really think they are master chefs, acting so proud. If you're going to cook, do it quickly. Don't start showing off. Manager Zhou also nodded and said, I can't speak for everything, but when it comes to seasonings, our restaurant definitely won't be short of anything. All the seasonings needed for the Dakong dynasty are here. How could they be incomplete? Jiang Yumei wasn't bluffing. They knew that many of the seasonings from her previous life weren't used as food ingredients in the Dakong dynasty, but were just considered medicinal herbs. Hearing their words, she was calm and said, The seasonings here are truly incomplete. If I use these to make skewers and the flavor isn't authentic, don't blame me for hiding ingredients. All right, go ahead. I want to hear what seasonings our restaurant is missing, said Manager Zhou. Gonsong, small fennel, dried tangerine peel. These must be added to the broth to enhance the flavor and help with digestion, Jiang Yumei explained. These are all medicinal herbs. How can they go into the broth? Manager Zhou asked suspiciously. My broth must include these seasonings. Otherwise, it won't have that special taste, Jiang Yumei replied. Manager Zhou immediately sent a waiter to buy from the pharmacy. Jiang Yumei also requested thin bamboo sticks, and Zhou sent someone to prepare them. Jiang Yumei and Zhou worked together to prepare the seasonings and dishes for the skewers. While they were working, a waiter ran in and told Manager Zhou, Manager Tong from Jifu Restaurant is here. He's cursing the woman making skewers, saying she sells her recipes to 2 restaurants. He claims she sold the recipe to Jifu yesterday and now to our Hongyun restaurant. He also said he plans to report her. Jiang Yumei was very shocked and shouted, I'm not selling goods for 2 families. I was forced by those people. If I didn't come, they would kidnap my father and take him to the county office to be dealt with by the county magistrate. I had no choice but to come along. Shopkeeper Zhou, you must testify for me. I haven't taken any money from your restaurant. I came here to teach you for free. Please don't imprison me. She then started crying. Shopkeeper Zhou realized this was a tough situation. Their restaurant was not as powerful as Jifu Restaurant. Hongyun Restaurant's backing was the county officer, but Jifu Restaurant's backing was a high official from the provincial capital, someone even the county magistrate couldn't offend. He quickly scolded Jiang Yumei, saying, You woman, don't talk nonsense. Clearly, you tricked us first by trying to sell us the recipe, and now you're biting back. After that, he hurried out to see Shopkeeper Tong. Seeing Shopkeeper Zhou leave, Jiang Yumei wiped her tears and asked the person next to her, Master, are you still going to teach us? Teach? No way, the person replied. Go, get out of here. You're trying to extort us. Luckily, we haven't started making it yet, or it would be hard to explain. Jiang Yumei and the others were driven out of the kitchen. She saw young shopkeeper Tong angrily talking to shopkeeper Zhou, and was so frightened she tried to run. But shopkeeper Tong stopped her, saying, "You want to run? Luckily, this is only the second shop, and we haven't sold anything yet. Otherwise, I'd have to send you to jail. Come on, follow me to Jifu restaurant." Shopkeeper Zhou took Tong to the restaurant's entrance, apologized repeatedly for being tricked by this woman, and said it hadn't caused serious trouble yet. They arrived at Jifu restaurant, where Jiang Dafu was already waiting. When he saw them return, he relaxed. Jiang Yumei told Dazhong, who was with her, to hurry home and report the news before the city gate closed. There was still a late boat to Qinghe town. Before Jiang Yumei was taken away, she told Jiang Dafu to quickly take a boat to Qinghua County. If the boat wasn't full, he should pay for the remaining seats and rush to find shopkeeper Tong, because only he could help them. Shopkeeper Tong said, "I also heard that this skewer has a special flavor and a new way to eat it. Business is booming. I didn't expect it was you who made it. Look, Hongyun restaurant already knows we bought this recipe. If we don't make this dish, it'll be hard to keep up the lie." Jiang Yumei originally wanted to open her own hot pot restaurant, but after this incident, she was too afraid. In this world without rights, it's really hard for people without connections to do business. You need to have someone with a good background, but Jifu restaurants, Jiang Yumei really struggles to find a partner. It seems the only option left is to sell the recipes. So she said, "Thanks again to Little Tong for your help. Name your price, and we will sell it to you no matter what." Little Tong smiled and replied, "Mrs. Lin, you are too kind. Our Jifu restaurant is not like Hongyun restaurant, which is overbearing and oppressive. We never do things that hurt the common people. Our boss always acts fairly, so we will give you a fair price. I haven't tried skewers before, so I can't set the price myself." "That's easy. I'll make it for you tonight. This time, we'll do hot pot, which tastes similar to skewers. We only made skewers because we lacked space and extra money, but they're not very refined. Hot pot suits a well-established restaurant better, with more investment and bigger returns." Jiang Yumei told them to buy the necessary seasonings and ingredients. The restaurant wasn't short of supplies, but they didn't have special pots or tables, so they had to make do for now. About half an hour later, the hot pot was ready. The restaurant chefs watched and learned as they asked questions. They all started eating hot pot around the table. On this cold night, eating spicy, fragrant hot pot felt like living in paradise. Except for Jiang Yumei, everyone else couldn't get enough of it. Little Tong wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "That was so satisfying. I must tell my uncle at the main branch in the provincial capital. Such good food should be open there first." He also instructed the accountant, who was eating hot pot with them, deposit 100 taels of silver into the account. This recipe is worth that much. Jiang Dafu and Sun Daqiang were shocked. They had never seen so much money in their lives. No wonder they built such a big house. These people really knew how to make money. Jiang Yumei nodded in agreement and told them they needed special iron pots, preferably copper ones, along with dedicated tables and charcoal stoves. She drew a diagram, roughly indicating the size, and explained everything. Little Tong said he would order someone to make them immediately. Jiang Yumei also recommended Zhao Tiechue's blacksmith shop. Little Tong was very clever and quickly agreed, adding Zhao's shop to their list of long-term suppliers. Then Jiang Yumei happily took an 80-tael silver note, 10 two-tael silver ingots, and a few others, and went to the inn to rest. The city gates were closed, so they had to wait until morning to leave. After arriving at the inn, Jiang Yumei gave each of Jiang Dafu, Sun Daqiang, and Zhou a silver ingot. Sun Daqiang has never held such a large silver ingot before and was too afraid to take it. "Maisie, this big silver ingot is the money you earned from selling medicine. Why are you giving it to me? This time, you all helped with the business. You should be paid for your work. Also, after what happened this time, you didn't hide but instead came to help. Thank you so much. Here, take it." Jiang Yume insisted on giving it. Jiang Dafu took the silver and handed one ingot to Sun Daqiang, feeling very grateful that Sun Daqiang stepped forward when they were in danger. If you want to hold it, just take it. Second uncle, I thank you too. Mrs. Zhou also took some silver and said, thank you. The next day, the four of them took the morning boat back to Donghe village wharf. After crossing Qinghe Bridge, they hurried home each to their own house. Jiang Yume and Mrs. Zhou quickly walked south toward Nanshan residence. The new yard was bigger and could be seen from far away. As they got closer, the new yard became clearer, and they saw two small figures running toward them, shouting, Mama!
Nana! Mama!
It was little Baozi and Akun. The two kids rushed into their mother's arms and were happily embraced. Son, why didn't you go to school today? Jiang Yume asked while hugging him. Son was worried about Mama and couldn't sleep. So, he asked Sanjuzi to get a day off from the teacher. Brother Liangzi also didn't go to school because he was worried about his dad, little Baozi said, kissing his mother several times and expressing his longing. Then he whispered in Jiang Yume's ear. Grandpa Song said some unfamiliar soldiers came to our house. He didn't let me go to the new yard because he was afraid of danger. I waited here all morning but didn't dare to go. What's going on? Jiang Yume hurried toward the new yard. Song Wangkai was anxiously waiting at the door, watching them. Mrs. Zhou happily said, Head of the family, why did you only just come back? Song Wangkai didn't answer Mrs. Zhou, but whispered to Jiang Yume, last night, a few soldiers suddenly came to the house. One of them said, He was your brother. I couldn't stop them. They forced their way in and even took over the main house and side rooms. Before Jiang Yume could understand the situation, someone shouted, Sister is back. As soon as the words finished, someone rushed over and grabbed her hand. Looking closely, it was Jiang Yuyu, whom she hadn't seen in months. Although he was darker, stronger, and taller, Jiang Yume was delighted and asked, Yuyu, is that really you? Why are you back? There were no airplanes in this era, so how could he come back so suddenly and unexpectedly? Jiang Yume felt like she was dreaming. We hurried back almost non-stop, covering the 12 days in no time, Jiang Yuyu said as she took the small bundle from her mother, who was stunned. Little one, do you recognize your uncle? Uncle has been busy until now and hasn't come to see you. Child, you're not doing your work properly and still have time for chatting? Are you looking for trouble? A rough voice scolded. Jiang Yume looked up and saw a big, bearded man standing in the yard, scolding. He looked familiar at first, but then she realized it was the old acquaintance Li Huajin. The once elegant young man had become such a rough, rude man. War really changes people deeply. Looking around, she saw several other big men standing there, glaring fiercely. Of course, all of them were dressed in military uniforms. Jiang Yuyu whispered, General Lin was badly wounded. I've used up all my red medicine, so I had to bring him here. She realized that this kid was using her things to make favors. It wasn't that Jiang Yume was heartless. So many soldiers were fighting on the battlefield, and so many people died every day. She couldn't save everyone. Since she couldn't save everyone, she only cared about and helped those close to her, like Jiang Yuyu. Her supply of red medicine was running low, and she needed to keep some for herself and her son just in case. Hearing this, Jiang Yuyu became anxious. Her face darkened as she said, You're generous, giving your life-saving medicine to others, and now you're giving away the medicine that's meant for us. Too? I don't understand. Are you so easily influenced by your sister's belongings after marriage? Jiang Yuyu's face turned red with anger. Just as she was about to explain, a tall, burly man suddenly stormed over and shouted loudly, You shameless woman! You don't know how lucky you are to have saved General Lin. If you ask me, I'll break your skinny neck right now. Jiang Yuyu quickly grabbed the big man and tried to calm him, saying, General Wang, calm down. My sister is just being stubborn and doesn't understand the importance. Let me explain to her, and she'll surely give the medicine back. Then she handed the frightened, crying little bundle to Song Wangkai and asked them to go outside for a walk. She pulled Jiang Yume aside and explained the situation. It turned out that during the Spring Festival, the emperor, to show kindness, had sent Crown Prince Li Zongxiu north to comfort the Northern Expedition Army. On New Year's Eve, Commander Lin Jia accompanied the Crown Prince and soldiers to enjoy a celebration. The soldiers were having a family dinner in the camp. Young artist Jiang Yu was holding a small pig lucky pouch given by Jiang Yumei and ran outside, gazing at the southern stars and missing his family far away. Lost in his thoughts, someone suddenly snatched his pouch and scolded, "You daring little thief! Even our commander's things dare to steal. Tie him up and find out how he got into the camp and stole the pouch." It was Lin Gui, a personal guard of Commander Lin. "That's not fair. I didn't steal it. It's my pouch, made by my sister," Jiang Yu shouted repeatedly, but a few people tied him up tightly. The noise outside attracted Commander Lin and others. "What's going on?" Lin asked. Lin Gui presented the pouch with both hands. Reporting to the commander, "This little thief stole your lucky pouch some time ago." "That's not true. It's my pouch, made by my sister, and it contains a special medicine called Hong Mo Ru given by her. Please investigate clearly." Jiang Yu knelt and shouted. Li Huajin quickly bowed and said, "Your Majesty, this pouch indeed belongs to Jiang Yu. He had it when he was in Jinzhou Prefecture. His family also bought a similar pouch, and it was made by his sister." "I can testify to that." Commander Lin ignored them. His attention was caught by the word medicine. He took the pouch from Lin Gui, opened it, and took out an oil paper package. He then opened the package, revealing a small bunch of red, blood-like silk threads shining under the starlight. "You say this is medicine? What's so special about it?" Commander Lin asked. Jiang Yu replied, "My sister said this medicine has the miraculous effect of growing white bones. I haven't used it myself, so I don't know if it's really that amazing." His voice grew faint at the end, uncertain whether the medicine was truly magical. Commander Lin handed the oil paper package to the camp's old military doctor, Dr. Wang. "Have you heard of such medicine?" Dr. Wang trembled as he took the package and examined it. "I have indeed seen a similar medicine in ancient medical texts. It's called Blood Demon Red Mo. Because no one has ever seen this medicine, most people believe it doesn't exist, just a beautiful myth." After a pause, he hesitated and said, "As for whether this red silk is the legendary Blood Demon Red Mo, I dare not say for sure." "Oh, so such a medicine called Blood Demon Red Mo really exists," General Lin said, then took out a small bag from his pocket. Compared to Jiang Yu's bag, besides the pig's eyes, one single eyelid and one double eyelid, they looked exactly the same. The two little pigs stared at him with big, round eyes, looking very strange. It was rare to see such a cute appearance on a pig that was usually so ugly. The usually serious General Lin smiled a little. "Did your sister sell lucky bags at Lingji Temple?" "Yes, my family lives right next to Lingji Temple. The villagers there often sell things to make some extra money," Jiang Yu replied. "Good. That's right," said General Lin. "It was Lin Gui who misunderstood you. You can take this lucky bag back. As for this red powder, I give this red powder to you, sir," Jiang Yu said. "I just don't know if the medicine is really that magical." He was brave enough to give it to the general, but he wouldn't dare take it back now. The general nodded. "All right," he said, then put a few strands of red powder into the lucky bag. "I want to keep some for you. After all, it's a keepsake from a loved one. The rest can be given to the military camp for those who need it most. Whether it's truly magical, you'll find out once you try." He asked Officer Wang to keep the red powder safely. The red powder really proved to be very powerful. A few days later, General Lin's son, young General Lin Changqi, was out inspecting the military camp with the Crown Prince when they were suddenly attacked by a group of deadly fighters. The Crown Prince was hit in a vital spot by an arrow, and Lin Changqi was also cut while protecting him, suffering multiple injuries. The attackers were quickly defeated, but the Crown Prince's life was hanging by a thread. The arrow was shot just half an inch from his heart, and it was poisoned, so potent that even the famous Dr. Hua Tuo couldn't help. If the Crown Prince died on General Lin's territory, the Lin family's future would be over. So, General Lin ordered Officer Wang to treat him with the red powder, risking everything. The medicine was truly miraculous. The crown prince's life was saved, and the poison was quickly expelled by the red powder. However, Officer Wang had used up all the red powder on the crown prince. Jiang Yuyu's remaining bit was used to save Lin Changqi's life, but the cut on his thigh was infected with poison, destroying nearby bones and muscles. His leg might be lost forever. As a military man, losing a leg would be a living. The handsome and tall young Lord Lin would have to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Such cruelty. General Lin called Jiang Yuyu over, telling him to quickly take Lin Changqi back to his hometown to see if his sister still had red powder and whether they could save his leg. After listening to Jiang Yuyu's story, Jiang Yumei truly didn't dare to take out the red grinding ruo. I never expected that the red grinding ruo was actually a treasure called Blood Demon Red Grinding Ruo. Thinking about having to give this treasure to someone else made Jiang Yumei feel like her heart was bleeding. Why should she do that? She and the Lin family, who were not even close relatives, should not have to give away such a precious item for free. She really didn't want to do it. But if she tried to bargain with those fierce military men for silver, they would think she was trying to cheat them, unless they believed she was risking her life. Moreover, the old lady she met at Lingji Temple turned out to be General Lin's mother. She had made up a story to get her little boy to deliver a blessing bag, not expecting that she would really send good luck to the family. If the crown prince died, the Lin family would be in real trouble. Life's chances are really unpredictable. While lost in her thoughts, the tall, dark man grew impatient.
What?
Why aren't you going to get it quickly? Li Huajing also came over and said, Madam Lin, please hurry and take out the red grinding ruo. If it heals General Lin's leg, he can go to the battlefield sooner and defend our country. These two men, one forceful and one gentle, insisted on taking her family's blood demon red grinding ruo. Jiang Yumei had no choice but to say, most of the red grinding ruo has already been taken by Yuzi. I only have a little left. I will go and get it for you now. The tall, black General Wang was quite clever. He wanted to follow Jiang Yumei to supervise whether she was hiding any, whether she had taken all the red grinding ruo. When Jiang Yumei reached the small door between the old and new courtyards, she stopped and looked back. I'm a widow, and I value my reputation very much. If anyone finds out a man entered my yard, even if he forced his way in, I would rather die here to keep my honor. The dark face of the tall man instantly turned rusty iron, and he was so angry he pointed at Jiang Yumei, stammering, unable to speak. Li Huajing came over, forced a smile, and patted the tall man's shoulder. General Wang, when we ask for her help, we must trust her. Seeing no one was following her, Jiang Yumei returned to the old courtyard. She entered her bedroom and, still worried, locked the door. She opened her box and took out the pouch containing the red grinding ruo, hiding most of it. She kept a small part and took it to the new courtyard. Little Officer Wang took the red grinding ruo directly to the upper room, which was meant to be the future bedroom for Jiang Yumei and her son. She hadn't lived there yet, but the man named Lin was staying there. Jiang Yumei felt heartbroken. After a moment, Little Officer Wang came out and said this red grinding ruo is really miraculous. When applied, the black pus and blood slowly flow out, turning redder and redder. But there isn't much left, maybe enough for 5 more uses. General Lin's injury has been delayed for too long. I don't know if it can draw out all the poison and make the dead bone regenerate. A strong wind blew again. I tell you, if you dare hide the blood demon red mill and don't bring it out, be careful or I, your grandfather, will set fire to this house, shouted the tall, dark man loudly. This military officer has such boldness, but his fierce attitude is useless in front of the executioner. Instead, he turns around and uses it on women from the Dakong dynasty. It's like shining a light in the dark, wasted effort. If you have the strength, why not go to the battlefield and fight? Jiang Yumei said, already holding the red mill in her hands, no longer wanting to suffer that nonsense. The dark man was furious. Does he not want to go to battle? He yelled at Jiang Yumei, Old woman, you're so sharp-tongued and annoying. Jiang Yumei felt very wronged. I took out the blood demon red mill without asking for anything in return. It saved your people, but I get nothing. Not only do you occupy my house, but soon you'll threaten to break my neck or burn down my home. Military officer, did I do wrong by offering the red mill? Why are you treating us like this? Just because we are helpless orphans and widows? Her voice choked with emotion. People who didn't know might think she was crying because General Wang scolded her, but in fact, she was heartbroken over the red mill, worried about how much longer she could keep such a precious treasure. From the main room, a clear voice sounded.
Mrs., I'm sorry.
It's my fault for not controlling my subordinates well, making you suffer. Your kindness is remembered by the Lin family. We're not living here for nothing. I will send someone to compensate you with the rent and food money. No, I'll have someone give you the money soon. The tone then turned stern. Wang Shi, oppressing the people is punishable by military law. Remember the 20 military lashes. Go to the camp and face your punishment. The dark man's momentum faded. Li Huajing hurried over and said, Lin family lady, don't be angry. Brother Wang is just hot-tempered. He's just scaring people. Jiang Yu pulled Jiang Yumei's sleeve and said, Sister, don't be afraid. General Wang is a good man, just a little impatient. He wouldn't really do that. Neither Jiang Yumei nor Jiang Yu heard their words clearly. She only felt that the clear voice sounded familiar, making her heart flutter. Jiang Yumei was stunned for a moment before she regained her senses. She thought about how she had lived over 30 years in her previous life and had never been so captivated by a man's charm. Why was she now so easily moved by just a few words from a voice? It felt like she was regressing. However, this man was not too bad. Although he had power and influence, he forcibly took her family's red powder, but at least he was somewhat polite, better than that dark-skinned man. Thinking about it again, she felt something was wrong. Why did she have a tendency for self-punishment? Being robbed of her treasure, and just because she said a few kind words, she thought he was okay. That was not Jiang Yumei's personality. She steadied her mind and said nothing more, turning back toward the old courtyard. Jiang Yu also followed, walking and saying, Sorry, sister. It's all my fault. I caused such a big problem for you.
Don't say that.
It's not entirely your fault. Do our parents know you're back? Not yet. It's better if we don't tell them what happened at your house. Tonight, you should quietly invite them over to meet. Just a small gathering at your place, Jiang Yu suggested. Jiang Yu told Jiang Yumei that they brought 10 people, General Lin, General Li, and General Wang, each with 2 personal guards, plus a doctor named Wang. General Lin stayed in the upper room with the doctor and some soldiers, while General Li and General Wang stayed in the east and west wings. For now, they would ask Old Song's family to help with cooking and laundry. Also, General Li and General Wang were here to General Lin, and they would leave in a few days. Li Huajin was taking care of Jiang Yu, letting him stay longer here, and then he would follow General Lin back to the military camp. Sister, you're really capable. In just a few months, you've earned such a big fortune, Jiang Yu said as he looked back at the big yard before leaving the new courtyard. Jiang Yumei smiled and went to the old courtyard. Song Wangkai was just coming back outside, holding a small bundle. Er Chun was tugging at his clothes and following closely behind. The little boy was scared and started crying when he saw Jiang Yumei. Mother, that dark uncle is a bad guy. He wants to break my neck. We don't want him to live in our house, the boy said. Jiang Yu took the boy in her arms. Don't worry, little one. That Uncle Wang was just joking. He wouldn't dare do anything. Jiang Yumei also said, My son isn't afraid. That big man was just scaring mommy. His officer saw him bullying and said he'd be punished with a stick. Uncle, your officer is really a good person, the boy said tearfully, giving General Wang a good person badge. Is it true that the stick is for hitting the hand? No, it's for hitting the bottom, Jiang Yumei casually replied. In her previous life, she saw on TV that when they hit with a stick or a board, they usually press someone down on the ground or a bench and hit them, so she thought it was for hitting the buttocks. Jiang Yu didn't explain further, instead smiling and giving the little boy a gentle kiss. Song Wankai explained why he returned a few days late. It turned out Cui Qing had urgent business in Jiangnan, so he waited in the provincial capital for 2 days. He said Cui Qing was very interested in the shoes designed by Jiang Yume this time and wanted to get them quickly, but it would take some time to find out the exact sizes. Because Jiang Yume sent over some deer skins, Cui Qing asked Song Wankai to bring back 10 taels of silver for her. Jiang Yume looked at the new courtyard and said, "All these people are here now, so we will get the sizes in a few days." She also told Song's family to be careful in serving these people, as they are difficult to deal with. While they were talking, someone loudly called from the side door of the yard, "Yuzi, Yuzi, Jiang Yuyu." Jiang Yuyu carried a small bundle and went over. Lin, who was standing at the door. Given Jiang Yume's attitude earlier, these men dared not step into the old courtyard. Lin, who held 5 silver ingots, and said, "The young master asked me to bring this for your sister's rent and meal money. You can give it to her." After handing the money to Jiang Yuyu, he paused when he saw the small bundle and stammered a little. "Whose little kid is this? Looks really handsome. This is my sister's son, Nian Xiaozi. Call him Uncle Lin," Jiang Yuyu said. "Uncle Lin," the little boy politely called out. Lin, who nodded in surprise and greeted him. He was still a bit stunned when he returned to the main room of the new courtyard. He thought he looked so much like... too much. Jiang Yuyu went back to give the silver to Jiang Yume. Jiang Yume took the silver, 20 taels each, totaling 100 taels. That's quite a lot. Her family isn't a guest house, so why pay for lodging before staying? Although the rent and meal money don't add up to 100 taels, her family's red powder is worth more than 1,000 taels. When she calculated, she felt she was at a disadvantage. She was losing a lot. She thought about how precious treasures that could be sold for a high price were being taken away, and her heart trembled a little. She went to her room, stored the large silver ingots, and then took out 3 taels of silver to give to Song Wankai, telling him to buy good wine in town. The rest she kept for their meals. They had plenty of vegetables and fish from their backyard, so they only needed to buy meat and eggs. When the silver ran out, she would come back for more. Because the Song family was preparing meals for the military officer over there, Jiang Yume cooked for herself in the old courtyard. Of course, Jiang Yuyu also ate there for her 3 meals. Today was too tiring and so many things had happened. She didn't feel like cooking well. She just steamed some ribs and made 3 bowls of egg noodles. Jiang Yushan praised it as delicious. After finishing a big bowl of noodles and gnawing all the ribs, she rubbed her belly and returned to the new courtyard. My 2 daughters went inside and locked the door. Jiang Yume reported to Xiaobazi about the recent family income. The seller received 100 taels, and the profit from selling skewers was nearly 30 taels after costs. General Lin gave 100 taels, and Cui Qingxing gave 10 taels. Overall, it was a large sum of money. "Mother, many people have come to the yard. We need to hide the money well," Xiaobazi whispered, glancing toward the new yard. "Son, they don't care about the money, but they do want something from us. We've hidden a little bit secretly, just in case. Go quickly and get the small jar from under the bed. We'll put the red powder in it," Jiang Yume said angrily. "We have 3 jars buried under the bed. Which one should I take?" Xiaobazi asked. "Anyone is fine," she replied. Xiaobazi squirmed under the bed and soon came out holding a small jar. Jiang Yume opened the jar and found a family heirloom jade pendant inside. She put the blood-milled pouch into the jar and handed it to Xiaobazi. "Remember, this small jar contains the most valuable thing. Nothing else in our house is as precious as these 2 items. We must find a way to keep it safe." Xiaobazi nodded seriously and buried the jar again. At night, Song Wang went to the old yard to bring Jiang Leoi, Mrs. Wei, and the couple Jiang Dafu over. They met Jiang Yu at the old yard. The family was overjoyed, hugging and crying happily. That night, Jiang Yume wondered how to send away the plague gods early. It was clear that General Lin needed to recover quickly. The rare red powder Jiang Yume had was too precious to use openly. Qingchuan's medicine for external wounds was effective, but not as good as the red powder. She thought she should get some Qingchuan for that person so he would recover quickly and leave. While she was thinking, the yard gate suddenly opened loudly. It was probably Mother Hu and her sons returning. Jiang Yume got up and asked who was there. The shouts of 2 little children rang out. Sure enough, it was Mother Hu and her sons. She opened the door. Mother Hu had caught a wild boar this time. Hua and the piglets rushed in, excited to see Jiang Yume. They had learned to behave now and wouldn't jump on her before bathing, but their loud shouts made the quiet night even noisier. Just as Jiang Yume was about to boil water, she heard the side door slam loudly. It was Jiang Yu and a few men. Sister, what's going on over there? Did a wild beast come in? Hurry and open the door. When the 2 little ones heard a strange sound, they quickly ran to the side door and loudly barked at it. Tiger Boy also pushed his head against the door. On the other side, Jiang Yume became even more nervous. Sister, something's wrong. My sister is in trouble. Tiger Mother just dragged the wild boar into the yard. Seeing her 2 sons arguing with the people on the other side of the door, she let out a loud howl and charged forward, pushing against the side door with all her strength. The wooden door was not sturdy and looked like it was about to fall. The people on the other side also climbed over the wall and aimed bows and arrows at them. Jiang Yume reacted quickly and shouted loudly, "Don't shoot arrows. They are family." She also held Tiger Boy, who was pushing against the door, and said, don't push. They are our people." The people on the wall froze for a moment. Tiger Mother suddenly leapt forward, trying to bite the person there. Jiang Yume shouted, "Tiger Mother, don't." Tiger Mother stopped, glaring angrily at Jiang Yume. Jiang Yume quickly said, "Don't be angry. Those people are our family. They won't hurt us." The door was pushed open, and Jiang Yu had rushed over shouting for his sister. He saw Jiang Yume holding a small tiger in one arm and a little wolf dog in the other, calmly talking to a fierce-looking big tiger. Behind them, Li Jinhua and a tall, dark man looked on in shock at this strange scene. Jiang Yume stood between Tiger Mother and Jiang Yu, saying, "It's okay. These 3 are members of our family. They won't hurt us." Just then, little Baozi ran over and asked Mom, "What's going on? It's so noisy." The 2 little ones saw their young master and happily rushed toward him. Jiang Yume tugged their ears and said, "Don't go over. You haven't taken a bath yet. You're dirty. Why haven't you come back yet?" "I missed you so much," little Baozi said, trying to hug the 2 little ones. "Son, you're dirty. Wait until I give them a bath," Jiang Yume said, picking up little Baozi. She then told Tiger Mother and her children, "Let's go. After bathing, it's time to rest." She led the way, with the 2 tigers and the dog following behind. That night, there was no moon and only a few stars. In the dark night, the faint shadows made Jiang Yu and Li Huajing and the others stare in shock. When they returned to the main house and told Lin Changqi about the strange family, Lin Changqi said, "A family with blood demons and red magic stones is definitely not like ordinary people." Tiger, feeling still scared, said, "Young master, you didn't see it. That tiger's big mouth was almost biting me. I could even smell the stench of its mouth." But as soon as that woman shouted, the tiger stopped. There was also that little girl, and the little tiger and little wolf dog got along like family. "Z, how come your sister's house has so many wild animals?" Li Huajin asked. Jiang Yu also said, strangely, "I just found out about that now." "No wonder that woman looks strange. It turns out they keep these things at home," the black man said. Jiang Yu was annoyed and, ignoring whether he was an officer or not, loudly said, "Don't talk about my sister like that. My sister is not strange." Lin Hu laughed and said, "Z, could it be that this woman taught you to play dead?" Everyone else chuckled, and Jiang Yu's face turned bright red. Wang Shi said, "I knew she was unusual. A normal person wouldn't say such silly things. She's so nervous." Jiang Yu was so angry, he almost cried. He clenched his fists and said, "Don't talk about my sister like that. Even if he's an officer, it's not okay." Lin Changqi waved his hand to stop Wang Shi from speaking further. He took out a small pig-shaped good luck bag from his pocket and asked Jiang Yu, "Is this good luck bag made by her?" Jiang Yu nodded and asked, "The last time's gloves and dried meat. Did she make those too?" Jiang Yu nodded repeatedly. "Yes, my sister made them. She's very capable, skilled, and smart. She's quite a special woman." Lin Changqi nodded. Early in the morning, Jiang Yumei made scallion pancakes, egg pancakes, plain rice porridge, spicy cabbage, and tofu mixed with sesame oil. When the food was on the table, Jiang Yu came over. He saw a wild boar lying under the eaves and was startled. "Sister, do you still keep a wild boar at home?"
What are you talking about?
"That wild boar is already dead. Tiger Mother brought it back," Jiang Yumei said. He blushed and told Jiang Yumei, "Sister, General Lin said your dried meat is delicious and your cooking must be tasty too. He said he wants to eat your food." He felt very embarrassed, worried he was causing trouble for his sister. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yumei happily agreed. "Okay, I'll cook enough for one more person." Her idea was to use clean spring water for cooking, hoping it would help him recover quickly, and then he could leave sooner. Jiang Yumei went to the kitchen, scooped 2 bowls of porridge, took 2 scallion pancakes, 2 egg pancakes, and a small dish of spicy cabbage and tofu with scallions. She carried the food on a tray and asked Jiang Yu to take it over before coming back to eat. After delivering breakfast to the main room, Jiang Yu returned and sat at the table waiting to eat. Little Baozi finished washing up, greeted Jiang Yu, and sat down at the table too. At this moment, the 2 little cubs slowly came out, and the birds didn't bother them. Jiang Yu directly jumped onto the big chair and sat down. Sharing a meal with the tiger, even a small tiger, made Jiang Yu feel nervous because he's a person who has been to the battlefield. Luckily, the 2 cubs ignored him, constantly exchanging glances with the little bun with their mouths open. Halfway through the meal, Jiang Yu finally relaxed a little. The tiger's mother gracefully came out of the bedroom and lay down by the doorframe. Jiang Yu's heart tightened again. He couldn't eat anymore but didn't dare to go out. He sat stiffly, unable to move at all. Seeing how scared her brother was, Jiang Yumei had to comfort him. "Don't be afraid. The tiger's mother is very gentle and won't hurt her family." She then asked the tiger's mother, "Isn't that right?" But the tiger's mother ignored her completely, turning her head away. Jiang Yumei couldn't do anything about the tiger's mother. She didn't show her respect and didn't dare to say much. Seeing how pitiful her uncle looked from fear, Little Bun got up and climbed onto the tiger's mother's side. The 2 little cubs thought the little master wanted to play with them again, and happily jumped down from the chair to play with the little master, bumping heads with him. Only then did Jiang Yumei lead Jiang Yu past the 2 tigers, a dog, and a person who were happily playing. As they stepped out of the main hall, Jiang Yu felt alive again. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he said, "Sister, your cooking isn't good. Since these guests are here, I dare not come over to eat." Jiang Yu tremblingly went to the room to get the bowls and plates for Lin Changqi. Li Huajin and Wang Shi were also there. They had smelled the aroma of scallion pancakes and rushed over, starting to eat the buns in their hands. Lin Changqi refused to share. He ate all the buns himself, leaving only a little spicy cabbage. When they felt embarrassed, they finally ate the last 2 pieces of spicy cabbage. Seeing Jiang Yu come in, red-faced, sweating, and weak, Li Huajin asked, "You look so timid. Are you sick?" Jiang Yu shook his head and trembling voice told them about sharing breakfast with the 2 tigers. He even tried to save face for himself, saying, "I fought my way out of a pile of dead bodies. I'm not afraid of dying. Now I realize that death isn't scary. What's scary is the feeling of waiting for it." Everyone was surprised and said, "What a strange family." In the old courtyard, after the little bun went to school, Xiao Xia and Er Chun came over. Er Chun took the geese and sheep outside to graze, while Xiao Xia let the chickens out to find food and started cooking pig feed. Song Wangkai and Zhou Shi were busy taking care of the others and couldn't come over. Dazhu went up the mountain to chop firewood, as the demand for firewood had increased. Old Mr. Song came to handle the wild boars. The old courtyard has become lively again. Jiang Yumei carried a bucket to Bishui Creek to catch fish, as Chen's family would come to pick up fish in a few days. 2 little ones followed behind her, and they all arrived at the creek. She went to the spot with the big rock blocking it, where some soldiers were staying now, so she couldn't let them see her secret. She stood by the big rock and looked around. No one was watching her, so she revealed the clear spring. Tiger Boy and the puppy wagged their tails and started drinking. Fish swam over in groups, and some nearby birds flew down to drink from the spring. Even a few of her family's chickens ran over to drink. After a while, she closed the spring and put it away. She bent down and threw the bigger fish into the bucket. The small fish dared not go back to the pond, so she threw them back into the creek. Back at home, Old Song had already prepared the wild boar meat. He asked, "Are you going to sell this meat?" "No, with so many people wanting to eat, we won't need to buy meat for a few days with this pig," Jiang Yume replied. "This pig is big, it won't be finished in a few days. We should salt some and hang it to dry." Old Song nodded and said, "In the next couple of days, we'll eat pig's head, trotters for legs, bones, and offal. We can also make dried meat from the leftovers for Xiao to take when he leaves." Jiang Yume gestured. "You should take some to the soldiers. They have good appetites." Just then, Jiang Yukai, who had returned to normal, came to deliver bowls and dishes. He saw the two little ones playing in the yard. The Song family wasn't afraid, so they felt a bit shy. Everyone, old and young, was unafraid. Why should they be afraid? Seeing her brother arrive, Jiang Yume waved and said, "Come here." "It's okay. Tiger Mother is resting inside." Jiang Yukai walked over and said to his sister, "General Lin said your pancakes and that spicy cabbage are even better than the royal chef's." When I left, the house still smelled of scallion pancakes. Generals Li and Wang kept drooling. Jiang Yume remembered the issue with shoe sizes and told her brother her plan. "Do you know their shoe sizes? If not, this workshop also has shares with the Li family. You can ask General Li." Jiang Yukai nodded. That was easy to handle. Then he said, "Sister, General Li and General Wang said that Aunt Zhou's cooking isn't as good as yours. They want to join us and eat your dishes. Really, they're so picky even about plain rice. As long as there's food, that's good enough." "They're hard to please," she replied. Jiang Yume said unhappily, "I'm still very busy. I don't have time to cook for so many people." Normally, Jiang Yume would be happy to improve relations with her brother's superior for her brother's sake, and cooking for 2 more people isn't hard. But thinking about how the people in the neighboring yard had taken her family's most valuable treasure made her very angry. How could she possibly provide 5-star service now? Jiang Yu had taken out 2 large silver ingots and said, "General Li said to give you these silver bars as a sharing fee."
Look.
Jiang Yume saw that the 2 silver ingots weighed at least 40 taels. After accepting the silver, she changed her tone. "Cooking a bit more won't kill anyone. I can still manage to cook for 2 more people. Having money is smart. Trading 40 taels of silver for a few meals is a good deal. Since important people are sharing meals here, the meat should be divided well. The better meat naturally stays here in larger amounts." She also wanted Xiao Xia to help more here. After boiling water and cleaning the offal, she thought about making something to eat. Her cooking skills weren't the best, but she used spring water as a flavor enhancer, making the dishes tastier. She also knew how to make authentic braised dishes because many seasonings in this world are used as medicines, not for cooking. With so many ribs and offal, she could braise them. But it was too late to braise the meat now, so she would do it in the afternoon for dinner. She made braised fish, stir-fried kidney slices, sweet and sour ribs, twice-cooked pork, sautéed lotus white, radish and bone soup, and a dish of spicy cabbage. The dishes weren't many, but they were enough for a few people. Jiang Yume kept a small portion for herself and handed the rest to Jiang Yu. She also brought a small basin with various dishes for Jiang Yu to eat. As he was so frightened this morning, he didn't dare to eat at her house anymore. The people in the upper room of the new yard were stretching their necks, waiting eagerly. The aroma in the morning was too tempting. Even Li Huajing and Wang Shi, who only tasted a bit of spicy cabbage, thought it was the best food in the world. Jiang Yu brought the dishes over. There were quite a few, so he carried them twice. After serving the officials and starting to eat, he went to another table to get his small basin, but it seemed to have disappeared. Li Huajing shyly said to him, Your sister's cooking is really good, so delicious." Without realizing it, General Wang also took your small basin of food to eat. Hee hee. You two ate a lot too, why only mention me? Wang Shi loudly spoke. Jiang Yu had finished serving their meal and returned to the old courtyard with the empty bowls and plates, which had no oil soup left. He pouted and said to Jiang Yumei, "They eat so much. They even finished my dishes. Now I'm still hungry and have an empty stomach." There was only some radish and bone soup left in the pot. Jiang Yumei had to soak the rice in the soup and also scooped some spicy cabbage to make do with the meal. In the afternoon, Jiang Yumei boiled pig's head, ribs, and offal in 2 large pots, enough for several meals. Chun finished his daily tasks and led the goose and sheep into the shed before returning to the new courtyard. Before leaving, Jiang Yumei gave him a small bowl filled with offal to take home and eat slowly. At night, Jiang Yumei prepared a plate of pig's head meat, a plate of braised ribs, a plate of braised large intestines, along with stir-fried pig liver and garlic sprout with dried tofu, and a big bone soup. She placed the dishes on a tray for Jiang Yu to carry. This time, she also brought a small basin with some braised vegetables and rice, instructing him to put it in another room. In the old courtyard, they set the dishes on the table. Both parents and their 2 children sat down to eat. Little Baozi loved pig's offal the most, stuffing pig intestines into his mouth eagerly, thinking that eating more would help him grow taller and stronger. When he grew tall and strong enough, the man wouldn't dare to bully his mother and himself. Jiang Yumei didn't know her son's thoughts and kept saying, "Son, eat slowly and chew carefully before swallowing." While the mother and daughter were talking, Jiang Yu had arrived. Seeing whose mother lying at the door of the main hall, he didn't dare to go inside. He stood in the courtyard and said, "Sister, is there any more braised food? The several generals haven't had enough yet. It's best to cut more pig's intestines, they all like to eat them." Jiang Yumei only managed to cut another plate of pig's stomach, pig's intestines, and pig's liver in the kitchen. Jiang Yu took his small basin and said, "Dr. Wang and the others are drooling and craving so much they dare not the general's food. They've finished all my dishes. I'll send the braised food over and come back to eat, or I won't get to taste any of it." He wasn't too afraid of the tiger anymore as long as he didn't go into the main hall and get too close. Eating in the kitchen was safe enough. Jiang Yu also mentioned the shoe sizes of several people. Jiang Yumei nodded, thinking of sending someone to the provincial city tomorrow. Jiang Yu carried the food tray over, and the waiting people started eating and drinking wine. In another room, a few others were waiting for Jiang Yu to bring the basin for their meal, hoping to some food. After delivering the general's dishes, they returned to the old courtyard, angry and cursing Jiang Yu for being unfair, saying he was unwilling to share any food and that he wasn't a true brother. After dinner, the Jiang family came again. Jiang Yumei knew they would visit today, so she worked hard to persuade Mother Hu to go to Nailing Mountain. Of course, she generously offered fresh spring water for their family of 3 to drink. Everyone sat in the main hall chatting, with Mrs. Li and Mrs. Wei each holding Jiang Yu's hand, unwilling to let go for a moment. Little Baozi had no place to study, so Jiang Yumei told him to rest. Sometimes it was okay to study a little less. The good student, Little Baozi, thought that since he didn't study last night, he couldn't skip studying tonight. He took his brush, ink, paper, and inkstone to the kitchen to study, but the kitchen was full of food, and there was no space for him. It was cold outside, so he decided to go to the new courtyard where the Song family lived to study. He headed toward the new courtyard, with 2 little ones following closely behind. Their mother had gone out, and Zhang's mother only chatted with others, so they could only follow the young master. At the side door, he saw an uncle with a big beard sitting in a wheelchair on the other side of the door, staring at their old courtyard in a daze. After dinner, Lin Changqi, feeling somewhat better from his injury, was in a good mood. He asked Lin Bao to push him around the yard. When they reached the side door, Lin Changqi looked over because Jiang Yu had left the door open. When he saw it, he was stunned. Under the starlight, the dilapidated yard, the earthen wall, the thatched cottage, and the small side room next to it looked very familiar. He felt like he had been there before, but the willow tree inside the yard should have been smaller. He knew he had never been there before because this was his first time in Sichuan province. It was a strange feeling. Could he have been there in a dream? At that moment, he saw a small child come out of the thatched hut holding paper and a brush, walk into the small side room, come out again, and then walk over. Behind him followed a little tiger and a small wolf dog. He thought this must be Jiang Yu's nephew. But when the child approached, he was stunned. He looked very familiar, very kind-looking. Not only Lin Changqi was surprised, but even Lin Bao behind him was taken aback. He had heard from Lin Hu that this child's appearance resembled the young master when he was a boy, but he never thought he would look so much alike. The little Baozi was holding something in his hand and bowed to the bearded uncle blocking his way, saying, "Uncle, I want to go to the back room to study."
Please excuse me.
Lin Changqi nodded, and Lin Bao pushed his wheelchair aside. Little Baozi led his two little guards past Lin Changqi and headed toward the back courtyard. As the young child passed by Lin Changqi, his heart suddenly trembled, and a deep feeling of sadness spread through his mind. Lin Bao was so surprised by the child's appearance that he didn't notice the terrifying sight of the little tiger opening its bloodthirsty mouth at him as it passed. In the main hall, Jiang Yumei suddenly realized what her son had gone out. Where could he have gone? She started searching for him. Son, where are you?" There was no one in the yard, so she looked in the kitchen, but no one was there either. She called out while walking toward the back courtyard. As she passed the side door, she saw two people on the other side. One sitting, one standing. The sitting person was definitely the General Lin, who had taken her family's blood-colored jade. Although General Lin's voice was beautiful and almost made her lose her composure, his forceful attitude made her very angry. "Are you here to enjoy the moon, or look at the scenery?" Jiang Yumei stopped to ask. Lin Bao looked up at the starry sky, feeling embarrassed about spying on others. He quickly answered, "Young master just went from here to the back room." Jiang Yumei nodded and returned to the main hall, cursing herself silently for thinking about that spying general. What kind of habit was that? "Young master, it's late. You should go back and change your medicine," Lin Bao reminded Lin Changqi, who was still lost in thought. Lin Changqi nodded blankly, and they both went back to the main house. That night, Lin Changqi had a beautiful dream. He dreamed of a girl with dimples when she smiled, her eyes curved like crescent moons. She was different from delicate girls from grand houses. She was healthy, lively, and cheerful, with rosy cheeks and black hair. Under a vast, blue sky, there was a lonely small courtyard with a thatched hut. The girl, dressed in plain cloth, stood at the courtyard gate, sometimes anxiously gazing into the distance, sometimes waving her arms and smiling so brightly her eyes curved like moons. When she saw a young man who looked very much like herself returning, she happily ran to greet him, saying, "Brother Dolly, you're back." Her voice was clear and melodious, like a songbird in the woods. The young man was fiddling with a bow and arrow in the courtyard. The girl held a bowl of water and fed him herself. After drinking, they looked at each other and smiled. In the quiet night, starlight shone through the window, and the young man and girl hugged tightly. When he woke up early the next morning, Lin Changqi realized he had some feelings he had never experienced before. Lin Changqi felt very embarrassed. This was the first time in his life he had such a dream. "The girl from my dreams appeared so clearly before my eyes, still vivid even now. She is definitely not the kind-hearted woman who saved me, although she also wore coarse cloth clothes long ago. Clearly, the two are not alike at all. The girl's eyes and eyebrows somewhat resemble the woman I saw yesterday, but her temperament is very different. I am sure that the girl is simple and honest, while the woman looks cunning and scheming. Also, one is healthy and full-bodied, while the other is slender and delicate. They certainly are not the same person. Why did I suddenly have such a strange dream? It's really odd." Lin Hu and Lin Bao felt that their master was a bit strange this morning, but seeing his gloomy face, they didn't dare ask questions. They simply followed his orders to fetch new clothes for him. Dr. Xiao Wang came to treat Lin Changqi's wound, and then Li Huajing and Wang Shi arrived. Soon after, Jiang Yumei brought breakfast on a tray. Today's breakfast was simple, only 2 items: soup-filled meat buns, and fermented rice eggs. As usual, the aroma was so strong that everyone eagerly finished their food quickly. Wang Shi wiped his mouth and said, "The soup-filled buns from the big restaurant in the capital are famous, right? But they don't compare to the ones this morning. They're so delicious." Li Huajing nodded and said, "I've eaten fermented rice eggs many times, but today's are the most fragrant and smooth. I heard my cousin and sister say she's very clever, and it's true. Is your cousin close to her?" Lin Changqi asked casually. He felt that his words might not be appropriate after he said them. Li Huajing didn't notice and replied, "My cousin's family often buys the big fish from Nanling Mountain. Their fish is very popular in Jianzhou Prefecture." "Yes, the fish we ate yesterday was indeed delicious," Lin Changqi nodded. "Is there any other food from her family that's tasty?" Wang Shi asked. Jiang Yumei sent away the small buns and called Xiao Xia, who worked in the old courtyard, to bring Song Wangkai. She gave him some instructions before sending him to Jianzhou Prefecture in the provincial capital. Yesterday, she also told Jiang Dafu to inform the carpenters to pause their work. Since these troublemakers are here, the carpentry work will have to be delayed. In her past life, Jiang Yumei was a very independent person who disliked too much noise and didn't like anyone disturbing her life. But these people barged into her home so forcefully, blocking her view, and she had no way to stop them. It's truly a world without rights. Back in her previous life, there were courts and police, and anyone knocking on her door without reason could call 110. But now, these people forcibly entered her home, and she couldn't even complain.
Sigh.
At night, Mother Tiger returned again, this time only bringing 2 wild rabbits. These were the snacks for the 2 little ones, and Jiang Yumei didn't touch them. After Xiao Baozi went to school, Xiao Xia fed the pigs and chickens. Old Song took over fetching water to irrigate the vegetable fields for Zhou. Chun drove the geese and sheep away. After a period of noise and activity, once the house was quiet again, Jiang Yumei started making dried wild boar meat for Jiang Yu. She truly cared about her younger brother and planned to take some to him when he returned to the military camp. Most of her time was spent busy in the kitchen, preparing food for the others. Another day passed in this busy routine. In the evening, when the 2 little ones and their young master grew impatient waiting, Xiao Baozi finally returned. Xiao Baozi put down his school bag, changed out of his long cotton robe, and put on a short jacket. He then took the 2 little ones outside to the open, empty field to play. Xiao Baozi first said seriously, "It's been a while since I checked your skills. Today, I will see if you've improved." He drew a circle on the ground with his foot, pointed at Tiger Baby, and told him to stand there. Then, he led the puppies a few dozen meters away, stopped, and placed a bamboo ball on the ground. He kicked it forcefully toward Tiger Baby, shouting, "Tiger Baby, go." Tiger Baby dashed like an arrow, leapt to catch the bamboo ball, then ran back to his young master with it. Xiao Baozi patted his head to praise him, and he happily let out a long howl. Xiao Baozi drew another circle on the ground, and before the puppies could be told, they instinctively stepped inside. Xiao Baozi then led Tiger Baby back about 50 meters, waved his arm, and threw the bamboo ball in an arc. Dog puppies go. The puppies darted out like the wind, jumped to catch the bamboo ball, and ran back to Xiao Baozi with it. Xiao Baozi again patted their heads, saying, "You're so good," and the puppies jumped and barked happily. 1 person, 1 tiger, and 1 dog ran and jumped on the open land, making loud noises. Sometimes they rolled and crawled together, sometimes they chased each other. The glow of the sunset reflected their shadows with circles of golden light. Lin Changqi sat on a chair at the gate, watching this harmonious yet strange scene with Li Huajing and Wang Shi. "That little kid is the son of Sister Z?" Li Huajing nodded and said, "Yes, I think his name is Lin Nian. He should be 6 years old now. He's quite a good martial arts talent. Strong, jumps high, runs fast, and reacts quickly," Lin Changqi added. "But his family won't let him train in martial arts. Rumor has it that this kid is incredibly gifted and very smart. Even teenagers studying in school can't compare to him." Li Huajing said he often hears Jiang Yosho talking about his sister, so he knows more. Lin Changqi was a bit surprised. not expecting a rural family to have such an outstanding child. Thinking about how the little boy was looking everywhere for a place to study yesterday, he indeed seemed like a determined child. The bamboo ball was thrown, rolled, and kicked by them, and it ended up at the feet of 3 spectators. One person, a tiger, and a dog all ran toward it. The little bun ran closer. He recognized the tall, dark man, Wang Shi, and didn't have a good impression of him. He also saw a bearded man sitting on a chair, who was the uncle he saw last night. In his mind, the person sitting was probably of higher status than the one standing, so he automatically linked this person with the man who hit the black uncle with a stick. He smiled and bowed to Lin Changqi, saying, "Hello, uncle. Our bamboo ball rolled here." Lin Changqi, sitting on the chair, bent down and picked up the ball, handing it to the little boy. Li Huajin and Wang Shi looked closely and were a bit stunned. Wang Shi said, "Where have I seen this little kid before? We've definitely met. You even tried to break my mother's neck the day before yesterday," the little boy said unhappily. Then he looked at Lin Changqi and said, "Uncle, my mom said you hit this black uncle with a stick and made his bottom swell? When teachers hit us, our palms swell that high." He gestured with his hand. After the little boy finished speaking, Li Huajin burst out laughing, and Lin Changqi also chuckled softly. The nearby Lin, who couldn't hold back his laughter either. Wang Shi's face turned red like rust on iron. "You really are a brat who needs a beating," Wang Shi shouted angrily and took a step forward. His voice was loud like a bell. The little boy was scared and quickly ran to the other side of Lin Changqi, with tears in his eyes, saying, "Uncle, I'm scared. The black uncle is going to hit me." The tiger and the puppy were unhappy and barked fiercely at Wang Shi, ready to bite him if the little boy gave the order. Wang Shi was also frightened by the 2 small animals and took a step back. "You're grown up and you scare a kid? That's really something." Lin Changqi glared at Wang Shi and gently patted the little boy's head to comfort him.
But he seemed to be possessed.
When his hand touched the little boy's head, his chest suddenly trembled like last night, and he quickly withdrew his hand, covering his chest. Seeing that the tall man dared not hit him anymore, the little boy hugged the bamboo ball and said to Lin Changqi and others, "Goodbye, uncle." After saying this, he led the 2 little ones toward his old family yard in the east. They had run quite far when he stopped, turned around and loudly said, "Uncle, my mother made spicy chili and fried intestines today. It's really tasty. You should eat more later." After speaking, he opened his mouth wide and smiled, then waved his hand high in the air. Lin Changqi also impulsively waved back and smiled. At dinner that night, little Baozi told his mother, "Mom, I saw the officer who hits the black uncle's bottom. He has a full beard, but I can tell he's a good person." Little Baozi started giving his good person card again. Jiang Yumei smiled and asked, "How do you know he's a good person just from seeing him once?" Inside, she thought if he's really a good person, he wouldn't have taken so many red stones from her family without paying. He should give her some silver in exchange because those stones are worth a lot. Thinking of the silver, her heart ached again. "I just know," little Baozi said confidently. "I've seen him twice, yesterday and today. Although he has a big beard, he's not mean and he even smiled at me. He really liked that uncle." That night, Hunyang let her sons out after drinking the clear spring water Jiang Yumei poured for them. Little Baozi saw them off, waved his hand, and said, "Come back soon. Don't play outside too long. Remember, Mom and I are waiting for you at home." Hunyang nodded patiently. The next day, Jiang Yumei started making cotton vests and leather gloves for Jiang Yuyu. Poor boy, his gloves had all been taken by some people, leaving only 1 pair torn and useless, but he was reluctant to throw them away. Suddenly, there was a knocking at the door. She put down her sewing and opened it to see a carriage from the Chin family. It was coming to pick up fish today. Just as she was about to invite him in, an old acquaintance she hadn't seen in a while appeared from the carriage. Chen Jihong, looking even more tired and dusty. Chen Jihong, darker than before, smiled broadly and said, "I just got back yesterday. I really wanted to eat the big fish from Nanling Mountain. I couldn't wait, so I took the liberty to come here." Jiang Yumei was a bit stunned. As a widow, and with only her at home right now, inviting him in didn't seem very proper. Not inviting him in felt impolite. Just as she was hesitating, another familiar face appeared from the carriage behind, Li Huayun. Li Huayun ran over saying, "Sister, sister, why haven't you come to see me all this time? If you don't come to see me, I have to come see you." There is no need to make things difficult for her, as she is a widow. Quickly, she stepped aside to invite Qin Jihan inside, then pulled Li Huayun in as well. The carriage also entered the yard, with Laoshi and 2 coachmen, along with a maid, carrying many things into the house. They piled things on a table and scattered others on the ground. Most of the items were food, along with some fabrics and study supplies. Jiang Yumei felt a bit embarrassed and said, "It's fine that you're here, but why did you bring these things?" Qin Jihang smiled and replied, "Most of these are special products from the north, a rare treat." Jiang Yumei quickly thanked him. Li Huayun eagerly said, "Sister shouldn't just thank my cousin. I also brought some gifts for you." Feeling a bit speechless about this innocent girl, Jiang Yumei just smiled and said, "Thank you, Yunmei." She asked them to sit down and poured tea. Then she teased, "Some people have come to our neighbor's yard. You'll never guess who it is." "Really? Who is it?" Li Huayun asked curiously. Chen Jihang also looked puzzled and asked, "Do I know them?" Jiang Yumei smiled and said, "Not only do you know them, you're very familiar with him. It's General Li Huajing." Li Huayun suddenly stood up, tugged at Jiang Yumei's sleeve, and pouted playfully, "Sister, are you joking? You're probably just teasing me for fun, right? Not convinced?" Jiang Yumei asked with a smile. Li Huayun nodded first, then shook her head, saying, "I don't believe it." Chen Jihang also shook his head with a smile, indicating he didn't believe it either. "I'm not lying," Jiang Yumei said. "My brother has also returned. They came to bring General Lin to treat his injuries." She stood up and said, "Let's go see them in the neighbor's yard." They passed through the side door and saw 2 soldiers still gesturing in the yard. Jiang Yumei and 2 others watched from the side. When she saw her sister leading a man and a woman inside, she hurried forward. "Sister, do you need something? Go tell General Li that his sister and cousin are here," Jiang Yumei said. Jiang Yumei responded and went to the east wing. Li Huajing hurried out after her. "Sister, cousin." Seeing it was indeed Li Huajing, Jiang Huayun ran up, grabbed her brother's sleeve, and started crying. "Brother, you're so mean. You've returned to Sichuan province but haven't come home to see me and Mom. I missed you so much. I cried on New Year's Eve, but you didn't think of me at all." Li Huajing quickly comforted his sister. "Don't cry, little sister. I was planning to visit you and Mom after I finish my military duties. I'm currently with General Lin to treat his injuries, and I have military orders to follow." The more Li Huayun was comforted, the louder she cried, attracting everyone in the house. He was so anxious, he scratched his head in frustration. Jiang Yumei quickly went to hold her shoulder and comfort her, saying, "Yun, please stop crying. Look, so many people are watching you." Li Huajin approached Lin Changqi, who had come out of the main room, and said shyly, "Sorry about that. That's my younger sister. She's been spoiled since she was little, and was arguing with you all." Chen Jihang also came over, bowing his hands in greeting. "Greetings, General Lin." Lin Changqi waved his hand and said, "No need to be so formal. Since you're General Li's cousin, we're like brothers." Chen Jihang nodded and said, "Today, my sister and I came to the Lin family's ladies' place to catch fish. I heard my cousin was here, so I came over." The men went inside to talk, while Jiang Yumei led Li Huayun to the old courtyard to cook. There were so many people today, and Qin Jihang mentioned they were here just to eat fish, so she wanted to prepare some good fish dishes. Before going back to the old courtyard, she called Xiaoxia to help. What to make? After thinking for a moment, she decided on hot pot fish. Luckily, the pot and stove for skewers were already set up, and the seasonings were complete. The fish in the backyard pond had been raised with spring water for 2 days, so they should taste good now. She, Xiaoxia, and the maid Fu were busy in the kitchen. Miss Li didn't know how to cook, and just sat on a small stool chatting with Jiang Yumei. She pouted and talked about her brother, saying, "Why does he have to keep his beard? It doesn't look good at all. He should shave it." Then she sighed, and that General Lin. At first, I heard he's a famous handsome man in the capital. Many young ladies in Jinzhou Prefecture want to see him. But today I saw him, and he also has a big beard. Where's the handsome look? I didn't see it at all. Rumors are not trustworthy. She shook her head and pouted. Jiang Yumei smiled at her adorable expression. That's the kind of innocent, straightforward girl raised in a happy family, saying what she thinks without a second thought. She hoped she could stay carefree and happy forever. Li Huayun continued talking about the legend of Lin Changqi. My brother still isn't married because my future sister-in-law is mourning her elders, which delayed things. We had planned to get married this year, but then my brother went to the battlefield. I heard that General Lin also isn't married. He's so old, but I don't know why he's still single. The maid Fuer also shared some information she heard from another maid. She said that a maid from a certain household told her that General Lin's original fiancée was a princess, but she died before they could marry. I overheard a maidservant from a certain household talking about her young lady. She said that General Lin's current fiancée is still very young, not yet of marriageable age, and seems to be a noble daughter from a wealthy family. It appears they are waiting for the girl to reach marriageable age. I'm not sure if this is true, so I will wait and see. It seems that Lin Changqi is quite well known in the Dakong dynasty, enough to be talked about by young ladies from distant noble families. The hot pot ingredients taste better when cooked longer, so Jiang Yumei prepared some marinated pig's head, ribs, and pig offal first, so the men could enjoy them with drinks. Once the hot pot was fragrant, she asked the two coachmen to move the pot and stove over. Li Huayun, still young at 13, sat with the four men to eat. Jiang Yumei became a dedicated server, helping them cook and serve the fish. Although southern winters are not as cold as in the north, they are damp and gloomy, especially today, with light rain falling outside. On such days, eating spicy, delicious hot pot fish makes them feel like they are living like immortals, as Xiao Baozi would say. Li Huayun's mouth was so spicy it turned red, and she still said, "Sister, this fish is so tasty." General Wang wiped his sweat and loudly said, "Lady Lin, I truly admire you today. How did you come up with such good food?" Seeing Jiang Yumei busy from start to finish without having time to eat herself, Qin Jihong said, "Ask someone else to help cook. Sit down and eat a bit too." Embarrassed, Li Huayun said, "Sister, let Fuer cook. You sit and eat with us." Jiang Yumei smiled and shook her head. The cooking time is very important. If the fish is overcooked, it becomes tough. If undercooked, it's not done yet. Others might not get it right. While scooping fish herself, Jiang Yumei didn't notice that she unconsciously scooped more for Li Huayun and Qin Jihong, filling their bowls more. Qin Jihong noticed and felt very happy inside. At first, Lin Changqi didn't dare to look at Jiang Yumei because seeing her reminded him of that strange dream. But this woman was too biased. Only a few people at this table, yet she still treated them differently. Her familiar features made him want to glance at her more, and he felt uncomfortable with Qin Jihong's attentiveness. That man was really like a woman always nagging. Li Huayun only cared whether her sister was eating well, constantly scooping good fish from her own bowl into her sister's, so she didn't notice any of this. Wang Shi was more direct, saying whatever came to mind, "Lady Lin, I also like the fish head. Don't give all of it to Brother Qin, save some for me too." When he spoke so directly, Jiang Yumei realized she might have been a bit biased. Everyone at the table was a respected elder, and they needed to be served well. She paid more attention and divided the food more fairly than before. They ate hot pot and fish for over an hour before everyone, full and happy, finally relaxed. After feeling very hungry, Jiang Yumei ate a bowl of plain rice soaked in hot water with spicy pickled vegetables. Qin Jihong took the fish back to Qinghua County and brought some dried meat for little Chubby. Since he was busy lately, he didn't make a cake for old Chen but brought some small eggs instead. After returning home, old Chen mentioned that eating these small eggs seemed to help prevent his usual winter health issues. Thinking of getting more, Qin Jihong's family kindly took 20 eggs. Li Huayun refused to go back and decided to stay at Jiang Yumei's house to spend a few days with her brother. Choosing where Li Huayan should stay was difficult for Jiang Yumei. She couldn't stay in the new courtyard because a girl shouldn't live with men. In the end, she decided Li Huayan would stay with her. The maid Fuer and the coachman would stay with Song's family, and little Baozi would stay in the new courtyard with Jiang Yumei. Luckily, Mother Tiger and her children weren't home. They probably wouldn't return for at least 5 or 6 days, so the little lady wouldn't be scared. Since they ate too much at noon, Jiang Yumei made vegetable porridge and steamed vegetable buns for dinner. She planned to add some braised meat later. The afternoon was relaxed. Li Huayan visited her brother, and Jiang Yumei spent some time doing embroidery. Outside, the sky was very dark, with low-hanging clouds and light rain. This weather made her feel uneasy, worried that little Baozi might be cold. The light rain didn't need an umbrella, or she would have gone to the school to pick him up. It wasn't like before, when she could see the road little Baozi took home from the hospital gate. Now she had to turn left and walk a bit to see that familiar path. She was very worried. After steaming the buns, she left the courtyard, went around the wall, and reached a spot where she could see the road. She waited for her little Baozi. It was very cold outside, so she had to walk back and forth. The sky darkened, and she saw a small moving dot approaching. The dot grew bigger. It was her little Baozi running toward her. Jiang Yumei hurried over and hugged her son tightly. Holding him in her arms, she finally felt at ease and returned to the courtyard. Unbeknownst to her, this scene was being watched by someone else. In the afternoon, Lin Changqi asked Lin Hu to push him outside for a walk. The cold, gloomy weather made Lin Hu reluctant. "Young master, it's drizzling, and getting wet isn't good for your injury," he said. Lin Changqi felt a strange fire in his heart and thought that feeling the cold wind outside might be more comfortable. He gave Lin Hu a cold look, and Lin Hu dared not say more. He took a blanket, covered Lin Changqi's legs, and obediently pushed him out. Followed by Lin Bao holding an umbrella, they left the courtyard and turned right to the Bishui Creek. Lin Changqi signaled to stop here for a while. The creek was clear and green, flowing swiftly toward a distant village shrouded in light rain and mist, making it look blurry. On the opposite bank, the wide field was covered with dry grass, with a few old trees whose broad leaves swayed in the rain. Looking further right, the lush and mysterious Nailing Mountain seemed inviting, and he had an urge to explore it. He remembered there should be a simple small courtyard here, with a healthy, lively girl at the gate, anxiously watching the distance. When she saw the person she was waiting for finally returning, she hurried forward with a smile that curved her eyes like a crescent moon. The scene in his mind overlapped with what he saw here, but the courtyard was different. Not this large one, but the small courtyard he remembered inside the big yard. Of course, the lively girl wasn't there either. For some reason, just thinking of her brought an indescribable sadness to his heart. They continued walking forward, then turned right again, passing from behind the courtyard to the front. They stopped and walked under an ancient tree beside the big yard. The tree had large branches and lush leaves. Nearby was a shallow pond, but it was dry in winter. Lin Changqi often had a fantasy that the girl used to wash clothes here, with the shade of the old tree shielding her from the strong sun. He imagined her lifting her head, wiping sweat from her face, and smiling at the young man who came to find her, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Just as he was lost in these strange thoughts, he looked up and saw a woman standing there, anxiously staring into the distance. When she saw her son, her eyes lit up with a smile like a crescent moon, and she ran to hug him. But the way they kissed and touched each other made him feel uncomfortable. As the mother and son disappeared beyond the courtyard wall, Lin Hu said, "Young master, it's time to go back. Your clothes are all wet." Jiang Yumei didn't know that someone had previously peeped at them. She happily carried the little bun into the house, helped him change his clothes, and washed his face and hands with warm water. She discussed with him about sleeping arrangements, saying he could sleep with Uncle Jiangyu, which he liked, but he couldn't sleep next to his mother, which made him sad. His conflicted expression made Jiang Yumei hold him and nibble on him a few times. Before dinner, Li Huayan finished chatting with her brother and came to see Jiang Yumei. Seeing how much the little bun liked her, She kept calling him a very cute little brother. During dinner, Li Huayan still ate with her brother because she liked the little bun. She insisted on bringing him to the new courtyard to eat together. Jiang Yumei thought that although those people were annoying, they had experience and status. It wouldn't hurt for the little bun to interact more with them. Besides, the little bun really needed to spend more time with men. Otherwise, his personality might become too gentle. She nodded in agreement. When leaving, she reminded the little bun that these men were soldiers who didn't like overly formal or flowery speech. He could speak more casually. The little bun confidently nodded, saying, "Mother said so." "I understand." Li Huayan took the little bun into the main room, happily telling Li Huajin, "Brother, this is the handsome little nephew I just met." The three bearded men saw it was this little kid. Except for Wang Shi, who looked complicated, the other two men smiled. "Who is the little bun?" "He is the most famous diplomat in Qinghua County's Shihe village, Qinghe town. He has excellent diplomatic skills and has never been shy." He first bowed to the three seated men, including the dark-haired uncle. Then he stood straight and said, "Hello, uncles. Aunt Yin asked me to keep you company for dinner. Tonight, us men can drink and chat freely." Since his mother said they didn't like flowery language, he decided to be straightforward. This was his diplomatic strategy on the way here. When he said this, everyone was happy. Li Huajin smiled and said, "You little guy, you haven't even grown your hair yet, and you call yourself a man?" The little bun smiled and said, "You can't say that. A man is not defined by age. Those whose hair has grown are called old men, and those whose hair hasn't are called young men." This made everyone laugh again. Wang Shi gave a thumbs up and said, "Good boy, I like you." Lin Changqi, who usually didn't like children and found his own nephews and nieces noisy, felt an inexplicable kindness toward this little kid. He waved at him. The little bun looked like a steamed bun, and he quickly went over. This time, Lin Changqi felt a bit better, though his chest still trembled slightly. It wasn't as strong as before. Little Baozi tugged at Lin Changqi's sleeve and said, "Uncle Lin, my uncle told me that when you fought in the north, urinating outside was very interesting. Is it really that cold up north?" He exaggeratedly gestured. This made several men laugh loudly, and Li Huayan blushed and ran outside. Then he said regretfully, "It's a pity. If we don't use a bucket to catch our here, it soaks into the ground right away.
Such a waste."
Unlike up north, where they collect with sticks to make fertilizer, and the crops grow well. Li Huajin shook his head and laughed. "I've heard you're quite stingy, but I didn't think you'd be so tight that you wouldn't even waste." Uncle Li grew up in a wealthy family, so he doesn't understand the hardships of farmers. If there's not enough fertilizer, the crops won't grow well, and that affects the harvest. When the harvest is affected, people go hungry, and being hungry is a bad feeling, little Baozi said, touching his stomach with lingering fear. "Look at you, so white and chubby, full of energy. You must have never gone hungry," Wang Shi said. "Who says I've never been hungry? When my mother was sick, our family often only ate once a day. Sometimes, I was so hungry I drank water to fill my stomach. Back then, I was so careful with my money I wouldn't even spend a penny on water, worried that my mother wouldn't have enough money for medicine if I bought food. When there was no rice, I liked holding my mother's hand at the gate of the yard, waiting and hoping that my grandparents would bring us some cornmeal or food." Little Baozi began reminiscing about hard times. Hearing this from a child only a few years old made the older men feel a bit sad, and the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. "But now it's better," little Baozi said happily. "My mother is better, and she started thinking of ways to make money. I haven't gone hungry since." Lin Changqi asked, "Since you don't mind things like, and how does your family keep the house so clean?" "That's my mother's doing. After she got better, she became very particular. She doesn't allow me to collect fertilizer anymore and even threw away our old manure stick," little Baozi said, still a bit upset when talking about it. Talking about this, the gloomy mood lifted, and everyone started joking and chatting happily, talking about all sorts of things. Little Baozi's way of speaking was just as lively as the adults, even better at leading the conversation. Everyone was laughing and having a good time. During the meal, Li Huajing, who was very protective of his sister, noticed she was missing. "Where is my sister? Call her to eat," he ordered Jiang Yu to tell her. Little Bun confidently waved his hand and said, "Men's topics won't interest the women. Let her stay in the old courtyard and eat with my mother." He never expected that he could eat here just by borrowing someone else's kindness. Joyful, Wang Shi scratched his head and said, "Good kid. I like this kind of personality. He's like my son." Li Huajin sneered and said, "With your poor attitude, you won't have a decent son, even in your next life." And claiming he's like General Lin's son, who would believe that? After saying this, Li Huajin and Wang Shi looked at Lin Changqi and Little Bun, and they said in unison, "He does look like him, really does." Nearby, Lin Hu and Lin Bao also nodded vigorously. Lin Changqi chuckled and said, "What's the use of looking like him? It's not really him."
Sigh.
He was a bit regretful. Wang Shi asked someone to pour another bowl of wine for Little Bun. Jiang Yu, serving nearby, shook his head like a rattle drum and first disobeyed the military order, saying, "He's still a child and can't drink alcohol." Wang Shi's face darkened, ready to scold, but Little Bun quickly explained to his uncle, "If my uncle dares to pour me wine, my mother will fight him to the death." Then he said to Jiang Yu, "Please, uncle, pour me a bowl of rice wine.
I can drink this kind of sweet rice wine."
Wang Shi wanted to speak again, but Lin Changqi waved his hand and said, "He's just a kid. He can just drink some sweet water." Wang Shi had no choice but to dip his chopsticks into some strong liquor and let Little Bun lick it. The spicy taste made Little Bun stretch out his tongue and scrunch up his face. This made the men burst into hearty laughter. After dinner, Jiang Yu came to take Little Bun to his room to rest. Lin Changqi waved his hand to stop him, saying, "I like this child very much. Let him stay with me. I can also give him some guidance on his studies. He can rest here tonight." Jiang Yu didn't dare to argue. He looked at Little Bun, who seemed quite willing. Jiang Yu then went back to his room and brought Little Bun's homework and pajamas. From then on, Little Bun confidently moved into the main room, which originally belonged to him but had been taken over by someone else. Little Dr. Wang came to treat Lin Changqi's wounds. He happily said, "The general's injuries are healing very well. The blood demon red powder is truly divine. But this medicine will run out after one more use tomorrow. Based on the current recovery, one more application should be enough. After that, just rest well." Lin Changqi was very pleased and asked, "Does this mean I can return to the camp soon? Muscles and bones take 100 days to heal, not to mention that your previous injuries were quite serious. Although you're recovering well, you still need at least a month to rest," said Little Dr. Wang. Little Officer Xiao Wang, Lin Hu, and Lin Bao were busy circling around Lin Changqi, but they didn't disturb the little bundle of joy studying at the nearby table. His ears seemed stuffed with cotton, and nothing in the outside world could distract him. He was fully absorbed in his books. Lin Changqi was very surprised. Such focused concentration is rare even among adults. Once again, he marveled that a child from the countryside could be so outstanding. At bedtime, the little bundle changed into a cute, beautiful blue and white penguin-themed sleepwear made by his mother. It was both adorable and charming. Not only did Lin Hu and Lin Bao gape in amazement at how incredibly cute the little boy was, more handsome than their own young master when he was a child, but they also admired the unique design of his clothes, which looked very special but very nice. Lin Changqi was also very surprised. He pinched the child's clothes with and asked, "What kind of clothes are these? They look so strange." "This is penguin sleepwear. I really like this outfit. Do you think it's nice, uncle? If you like it, I can ask my mother to make one just like it for you," the little boy said generously, showing off his mother's craftsmanship. Lin Changqi shook his head repeatedly, jokingly saying he would never wear such clothes unless he had a problem with his head. But he had to admit that although the outfit was quite innovative, it looked really good on the little boy. Next to Lin Changqi's big bed, there was a small military-style bed, where the little boy was sleeping. As for Li Huayun, who had run away embarrassed that night, she was angry for a long time and felt very wronged. Tears in her eyes, She complained to Jiang Yumei, "Sister, my little nephew is just too annoying. Who talks so embarrassingly in front of girls? Sister, he said all those things in front of so many men. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. I feel like dying. What should I do? I don't dare to see those men again. Not even my brother. I'm too shy." She covered her face with her hands, feeling utterly humiliated. Jiang Yumei looked at her with sympathy. She thought it wasn't really the little boy's fault. If someone like Xiao Bao told her such things, she would believe it too. Even in their past lives, with advanced transportation, Southerners liked joking about how Northerners dealt with personal issues outside. It was no wonder a naive 6-year-old boy was so short-sighted. She comforted the innocent girl, saying, "Don't think like that. Your brothers are soldiers. Soldiers say anything boldly. They probably don't take those words seriously. Maybe they'll forget about it tomorrow. Just pretend nothing happened, and they won't remember. If you keep worrying and acting nervous, it might make them think about it more." Li Huayan pouted and nodded. However, in the past 2 days, Li Huayan didn't dare to go to the main house to eat with the men. Instead, she stayed in the old courtyard with Jiang Yumei. She also taught Jiang Yumei how to make gloves, and she wanted to make a pair of leather gloves for her brother. Although most of these gloves were made by Fuer, Li Huayan still excitedly thanked her sister when she held the gloves, and she kept checking if the thick leather had cut her sister's hand. These days, the little boy has been staying in the new courtyard, so he spends little time with his mother. He only comes to say goodbye before school in the morning and to greet her after school in the evening. The rest of the time, he is in the new courtyard. But their greetings and farewells are simple. Jiang Yumei just lifts the little boy, kisses him on both sides, and the boy does the same. This little kid, for the first time, is getting along with rough soldiers, and he feels like he's met old friends. It's different from how he interacts with his mother, his teacher, grandfather, or uncle, and also different from how he plays with other kids like Sanjuzi or Little Chubby. He finds it exciting and refreshing. Li Huajing and Wang Shi got interested and would carry him on horseback, running around the wasteland or teaching him some martial arts in the yard. Bodyguards like Lin Hu and Lin Bao also carried him around, letting him run wild in the yard. Uncle Lin's knowledge truly impressed him. Some insights he thought were even more refined than his teachers. So, when he wasn't studying, he played with those uncles. When he studied, he would pull Lin Changqi aside to ask questions about his lessons. Lin Changqi's good attitude surprised Lin Hu and Lin Bao. They couldn't believe he was their young master. At night, without the little boy beside her, Jiang Yumei felt a bit uncomfortable. Seeing the little boy happily playing and having fun with the people in the new courtyard made her feel uneasy. She thought he was unkind and selfish. Luckily, there was Li Huayan, who kept talking to her every night, helping her fall asleep with her chatter. One day after school, the little boy first visited his mother in the old courtyard, then went to the new courtyard. Jiang Yumei saw how anxious he was and quickly took her textbooks to find Lin Changqi. She asked, "General Lin is a soldier. How can he help with your studies?" "Mother, Uncle Lin is really amazing. I used to only hear that he's talented in both literature and martial arts, and now I've seen it myself. My uncle said his martial arts are very powerful, and even the soldiers fear him. I didn't expect his studies to be so good. His insights are even sharper than Mr. Wang's and my great uncle's." After speaking, he blushed shyly and said, "I shouldn't have said that about my husband and uncle, but it's true. It's good that there is progress." For several days, Jiang Yumei hadn't been able to spend quality time with her son, so she was very reluctant to part. She held his hand and took him to the side door. Then she picked him up for a farewell hug, kissed his little face, and the little bundle also kissed her back. Just then, Lin Hu pushed Lin Changqi to the side of Jiang Yumei and her son, and said loudly, "Lin Yan, you're now a young man. When you grow up, you'll be a real man. How can a man be here with a woman? Going back and forth." He then said to Jiang Yumei, "Is this how you teach your son?" Jiang Yumei and the little bundle were both stunned. The little one slipped down from his mother and said, "Uncle Lin, don't be angry. That's my mother, not a woman." Jiang Yumei was unhappy and said, "You're really meddlesome. Isn't a man born from his mother's belly? I've raised my son very well. My son is the best young man. Besides, what I do with my son is none of your business. Lin Changqi was angry for the first time because a woman had scolded him so harshly, even using rude words. He was so angry his face turned red. Not wanting to argue and lose face, he reached out and sat down with the little bundle on his lap. After I return to the military camp, I will send a martial arts master to teach Lin Yan how to fight. I can't let such a good seed be ruined in a woman's hands. After saying that, he signaled Lin Hu to leave. Lin Hu hurriedly pushed him away. Jiang Yumei stood there angrily, stunned for a long time. Is he my son or his? Who is he? Truly. That day, Cui Qing arrived in a carriage. It turned out that after receiving a message from Song Wankai, he personally urged the masters to make 10 pairs of leather military boots and 10 pairs of regular military boots as quickly as possible. Jiang Yumei and Li Huayan took him to the new courtyard. When Lin Changqi and the others saw the strange new shoes, they were all a bit stunned. They looked very unique, and very beautiful. But soldiers' shoes can't just be pretty, Lin Changqi said. In his view, things used by soldiers shouldn't be about looks. However, since this person was Li Jinhua's cousin and seemed to be very familiar with Jiang Yumei, he didn't want to offend. He then signaled Li Huajin and Wang Shi to try on the shoes. They both put on beautiful, impressive military boots and stood there, looking very proud. Then they went to run and jump in the yard. The boots were elastic, helped with running, and felt comfortable on the feet. After listening to Li Huajin and Wang Shi talk about these shoes, Cui Qing explained that both the soles and the uppers were made of pigskin. The cutting and sewing were different from their old shoes, making them stronger, warmer, and more water and snow-resistant. Not only the two men wearing the shoes were excited, but even Lin Changqi, who had a limp, was so thrilled he could hardly control himself. Military shoes are very important, and only they truly understand how much a good pair of shoes matters. But then a new problem came up. Making these boots probably costs a lot. If 10,000 soldiers all wore these boots, how much would it cost? Yes, that is a real issue. Our initial idea is that only generals of a certain rank or higher can wear these boots. So, we plan to call these general boots. Also, the Imperial Guard can wear them. People close to the emperor should wear more respectable shoes. The shoes for other soldiers are different, and they are much cheaper to make. Cui Qing took out another pair of boots.
These were also designed by Jiang Yumei.
Only the soles were made of leather. The rest was cloth. But important parts of the shoes that protect the feet were specially treated. Lin Changqi asked Lin Hu and Lin Bao to try them on. Both of them said loudly that they liked them. The new shoes were more comfortable than the old ones, easy to run and jump. They didn't look as fancy or impressive as the general boots, but they were much better looking than the old shoes. Everyone loves to look good, and these boots not only looked nice, but also looked very powerful. Lin Changqi nodded happily, very pleased. Cui Qing took the opportunity to give a speech about offering the best things to the most beloved people, which made the 10 soldiers very excited and emotional. Li Huajin and Wang Shi were about to leave tomorrow, so they could take these boots back to the army camp. They made 10 pairs of general boots and 10 pairs of regular army shoes. Besides Li Huajin and Wang Shi, the general boots also belonged to Marshal Lin and 7 other senior officers. Different ranks meant different materials. Marshal Lin and 3 other officers had deer leather boots, some had cowhide, and Li Huajin and Wang Shi had pigskin boots. Actually, according to their ranks, Lin Changqi, Li Huajin, and Wang Shi were not qualified to receive the first batch of gifts. It was mainly because they were here that they got these shoes. At the same time, Lin Changqi promised to write a letter to his father. Not only would their military boots be made by Qiji Yun's shoe factory, but they also hoped to get a chance to supply the boots for the Imperial Guard of the Dakong dynasty. Such a big business was more than Qiji Yun could handle alone, but it was good enough to get a share. In the letter, Lin Changqi said he would ask his father to write to the powerful people in Beijing, and then Cui Qingzheng would go to Beijing to ask how to proceed. Right now, their main task was to find ways to expand the production space and hire more workers. This was indeed very good news, but Jiang Yumei and Yi Yumei felt a bit worried. It seemed unlikely that the factory would turn a profit soon. So, relying on this factory to make money was uncertain, and they didn't know when it would happen. Although they felt more stable now and were secretly very happy, Cui Qingxing still pretended to be serious and asked to have hot pot fish. Because Chun Jihong had boasted in the provincial capital, he had made his craving grow stronger. This time, Xiao Xia served the fish, as Jiang Yumei had already taught her how to cook it. Li Huayan didn't join in the fun, but she and Jiang Yumei enjoyed cooking and eating in the main hall of the old courtyard, feeling very happy. While eating, Lin Changqi learned that these military boots were actually designed by Jiang Yumei, which surprised him. Thinking about the lucky bag in his arms and the penguin-patterned pajamas Lin Yan was wearing, he found this woman's mind to be quite strange and creative. However, he didn't want others to know how capable Jiang Yumei was. He said these businesses should be handled by men. If women are too capable, it might not be a good thing. Since she's willing to stay behind the scenes designing styles, we shouldn't talk about her openly. Cui Qingxing and the others nodded in agreement. After the meal, Cui Qingxing took Li Huayan and left. Early the next morning, Li Huajing and Wang Shi left with 3 attendants, leaving only 5 people in the new courtyard. There weren't many people left now. Jiang Yumei called the Song family to come and cook together. Xiao Wang, the doctor, along with Lin Hu and Lin Bao also joined the meal. The 3 of them were very happy. They finally got to enjoy the delicious food they had been dreaming of. Li Huayan left, so Xiao Baozi no longer needed to stay in the new courtyard. When he voluntarily suggested returning to the old courtyard, Lin Changqi didn't agree. He said, "You are a man, so you should spend more time with other men. Boys raised by women won't become real men when they grow up." Xiao Baozi felt a bit pleased after hearing this. For some reason, he was willing to spend more time with Uncle Lin. Thinking about my lonely mother in the old yard, I feel guilty and very uncomfortable. Lin Changqi saw the little kid's conflicted look and asked, "What's wrong?
Don't you want to?"
The child shook his head and said, "I don't dislike it. I just don't know why I especially like being with Uncle Lin. Being with him makes me feel happy and safe inside. I just think my mother is too lonely staying alone in the old yard." Lin Changqi was pleased with the first part of the child's words, but ignored the second part. He didn't know why, but being with this little kid made him feel happy inside. Jiang Yumei felt uneasy. That man surnamed Lin was too terrible. He took over her red grinding stone, her house, and now he even forbade her son from coming back. It was so frustrating. She needed to find a way to send him away early. The only option was Qingchuan. Although Qingchuan wasn't as magical as the red grinding stone, it could still help wounds heal faster. She decided she needed an excuse to get some of it for him. That night, Mother Hu and her 2 children brought back a roe deer again. The next morning, after the child went to school, Jiang Yumei asked Mother Hu to take herself and Song Wankai to a shallow water pool on Nanning Mountain to trick those people. Mother Hu nodded in agreement. Song Wankai carried 2 buckets, Jiang Yumei held a jar, and they followed Mother Hu and the 2 kids along the Bishui Creek upstream. It was late winter, so unlike summer when wild grass was everywhere, the land was more bare and yellow-black. At this time, there was no need to worry about snakes hiding in the grass. They found a deep water pool under a hillside. It was about 15 or 16 meters across, full of fat, plentiful fish, several over 2 feet long. Song Wankai filled both buckets. Jiang Yumei squatted to fill half a jar with water, and they all headed home. They poured the water into a special water tank. After Song Wankai left, Jiang Yumei refilled a jar with Qingchuan water and went to the new yard. She found Xiao Wang, the doctor, and told him, "This is a 1,000-year-old spring from Nanning Mountain. My brother was sick before, but after drinking it, his chronic illness almost healed. Today, we brought some back. You can use it to wipe General Lin's wounds. It might work even better." Dr. Xiao Wang was very grateful. After he finished wiping Lin Changqi's wound, even Lin nodded and said, This Nanaying mountain spring is truly miraculous. After wiping, the wound feels cool and much more comfortable. Using the spring water to clean the wound several times a day made it heal much faster. After a few days, he could walk around with a cane. Since Mother Tiger and her 3 children returned, Tiger Boy and the puppy would go to the new yard to find Little Bowsy before bed. When Little Bowsy was studying, they would sometimes sit on a big chair to keep him company, or play and have fun with the soldiers in the yard. When Little Bowsy played, they would join in or cheer loudly from the side. Now Jiang Yumei, along with Officer Xiao Wang, Lin Hu, and Lin Bao, are no longer afraid of them. The 2 little ones are full of energy, especially the puppy, who gets very happy when he sees anyone and wags his tail nonstop. One day, after Little Bowsy finished studying, he accidentally saw the tatami mat in the west room of the main house. He said to the 2 little ones, "See that? The tatami looks nice, right? My mother specially designed it for you. One day, you will sleep on that tatami." At this time, the room was occupied by Officer Xiao Wang. After Tiger Boy and the puppy went back, they somehow communicated with Mother Tiger. She suddenly let out a loud roar and rushed to the new yard in anger. Jiang Yumei, who was finishing her washing and preparing for bed, saw this and quickly chased after her, feeling scared. Although the side door was repaired, when Mother Tiger got angry, it was like a piece of stiff paper. She could easily tear a hole in it. Jiang Yumei shouted from behind, "Mother Tiger, don't get so upset. Stay calm." She also told the people in the new yard, "Everyone, please move aside so you don't get hurt." Mother Tiger directly rushed into the main house, paused in the hall for a moment, then ran toward the west room. She bit the clothes of Officer Xiao Wang, who was inside reading a medical book, and dragged him out. Lin Hu and Lin Bao, hearing the noise, immediately ran into the east room to protect Lin Changqi. Poor Officer Xiao Wang, not understanding what was happening, was dragged out by Mother Tiger as if she was pulling a stool. When Lin Changqi came out holding a knife, and Lin Hu and Lin Bao with bows and arrows, Little Bowsy quickly stepped in to stop them, saying, "Don't shoot." Mother Tiger wouldn't hurt his life. Jiang Yumei also arrived quickly. Little Bowsy ran out to calm Mother Tiger, gently stroking her fur and saying, "Mother Tiger, don't be angry.
We can talk about this."
Jiang Yumei wanted to rescue Officer Xiao Wang from Mother Tiger's grip, but she was holding onto his clothes tightly and wouldn't let go. Since it was still cold outside, and he was wearing a coat, it was not easy to tear it. The 2 little ones, who had reported the incident earlier, strolled happily over. Why did Mother Tiger suddenly get so angry? Jiang Yumei asked. Little Bowsy quickly thought of an answer and shyly said, "I just told Tiger Boy and the others that the west room is now their bedroom. Maybe they went back and told Mother Tiger." After saying that, he shot a sharp look at Tiger Boy and the puppy. Tiger Cub still feels quite upset. It has never cared for tattling, but the little dog is always happy to watch the show, wagging its tail and barking cheerfully. These wild animals are very possessive of their territory. Plus, Tiger Mother has a serious cleanliness obsession, so she definitely dislikes others staying in her room. Once the key issue is understood, it becomes easier to handle. Jiang Yumei told Tiger Mother, "Don't be angry. We will have the carpenters dismantle the tatami in that room and replace it with new wood for you." Hearing this, Tiger Mother finally relaxed her expression. Jiang Yumei then apologized to the young officer, Dr. Wang, who was being held up by Lin Hu and Lin Bao, saying, "Sorry, Tiger Mother was upset because someone else was in her room, so she got angry." She quickly led Tiger Mother and her family back to the old courtyard. Dr. Wang, who had narrowly escaped danger, no longer dared to stay in that room. Lin Hu helped him into the nearby side room to rest. That day, Mrs. Li came to see Zhang Yuyu, saying that others couldn't come. Yesterday, they sank the criminal Yan's boat. Today, your grandfather, great-uncle, great-aunt, and father went to Li Huchuan's house to break off the engagement, but Li's family refused and offered 5 more acres of land to the great-uncle's family. Your great-aunt was a bit tempted, but your great-uncle and your father didn't agree. The matter is still being discussed. Jiang Yumei's heart sank suddenly. Does the Qin family not care about their daughter? What can they do? At first, they caused a fuss, saying Li Hechuan isn't a good person. If they sank the boat, they should all sink it. Otherwise, they threatened to report Li Hechuan for kidnapping a military wife at the county office. The Li family was frightened and gave the Qin family 2 acres of good land, begging them to spare Li Hechuan. The Qin family calmed down after that. 2 acres of land, and they just abandoned their daughter and let Li Hechuan go. Jiang Yumei asked in shock. 2 acres of good land is worth about 16 or 17 silver coins. Now a girl is only worth about 5 coins. The Qin family even made a profit. Why would they care about their daughter being married out? Mrs. Li shook her head and said, "Now, some people in our village envy the Li Simai family and the old Qin family. They say even bad things can turn into good things." The Li family is happily closing their doors. After saying this, Mrs. Li happily pulled Jiang Yuyu into a chat, but Jiang Yumei was lost in thought, feeling heavy-hearted. She wasn't sure if she had done the right thing. The life of the criminal Yan was lost, and she might have indirectly caused a person's death. Jiang Yumei had been feeling down for several days, unable to focus on her tasks. That day, the Jiang family came to meet Jiang Yuyu again and talked about Li Hechuan and Jiang Yozhao breaking off their engagement. The mother decided to withdraw the engagement, although Mrs. Xiao was unwilling. Jiang Yaozhao was determined to end the match. If she was forced to marry Li Hechuan, she threatened to jump into a well. The old master Jiang also insisted strongly that the engagement be broken off. If Mrs. Xiao continued to cause trouble, the Jiang family could no longer afford such a daughter-in-law. Additionally, Jiang Dai harshly beat her. They also discussed Li Simeipo's wife, who was considered to have been very unlucky. Everyone thought it was fortunate that her immoral actions led to her drowning in the pond. The family gained a few good acres of land, which was a blessing. It seemed as if heaven was helping them. If she survived and returned, with those good lands, she could marry a more virtuous wife next time. Jiang Yumei couldn't bring herself to join in condemning Xing Yanni's shamelessness or envy Li Simeipo's good luck. She quietly walked out, unconsciously heading past the side door to sit on a large stone by the pond, gazing at the stars and lost in thought. Thinking of Xing Yanni, she remembered the original owner of the story, a more innocent girl. Both women, in a way, loved someone who didn't deserve it, which led to their tragic deaths. If she thought carefully, perhaps if the original owner had listened to old Master Zhang's advice, she might still be happily alive today. As she sighed again, a voice came from nearby, asking, "What's bothering you so much that you come here to complain to the sky?" Hearing the voice, Jiang Yumei knew it was Lin Changqi. She desperately wanted someone to talk to. Without even looking at him, she sighed softly and said, "To you, a life might seem like a tiny ant, not worth mentioning. But to me, every life deserves respect. Unless someone is extremely wicked, no one has the right to take it away. Yet, I helped you wrong, and if I hadn't meddled, Xing Yanni might still be alive. And their family was so cruel. Those 2 acres of land mattered more to them than their own daughter's life." She rambled on about how the children found the purse, how she went to inform the Jiang family, and how Xing Yanni was drowned. Tears unknowingly slipped down her face as she spoke. Lin Changqi thought she was strange. That immoral woman deserved her punishment of drowning, so why was she here sighing and gazing at the sky? Usually she seemed fierce. Some of her words sounded completely reckless. He wanted to scold her, but seeing her tears, he felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. I suddenly had the urge to wipe away her tears and see her smile happily, to watch the corners of her mouth curve into a gentle smile and her eyes form a soft crescent. I was surprised by this strange thought that suddenly appeared in my mind. I couldn't help but speak softly. Heaven's punishment can sometimes be avoided, but self-inflicted suffering is hard to escape. That woman's own actions will lead her to ruin, whether you talk about it or not. She won't live long. It's just a matter of dying sooner or later. Spending so much time thinking about her would be better spent on yourself and Lin Yan. Your ideas are quite unusual and hard to understand. Making clothes and shoes is fine. It's a new idea. But if some thoughts go against common sense, that's not good. Sometimes it might even lead to serious trouble. He paused and added, every life should be respected. No one has the right to take it away. But maybe we shouldn't say these words anymore. These rebellious thoughts could harm Lin Yan. No matter how smart he is, he's still a child. You know how much your opinions influence him. In the future, whether Lin Yan takes the imperial exams or joins the army, he will serve in the government. You should always watch your words and actions, so you don't lead him astray. If he develops some ideas that don't fit this world, it could cause big problems. Jiang Yumei was startled. Yes, this is the ancient times where human rights are non-existent. Life is as fragile as grass or an ant. If she can't even control her own life, why should she complain about others? She should focus on how her little one can survive in this world and take care of her own small piece of land. She wiped her tears and said, I was wrong to think that way. She laughed at herself. This has been bothering me for days. I keep feeling like I caused someone's death. But when I think about it, Xing Yanyang dared to do those things. She was just unlucky to be caught early or late. I hope she can be reborn into a good family. But inside, she was thinking, Xing Yanyang, a woman who values love and freedom like you shouldn't be born in ancient times. I wish you could be reborn in the modern world, where at least you wouldn't lose your life no matter what you do. Or better yet, be reborn in some country where you're free to find as many men as you want. Just like herself, if she still lived in her past life, her material life was much better, but she had no family, no loved ones. Now, she had a caring and adorable son, and even if life was a bit harder, it was fulfilling. Sometimes, spiritual poverty is worse than material poverty. She finally understood and stopped worrying. Thinking about Xing Yanyang reborn in the modern world, where she could openly appear on TV with her love life, she couldn't help but smile. She stood up and saw Lin Changqi leaning on his cane, standing there looking at her with a strange expression. She asked, What's wrong with you? Lin Changqi was momentarily distracted. He was surprised to see her smile, which was exactly like the girl from his dreams. Her face was a bit thinner, and her smile and the shape of her eyes looked just the same. Seeing that he didn't respond, Jiang Yumei said again, General Lin, what's wrong? But she thought his look was very strange. Lin Changqi suddenly snapped out of his daze. His face turned red, but luckily it was night, so no one else saw. He quickly said, It's nothing, and hurriedly walked away with his cane. He was strange. Despite having a limp, he moved so quickly, as if a dog was chasing him. Jiang Yumei wrinkled her nose and went back to the new courtyard. Time quickly passed to the end of February. Jiang Yumei's lips were so swollen from worry. The pond needed lotus roots planted, and the fruit trees should be planted too, but those troublesome spirits hadn't left yet. Of course, there was good news too. Major Lin wrote a letter. He really liked the boots they made, believing they marked a change in soldiers' uniforms and would be important for marching and fighting. He wrote a report to the emperor and also sent letters to some powerful officials in the capital who handled these matters. He also asked Cui Qingzheng to take some samples to the capital to handle this. The day before Cui Qingzheng went to the capital, he came here and brought a few pairs of military boots. That day was the day Jiang Yushu came to the old Jiang family house to deliver work. Jiang Yumei no longer wanted to do these chores. After arriving at the Jiang house, she discussed with Jiang Yushu that next time, Sun Daqiang's wife, Su Shi, should manage and distribute these tasks. Jiang Yushu knew Su Shi was capable and could handle the work well, so he agreed. When Jiang Yumei announced this change while distributing the work, Little Wei's wife was very unhappy. She scowled in front of everyone, then went back to her room, cursed Jiang Yumei loudly, and angrily scolded Jiang Yushu for raising such an unfilial son who didn't care for his mother. She was truly furious. How did I give birth to you, this ungrateful son? I don't get any of the work that earns money, but you listen to that dead girl Mei and give work to outsiders. Mei doesn't care about our family's good, ruining the good marriage prospects of the Zhao family, and now she's stirring trouble, making you give the big money jobs to outsiders. Only a fool would listen to her. Mother, I beg you, stop talking nonsense. If others hear, it will hurt their feelings. She helped me, and you don't appreciate it. She helped Zhao, and you still don't thank her. If Dad hears all this, he'll be upset too. Jiang Yushu was so angry, he stamped his foot. He really had no way to deal with such a confused mother. Jiang Yumei sneered nearby, saying, Mother is angry at Sister Maisie. Sister Maisie couldn't make her sell me to buy 5 acres of good land. After saying that, she turned and went back to her own room. Xiao Wei couldn't understand why his children didn't support him and instead sided with outsiders. This matter not only made Xiao Wei unhappy, but someone else was even more upset. However, they didn't show it in front of others. When they returned home, they scolded Jiang Yumei in front of her husband, saying, That young widow really looks down on us, thinking we're stupid. She no longer does chores, so I should be in charge. No matter how you look at it, in our West River village, besides my mother-in-law, I should be the most important. But instead, she handed everything over to Mrs. Su. It's infuriating. The person doing the chores must be trying to earn a lot more money. Zhao Lijing was talking about his wife, saying, That short-sighted wife, the Jiang family, will definitely rise in the future. That young widow shouldn't be underestimated either. She has some cleverness, and we can't look down on her family. Grandma Zhao was unhappy and scolded her son. You're still just a village officer, and you let a young widow bully you? Compared to your father back then, you're far behind. Can that young widow really rise to the top? Even if she does, she'll be punished by heaven. That second son, Daegu, went crazy because of her. Such a wicked thing. She's caused so much suffering for Daegu's family. Grandma Zhao was still angry about not being able to bring Jiang Yumei and her family's property into the Zhao family. Zhao Lan'er strongly disagreed with her grandmother and mother, scolding Jiang Yumei, saying, We should be thankful to Sister Maisie for earning this money. If she hadn't helped us, we wouldn't even be able to earn this little income. How can we speak badly of her? She dares not help us, Grandma Zhao replied. In our West River village, besides Lord Zhao's family, who else can surpass us? Zhao Lijing didn't dare speak against his mother and could only privately remind his wife not to cause trouble with the Jiang family just for small gains. Jiang Yumei didn't know that her plan to choose a successor made more than one family unhappy. Now, she was just thinking about how to improve her life, how to use more spring water to heal the plague god's wounds quickly and make him leave sooner. Many chores at home couldn't be delayed any longer. She had soaked the rice seeds she had already chosen in spring water for a few days, then handed them to Old Tan to grow seedlings. After the wheat harvest, they could transplant the rice. That day, when she was delivering spring water, Xiao Wang, the doctor, happily told her, the general's injury is almost healed. The Nailing Mountain spring really helped a lot. Thanks to Lady Lin. The general has already thrown away his crutches today. This was truly good news that made everyone happy. Jiang Yumei felt hopeful about the future and even thought the sun in the sky seemed brighter. She smiled happily. Inside the house, Lin Changqi watched Jiang Yumei's joyful smile from the window. He felt uneasy. She was so happy that he was leaving. Even her smile, like a crescent moon, couldn't lift his spirits. The little bun next to him looked a bit upset. He tugged at Lin Changqi's sleeve and asked, Uncle Lin, are you really leaving? Will I ever see you again? His eyes started to turn red. Today, the little bun's school was on holiday, so he was at home. Lin Changqi picked up the little bun and said, Of course you will see me. When I go back, I'll find a martial arts teacher for you. You need to learn well, so that one day you won't have to stay in the countryside. If you come to the capital to find Uncle Lin, you must learn skills. For some reason, Lin Changqi felt no real connection to this family, yet he couldn't bear to part from the little boy. He always had a special feeling for the woman. He couldn't just leave without looking back. It seemed as if a voice in his mind was warning him that if he left now, he would regret it forever. He then said to the little bun, Actually, I really like your penguin baggy clothes. Could you ask your mother to help me make one too? His face darkened a little. If your mother doesn't agree, I might just stay here and never leave. The little bun was happy to hear that Uncle Lin liked his pajamas. But when he heard the last part, he wished Uncle Lin would stay forever. He hesitated and said, Uncle Lin, I'm glad you like my penguin pajamas, but I'd be even happier if you stayed at my house forever. What should I do? I want my mother to make you clothes, but I don't want you to go. His conflicted face made Lin Changqi's heart soften like melted water. He couldn't help but imitate Jiang Yumei and kiss the boy on both cheeks. The little bun was surprised, then giggled and kissed Lin Changqi's face too. Lin Hu and Lin Bao's mouths opened wide in shock. Could this be something their young master would do? Lin Changqi smiled and said, "But I really like that outfit. Wait for me. I'll ask my mother to help you make one," the little bun said, then slid down from Lin Changqi's arms and ran after Jiang Yumei, who was heading to the old courtyard by the pond. Mother, Uncle Lin really likes my penguin sleeping bag pajamas. Can you make a set for him too? Little Baozi climbed onto Jiang Yumei and pouted. Jiang Yumei's eyes widened. Is he crazy? Those pajamas are for kids. How can an adult wear them? If he does, he'll just get laughed at. Mother, Uncle Lin personally said he liked that set. Please help make one for him. Mother, I've already promised him. How can I let my son go back on his word in front of others? Little Baozi said while kissing Jiang Yumei's face hard, making her feel ticklish and full of saliva. Usually, when Baozi needs something from his mother, this trick always works. But Jiang Yumei couldn't agree to this. She wondered if Lin Changqi was still half asleep, talking in his sleep.
Pajamas?
In his previous life, they called it pajamas. In this world, they call it indecent clothes and underwear. As a widow, she dared not make such clothes for a man she barely knew. She shook her head repeatedly. Son, I can't agree to this. You're too young to understand, but he's an adult. How can I make such clothes for him? Either he's got a problem in his head, or he's deliberately teasing me. Mother, Uncle Lin said if you don't make it for him, he'll just stay at our house forever and never leave, Baozi said unhappily. Then he thought for a moment and cheered up. I know, Mother. You and I both hope Uncle Lin stays with us forever. Jiang Yumei said unhappily. That's impossible. I can't wait for that troublemaker to leave. Later, Lin Changqi also thought it wasn't right for a child to say such things, so he hurried over and overheard their conversation. He felt a bit angry inside but couldn't do anything about Jiang Yumei. She had scolded him before, but he didn't hate her. So, he suppressed his anger and said, Sorry, I know my request is sudden, but I really like that outfit. I didn't mean to offend you. Weren't you also selling pouches and such before? I'll just buy a set of clothes. I'll pay. What do you think? Jiang Yumei nodded in agreement after hearing him. One sells, the other buys, just business. It's good to make money and send him away. Why not? This kind of clothing is my design. When I sell it to you, I'm not just selling the clothes but also the design. So, it's a bit expensive, Jiang Yumei said, habitually raising the price when doing business. Lin Changqi took out a banknote from his pocket. This should be enough. Jiang Yumei took it and saw it was 100 taels. She smiled and said, That's enough. Little Baozi felt a bit shy when he saw his mother's greedy look. If Jiang Yumei knew that little Baozi also disliked others' greed, she would probably be very surprised. Lin Changqi couldn't get enough of the pair of pears and the crescent moon. He confidently said, I know you're upset that Yuzi donated the blood demon red mill for free. Don't worry, our Lin family won't let Yuzi give himself for nothing. His future in the army is already decided by us. Is that a promise? Jiang Yumei smiled again. She went back to her room to make clothes. Little Baozi, being a good host, took Lin Changqi to explore the nearby Shilling Mountain. Maybe they would be lucky and catch some game, which they had planned earlier. Because Lin Changqi didn't want too many people to see, they didn't take the usual path behind Shiha village. Instead, they took the fork connecting Nailing Mountain and Shilling Mountain. This route was closer to Nailing Mountain and led through a large graveyard, so few people used it normally. Little Baozi didn't come here often, only when visiting his father's grave. He started pointing at the 3 big mountains, the small river, and the village, repeating stories about the scenery. As they walked up the mountain, Lin Tiger worried that Lin Changqi might hurt his leg from fatigue, and kept suggesting they rest for a while. They crossed a mountain pass. Little Baozi led the way to the right, but Lin Changqi stopped him and said, "Going right is the graveyard. We should go left. The scenery is better there and there are more wild animals." Uncle Lin, how do you know that?" Little Baozi asked casually. Lin Changqi was surprised himself, wondering how he had suddenly said those words. He was shocked, thinking, could it really be a graveyard on the right? Of course. If we go another quarter of an hour to the right and cross that mountain pass, we'll see a large area of graves. My father's grave is there too. After passing those graves, if we go forward, there are quite a few wild pear trees. Brother Liangzi said they already have flower buds, Little Baozi explained. If we go left, we'll enter Nailing Mountains territory. I've only been there once. I didn't pay attention to the scenery or the wildlife. That time, my mother was sick. She ran from this path to Nailing Mountain and even fell off a cliff. She was in bed for several months. Thinking of those difficult days, Little Baozi's voice grew quieter. Later, Lin Changqi heard Jiang Yumei subtly mention that his sister's illness at that time seemed to be madness. The mother and son must have suffered a lot, which was truly not easy. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest and gently picked up the small child. "Let's go now and see if the scenery is nice there. If we find any game, we can hunt a few." Lin Bao was worried that Lin Changqi might be tired, so he offered to carry the child. Lin Changqi glared at him, but didn't say anything. This time, they really caught 2 fat wild rabbits. However, Lin Changqi also felt that this path was very familiar, as if he had walked it often before. Memories of a young man rushing past with game in his arms kept flashing in his mind. These strange illusions made Lin Changqi very confused. So many scenes appeared so vividly in his mind, he was sure he had been here before. Thinking about the year he was missing 6 years ago, he wondered if it was related to this place. But then he remembered what Qinggu said, that he had stayed at her house for a whole year, and since the journey was long, how could he have come here? It seemed he needed to come back and investigate further. There must be something connected to him here. The woman probably had some link to him, and this child might also be related. Looking at the very similar features, could it be? Back at the new courtyard, after having Lin Hu and Little Baozi take the 2 rabbits to the old yard to give to Jiang Yumei, Lin Bao was asked to bring out the map of Sichuan Province. Lingshan Mountain in Qinghua County, Sichuan Province, borders Xiangyi Mountain in Hunan Province. These mountains are connected to other unknown ranges, with dangerous terrain and many wild animals inside, making it impossible to pass through. So, to reach Xiangyi Mountain from here, they had to take a detour through neighboring counties. Qinggu's home was near Xiangyi Mountain. If Lin Changqi really had been here before, the only explanation was that his memory of the year he was missing was not just spent at Qinggu's house. Qinggu had lied. Thinking of Qinggu, who looked so honest and simple, Lin Changqi grew suspicious. At lunchtime, Little Baozi came to eat with Lin Changqi. Today, the Jiang family was all eating at the old yard, and Jiang Yu had stayed there to keep them company, so it was Dachuan who brought the food here. While eating, Lin Changqi casually asked Little Baozi about his father's death and how life had been over the past few years. Little Baozi trusted Lin Changqi completely and was very talkative. He eagerly shared everything about his family, even how much silver they had, where it was kept, and that they had hidden some red powder and a family heirloom jade pendant. He endured the urge to say more, feeling it was hard, but he finally kept quiet. Still, he felt guilty for hiding some things from Uncle Lin, as if he had some secret motives. Lin Changqi was deeply upset when he heard about the difficult life his mother and son had lived before. He felt a sharp pain in his chest and had to hold it tightly to ease the pain. His pale face frightened Lin Hu, who was serving them food, and he shouted for Dr. Xiao Wang. Dr. Xiao Wang came, but Lin Changqi waved him away, without letting him see. Xiao Baozi was also startled. He quickly went to Lin Changqi and asked with concern, "Uncle, what's wrong? Your face looks so pale. When my mother was sick, her face was just like that." Lin Changqi picked up Xiao Baozi and sat him on his lap. He said, "I'm fine. Uncle just suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. It's okay now." He then asked curiously, "After your father died, Mostly your maternal grandfather and others helped you. Doesn't your paternal grandfather's family care? You're so young, your mother is sick. How can they be so heartless? I don't have a grandfather. Xiao Baozi looked at Lin Changqi with big, round eyes and said helplessly and regretfully, I asked my grandma about it. Every time I ask, she starts scolding and crying. She said my father is a crazy homeless man, and only my mother saved him and insisted on marrying him. That made my great-grandfather cut ties with my mother. My grandma also said that before my mother married my father, she was the most beautiful girl in our West River village, and many young men wanted to marry her. Your father is a homeless man, and he's crazy too? Lin Changqi asked in surprise. Yes, my grandfather also said so. He was angry and called my father a fool born from a stone, who only knows how to hunt and doesn't know anything about his own family or ancestors. He said it's useless, Xiao Baozi added shyly, lowering his head. Lin Changqi nodded, feeling that some of his doubts were clearer now. He asked again, Are you saying your father was eaten by wolves on Nanling Mountain? And they're sure your father was eaten just because of a few bones and one of his shoes? Xiao Baozi nodded sadly. Yes, so many wolves chased my father into the deep part of Nanling Mountain. My father couldn't have survived. Xiao Baozi couldn't finish and tears welled up in his eyes. That time, my grandfather, Uncle Zhao, and Uncle Sun pooled together 2 taels of silver to hire dozens of young men and hunters from the village with knives and bows and arrows. They went deep into Nanling Mountain and found only a few bones and 1 shoe of my father. Lin Changqi patted Xiao Baozi's back. Some confusing questions now made sense, and the last of his doubts became clearer in his mind. He wiped the tears from the little bun's face with his hand. You are a good child. Your mother has had a hard life too. As an orphan and a single mother, she endured many tough days. After recovering from her illness, she managed to start a big business on her own. And she also raised you very well. However, the family of Guzi, who had bullied them, was truly hateful, and that old lady Zhao, who dared to force Jiang Yumei to remarry that fool, was really tiresome. In the past few days, Jiang Yumei often felt that Lin Changqi's gaze on her was strange, sometimes making her feel uneasy. Finally, the day before they left, the little bun was so sad that he couldn't stop crying. That night, he clung tightly to Lin Changqi, pouting with tears in his eyes. Instead of sleeping on his small military bed, he stayed in Lin Changqi's arms, repeatedly muttering "Uncle, Uncle," with a sad face. That night, he didn't sleep in his bed, but kept holding on to Lin Changqi, making him almost cry. He didn't want to leave either. He wanted to find more evidence to settle everything properly. But he had orders from the army, so he had to prioritize the country over his family. Once he had driven away the troublemakers, he would come back. They left in the early morning. After Jiang Yumei handed the penguin-shaped pajamas to Lin, she forcibly took the small bun, who had cried so much his voice was hoarse, out of Lin Changqi's arms. The little bun screamed and clung tightly to Lin Changqi's clothes. Jiang Yumei, feeling heartless, pried his fingers open before carrying him away. Lin Changqi stroked the little bun's head and said, Don't be sad. I will come back. He then took out a token and a letter for Jiang Yumei. This token is from the Lord of Beiheng. If you face any trouble, take this token and the letter to the provincial capital. Whether it's the governor or the magistrate, they will help you. Jiang Yumei took the token and letter, feeling secretly happy. It seemed that the red seal was still useful. These 2 items could be life-saving in critical moments. Seeing the 5 of them riding away into the distance, Jiang Yumei couldn't help but shed tears. She knew these tears weren't just for her brother, but also for Lin Changqi. The complex feelings in her chest made her feel confused afterward. Lin Changqi had ridden some distance when he suddenly turned back. Sitting high on his horse, he told Jiang Yumei, Even if you no longer live in that old courtyard, no one else should stay there. It must only be repaired, not torn down or changed. After saying this, he looked at the crying little bun with affection before spurring his horse and riding off into the distance. His words left Jiang Yumei stunned for a long time. This was her home. Why did he have the right to boss her around? It was really too much. Finally, everyone had left, and life gradually returned to normal. Just a few days after Lin Changqi left, Xiao Baozi was feeling very sad and uninterested in everything. Jiang Yumei thought children forget things quickly, so he would get better in a few days. However, on the day Lin Changqi left, several big events happened in Xia village. That morning, Guzi was found drowned in the Qing Shui River. Guzi's mother was so frightened after seeing something strange in the middle of the night that she went crazy. Also, the village head's mother, Grandma Zhao, fell and broke her leg when she went out, and from then on, she was bedridden. Everyone in the village believed that the big dog's angry spirit was causing trouble, so the village had invited a master from Jing Mountain Taoist Temple to perform a ritual to send the spirit away, hoping to bring peace. Jiang Yumei didn't have time to worry about other people's affairs. She first asked the Song family to clean the new yard thoroughly, then sent Song Wangkai to invite a carpenter to make furniture. She also wrote a letter to Qin Jihong, asking about planting fruit trees and lotus roots. To her surprise, Qin Jihong received her letter and, the next day, brought people to plant lotus in the pond. He also explained how to care for the lotus to Song Wangkai and Dachuan. Qin Jihong suggested that Jiang Yumei plant apples, a fruit introduced from Fanbang during the Dakong dynasty many years ago. He had a friend who was growing apples and said they could be very profitable. Since the land there was similar to here, apples should grow well. He also advised not to plant too many fruit trees in the yard. Instead, they could buy more land east of Bishui Creek, where there were large patches of wasteland, and create an apple orchard. Jiang Yumei agreed immediately. In this world, there are no refrigerators or preservation techniques, so apples that last longer and taste good are valuable. However, she had noticed that the apples she ate were green, not the famous red Fuji apples from her past life. She asked if red apples were available. Qin Jihong was puzzled and said, "It's strange. The same seedlings and grafts, but in Fanbang, they grow into red, sweet, and crunchy apples. Here, they turn out green and taste a bit different. Maybe it's because of the terrain." Jiang Yumei was secretly pleased. She had a spring water cheat device, so maybe she could produce red Fuji apples after all. That day, she asked Old Song to drive to Zhang's house and bring Jiang Yushan to visit Qin Jihong. Jiang Yushan was feeling much better now and had started reading at home, planning to review his studies and take the imperial exam once he recovered. After talking with Qin Jihong, Jiang Yushan felt he was knowledgeable and capable, and he was very happy to make such a friend. When he heard that Qin Jihong's original wife had died many years ago, and saw his unconditional help to his sister and his uncontrollable happiness when talking about her, he began to have some doubts. Later, when Qin Jihong came to Nanshan residence, Jiang Yushan would intentionally or unintentionally take him to the old Jiang family house. The old master was very happy to welcome such a distinguished guest, but that is another story. That night, Jiang Yumei discussed buying wasteland with her little son after school. As expected, the little boy strongly opposed it. "Mom, isn't our stall big enough? I'm already worried about our expenses and can't sleep well. Why do you want to buy land? Where would we get the money?" The little boy always only counted expenses, not income. Jiang Yumei started to report her recent earnings. "Son, don't worry. We've earned quite a lot in just over a month. General Lin started paying 100 taels for rent and meals, then General Li gave 40 taels for meals. Uncle Chui paid 20 taels for deer skins, and later, selling penguin bag pajamas earned another 100 taels. All together, that's 260 taels. I haven't even spent 20 taels on meals these days, so we still have over 230 taels left. Plus, we earned 100 taels from selling hot pot recipes before. If we buy land and trees, we won't run out of money. Then can't we save more silver? Silver isn't like fleas. Who would complain about having too much?" The little boy still disagreed, asking 2 questions in a row. He never understood why his mother couldn't save money. It seemed like silver was just a resource that needed to be spent quickly once in hand. Jiang Yumei explained investment and financial management to him for the nth time, telling him that raising a golden hen to lay eggs was much better than just saving silver. In the end, Although the little boy still had his doubts, he reluctantly agreed. Seeing his happy mother, he pouted and sat on the threshold of the main hall, gazing at the starry sky to the north, missing Uncle Lin far away. He wondered if Uncle Lin also disapproved of his mother's irrational spending habits. The next day, Jiang Yumei and Song Wang, carrying gifts, went with Jiang Dafu to Li Lijing's house in Donghe village, saying they wanted to buy a piece of wasteland near Nailing Mountain, about 30 acres. Li Lijing was surprised that someone wanted to buy that land and happily agreed. He had been looking for a chance to establish a relationship with the Jiang family. They surveyed the land together, totaling 32 acres, and finally paid Jiang Yumei for 30 acres. Jiang Yumei immediately asked Song Wankai to start finding people to begin clearing the wasteland. She also built a small bridge over the Bishui Creek opposite the old courtyard to make it easier for Nanshan residents to reach the apple orchard. Time is the best medicine for healing pain, and soon it was May. The little boy was no longer so sad, only occasionally mentioning Uncle Lin. During these 2 months, Chen Jihong specifically hired people to plant apple saplings, chose the best time for grafting, and even bought a couple who knew about growing fruit trees, Li Changfeng and his wife Zhu. They also had an 11-year-old daughter named Dia. Their family lived in the orchard. The couple managed the apple trees, and Dia came to Nanshan residence to work during the day and went back to rest at night. Jiang Yumei had secretly used spring water to irrigate the orchard, and the trees grew very well. At the same time, Chen Jihong hired specialists to transplant trees and arrange potted plants in the front yard, as well as flowers and shrubs in the backyard. He spent money and time happily doing it. Every few days, they would visit Nanshan residents, working harder than decorating their own home. The 5 acres of empty land at home had been expanded into a pond 2 months earlier. It was no longer just a pond but looked like a man-made lake, which they named Nanquan Lake. They built a small wooden bridge over the lake to connect the old courtyard with the new courtyard's small garden. This winding wooden bridge was Jiang Yumei's favorite. Jiang Yumei kept catching fish from Bishui Creek and releasing them into the lake. Sometimes, she and Song Wankai took some fish to the water pool on Nailing Mountain with Tiger Mother to catch more fish with a net for raising. Jiang Yumei also asked Song Wankai to buy some fish fry to put into the lake. She secretly added a little spring water, and the fish grew quickly and healthily. The fat fish to be sent to the provincial capital were still caught from Bishui Creek and raised with spring water for a couple of days. Some larger fish in Nanquan Lake were sold directly to local restaurants in the town and county. Now, even nearby counties came to buy fish. The reason might be that the lake had spring water, making the fish grow faster, become fatter, and taste better. Many restaurants came to see it. Soon, it was time to harvest the winter wheat. On this day, the Tan family began harvesting 5 acres of wheat from Shiha village, and wheat from Dawan village was also being harvested one after another. Farmers came to visit Lin's wheat fields. The wheat grew well, and it was obvious that the wheat from these 5 acres was fuller and heavier than others. The heavy wheat heads bent the stalks. Old Tan was so happy he smiled from ear to ear. He led Old Tanner and his wife to work in their field, while his other sons and daughters-in-law went to Dawan village to help with the harvest there. Today is a lucky day for moving. Little Bowsy took a day off, and since the farm work is busy, school will be closed for 3 days starting tomorrow. So, Little Bowsy will have 4 days off in a row. Early in the morning, Jiang Yumei, Little Bowsy, and Mother Hu moved to the new yard. Since Mother Hu and her son were there, they didn't invite guests. They had already invited people during the roof-raising ceremony, so only Jiang Dafu, Li Shi, and Jiang Yushan were invited to join the song, and Li families for a good meal. Afterward, they set off firecrackers to officially mark the move. Because Lin Changqi was a bit bossy before leaving, the Song family had to stay in the back room. The 2 rooms in the west wing were used as granaries, and if guests came, they stayed in the east wing. Mother Hu's tatami mats were newly made and painted brown. Jiang Yumei specially prepared a good mat for them to sleep on. When they wake up, they fold the mats away. Mother Hu was very happy, and the 2 children were also very pleased. At noon, the family happily finished their meal. Jiang Dafu and his wife, along with Jiang Yushan, went home, because they were busy. They needed to harvest wheat and plant sweet potatoes on 2 acres of mountain land. During these days, Jiang Yume asked Song Wangkai and Da Chuan to help them. The mother and son planned to go to their own field to see the harvest. Before leaving, a man in his 30s, with a dark face and a strong build, riding a tall horse, suddenly arrived. He wore an eye patch over one eye. Old Song, who was the gatekeeper and driver, invited him inside. He handed Jiang Yume a letter, a small package, and 12 taels of silver. Inside the envelope, there was a banknote for 1,000 taels and 2 pages of letter paper. The letter was written by Lin Changqi. One page was for little Baozi, and the other was for Jiang Yume. Jiang Yume was very happy when she saw the silver note. Lin Changqi was quite kind. He didn't forget her family's red powder, and he gave her a token and silver. The letter to Jiang Yume explained that the man's name was Lin Heizhuang. He was a guard of the Lin family. Although he had a disabled right eye, he was very skilled in martial arts. He was sent to teach little Baozi boxing skills. The letter also said that Lin Heizhuang lived in the west room of the old yard. Jiang Yume didn't need to worry about his wages because Lin Changqi would pay him. His meals would also be paid by Lin Changqi at a rate of 1 tael of silver per month, paid once a year. The letter to little Baozi contained some notes from famous scholars and rare ancient books. It instructed little Baozi to study carefully. Lin Changqi would also find a famous scholar to guide his studies in the future. He also wanted little Baozi to learn martial arts with Lin Heizhuang so that he could become a talented young man with both literary and martial skills. Looking further, Jiang Yu has been promoted to a minor official rank, now working under Lin Changqi. His main tasks involve writing and painting, not frontline combat. If he performs well, there is a good chance for further promotion. This is good news. Old Master Jiang dreams of having descendants who enter official service. At the same time, Lin Heizhuang brought 2 more letters to Jiang Yume, one from Jiang Yu's family and another from Sun Erqiang. Jiang Yume asked Master Lin to rest in the East Wing guest room for a while, then quickly told Zhou to prepare the meal. Xiao Xia and De Chun went to tidy up the old house's west room, which was originally used as a granary. For lunch, Xiao Baozi was to lead Old Man Song and his son to join the celebration. After arranging everything with Lin Heizhuang, he hurried back to the Jiang family's old residence to deliver the letters. On the way past Sun's house, he handed the letter to Sun Daqiang. Most of the Jiang family members hadn't gone to the fields yet. Since Jiang Yushu was not at home and the main estate had an extra acre of land, the old master had been helping Jiang Dashua with chores these days. The third branch's land had already been leased out, so they hadn't returned either. Jiang Yume invited everyone to the main house, where Jiang Yushan read the letter aloud. When old Master Jiang heard that his grandson had been promoted to a minor official rank, he was so happy he teared up. He quickly burned incense and prayed to the ancestors, feeling proud that the Jiang family's descendants were finally entering official service. Lady Li also cried tears of joy. Old Master Jiang had originally wanted to hold a 3-day banquet, but Jiang Dafu opposed. "Dad, it's not the right time for a banquet now," he said. Old Master Jiang glared and said, "If I say we're having it, then we're having it. Such good news, everyone in Shiha village should know so they can celebrate with us." Jiang Dafu hesitated and didn't dare to argue further. Jiang Yushan advised the old master, "I think it's better to wait a bit before holding a banquet. Our son is still fighting the enemy. With weapons in hand, danger is everywhere. It's better to celebrate after he returns victorious. Besides, these days are busy with farming. We don't have time to prepare a big feast, and there aren't many guests anyway." The old master listened to his favorite grandson and nodded. "We'll hold the banquet after our son returns victorious, but we should still set up a few tables to celebrate. We won't invite distant relatives, only close relatives and good friends nearby. They can come for a simple lunch, not taking up too much time." So, the celebration was scheduled for the next afternoon, with a few tables set up for close relatives and good friends. Jiang Yume and the Zhou family were asked to come help the next day. Jiang Yume nodded in agreement. Although Jiang Yu's official position was only comparable to a modern deputy section chief, it was rare for a farmer family in ancient times to have someone with such rank. As for the main household's chores, they would have to be delayed for a while. Luckily, the second household had Song Wang and his son helping. This was to celebrate the second household's son. Jiang Dafu promised to help harvest the wheat together after dinner tomorrow. After discussing, Jiang Yumei hurried home, feeling helpless about another troublemaker arriving at her house. She really didn't want little Baozi to learn martial arts. She had been taking good care of his health with clear spring water, and he often played wildly with Hua and the puppy. His coordination was very good, and among children his age, he was quite impressive. Besides, she didn't want little Baozi to join the army in the future. He was smart and could pass the imperial exams easily, so why suffer hardships? She didn't welcome the idea of him becoming a martial artist. From a distance, she saw 2 carriages parked at the gate. Upon closer look, they were from the Chen family. Lai Shi and Chen Er were still moving things into the yard. "Auntie, it's been so long, and you haven't come to see me," a familiar voice called from the yard. Suddenly, a figure jumped out, pulling her clothes. Little chubby Chinji. "Jur, good boy. Come, let Auntie have a good look at you." Jiang Yumei happily took his hand and examined him carefully from head to toe. Taller and thinner. Such a handsome young man. She sincerely praised him, making little chubby blush and smile shyly. Chen Jihong also came out from the yard, holding little Baozi. He smiled and said, "Jur's school is on holiday for 3 days. He said he wanted to play with Nianzi, so I brought him here to stay for a couple of days." Seeing Jiang Yumei look a bit surprised, he quickly added, "Jur can stay here with you. I'll be shameless and bother Uncle Zhang's family for a couple of days. Last time, Yongji and I enjoyed some drinks and benefited a lot. I want to chat with him more." Jiang Yumei happily nodded and said, "You're our honored guests. No need to worry about bothering us. Tomorrow my father is hosting a feast. You can taste our countryside dishes. They may be simple, but they have their own flavor." Chen Jihong asked what the celebration was for. Jiang Yumei told him about Jiang Yu's promotion. Chen Jihong smiled and nodded repeatedly. "That's definitely worth celebrating." Little Baozi and Chinji played and laughed together for a long time. Now, the height difference between them had noticeably decreased, which made little Baozi very happy. They were probably still hungry after their journey. Jiang Yumei quickly told Zhou to go to the kitchen and prepare a few bowls of egg noodles, along with a plate of cured meat and preserved pig's head meat. Chen Jihong and his son ate in the West Wing dining room, while Chen Er, Lai Shi, and the 2 coachmen went to the backyard with Song Wankai to accompany them. Lin Heizhuang, who had been traveling non-stop, was very tired and had already gone to rest in the old courtyard. After dinner, Chen Jihong only kept Lai Shi to run errands, while he sent Chen Er and the coachman away, telling them to come back early the day after tomorrow to pick him up. Jiang Yumei stayed with Chen Jihong in the main hall to chat. Little Fatty and little Baozi went to the west room of the main house to play with Tiger Doll and the puppy. The tatami mats were big enough for them to roll around, and their clothes stayed clean. The 2 little ones had good memories and surprisingly recognized little Fatty, wagging their tails and jumping to hug him, which made little Fatty very touched. After playing on the tatami for a while, they and their pets went out to find Commander E.G. and Er Chun. Jiang Yumei had already asked Old Song to go to the Jiang family's old residence to inform Jiang Dafu and Qin Jihong that he was coming to stay at their house, and also to invite Jiang Yushan to come and keep them company. Before going out, Qin Ji proposed eating hot pot fish. He exaggerated by pulling Jiang Yumei's sleeve and said, "My dad said that Annie's hot pot fish is incredibly delicious, even better than Jifu Restaurant's hot pot. I'm craving it so much I dream about eating it." After saying that, he licked his lips. This made little Baozi and Jiang Yumei laugh. Qin Jihong playfully patted his head and said, "No ambition." Soon after, Jiang Yushan arrived. The 2 men talked inside while Jiang Yumei and Zhou went to the kitchen to help. That night, Jiang Yushan, little Baozi, and Qin Jihong's family, along with Lin Heizhuang, ate hot pot fish in the West Wing dining room. Little Xia was in charge of cooking the fish. Everyone enjoyed the meal very much. Lin Haizuang wiped his mouth and said, I've heard from Lin Hu and Lin Bao that the ladies of the Lin family are good at making new and interesting dishes. They're both innovative and delicious. After dinner, Jiang Yumei, his mother, Jiang Yushan, Chen Jihong's family, and Lai Shi, who was carrying gifts, went back to the Jiang house. On the way, Jiang Yumei also brought back 2 wild rabbits hunted by Mother Tiger, 4 fat fish from the pond, and some lotus leaf chicken from Jifu restaurant that Chen Jihong had brought for tomorrow's feast. When Jiang Yumei arrived at the Jiang house, he learned that old Master Jiang valued Chen Dafei's visit very much. They prepared a room in the main house for Chen Jihong to stay in. Chen Jihong arrived at the main house and brought gifts for old Master Jiang and the second household, including 2 packs of pastries, 2 packs of candies, and a bag of high-quality honey dates from Jiadong. He also specially gave old Master Jiang a fine Chuanzhou tobacco pipe, which made the old man very happy. Chen Jihong and his son were warmly welcomed and invited to sit down. He quickly modestly declined, saying, Grandpa Jiang, you are too kind. I am a junior, please take the seat. He insisted on inviting Grandpa Jiang to sit in the main seat, and calling him Grandpa Jiang made their relationship feel closer, which made Grandpa Jiang very happy. Xiaowei had already quietly observed Chen Jihong's situation. She hadn't seen him during previous visits for various reasons. Today, she secretly looked at him from the door. Although Chen Jihong was nearly 30, he didn't look old and was quite handsome, which sparked some thoughts in her mind. She hurried to Jiang Yozao's room, pulled her up from her sewing, and told her to change into the pink dress she had made before her engagement was broken. Jiang Yozao said confusedly, It's already evening, and we're not leaving. Why do I need to change into that new dress? Xiaowei anxiously said, Just change when I tell you to. I won't harm you, so why ask so many questions? Jiang Yozao didn't want to change, so Xiaowei pinched her twice, making her tears come out. She shouted, Mother, why are you pinching me? Xiaowei went to find the dress herself and made Jiang Yozao change into it, still angry. Then she took her to the main room and smiled at Chen Jihong, saying, Grandpa Chen, this is my daughter, just recently engaged. Zaozi, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and pour tea for Grandpa Chen and young Master Chen. Jiang Yumei looked at her mother and daughter, glanced at the already poured teacups, and felt a bit embarrassed about having such relatives. This action of Xiaowei made everyone from the Jiang family feel embarrassed. The old master was furious and wanted to scold her loudly, but since there were guests present, he couldn't say much. Jiang Yozao, feeling humiliated by her mother's actions, glared at her angrily and ran outside. Xiaowei saw that everyone from the Jiang family was glaring at her and didn't understand what she had done wrong. Wei called from the door, Shizi's mother, come help me with some chores, and asked Xiaowei to go outside. At this moment, Sun Daqiang led his elderly parents with gifts. It turned out that Sun Sanqiang, recommended by Jiang Yu, had become a personal soldier for Li Huajing. This position in the army was very desirable because it helped with future promotions and wasn't a frontline soldier. Getting such a position required connections. The Sun family was very happy, so they came to give gifts and thank them. Jiang Yumei took the little bun and the chubby boy back to Nanling residence. Because the chubby boy was there, the little bun stayed with him in the East Wing guest room. The next day, Jiang Yumei took the 2 young children to eat and then went with Mrs. Zhou and Heir Chun to the old Jiang family house. At this time, the men were in the main room chatting with Chen Jihong, while the women were busy preparing the midday meal. Because time was short and it was busy farming season, only relatives from the Wei family, Li family, Jiang Dao's family, and Jiang Yotao's family were invited. Close friends from nearby, like the Hong family, Zhao Tieshua's family, Sun Daqiang's family, and Old Wang's family, were also invited, along with Mr. Wang. Today, only representatives came. Others had work to do, so there were only 3 tables, 2 for the men and 1 for women and children. Before the meal, little Baozi specifically went to invite Lin Heizhuang to join the feast. Unaware of how the news about Chen Jihong being here spread to Zhao Diju, who was supervising the wheat harvest in the village, Zhao hurried over with a generous gift when it was time to eat. When Zhao heard that Jiang Yu had become an official and that important guests from the county town had come to congratulate, he put aside his pride and went over to join, bringing gifts himself. Zhao Lijing also dared not hold back and came uninvited with presents. Even in the remote countryside of ancient times, news spread quickly. Li Yuanwei and Li Lijing from Donghe village also received the news and brought gifts to visit for the first time. With so many distinguished guests arriving, they quickly set up another table. Old Master Jiang was very proud and beamed happily, unable to stop smiling. After the midday meal, the relatives and guests sat for a while before returning home to continue their work. Zhao Dizhu and Li Yuanwei earnestly invited Qin Jihong to visit their homes, but he politely declined. He said he just wanted to rest in the countryside this time and would visit the noble family again later. Old Master Jiang was even more pleased. The distinguished guest whom Zhao Dizhu and Li Yuanwei couldn't invite stayed at his house for 2 days. After the guests left, Qin Jihong felt it was best not to cause trouble at the Jiang house anymore. He suggested going to the fields with Xiaobao and a few other boys, saying they would eat dinner at Nanshan residence and return later at night. After helping to tidy up for a while, Jiang Yumei also took Mrs. Zhou back to Nanshan residence. Once they left, Old Master Jiang immediately wanted to deal with the young Wei family woman. His sharp eyes had long seen that Qin Jihong was interested in Jiang Yumei. Otherwise, why would he help her so selflessly? And he often saw the smile in Jiang Yumei's eyes when she looked at him. Thinking about how his unfortunate granddaughter had found such a caring son-in-law was a great comfort. Qin Jihong was also related to the guerrilla general, which would greatly help Jiang Yumei's future. So, from every angle, it was important to treat this noble guest well. The family was all eager to host the honored guest and leave a good impression. But unexpectedly, Little Wei's foolishness caused embarrassment for the Jiang family, which was really shameful. Thinking that the guest hadn't gone far and would return in the evening, they decided to be patient and wait until he returned to the county seat. However, Little Wei's own foolishness led her to seek trouble. She went to the old master and shamelessly said, "Father-in-law, I like a good family for Zhaozi. That person is also interested in her. Maybe we should reveal this to him, or invite a matchmaker to help us arrange a marriage." This made old Master Jiang laugh with anger. "You like which good family? How do you know they are interested in Zhaozi?" Seeing that the old man was amused, Little Wei thought she had a chance and continued, "Of course, it's Uncle Chun who lives here." Today, when Zhaozi served the dishes, he looked at her several times. He's never looked at other women, only at Zhaozi. The old master's face darkened. He pointed at Little Wei and scolded, "You foolish woman, how shameless you are. Our Jiang family still has some dignity. What you did yesterday was disgraceful. Today, you still have the nerve to say he's interested in Zhaozi." When Zhaozi was serving food, many people looked at her several times, but you only say Uncle Chen looked at her. Zhaozi is a young lady. How can you embarrass her like this? How did our Jiang family end up with such a clueless and foolish wife like you? Mrs. Wei was also furious and felt a stomachache. She had once married her eldest son to a troublesome wife just to compete with her mother-in-law, which really caused trouble for her son. Little Wei, feeling unjust, said, "Father-in-law, how can you scold me like this? I'm doing this for the good of the Jiang family. If Zhaozi married him, then our family would be his in-laws. His money would come to us. Besides, Uncle Chun is a widower who has lost his wife and has a son. Zhaozi is a pure young girl, beautiful and lively. Now that our Jiang family is also an official family, we're worthy of him." Jiang Dashue was so angry that he scolded loudly, "You foolish woman, Uncle Chen is clearly interested in Maisie, and you're meddling here." "How could Uncle Chen be interested in Maisie?" "That's a joke," Little Wei sneered. "Maisie is a widow, and she's quite old. She even has a child. Our Zhaozi is young and a pure girl. When you compare the two, any man with eyes would prefer Zhaozi." Jiang Yumei blushed deeply as she rushed in and said to Xiaowei, "Mother, please stop talking about it. Just give me some face." After speaking, she covered her face and cried, then ran back to the east wing. Li had been busy in the kitchen earlier. When she heard the commotion, she stormed in angrily and said, "You shameless woman. I won't say anything if you praise Zaozi, since everyone thinks our daughter is good. But how can you say such things about Maisie? Did I say something wrong? Maisie is a widow, and she has a young son. Why should she compete with our Zaozi?" Xiao Wei initially spoke innocently, then smugly pursed her lips. "Even if there is a competition, we have the clear advantage. Sister-in-law, you should advise Maisie. She's already ruined a good marriage for our Zaozi. She can't come and our Zaozi's future husband." Before she finished, Jiang Dashue grabbed her arm and dragged her toward the east wing. Xiao Wei screamed, "Ouch!
Ouch!
My arm is twisted. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, control your eldest son. Humph, you deserve it. You brought this on yourself," Wei said angrily. Old Master Jiang didn't stop his eldest son. That foolish woman deserved to be punished. Li was about to go and fight Xiao Wei, but seeing Jiang Dashue start, she sneered and watched the scene from the side. Soon, there were screams from Xiao Wei and curses from Jiang Dashue coming from the east wing. Jiang Dashue, usually patient, was clearly pushed to her limit. Xiao Wei wailed loudly, but no one in the Jiang family went to stop her. Zhiheng didn't know anyone was beating him up because of himself. When he saw the wheat from Jiang Yomei's family, he was stunned. He rubbed some wheat ears, smelled them, and found they were more fragrant than others. He smiled at Lao Tan and said, "Once this wheat is threshed and stored, I'll be the first to come and taste it." As a grain merchant, Zhiheng was very sensitive to grain quality. In his opinion, this wheat was definitely top quality. Meanwhile, Xiao Baozi, Xiao Pengdun, Sanjuzi, and Air Chun were also picking wheat ears at the edge of the field. The boys sometimes bent down to pick wheat and sometimes playfully leaned on each other. Xiao Baozi was noticeably shorter than Xiao Pengdun and Sanjuzi, and Air Chun was now even shorter. The little kids looked adorable. They decided to go back, work hard, eat well, and train more. After returning, Zhang Yumei and Zhou prepared 2 more pots of steamed cakes to take to Old Master Chen tomorrow. They also finished making a summer shirt for Xiao Pengdun and made him a special school bag. Because they had a feast at noon, in the evening they made porridge with clear spring water, prepared a few side dishes, and added some spicy pickled vegetables, which was enough for dinner. Dinner was still enjoyed with small buns, along with father and son Chen Jihang and Lin Heizhuang. Chen Jihang sipped plain porridge, ate the side dishes and cake, feeling this little life was more comfortable and satisfying than ever before. Unconsciously, a happy smile appeared on his face. Lin Heizhuang was quite annoyed by the attitude of the Qin merchant. It was obvious to everyone that he had intentions toward Lin's wife. The Jiang family still treated him as a guest of honor, but he wasn't even qualified to carry the shoes for their heir. Thinking that the heir was still involved with this young lady from the Lin family, he felt sorry for his master. What made him most angry was Lin Nian, this foolish young man, who was still very eager to entertain this person. Did he not realize he was inviting trouble? Chen Jihang was happily enjoying himself. When he saw Lin Heizhuang frowning at him for some reason, he thought he was just a rough person who didn't understand basic manners. He ignored him, happily finished his meal, and then played with his son and the little bun for a while before returning to the Jiang family to rest. The next morning, a carriage came to pick up Chen Jihang and his son, along with the fish. They first picked him up at the Jiang house, then went to Nanshan residence to load the fish into the carriage. The chubby boy, as usual, was reluctant to part from the little bun and the 2 little ones. In the end, Chen Jihang forcibly carried him onto the carriage, and Jiang Yumei also helped load their belongings. As soon as Chen Jihang left, Old Master Jiang instructed Jiang Dashue to send Xiao Weisher back to her family for a few days. They didn't necessarily have to divorce her, but at least she needed to learn a lesson. A wife who doesn't listen and is foolish could cause trouble for the family in the future. Now that their Jiang family was also a noble family, having a troublemaker at home could ruin their son's future. Xiao Weisher refused to leave, and they argued in the yard. She cried loudly, kneeling at the door of the upper room, begging Old Master Jiang and Weisher to forgive her. The elderly couple didn't show themselves, and no one went to persuade her. Even Jiang Yuzhao hid inside the room and didn't come out. Finally, Wang Shi couldn't take it anymore and came out heavily pregnant to persuade Xiao Weisha to go back to her family for a few days. She promised to write to Shizi to come back and advise Jiang Dushui. Thinking that her son's return might still give her a chance to turn things around, Xiao Weisha burst into tears, nodded, packed a few clothes, and went back to her family. Under Lin Heizhuang's guidance, Xiao Baozi practiced martial arts for half an hour before school and an hour after school every day. Naturally, Chun also learned along with him. The two little boys became even stronger. Jiang Yumei was initially reluctant to let Baozi practice in the morning, since he already woke up early, but practicing for another half hour meant waking up even earlier. Kailang Heizhuang said this was the schedule arranged by General Lin, and he must follow it. Although Lin Heizhuang lives and eats at Jiang Yumei's house, his main supporter is Lin Changqi. Lin Changqi pays his wages, and even the meal money was paid a year in advance. So Jiang Yumei really doesn't mind him staying. A few days later, the Tan family measured and weighed the 5 acres of wheat after threshing. 1 acre yielded over 5 shur of grain. Usually, a good harvest for an ordinary family is about 3.5 shur. This wheat was ground into white flour, and the steamed buns and dumplings made from it were whiter and more fragrant than those made from other flour. Jiang Dafu was puzzled, as he had farmed for many years, but never grown such tasty wheat. Jiang Yumei told him that she carefully selected the wheat seeds. This time, she also carefully chose the rice seedlings for her water rice. When it's time to transplant, his family can use her seedlings. Chen Jihong was checking the time and arrived the day after the wheat was stored in the granary. Today, little Baozi went to school, Jiang Yushan went to town to meet friends, and Jiang Dafu also went to town. Jiang Yumei invited Lin Heizhuang to dine with Chen Jihong, while Song Wang served as a helper. Since they came to enjoy the fresh flour, all the food at lunch was made from it. They steamed buns and dumplings, made noodles, and cooked a few small dishes. Lin Heizhuang was unhappy to see Chen Jihong coming so often. When Song Wang went out, he quietly said to Chen Jihong, "You a grown man, why do you keep sneaking into the widow's house? If you don't give your own son face, at least give face to other people's sons. Don't they deserve respect too?" Chen Jihong's face turned red from his words. He took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and said, "It's better to say that you're my martial arts master for the boy. If you say it badly, you're just someone else's servant. What right do you have to talk so arrogantly here? Truly unreasonable. I, Chen, come here openly to do business. Why wouldn't I give face to my son or other sons? Besides, we live honestly, act upright, and have nothing to do with your shady thoughts. What's wrong if I'm a servant? I serve the Marquis of Jinbei. Even the county magistrate would have to show me some respect," Lin Heizhuang sneered. "And you say I have shady thoughts? Do you dare to say that you came to the Lin family just for business, and not because you have other crooked intentions toward the Lin lady?" Chen Jihong really couldn't deny he had other thoughts about Jiang Yumei. He paused for a moment and said, "I, Chen, do everything openly and honestly, always following the right principles." He then lowered his face and said, "You are just an outsider in this family. You have no right to boss me around or criticize me. I won't pay attention to someone like you who causes trouble." After speaking, he turned his head to the side and sipped his tea, ignoring Lin Heizhuang. Lin Heizhuang was not the type to ignore others easily. Having spent a long time in the army, he was a tough man with a thick skin. He often teased with sarcastic remarks, implying that Chen Jihong had bad intentions toward the young widow. Chen Jihong's face turned pale with anger, but he couldn't argue because he didn't have such intentions. He wanted to say, "So, what if I have bad intentions toward her? I plan to marry her openly, and no one can stop me." But there was no point in arguing with such an unreasonable, rough man. Just as Chen Jihong was about to stand up and leave, Song Wang returned. Jiang Yumei, along with Xiao Xia, also came in carrying food. Lin Heizhuang stopped talking. After tasting her family's new white flour, Chen Jihong was immediately attracted by its wheat aroma. He exclaimed it was the best white flour he had ever eaten and quickly offered to buy it at twice the market price. Jiang Yumei said, I want to save some of these wheat seeds for planting. The rest will be for our family to eat and some to give away. There's none left. However, the 100 acres of wheat in Dawan village are for sale. If the wheat isn't top quality, I'll sell it at market price. She added that in summer, her family would plant rice on over 100 acres. The rice seeds had been carefully selected and processed, and after harvest, they would sell all of it to Chen Jihong. Chen Jihong nodded in agreement and arranged that all high-quality grains grown on her land in the future would be bought by him at above-market prices. Before leaving, Jiang Yumei also gave his family 100 jin of premium wheat. Lin Heizhuang saw Jiang Yumei instruct Song Dachuan to carry 2 big bags of wheat to Chen Jihong. The two of them were chatting happily, and he felt sorry for his master. What was so good about this young widow? She wasn't a stunning beauty, and she was no longer young. She was also not very faithful, laughing and talking with other men. But he had heard from Lin Hu and Lin Bao that Jiang Yumei was formidable. She dared to scold even the young master, so even if he was uncomfortable, he dared not criticize Jiang Yumei openly. He could only secretly shoot her knowing looks, planning to give Chen Jihong more subtle hints in front of the young master later. When the little boy was on holiday from school, Jiang Yumei and her son took an ox cart to Dawan village. They discussed with 4 other families, just like with the Tan family, they wouldn't rent the land but hired them to help with farming, paying monthly wages. The other 4 families also thought it was more profitable than renting land, so they happily agreed. They also heard that Jiang Yumei did a good job managing the 5 acres of land for the Tan family this time, and they rewarded her with 2 taels of silver. Because the land here is large and many families farm it, Jiang Yumei chose Tan's eldest son as the foreman to manage the fields and the families. A few days after Xiao Wei's wife returned home, Jiang Yushu hurried back, asking Jiang Dashue to give his son some face and bring his mother back. Additionally, Xiao Wei's father came to apologize and ask for forgiveness, hoping they would forgive his daughter. Faced with the guilty expression of the eldest cousin, Mrs. Wei only nodded in agreement, so Jiang Dashue had to go to the Wei family to bring Xiao Wei's wife back. Although she first went to the main house to kneel and apologize to old Master Jiang and his wife, and also apologize to Li in the West Wing, Li no longer wanted to see her face. They discussed with Jiang Dafu about not wanting to live in the old courtyard anymore. They wanted to buy a piece of land next to the courtyard, which would connect with the West Wing, block the west side's door, and open a new entrance from the other side, then build a new courtyard. Jiang Dafu agreed, as he also didn't want to continue living with that unreasonable sister-in-law. He felt annoyed but didn't want to offend his elder brother, so he kept some face. Jiang Yushan also agreed to move out and live separately. The family discussed it. Although they had little savings before, over the past half year, Jiang Yumei often sent them money, totaling 32 taels of silver, enough to buy land and build a house. When the couple came to Nanshan residence, they told Jiang Yumei about this plan. She had already thought of it but hadn't had time to tell them because she was busy. I think since you're moving, it's better to stay farther from the old house. Being too close might cause some trouble, and the space is small for building big houses, Jiang Yumei said. It's best to build a house next to Sun's family, which is spacious, and will be close enough to help each other. Mrs. Li liked the idea, but Jiang Dafu hesitated. Moving away from your grandparents will make us a bit farther from you. You know your aunt, she's a bit difficult. I worry your grandparents might get upset, and it'll be hard to take care of them. If it's really not good, we can bring your grandparents to live with us since you support them well, Jiang Yumei suggested. Jiang Dafu nodded in agreement. Jiang Yumei then took out 50 taels of silver to give them. Jiang Dafu kept refusing. You give us silver every month. We still have dozens of taels left, it's enough. Your money should be saved first. This is your daughter's way of showing filial piety to you. You should buy a larger piece of land. I have 2 older brothers, and although they may not live in Shiha village in the future, they will still come home to visit. You can build a bigger courtyard house so that you and my brother's families can live comfortably in one place. Jiang Yumei also said, actually, you could buy even bigger land, plant some fruit trees, and it could bring an income. Jiang Dafu replied, I don't want to grow fruit or take care of those precious plants. If we get more money in the future, I will buy more land and grow grains.
Jiang Yumei thought that made sense.
She went inside and took out a silver note worth 100 taels. Take a look and see if there's suitable land. If there is, buy some. I'll give you good seeds, and when you harvest, you can sell the crops at a good price. Jiang Dafu was hesitant to accept so much money. He said there was no suitable land now, but maybe later. This money was agreed upon after Jiang Yumei received the 1,000 taels silver note and discussed it with Xiao Baozi. Xiao Baozi, who always remembered Jiang Dafu and his wife, agreed without hesitation. Jiang Yumei insisted on giving the money to them. She said that when the soldiers came to recover from their injuries, they gave her quite a bit of money, enough for her to use. The couple carefully carried the large sum of money home. On the way, Jiang Dafu kept clutching his chest, and Li Shi was always alert to their surroundings. When they got home, they told Jiang Yushan. Jiang Yushan felt very ashamed. He, a grown man, had to let his sister pay for land and a house for their parents. Jiang Dafu went to the main room to discuss with Old Master Jiang about buying more land for building a house. Old Master Jiang agreed and was also willing to live with his second son. The big daughter-in-law was causing him headaches, as she was quite difficult to deal with. Then they took some snacks and went to find the village official, and they bought 5 acres of land south of Sun Daqiang's house. Once they bought the land, Jiang Dafu started working hard. The house faced south, directly overlooking Nanshan residence. It was also a courtyard house with a side room, a backyard for vegetables and livestock. When Jiang Yumei finished all her chores, it was already June. Finally, they could relax and enjoy peaceful days. Jiang Dafu didn't help with building the house because he couldn't. Now, their grain storage was full, which made Xiao Baozi feel very secure. He often took a walk outside the grain warehouse window before bed, looking up and seeing his mother smiling and shaking her head at him, feeling a bit shy. Also, the 100 acres of wheat had sold for a good amount of money, and the fish from the pond were also being sold steadily. Xiao Baozi ran over and hugged his mother, saying, Mother, we have so much grain, plus the silver notes in the box, and the fish are selling for a lot of money. The lotus roots are almost ready to sell too. Our family is now richer than Lord Zhao's family and Grandpa Li's family. We are the wealthiest family in Shihe village. Foolish son, being the richest in Shihe village doesn't matter. We will be even richer in the future, Jiang Yumei said proudly. Just watch, Mother will make the entire Dakong dynasty enjoy the apples from Nanling Mountain. Then she patiently brainwashed the little kid, repeatedly telling him about the idea of bringing a golden hen to lay eggs. Today is June 12th, little Baozi's birthday. Jiang Yumei had already quietly found out that little Baozi's birthday is June 12th, and her own birthday is June 20th. Sadly, he had never celebrated a birthday before. Only Li occasionally brought a boiled egg on his birthday, and the little kid was sensible enough to share half with his mother. Now life is better, and Jiang Yumei plans to give him a proper birthday celebration. But today, he still has to go to school and can't go out to play. In the morning, she also boiled him an egg like Li did and said, Happy birthday. Little Baozi was very happy. To him, birthdays are always celebrated this way. After sending little Baozi to school, Jiang Yumei first took a walk in the front yard to breathe fresh air and looked around at the blue brick, tile-roofed houses. Then she sat on a stone bench in the backyard garden, feeling very satisfied. Later, she strolled across the small wooden bridge over Nanquan Lake, walking back and forth and stopping occasionally. Now, the lotus leaves in the lake have grown large. Today, she was delighted to find a small flower bud on a green branch that extended out of the water. Oh, what a wonderful day! She has a caring, obedient son, a beautiful home, a prosperous family, and several golden hens that keep laying eggs. She feels so happy, more than women who travel through time to palace intrigues or noble women who fight in big mansions. Thinking about this peaceful, leisurely life made her laugh happily. Recently, she's been taking a walk around the house before doing other things. Today was no different. After enjoying herself, she went to the kitchen to make a birthday cake. Chong helped her beat the eggs. She used a large pot of milk bought early in the morning from the family that took care of the oxen, mixed it with fine flour, and baked a big cake. She cut it into a 15-centimeter round, spread whipped cream on top, shaped a few flowers, and wrote "Happy Birthday" with caramel syrup. She also inserted a circle of grass jelly on top. The big birthday cake was finished. Although it wasn't as beautiful as the cakes from her past life, it was the best she could make with her current conditions. Chun went to the kitchen and saw the big cake. Feeling so hungry, she licked her lips eagerly. Jiang Yumei then took out a small cake made from leftover scraps to give her to eat. "Thank you, Auntie." Chun happily took the plate and ran outside to eat. Before Jiang Yumei left, Li Shi arrived. She brought birthday gifts for little Baozi, along with gifts from Jiang Yushan and Old Master Jiang, asking how they planned to celebrate little Baozi's 6th birthday. Jiang Yumei said she only wanted to invite the children who played well with little Baozi to have a happy birthday party, and no adults. Li Shi agreed, thinking that children eating together is the happiest and most carefree. Before leaving Li Shi, Jiang Yumei also took a big bowl with some small cream cakes to give to Old Master Jiang, who liked soft, sweet foods. Then she carried the big cake to the school and found Mr. Wang's wife, telling her that little Baozi was turning 6 today. She wanted the children in the school to celebrate his birthday happily with him. Mr. Wang's wife led Jiang Yumei into the school. At that moment, Mr. Wang had just finished his class. Jiang Yumei quietly spoke to Mr. Wang, who nodded and gathered students from both classes. Jiang Yumei climbed onto the podium and said to the students, "Today is my son Lin Yan's birthday. He is 6 years old. Our family has had a hard time, so I've never celebrated his birthday before. This is the first time I'm celebrating it with him. I hope he will always remember this day, and I hope you all celebrate a happy birthday with him. I made this birthday cake myself." She then cut the big cake into pieces, scooped some onto a plate, and handed the first piece to little Baozi, saying, "Happy birthday, son." Little Baozi, tears in his eyes, took the cake. He had never felt so happy before. Mr. Wang's wife also put some cake on a plate and handed it to the other students. All the classmates sincerely congratulated little Baozi on his birthday and ate the cake together. Oh my, this birthday cake was simply delicious. That night, Jiang Yumei invited Sanjuzi's brothers, Liangzi, Yin Chong, and even Xiaoer, whom Li Shi brought over. Plus Chun, they all gathered for a big feast. After the guests left, little Baozi went to Jiang Yumei, hugged her waist, pressed his face to her chest, and happily but shyly said, "Mommy, I'm so happy." "But, Mommy, you've been so good to me. I even doubted you before."
"I feel so sorry for you."
"Doubted me? Sorry for me? Son, why would you say that?" Jiang Yumei asked, puzzled. "Master Lin told me," little Baozi whispered, pressing his mouth against Jiang Yumei's chest. "He told me that Uncle Chen helped our family so much because he has bad plans for my mother. If I keep letting Uncle Chen come to visit, then Mother, you will marry him with our family's silver and son. In the future, not only will our family change to the Chen surname, but I will also change my name to Chen Nian. I don't want to be called Chen Nian, and I don't want you to marry Uncle Chen." "So, I." The little boy lifted his head from his mother's chest, turned around, drooped his head, twisted his fingers, and spoke even softer. "I secretly asked Uncle Hila to bring a letter to Uncle Chen, telling him not to have bad ideas about Mother anymore, and not to come to our house again." After hearing what little Baozi said, Jiang Yumei was so angry she almost fainted. She grabbed the little boy and pinched his bottom hard. She was very rough, and the boy cried from the pain. Jiang Yumei didn't stop when he cried. She pinched him a few more times while saying, "You naughty kid, what have you done? People should remember kindness. How can you be so ungrateful? Uncle Chen helped us so much and you didn't thank him. Instead, you did this behind my back. I worked so hard to raise you, and you want to be a selfish little brat?" The boy cried and shouted, "I am not ungrateful. I thank Uncle Chen, I remember his kindness. I just don't want to marry him with Mother. I don't want to be called Chen Nian, and I don't want our family's silver to have the Chen surname." The more Jiang Yumei heard this, the angrier she became, and she hit him even harder. Stop talking nonsense. Our family's silver can't have the Chen surname. How could you change your name? Are you brainless? You believe whatever others say. The boy's screams drew Zhou's wife from the backyard. Lin Hezhuang came over and told the boy to practice boxing in the old yard. As they crossed the wooden bridge, they heard the boy crying and hurried over. Zhou's wife quickly went to hold the boy in her arms and stopped Jiang Yumei, saying, "Let's talk nicely. He's still young. Just teach him, don't hurt him." Lin Hezhuang was unhappy and said loudly, "How can you hit someone, woman? Little Nian is our young master's favorite.
You can't just hit him like that."
Nonsense. My son has nothing to do with your young master. Jiang Yumei pointed at Lin Hezhuang and scolded, "And you, get your bag and leave now. How dare you talk nonsense about my son and incite him to be ungrateful? We can't keep you here. Leave now, just leave." Lin Hezhuang listened to Jiang Yumei's words and sneered coldly, "So it's all because of that Chen guy. No wonder you're so anxious. Kid, see for yourself, I was right. Your mother hasn't married out yet, so she hits you hard. If she had married, would you still have a good life? There's an old saying, if there's a stepfather, there will be a stepmother. You should come with me now to find our young master so he can come back and deal with that Chen guy. That guy is so bold, daring to hit the young master's chosen one." Realizing he might have said too much, he quickly covered his mouth and didn't dare to speak further. This Lin was truly shameless, and his few words made Jiang Yumei even angrier. Her fiery temper from her past life flared up again. She grabbed the feather duster from the table and started hitting him, cursing as she did, "I told you not to talk nonsense. Not only did you ruin my son, but you also want to trick him away. How dare you insult us? I'll beat you. I'll beat you to death." She swung wildly, making Lin Hezhuang jump around, but he dared not fight back. Although Lin was a troublemaker, he knew this young widow must hold some importance in the young master's heart, or he wouldn't have given those instructions before. In his eyes, the young widow was too lowly to be considered a proper lady. At best, she could be a concubine. So he looked down on Jiang Yumei much more than on the little boy. But even so, since she was the young master's chosen woman, he wouldn't dare hit her, no matter how much he wanted to. Therefore, Jiang Yumei kept hitting him hard, and he could only cover his head and dodge around. As he ran, he kept talking, "I say, why is this young widow so fierce? How can you hit other men like this? It's really inappropriate. Look at that Chen guy, he's grinning so much his teeth are showing. How could he be so reckless as to hit someone? That's a huge difference. And a woman, always talking nonsense, that's just two." Mrs. Zhou, seeing Jiang Yumei act like this for the first time, was stunned and stared in shock. Little Baozi, crying, chased after Jiang Yumei and begged, "Mommy, stop hitting, please stop." The three of them were circling the yard under the bright moonlight, which illuminated everything clearly, making it hard to stumble. When Old Song and his son returned from doing business in the apple orchard and saw this scene, they were startled. They quickly snapped out of it and shouted to Mrs. Zhou, "Why are you just standing there? Come and help break it up." Mrs. Zhou ran over to hold Jiang Yumei, while Old Song took away the feather duster and tried to persuade the lady of the Lin family, "Just speak nicely. Getting upset and ruining your health isn't worth it." Song Wankai then picked up little Baozi and muttered to Lin Hezhuang, "Master Lin, just shut up. Look at how angry the lady of the Lin family is." Little Baozi saw that his mother finally stopped, then slid down from Song Wankai's body and grabbed her collar, crying, "Mother, please don't be angry, and don't hit Lin or Master. If you hurt Master Lin, no one will teach me to practice boxing. Stop pretending to punch. Just get lost." Jiang Yumei shouted at little Baozi, then turned to Song Wankai and said, "Brother Song, pack up his things and make him leave now. I can't keep him here anymore." Lin Hezhuang saw they were really going to kick him out and got scared. He hurriedly said, "You can't kick me out. The young master asked me to teach the kids boxing and also to protect this family. The young master asking you to teach someone is his business. This is my house. Who lives here and who teaches my son is my decision. Who do you think you are?" Trying to protect my family? I tell you, I don't need that. I can protect my home myself. Brother Song, go quickly and make him pack his bags and leave. Jiang Yume, panting, urged Song Wangkai. Seeing there was no room for negotiation, Song Wangkai shook his head and went to the old yard to pack his things. Lin Heizhuang, feeling guilty, said, "You already took my 12 taels of silver for food money. Can't you just let me stay? I want to stay here for a whole year." Song Wangkai took Lin Heizhuang's bundle, and Jiang Yume went inside to get 11 taels of silver, stuffing it into the bundle, then handed it to him. "You stayed at my house for a month and a few days. I considered those days a favor. Now you should leave." Lin Heizhuang looked at Jiang Yume, feeling ashamed, and without further words, took the bundle, snorted, and left. Little Baozi still liked Lin Heizhuang very much. Seeing him leave, he cried and said, "Master Lin, boo-hoo. Master Lin, mother, don't let Master Lin go. It's so late, and there are wild animals outside." Jiang Yume ignored little Baozi's crying and carried him inside. Seeing his red, swollen eyes, she felt a pang of pain and started to cry. Zhou Shi poured bathwater into a large basin in the bathroom. Jiang Yume took off little Baozi's clothes and threw them into the basin to wash him, but she saw purple marks all over his chubby buttocks. She was heartbroken and started crying immediately. Jiang Yume sat by the basin, covering her face and crying hard. Little Baozi had never seen his mother cry so sadly before and was frightened. He quickly stood up from the basin, hugged his mother, and cried, "Mother, don't cry. I won't make you angry anymore. I only don't want to marry Uncle Chen. I will listen to everything you say. You can spend as much money as you want. You always wanted to buy a silver hairpin and silver earrings for you and Grandma. Let's go to town another day and buy bigger ones." The little boy cried while drawing a pie for his mother. The mother and son hugged and cried for a while. Then Jiang Yume, with red and swollen eyes, picked up the boy, dried him off, and helped him put on his pajamas. After taking a shower, the two of them went to bed to sleep. The little boy, exhausted from crying, was very tired. Before falling asleep, he softly said to his mother, "Mom, please don't make me marry Uncle Chen. Let's stay like this, just the two of us in this home. I won't go to someone else's house. I promise to study hard, so I can become a good husband for you someday." His voice grew weaker, and soon he was snoring peacefully. However, Jiang Yume couldn't fall asleep, no matter what. She had originally decided not to marry in this lifetime. Having such a caring son made her much luckier than before. But after more than 2 months of frequent contact with Chen Jihong, she felt she was starting to develop feelings and dependence on him. She thought it might be nice to find a man like Chen Jihong, kind, caring, and truly loving her and her son. Using her past life standards, Chen Jihong was a wealthy man with a car and a villa, a warm and gentle person who treated her and her son very well. His family was simple, and such an outstanding man was truly rare. Just as she was ready to accept the idea of being with a man again, her son was so firm in his opposition. If she had to choose between her son and a man, she would choose her son without hesitation because he was her greatest love. But missing out on a good man like Chen Jihong, after 2 lifetimes, was truly a pity. Thinking about parting ways with him made her so sad that tears welled up. She wiped her tears, the first time she had cried for love in 2 lifetimes. Oh well, she thought, let's see how it goes and try to talk to her stubborn son again. As she drifted into a half-sleep, she heard thunder outside. Soon, heavy rain started pouring, the biggest storm of the year. She gradually became more awake, turned her head to look at her son sleeping soundly, unaffected by the loud thunder. She worried that the new house at the Jiang Dafu family's place wasn't finished yet, but also felt relieved that they had moved. The old house wouldn't withstand such a storm, and once it cleared up, they would need to repair it again. She didn't know how long she stayed awake before finally falling into a deep sleep. That night, both mother and son slept very deeply because they were so tired. It was Zhou Shi outside who woke them up, calling, "Linjia's wife, it's time to get up. Brother Nian has to go to school soon." The mother and son woke up suddenly, quickly got out of bed, and prepared to start their day. Two daughters finished washing and were eating when old Song hurried in and said, "Mrs. Lin, that Lin Haizhuang hasn't left at all. He's been crouched outside our yard under the wall, soaking wet, with lips turning black from the cold, trembling all over. I told him to find a place to take shelter from the rain, but he wouldn't move." Jiang Yumei looked at the heavy rain still falling. "Is this person crazy?" Little Baozi suddenly jumped up and ran outside. Old Song quickly chased after him, holding an umbrella. Jiang Yumei also took an umbrella and followed. They saw Lin Haizhuang lying on the ground under their gate, covered in mud, with a pale face. Jiang Yumei was startled and instructed Song Wankai to carry him back to the old courtyard. Song Wankai carried Lin Haizhuang into the west room of the old house, helped him take off his wet clothes, and changed him into his own, which was much smaller, but still usable. Zhou Shi went to boil soup and gave it to him to drink. The old house was leaking rain as expected. After settling Lin Haizhuang, Song Wankai fetched several basins to catch the rain. Jiang Yumei asked old Song to drive the cart and send little Baozi to school, and also explained a reason for his late arrival to the teacher, so the little brat wouldn't get punished again. On the way back, she also invited Dr. He to come and see Lin Haizhuang. Before leaving, little Baozi tearfully tugged on Jiang Yumei's sleeve and said, "Mother, don't send Master Lin out in this heavy rain again. He's still my son's teacher. A teacher for a day, a father for life. I can't just watch my teacher suffer like this and do nothing. Please, mother." Although Jiang Yumei was angry that the kid was up to no good, she couldn't really let him die, so she nodded and said, "Don't worry, son. Mother will let him rest at home and recover. Once he's better, he can leave." Dr. He came in the rain to examine Lin Haizhuang. He said he caught a cold but was in good health overall. They gave him some sweat-inducing medicine, and once the fever broke, a few more days of medicine would make him fine. Jiang Yumei felt relieved after hearing this. She paid the consultation fee, asked old Song to drive Dr. He back, and also bought the medicine. Thinking about Lin Haizhuang in the old house made her feel distressed. That Lin Changqi was really persistent, still causing trouble even after leaving. She was annoyed by that noisy second fool coming to bother her. The rain stopped in the afternoon. Song Wankai said Lin Haizhuang had woken up and eaten a bowl of noodle soup. Now, Chun was taking care of him. Whether he was just pretending to learn martial arts or genuinely studying, Lin Haizhuang was considered Chun's master. After school, little Baozi went to visit Lin Haizhuang and helped bring him some medicine. Today was the day for the Chun family to come and catch fish. Chun brought gifts and a letter for little Baozi from little Fatty, and also took out another letter, saying it was from their family's master to Jiang Yumei. Jiang Yumei asked Song Wankai to drink with Chun while she took the letter back to her room to read. In the letter, Chen Jihao clearly expressed his feelings for Jiang Yumei. He said that he was nearly 30 years old and, by chance, had found someone he wanted to grow old with. He didn't want to miss out on such a good woman like her, so he dared to ask her not to be angry. If she agreed, he would ask a matchmaker to formally propose to her family. He promised he would do his best to make Xiao Baozi accept him and treat him like his own son. The letter ended with a sweet line. "My heart delights in you." This was a love letter. Jiang Yumei, in her past life, was a strong and career-focused woman. Since university, she had dedicated all her energy to making money, and her personality was quite tough. So, although she looked quite good and had a good job, she had never received a love letter before. Holding her first love letter in her life, she felt a little excited. She also didn't want to miss out on such a good man, but she was also full of helplessness thinking about Xiao Baozi. That very strong and clearly opposed to her marrying Chen Jihao little brat made it very hard for her to accept him. She knew she couldn't ignore Xiao Baozi's feelings because he was her greatest love. Jiang Yumei thought for a long time and wrote a few words. She said she thought he was good too, but first she needed to work hard to let the children accept him. Only then could their family be truly happy. But she felt her words sounded too stiff and unkind, so she added a line at the bottom. "My heart is like a double net, tangled with many knots." She sealed the letter and handed it to Chen Er before he left. Of course, Xiao Baozi also brought a letter, gifts, and some treats from Jiang Yumei for old Master Chen. Although Xiao Baozi didn't like his mother marrying Qin Jihao and didn't want him to come to their home, his friendship with little Fatty remained unaffected. 2 days later, Zhang Dafu's new house was completed. Jiang Yumei led Zhou's family and Zhu's family to help with the celebration. The new courtyard had 5 main rooms on the front, with 5 rooms on each side and a back porch. Seeing such a big house and yard, everyone was very jealous. Zhao Tiekue joked, "Second Uncle Jiang built such a big house. Even if he has 10 more grandchildren, they can all live here." Jiang Dafu was so happy, he kept rubbing his hands, not knowing what to say. Old Master Jiang laughed and said, "I like to hear that. My son Shan has recovered from his illness. It's time for him to get married and have children." Jiang Yushan, who was nearby greeting guests, blushed deeply. People around him praised him, saying that a talented scholar like Jiang Yushan would find many girls eager to marry him. In fact, some families were even thinking about this good match. Today, Chen Jihong also arrived and brought a generous gift. No one knew how he learned the news. Because of his arrival, some distinguished guests who hadn't been invited before came from West River Village and East River Village. Everyone, including Zhao Li, was envious. The Jiang family was now more prominent than ever. Chen Jihong found a quiet moment to give Jiang Yumei a small pouch. Blushing, he said, "Your birthday is coming soon. I know you don't like me visiting your house, so I'm giving you this gift first." Jiang Yumei blushed and accepted the pouch. She saw that it was the same beautiful and special pouch that last year little Chubby had asked her for. She said, "Before you leave, ask Chen Er to go to Nanshan residence. I made some things for Jir, and will also bring back some small eggs. Don't keep everything for your grandfather and Jir, try some yourself. The chickens at home are still laying eggs." Chen Jihong smiled and nodded repeatedly. A table of honored guests was set up in the main house, and about 10 tables were arranged in the courtyard. The dishes were plentiful, including the popular 9 big bowls from the countryside, with plenty of meat. The Jiang family's new home was lively all day, and everyone was exhausted. After dinner, the Jiang family members returned to their new home. Old Master Jiang called the main house, the second house, and the third house, which had hurried back, into the main room and talked about moving to live together with Jiang Dafu. Jiang Dashue immediately knelt down, tears in her eyes, saying, "Father, I am unfilial. I let you leave the ancestral house and move to the new home with my second brother. Father, if you leave, I won't have the face to see others. People will say that our main house couldn't accommodate you and that we drove you away." In short, if the old master decided to move and live with the second house, he wouldn't get up. The old master had always trusted his honest eldest son more, but because the second house's grandson was better at studying, people thought the old master favored the second house. Jiang Dashue's pleading touched him, and in the end, he agreed to stay in the ancestral house and not move with the second house. Xiaowei's wife was very disappointed and secretly blamed Jiang Dashue for causing trouble. She thought it was the old master's own idea to move, not something they forced. If both the old couple moved away, only their main house family would remain in the courtyard. That would be perfect. These words can only be thought in my heart now. I dare not speak them aloud anymore. When Jiang Yumei picked her up, she warned that if she dared to speak carelessly or cause trouble again, she would truly be dismissed. The second household is moving out. They agreed to sell the West Wing room to the main house for 4 taels of silver. Although the third household bought a small courtyard in the provincial capital, they still need to come back during festivals, so their side rooms were not sold. Jiang Yumei returned to her room and opened the pouch Qin Jihong gave her. Inside was a jade bracelet, with a clear green color and a warm texture. It seemed to match the jade hairpin she received last time. She took out the hairpin and compared it. Indeed, they were a set. She looked at herself in the mirror, put on the jade hairpin, then the bracelet. It looked very nice. She enjoyed her reflection alone in the room for a long time, but before going out, she took them off. If the little kid saw them after school, he might cause trouble. She wondered how to help him accept Chun Ji-hung. Jiang Yumei thought so hard she got a headache, but couldn't come up with a good idea. The little kid was getting smarter now, and was no longer so easy to fool. Jiang Yumei also subtly hinted to the little kid, son, if Mother marries Uncle Chun, you won't need to take the Chun surname. Our family and our silver won't be called Chun either. The little kid immediately started crying uncontrollably. Then I and Mother wouldn't be from the same family. Now everyone calls Mother Lin's wife or Aunt Lin. I'm called Lin Yen. We're all from the Lin family. But if Mother marries Uncle Chun, people will call her Mrs. Chun or Aunt Chun. If I don't change my surname to Chun and keep mine as Lin, then we'd be two separate families. If I have to change my surname to Chun, I can't do that. I'm the only son of the Lin family. I'm the one who carries the family's honor. I don't want Mother and me to be from two different families.
Boo-hoo.
Seeing the little kid crying as if he lost his own mother, Jiang Yumei felt helpless and couldn't say more. Jiang Yumei's feelings faced resistance, but Jiang Yushan's romantic prospects were flourishing. At least 6 or 7 families had sent people to inquire about marrying their daughters to him. Among them was even the niece of Li Yuanwei. Jiang Yushan refused all of them, saying he would wait until next autumn's imperial exam to discuss marriage. He still wanted to travel and gain more experience this year. Li Shi heard this and became anxious. Jiang Yushan was already 23. Most boys his age could be married off easily, but he was still delaying until next autumn for marriage. Wouldn't that mean he wouldn't marry until the year after next? And having children would be even later. By then, Jiang Yushan would be 26, and in a few more years, he might even be considered an old man. Li Shi was so worried she got blisters around her mouth. She couldn't persuade her son, so she went to Jiang Yumei's house to cry and complain. Jiang Yumei also agreed with Jiang Yushan's idea to go out and travel to gain more experience and prepare for next year's imperial exam. She didn't want her brother to marry a girl from the countryside, not because countryside girls are bad, but because she believed that at least they should be literate so they could communicate well. A shared language would make their married life better. So she shared her thoughts and advised Mrs. Li not to worry. Her brother was talented and educated, so he would naturally find a good family for marriage. If they hurried to find a girl her brother didn't like, it might ruin his life. Mrs. Li felt relieved after hearing this. On June 19th, the day before Jiang Yumei's birthday, Mrs. Li came again. She said she wanted Jiang Yumei and her son to visit her new home the next day to celebrate her birthday, as they hadn't celebrated it for many years. She planned to invite the grandparents too, so everyone could enjoy together. Jiang Yumei agreed with a nod. That evening, little Baozi came back and told Jiang Yumei, "Mother, I took a day off today to go with you to town tomorrow and buy jewelry." Jiang Yumei was a bit surprised. Even her usually frugal son was thinking of buying luxury items. It was like the sun was rising from the west. Little Baozi ignored her surprise and continued, "We'll go to Qinghe restaurant in town at noon to order some special dishes for Mother's birthday. We'll also invite Grandma and buy her some jewelry. We'll invite Chun too, so he can taste the delicious food at Qinghe restaurant and stop bragging about Mianqing." It turned out he wanted to celebrate his mother's birthday, and Jiang Yumei was quite touched. She picked up little Baozi and kissed his face, saying, "Thank you, my son." The next day, mother and son, along with Chun, took Old Song's ox cart to pick up Mrs. Li and headed to town. This was the first time Jiang Yumei went to town so casually and happily since she arrived here. Also, she let little Baozi carry the money pouch with silver coins. Since he was buying, he should pay, and she made it clear that everything that day was arranged by him. Before leaving, Jiang Yumei asked Mrs. Zhou to take Zhu and bring 2 fat fish to the Jiang Dafu's house for dinner, as they might come back late and wouldn't have time to cook. On the way, they met some people heading to the market in town and earned a few more coins for the cart. Old Song didn't go shopping with them. They agreed to meet at Qinghe restaurant at noon. The 2 adults and 2 children headed straight to Zhou's silver shop, the only silver shop in Qinghe town. The shop was a large space with 2 connected big rooms, quite grand for the town. Inside, they sold mostly wooden ornaments, with fewer gold and silver jewelry items. A few people looked around and then headed toward the jewelry counter. All the valuable items here were sold by the shopkeeper, while the shop assistant only handled wooden accessories. The shopkeeper saw that these people were dressed nicely and immediately approached the jewelry display, thinking a big customer had arrived. He enthusiastically introduced the jewelry to Jiang Yumei and Li. Suddenly, a voice from below said, "Bring out your best silver hairpins and earrings, so we can take a look." The shopkeeper looked down and saw a small child, just a little taller than the counter, stretching his neck to see better. It turned out he was the main spender among this group. He quickly smiled and said to him, "Young man, buying jewelry for your mother and elders? What a filial boy you are." He then took out a few silver hairpins and some pairs of silver earrings and placed them on the counter. "Mother, grandmother, look. Whatever you like, we'll buy it," the little boy said confidently, standing on tiptoe to see all the jewelry. Jiang Yumei looked at the styles and asked about the prices. The silver hairpins ranged from about 1 to 3 taels of silver, and the earrings cost between 200 and 800 coins. The little boy shivered and said loudly, "That's so expensive. Are we robbing someone? Our prices are quite cheap. In the county town, they cost much more for the same weight," the shopkeeper replied. Jiang Yumei thought the prices were fair, so she didn't hesitate. She picked a 2-tael silver hairpin for Li and another for herself, and 2 pairs of earrings costing 500 coins each. The shopkeeper packed the jewelry and said, "That will be a total of 5 taels of silver." The little boy took a deep breath and said, "Can't you make it a little cheaper? That's the price of a piece of land." The shopkeeper smiled and said, "Young man, we can't lower the price. Our shop has fixed prices. We might give you 2 wooden hairpins as a gift." The little boy never thought it would be so expensive. He had expected the hairpin to be light and cost no more than a silver coin or 2. But since he had already spoken, he couldn't back out in front of everyone. When he reached into his pocket to pay, his hands trembled. Li knew how stingy her grandson was. Seeing him like this, she hesitated and discussed with Jiang Yumei, "Maybe we shouldn't buy silver ones. Let's just get the wooden ones. I like wooden hairpins, they're easy to take care of, and I don't have to worry about losing them." The shopkeeper immediately said, "Look at what this elder sister said. It's rare for a younger generation to be so filial. Since he wants to buy silver, you shouldn't waste his filial heart by insisting on wooden ones." The young boy tightly pressed his lips and took a while to finally produce 5 taels of silver, stubbornly insisting. The shopkeeper said so. Jiang Yumei secretly smiled, thinking that although the boy was stingy, he cared about his pride, so he wouldn't embarrass himself too much outside. She also wondered how he would handle future relationships if he didn't change his personality. It seemed she needed to let him spend more money to build his ability to handle expenses. Looking down, Jiang Yumei saw the little chubby fingers of the boy twisting nervously, her lips pressed into a tight line, feeling uncomfortable from his indecision. She then put on a hairpin and earrings in front of the mirror, lifted him up, and said, "Today, I am really happy. It's not just my birthday, but I also get to enjoy the blessings from my son at this age. These hairpins and earrings are beautiful. When I go back, I will tell everyone that these jewelry pieces are my birthday gifts for my son. Son, quickly help me see if I look good wearing these hairpin and earrings." Hearing this, the little boy felt better. As long as his mother was happy, spending a little money was fine. He could save more later. He carefully looked at his mother. Honestly, she looked much prettier wearing shiny silver jewelry. He sincerely praised, "You look great. Wearing these silver hairpin and earrings makes you look better than the wealthy ladies I saw in the county town." Jiang Yumei then pointed at Li, who had also put on the hairpin and earrings, and said, "And how about Grandma?" The little boy praised again, "Grandma looks great. Wearing these silver jewelry makes her look much younger." Li smiled so broadly her eyes narrowed into slits. "Oh, my dear grandson, Grandma's face is full of wrinkles. How can I look good?" "Thank you, dear grandson. Grandma is also enjoying your blessings." Hearing this, the boy was even happier and confidently drew a big circle. "When I pass the imperial exam and earn a lot of money, I will buy a gold hairpin for Grandma." Good. Grandma is looking forward to that day. Li said with a big laugh. The group left Zhou's silver shop. Jiang Yumei asked Sun, "Shall we go to Qinghe Grand Restaurant?" The boy wanted to say that they had already spent so much money, so why go to a fancy restaurant? But when he saw Chun looking at him with hope, and remembered that he had boasted to Chun last night about inviting him to a big feast at Qinghe Restaurant to try the delicious food, he hesitated. If he broke his promise, it would be embarrassing. So he gritted his teeth and nodded. Yes, of course, we should go. They headed toward Qinghe Restaurant, but the boy's steps were no longer as light as before. Mrs. Li then suggested, "How about we go to the food stall to eat noodles? Grandma's house has plenty of good food tonight. We ate a lot at noon, so we might not be able to eat much tonight." Little Baozi hesitated, but Jiang Yumei said without thinking, "My son specifically asked me to go to Qinghe Restaurant to get some special dishes for my birthday." Chun also spoke without thinking, "Yes, Brother Nian said last night he wanted to invite me to Qinghe Restaurant for a meal." Little Baozi couldn't argue, so he grit his teeth and kept walking, saying as he went, "That's right, that's right." At Qinghe Restaurant, Old Song was already waiting at the door. When they entered, Zhang's father, Zhang Zhonggui, warmly greeted them. After all, his son-in-law had such a good, respectable job and even bought a house in the provincial capital, all thanks to Jiang Yumei's help. He remembered this favor well. They found a table and sat down. Jiang Yumei asked Little Baozi to order food. When he saw the menu prices, he felt dizzy again. A small plate of fish-flavored shredded pork cost 28 coins. He instinctively wanted to shout, "This is robbery," but saw Grandpa Zhang standing kindly nearby, so he didn't dare. After looking for a while, Little Baozi ordered a few cheaper dishes: fish-flavored shredded pork, stir-fried pork strips, bear paw tofu, and a vegetarian soup. Zhang Zhonggui told them to enjoy their meal and went to serve other customers. When the dishes arrived, there was an extra jar of meat. The waiter said it was a new dish, and they would send 2 portions daily for customers to try. Mrs. Li happily said, "We're so lucky today. We get to eat free meat. This jar of meat looks very expensive." Jiang Yumei nodded with a smile, but thought to herself, "No wonder Zhang's daughter is so clever. Zhang Zhonggui is also quite sharp." After paying the bill, the waiter said it was 85 coins in total. Zhang Zhonggui offered a 20% discount, so they paid 68 coins. Little Baozi was happy to pay, quickly reaching into his pocket. This time, he paid very fast. The group said goodbye to Zhang Zhonggui and left the restaurant. They were all on a bullock cart when Mrs. Li said, "This meal was really worth it. Over 60 coins for so much good food. Last time, when Shizi invited us to Qinghe Restaurant, they ordered 3 more dishes and spent over 200 coins. And they didn't even have a big dish like this jar of meat." Chun nodded and said, "Yes, that jar of meat really smells good." After saying that, he licked his lips. Seeing everyone talk about how delicious and honest the lunch was, Little Baozi smiled proudly, with his lips pressed together. Seeing the jewelry on her mother and grandmother's heads and ears shining brightly in the sunlight, I felt that spending some money was worth it. Making my mother and grandmother happy was a good reason. It also made me feel more at ease. I had promised my mother long ago to buy silver earrings, and today I finally kept that promise. When we arrived at the Jiang family, Old Master Jiang and Mrs. Wei were already there. Seeing the silver hairpins on Li's head and Jiang Yumei's, they praised the young boy for being thoughtful and filial, saying he knew to accompany his mother and grandmother to buy jewelry at such a young age. All of the boy's last worries were washed away by these warm compliments. Today's spending was truly worth it. Mrs. Wei took out a silver ring and gave it to Jiang Yumei. "This was bought for me by your grandfather after I got married. Now I give it to you." Old Master Jiang also sighed and said, "Those years, you and Nian Xiaozi suffered a lot. Don't blame your grandparents for being harsh. Back then, we were just too worried about you, so we acted strict." Jiang Yumei quickly stood up and said, "I know your grandparents love us. Without my family's support those years, we wouldn't have survived. This ring was given to me by Grandpa, so I can't accept it. I appreciate his kindness." Jiang Dafu also said nearby, "Maisie is right. This valuable item should stay with her. The old lady and I have decided this is for Maisie. Over these days, I've seen how filial she is. I believe my granddaughter is even better than my grandson, the old man said, waving his hand. Jiang Yu also handed over a carved wooden hairpin, smiling. My brother doesn't have much money, so he can only give you this wooden hairpin. When he has money, he'll give you a gold one. I'm so glad I recovered so quickly, knowing you helped a lot. I accept your kindness. Jiang Yu happily took the wooden hairpin, which was engraved with patterns, polished smooth, and coated with shiny lacquer. Look at what my brother said. Siblings should help each other. And this hairpin is so beautiful. Thank you, brother. I like it very much. Li smiled and said, our gift for our daughter is today's dinner. The dinner was rich, with chicken, duck, pork, and fish. To celebrate her birthday, the Jiang family brought out their best dishes. The 5 members of the Jiang family, along with Jiang Yumei and little Baozi, shared a table. Old Head Song, Zhou Li, and Er Chun sat at a smaller table. After dinner at the Jiang house, when everyone left, Jiang Yumei asked Song Wankai about Lin Heizhuang's illness. Song Wankai said he seemed to have recovered. He was no longer feverish and was eating and drinking well. Jiang Yumei said, since he's better, let him leave tomorrow. He has silver on him, so he has enough money to return to the capital. The next day, Song Wang felt very embarrassed and politely asked each person and horse to leave Nanshan residence and the Lin family. What Jiang Yumei didn't expect was that Lin Heizhuang hadn't left Nanshan residence at all. He and his horse had been standing under the backyard wall every day. The horse could eat grass in the wasteland, but he was starving. The Song family couldn't bear to see him like this. They gave him some food, which he ate, but if no one gave him anything, he stayed hungry. When Jiang Yumei heard this, she was very angry. If he wants to squat there, let him. I can't tie his hands and drag him away. From now on, don't give him anything to eat. Let's see how long he can stay. This can't be known to Nianer. If he finds out, he'll cause trouble. Also, he can't play outside the backyard. She especially warned not to tell Xiao Baozi about this, or he wouldn't eat. The Song family dared not give Lin Heizhuang anything to eat anymore. 2 days later, they found him fainted from hunger. Old Mr. Song quickly brought him a bowl of porridge to feed him, and he woke up. When he woke, he was still squatting at the base of the wall. Old Mr. Song sighed and said, why bother? Just leave. Lin Heizhuang replied, the young master didn't tell me to go back, so I can't go back. Besides, the young master asked me to teach Nian some boxing skills and protect this family's safety. I haven't finished my task. How can I go back to see him? I might as well die of hunger here. Old Mr. Song said, if that's the case, why did you offend the Lin family lady so badly? I didn't mean to offend her, but I can't let her betray the young master, Lin Heizhuang said innocently. Old Mr. Song immediately stopped him. That's not something to say lightly. You've suffered so much, and you're still talking nonsense? Do you know? All this today is because of your broken mouth. Lin Heizhuang closed his mouth and covered it with a big hand, squatting silently. Old Mr. Song scolded him thoroughly. Lin Heizhuang stayed like this for over 10 days, sometimes eating, sometimes starving, and enduring sun and rain. He became darker and thinner, and from a distance, he smelled terrible, almost like a beggar. Jiang Yumei couldn't understand at all. What kind of person did Lin Changqi bring here? If Tiger Mother and the others were here, it would be better. They couldn't drive him away, and if they pushed him, he would leave. Or they could scare him away. But they hadn't come back after so many days. Now, in this house, all the men combined, even all the men of the Jiang family, couldn't compare to Lin Heizhuang. If they tried to tie him up while he was sleeping and take him away, what if he woke up and ran back? But they couldn't really take his life. They could only turn a blind eye and let the Song family take care of Lin Heizhuang by bringing him food, umbrellas, and mats. That day, it rained heavily again. Old Mr. Song came to ask Lin Heizhuang what to do. Jiang Yumei stubbornly said, ignore him. If he can't stay, he'll leave on his own. At night, the Song family opened the back door, but didn't see Lin Haizhuang. Thinking he had already left, they relaxed. After 2 days and nights of rain, it stopped. On this day, little Baozi's school was on holiday, so he went with Chun to let the geese and sheep out. The family's flock of geese had grown larger, now totaling 16, with 20 geese in all, and they had started laying eggs. These eggs were especially tasty, without the usual fishy smell, with big, red yolks and a smooth texture. Today, the geese behaved strangely. When the 2 boys tried to herd them toward the pond, the geese all ran south into the Ling Mountain forest. The boys, alone and outnumbered, tried to stop them, but the geese kept running away. Eventually, both boys were pulled into the Ling Mountain forest. About 5 or 6 meters inside, they saw a horse standing there, lowering its head to nibble at something. "Hey, isn't that Master Lin's black-haired horse?" Chun said. The black-haired horse looked at them with very sad eyes and then lowered its head to continue nibbling. Little Baozi hurried forward to look. The horse was nibbling on a person who was so dirty that his face was unrecognizable. The person was lying there with his eyes closed, looking as if he was dead. "Why does this person look so much like Master Lin?" Little Baozi asked, bending down to look. Chun stepped closer, crying as he said, "This is Master Lin." "Boo-hoo, Master Lin, Master Lin. What should we do? Master Lin is dead."
Boo-hoo.
"Master Lin didn't go to the capital, did he?" Little Baozi asked in surprise. "He never left. He's been hiding behind our backyard wall every day. Aunt Lin told me not to tell you, or she wouldn't give me food. If I had known Master Lin would die, I would rather not eat and tell you." Chun cried. Little Baozi also started crying and hurriedly urged him, "Quick, go call someone. I'll wait here." Chun nodded and ran back quickly. When old Mr. Song, Song Wangkai, and Jiang Yumei heard that Lin Haizhuang had died in Ling Mountain, they were all shocked. Little Baozi was still inside, so they hurried after Chun toward Ling Mountain. Song Wangkai, running along, kicked Chun's backside and scolded, "You little brat, if anyone should stay behind, it's you. Leaving Mian Gura there, if anything happens, I won't forgive you." They all entered the forest and saw little Baozi still crouched there crying. Song Wangkai checked Lin Haizhuang's nose and saw he was weak and barely breathing. He said, "There's only one breath left." Immediately, he carried Lin Haizhuang on his back. Old Song led a few men and the horse back to the old courtyard. He then hurriedly hitched the ox cart to ask Dr. He for help. 2 boys were outside the old house, crying loudly with their mouths wide open. Even the white geese and 3 sheep that often followed Lin Haizhuang looked sad and stayed in the yard. Jiang Yumei was also panicked. If Lin Haizhuang died, she would feel like she had caused another death. She quickly went into her house, poured a bowl of clear spring water, and said it was from Nanling Mountain Spring. She asked Song Wangkai to give it to Lin Haizhuang. After about 15 minutes, Dr. He arrived. After examining Lin Haizhuang, he made a prescription, shook his head, and said, "Do your best and leave the rest to fate. If he wakes up in 3 days, he can survive. If not, prepare for the worst." The 2 boys cried even harder when they heard this. Jiang Yumei felt like a murder. Her son's eyes were swollen as he kept saying, "What if Master Lin dies?" Jiang Yumei also felt a bit regretful. Who would have thought this fool was so stubborn? But from the fact that he knew he was going to die and ran away to Nanling Mountain to die secretly, he wasn't completely useless. At least he didn't want to cause trouble for her family. 3 days passed nervously, and that annoying Lin Haizhuang survived. As the old saying goes, good people don't live long, and troublemakers leave a legacy. After Lin Haizhuang recovered, Jiang Yumei called him over. She looked serious and asked, "What do you want by staying here in my house?" "I want to follow the instructions of the young master, teach the boy martial arts, and protect this family," Lin Haizhuang said routinely. "Did the young master tell you to provoke a relationship between us mother and son?" Lin Haizhuang shook his head. "Did he tell you to trick my son?" He shook his head again. "Then did he tell you to go around gossiping and spreading rumors, talking about people's strengths and weaknesses?" "How is that possible?" Our young master wouldn't make me do those things. Lin Hezhuang said. He only asked me to teach the boy martial arts, protect this family, and watch over the lady of the Lin family. He felt he might slip up, so he quickly shut his mouth. Watch over you what? Jiang Yumei was confused. What was this troublemaker trying to do? Just, watch over the lady of the Lin family. Such a big house. Don't let others get jealous, Lin Hezhuang said. Although he hadn't read many books, he was quick to react. That's also why Lin Changqi trusted him. That's true. Such a big and beautiful house was among the best in Qinghe town. The Zhao and Li families ranked lower. Jiang Yumei was very proud of her big house. She didn't think too much, just wondered if it was because of Hong Mo that Lin Changqi treated them especially well. Then tell me, how many things did you do that the young master didn't tell you to do? Jiang Yumei asked. And look at you, tall and strong, but your mouth is more annoying than a gossiping woman. How could our family keep someone like you? Lin Hezhuang huffed and puffed for a while, saying, Lady Lin, you are kind and forgiving. Please forgive me this time. I won't dare to do it again. He was quite flexible and submissive. Jiang Yumei tried hard but couldn't drive him away. Facing this fearless, stubborn person, she really had no way. She could only say, I can't chase you away, so I can only write a letter to Lin Changqi, asking the young master to tell you to leave. After that, she made Lin Hezhuang go out. Then she wrote a letter, planning to have Qin Zhihang deliver it when the Qin family's people come, and ask him to help bring it to Li's house for Lin Changqi. Little Baozi and Heir Chun started practicing martial arts with Lin Hezhuang on a regular schedule. Once, Jiang Yumei couldn't help but say to Lin Hezhuang, I guess your wife must be very beautiful. How do you know? Lin Hezhuang was surprised, then chuckled, my wife is pretty. Back then, among the maids in the mansion, she was quite well known. Xiao Xia and Aya shook their heads, showing they didn't believe it. Lin Hezhuang got anxious and said, Don't look at me, I look plain, but my wife is really pretty. Many people came to propose to her. Even the second steward's son liked her. In the end, she married me. He was very proud when he said this.